Su Qin traversed into a vast world where martial artists reigned supreme. Here, the Grand Master of the Ming Yuan kingdom exerted his dominance over the realm. The successor of the Nine Sons wielded his fists to command the mountains and rivers, and the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger shattered the void. Due to his utter lack of martial aptitude, Su Qin could only serve as a humble sweeper in the Sutra repository of the Shaolin Temple. At this juncture, the sign-in system was activated. By signing in before the golden body of the Buddha, he acquired the palm of the Tathagata. By signing in before the Arhat Hall, he obtained the Indestructible Vajra skill. By signing in on the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, he earned the demonic Buddha golden body. The Shaolin Temple was replete with treasures, with sign-in opportunities available at every turn. Su Qin resolved to remain within the Shaolin Temple until he had completed all sign-ins, dedicating a full 20 years to this endeavor. 2 decades later, amidst the turmoil of a righteous versus demonic conflict, the Shaolin Temple found itself embroiled in the chaos. Demonic beings brazenly invaded the temple, ruthlessly advancing towards the Sutra repository, wreaking havoc until they encountered Su Qin, who was diligently sweeping the ground. Who would have thought I would become the sweeper of the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin opened his eyes, swiftly rose from his bed, and hurried towards the door. Su Qin was not originally from this world, he had traversed from Earth. Initially, he was not a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. His intended recipient of traversal was the third young master of the Su family. The Su family was a prominent local clan, boasting numerous experts, with a family head being a 6-tier powerhouse, feared within 100 miles. Regrettably, just a few days prior, when Su Qin was merely 10 years old, a formidable enemy of the Su family attacked, injuring the family head with a mere gesture. To preserve their bloodline, the Su family was compelled to disperse their disciples, and Su Qin was secretly sent to the Shaolin Temple. To prevent the temple from rejecting him, the Su family concealed Su Qin's identity, presenting him as an orphan left at the temple's gates. With its profound heritage, the Shaolin Temple, despite its recent decline, was not something that the Su family's enemy could contend with. As long as Su Qin entered the temple, he would essentially be safe. In truth, Su Qin successfully became a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. However, due to his complete lack of martial prowess, he was assigned to the miscellaneous duties, becoming a mere sweeper. As Su Qin stepped outside, he found dozens of young monks clad in gray robes awaiting him. He walked quietly among them and took a position toward the back. "All right," spoke a monk with a broad face and large ears. "Now that you have entered the Shaolin Temple, your past will no longer concern you. The miscellaneous duties hall may not hold the prestige of the Demo Hall or the Martial Monk Hall, but it offers tranquility. As long as you complete your daily tasks, you will not be disturbed by others." The broad-faced monk paused before continuing. "You may disperse now and attend to today's duties." The young monks gradually departed. Su Qin, grasping a broom, directed his steps towards the great hero hall of the Shaolin Temple. Though he was a sweeper, Su Qin was not the only one fulfilling this role within the temple. The Shaolin Temple, being a major school of martial arts, spanned an extensive area. If all tasks were left to Su Qin, it would take him a year to complete a single sweep. His responsibilities centered around the vicinity of the Great Hero Hall. In no time, Su Qin arrived before the Grand Hall, gazing up at its magnificent structure. The Mahavira Hall, as one of the sacred sites of the Shaolin Temple, emanates an aura of profound majesty in every corner. Standing outside the Mahavira Hall, Su Qin could faintly discern the golden statue of the Buddha enshrined within. Suddenly, a mechanical voice reverberated in Su Qin's ears, detecting that the current location of the host meets the sign-in conditions. System activation in progress. Activation successful. The host may sign in today. System, sign in. Su Qin's pupils constricted slightly. In a flash, his thoughts raced as he tentatively inquired, "Is it necessary to sign in here?" In any place where remnants of Tao essence remain, the host may sign in. Note: only one sign-in is permitted each day. The richer the Tao essence in a location, the more abundant the rewards from signing in. Certain locations allow for repeated sign-ins. The mechanical, emotionless voice continued to resonate in Su Qin's ears. Tao essence? Su Qin murmured to himself, gradually grasping the essence of the system's meaning. Not every location meets the sign-in criteria. For instance, the Su family, where he had resided for 10 years, lacked the Tao essence the system referred to, rendering it incapable of activating the system. However, the Mahavira Hall, as a crucial site where the golden statue of the Buddha is venerated in the Shaolin Temple, it undoubtedly possesses Tao essence, thus fulfilling the system's signing conditions. Su Qin's thoughts surged, and a flicker of joy crossed his face. He had initially believed that he would spend his days in solitude, living out his life as a humble sweeper monk in the Shaolin Temple. After all, the Shaolin Temple is not a place that just anyone can enter or exit freely. Su Qin had entered the temple as an orphan, effectively selling himself to the Shaolin Temple, and to return to secular life, he would need the consent of a head monk. Yet, this was virtually impossible. What status did a head monk hold? Would he concern himself with a mere sweeper monk like Su Qin? Furthermore, if every monk were allowed to return to secular life with the head monk's consent, the Shaolin Temple would have long since been deserted. Even if the Su family were to repel that formidable enemy and restore their former status, persuading a head monk of the Shaolin Temple would be out of the question. Though the Su family was a prominent clan in the region, the Shaolin Temple had once overshadowed the world, having produced legendary figures in martial arts. The two were simply not on the same level. Even the enemy who had forced the Su family to disperse its disciples to preserve their bloodline would seem insignificant before the Shaolin Temple. By joining the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had indeed escaped the relentless pursuit of that enemy, yet he had similarly bound himself to a life within the temple. However, now, the sign-in system offered Su Qin a glimmer of hope. "System, allow me to sign in." Su Qin steadied his mind, silently urging. In the next moment, "Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received the divine skill Rulai's Palm." The system's notification resonated steadily in Su Qin's ears. Rulai's Palm? Su Qin inhaled deeply. If his memory served him correctly, Rulai's Palm was the most powerful divine skill of the Shaolin Temple, reputed to be a direct transmission from the Buddha himself. At the instant Su Qin acquired Rulai's Palm, a colossal golden Buddha materialized above the Mahavira Hall, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, exuding an air of solemn authority. "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." The radiant light of the Buddha enveloped the entire Shaolin Temple, as if embodying countless profound truths. At this moment, the temple trembled, and numerous monks knelt upon the ground, fervently proclaiming, "The Buddha has manifested." Simultaneously, several figures silently appeared outside the Mahavira Hall. At the forefront stood a man clad in a vibrant red robe. Wielding a nine-ring staff, he was none other than Hyun, the current abbot of Shaolin Temple. The others accompanying him were the heads of various monastic halls. In that instant, including Abbot Hyun, all present were awestruck, gazing at the colossal golden Buddha that loomed above the Mahavira Hall. "Namo Amitabha." Abbot Hyun bowed toward the magnificent golden figure, and the other hall leaders similarly lowered their heads, murmuring, "Namo Amitabha." After a brief moment, the radiance of the Buddha gradually dissipated. Only when the light had completely vanished did Abbot Hyun dare to lift his gaze. Such an overwhelming essence of Buddhism. A tempest of emotions surged within his heart. He was not only the abbot of Shaolin Temple, but also a renowned martial artist across the realm. The golden Buddha that had manifested was entirely comprised of Buddhist essence. It is worth noting that even the presence of a Arhat level being possesses far less Buddhist essence than that golden Buddha be a factor of 1,000. Could it be that a disciple has truly earned the Buddha's favor? Is that why this essence has descended? Abbot Hyun's gaze turned toward the disciples attending beside the golden Buddha within the Mahavira Hall. The Mahavira Hall was a sacred site of Shaolin Temple, where disciples served at all times. If indeed a disciple had gained the Buddha's attention, it could only be among these attendants. The other hall leaders shared this thought, and their gazes toward the disciples inside the hall shifted. Since the last saintly monk had passed away 60 years ago, Shaolin Temple had not seen the emergence of another being of that caliber, leading to a rapid decline in its status among the great sects of martial arts. If a disciple truly possessed such an immense essence of Buddhism, it would not be surprising if they were to attain the status of a saint or even achieve the Arhat fruit with ease. As this thought crossed their minds, the hall leaders felt their hearts ignite with fervor. "You lot, step back. Without the consent of the hall leaders, you are not permitted to approach," declared the head of the warrior monk's hall, his temperament fiery. He cast a glance at Su Qin and the other pale-faced disciples from the miscellaneous hall, gesturing them to leave. Understood. The disciples exchanged glances before turning to depart. The other hall leaders and Abbot Hyun did not intervene. Had they known that the instigator of this entire commotion was none other than Su Qin, the humble sweeper from the miscellaneous hall standing before them, they would surely be left astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 2. The Jinjing. The Little Returning Pill. It is actually the Rulai Divine Palm. Throughout the journey, Su Qin felt an exhilarating excitement within, though his demeanor remained composed. This was indeed the most formidable martial art of the Shaolin Temple, reputed to be imparted directly by the Buddha himself, with few in the world able to rival its strength. However, Su Qin had heard other rumors. The Rulai Divine Palm had been lost to the ages, its existence fading away over 9 centuries past. The Shaolin Temple had long since relinquished this unparalleled skill. Su Qin's thoughts ebbed and flowed. As the former third young master of the Su family, despite lacking martial prowess, he possessed a keen understanding of the world around him. Both the Shaolin Temple and the Su family resided within the vast empire known as Great Tang. The realm was rife with conflict between righteous and demonic forces, each vying for supremacy. To the north lay the empires of Great Song and Great Liao, while beyond Great Liao's northern borders sprawled the vast Mongol Empire. To the south of Great Tang was the Ming Empire, alongside several smaller nations such as Dali and Nanzhao. It was as if this world amalgamated countless martial arts realms from Su Qin's past life into one. Buzz. Su Qin's consciousness converged at his brow, where he felt an immense golden Buddha standing tall within his mind, exuding an essence of immortality and eternity. This was indeed the Rulai Divine Palm. Given Su Qin's current physical strength, he could not bear the supreme power of the Rulai Divine Palm. Instead, he could only manifest this golden Buddha, allowing him to gradually comprehend its essence. To fully master the Rulai Divine Palm, Su Qin's own strength must reach a certain level. It was akin to an infant wielding an extraordinary sword. First, one must possess the strength to lift it before mastering its use. No need to rush, he reassured himself. After all, the Rulai Divine Palm was now in his possession, and once his strength was sufficient, wielding it would come as naturally as water flowing downhill. Moreover, this was merely the first reward he had obtained from his initial sign-in. Within the Shaolin Temple, while the Mahavira Hall was indeed a significant sight, there were other places that could rival its grandeur, such as the various courtyards, the Sutra repository, and the Demon Suppression Tower. Su Qin was resolute in his decision. He would explore every corner of the Shaolin Temple, ensuring he did not miss any opportunity for sign-ins. The following day, Su Qin was assigned to sweep the floors of the Sutra repository. This repository housed nearly all the martial arts texts of the Shaolin Temple, its importance surpassing even that of the Mahavira Hall. However, while Su Qin could freely enter and exit the Sutra repository, he was prohibited from examining texts above the second floor. This restriction was, in fact, quite reasonable. If even a mere floor-sweeping monk could peruse the repository's tomes, it would indicate a dire state of disarray within the Shaolin Temple. System, sign in. As he swept the floor, Su Qin silently recited in his mind. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received the technique Jinjing. Note, this location allows for repeated sign-ins, and the host may sign in once each day. The system's notification resonated softly. The Jinjing. Su Qin marveled in astonishment. Although the Jinjing may not possess the illustrious reputation of the Rulai Divine Palm, it undoubtedly ranks among the extraordinary martial arts of the world. Cultivating the Jinjing allows one to transform their tendons and bones, altering their innate qualities. This is even more vital for an ordinary individual like Su Qin, who lacks any martial arts aptitude, than the Rulai Divine Palm, while the latter undeniably surpasses the Jinjing in terms of mastery. Without the foundational transformation provided by the Jinjing, Su Qin would never have the chance to wield the Rulai Divine Palm in an instant. A wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation of the Jinjing flooded Su Qin's mind. Simultaneously, a distinct cracking sound emerged from his bones, signaling a profound change. Clearly, under the system's guidance, Su Qin had effortlessly grasped all the essential elements of the Jinjing. After a considerable time, Su Qin opened his eyes. Disbelief fetched across his face as he gazed at his hands. He could distinctly sense a flow of energy coursing through his limbs and bones. Inner strength? Have I attained the first rank? Su Qin murmured to himself. In this world of martial arts, rankings range from the 9th to the 1st, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. The 9th to 7th ranks constitute the lower 3 realms, the 6th to 4th ranks the middle 3 realms, and the 3rd to 1st ranks the upper 3 realms. The Su family achieved prominence in the region precisely because its head had entered the middle 3 realms, becoming a 6th rank warrior. Now, with Su Qin having developed inner strength, he had already stepped into the 9th rank. Truly, this remarkable skill is extraordinary. Granting one such advancement right from the outset, Su Qin was filled with joy. It is important to note that he was an ordinary person devoid of any martial talent, making it seemingly impossible for him to become a warrior. Yet, the Yi Jing had miraculously transformed his fate, propelling Su Qin into the 9th rank. This remarkable transformation was primarily due to the system imparting all the critical knowledge of the Yi Jing into Su Qin's mind, allowing him to fully comprehend its intricacies. Otherwise, even if the complete text of the Yi Jing were laid before him, he might struggle to understand it. Given the inherently obscure and enigmatic nature of Buddhist martial arts, especially something as extraordinary as the Yi Jing. On the 3rd day, Su Qin was assigned to sweep the grounds of the Bodhi courtyard. The Bodhi courtyard is the least populated of the various halls within the Shaolin Temple. Other halls, such as the Warrior Hall and the Arhat Hall, annually recruit numerous disciples, but the Bodhi courtyard remains distinct. Throughout the year, new faces are rarely seen within its confines. Nevertheless, the Bodhi courtyard's status within the Shaolin Temple remains unassailable, as it is the source of the renowned Lesser Elixir, Greater Elixir, Cleansing Marrow Elixir, and even the Bodhi Elixir. In the realm of martial arts, who is not aware of the Lesser and Greater Elixirs of the Shaolin Temple, a place renowned for its elixirs? Su Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he silently contemplated. System, I wish to sign in here. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the Elixir Lesser Elixir. Note, this location allows for repeated sign-ins. The host may sign in once daily. Instantly, an ancient-looking elixir materialized within the system's space. Whenever Su Qin desired, he could retrieve this elixir at any moment. However, he resolutely suppressed that thought. Outside the Bodhi courtyard, if Su Qin were to suddenly produce a vial of small elixir, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Under the veil of night, Su Qin, having confirmed the absence of onlookers, revealed the small elixir. Instantly, a snow-white pill appeared before his eyes. The small elixirs of Shaolin Temple possess remarkable efficacy in unblocking meridians and enhancing martial prowess. Even after losing the legendary Rulai Divine Palm, Shaolin Temple has maintained its esteemed position in the realm of martial arts, largely thanks to the small elixir's contributions. Gazing at the round, gleaming elixir, Su Qin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since practicing the evolving muscle scripture, he has been relentlessly tormented by hunger, and the vegetarian meals provided by the Shaolin Temple are utterly insufficient to satiate his needs. If this continues, it is likely that a decade from now, Su Qin will still be merely a 9th-grade warrior. In martial cultivation, refining essence into energy requires ample supply of vital essence. Without it, one faces endless detriment. However, with the small elixir, everything changes. The elixir, crafted from various precious herbs, would effortlessly replenish Su Qin's energy expenditures. With a gulp, Su Qin swallowed the small elixir. It dissolved upon contact, releasing a torrent of heat that surged through every corner of his body. As this warmth continuously permeated, the internal energy from the evolving muscle scripture expanded at an astonishing rate. Time lost its meaning, and suddenly, with a resounding boom, the dramatically increased internal energy seemed to encounter a threshold, beginning to stabilize. The pinnacle of the 9th grade. A single small elixir has propelled me to the zenith of the 9th grade? Su Qin opened his eyes, his expression radiating immense satisfaction. Chapter 3. The treasure of Su Qin. The Yi Jing, as an esteemed treasure of the Shaolin Temple, is renowned for its profound foundations. As long as I diligently pursue my training, ascending to the upper 3 realms is merely a matter of time. Other disciples, even the heads of the various halls, practice the Yi Jing with utmost caution, fearful of misinterpreting its profound essence. Yet, I am different. With the systematic guidance I have received, I stand on the shoulders of giants, rendering the possibility of straying onto a divergent path utterly improbable. Su Qin concealed his aura, unhurried in his quest for breakthrough, instead opting to solidify his peak at the 9th rank. The internal energy of the 9th rank flowed steadily within him, sharpening his senses to the extent that he could perceive a creeping creature several dozen meters away with crystal clarity. The essence of martial cultivation is, at its core, a journey of human evolution. According to ancient texts, practitioners of the upper 3 realms have begun to tap into their latent potential, making each practitioner truly unique. Even within the Shaolin Temple, those of the upper three realms possess the capability to serve as heads of their respective halls. It is said that beyond the upper three realms lies an even broader expanse. Su Qin gazed longingly into the horizon. However, the matter of becoming a ninth-rank warrior must remain confidential. A tightness gripped Su Qin's heart. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a precious gem invites suspicion. As a time traveler, how could Su Qin be oblivious to this truth? Although the Shaolin Temple prides itself on righteousness, he would not place his life in its hands. With this thought, Su Qin steeled his resolve, vowing to exercise utmost caution within the temple to avert unnecessary troubles. As time flowed, 5 years swiftly passed. During this period, Su Qin adhered to his duties, diligently sweeping the floors without a hint of tumult. However, he did hear tales of several disciples from the miscellaneous hall who, upon being caught secretly learning martial arts, incurred the wrath of the hall's head and were summarily expelled from the Shaolin Temple. Expelled from the Shaolin Temple? Had this occurred prior to his arrival, Su Qin might have been tempted, contemplating whether he could use such a means to return to secular life. After all, life in the Shaolin Temple was exceedingly monotonous, with daily rituals of flickering lamps and ancient scriptures. Far removed from the carefree existence befitting the third young master of the Su family. Yet now, even if the heads of the various halls and Abbot Huiyuan were to kneel before Su Qin, imploring him to depart from the Shaolin Temple, he would unhesitatingly decline. To others, the Shaolin Temple may be a cage, a shackle, but in Su Qin's eyes, it is an unparalleled treasure trove. Each day, merely sweeping the floors and signing in grants him access to an array of esoteric texts and miraculous elixirs, with his strength soaring to new heights. Where else could one find such a fortune? Over the 5 years, Su Qin, under the guise of sweeping, explored every corner of the Shaolin Temple. Aside from a few forbidden areas, he had signed in throughout the entire temple. Outside the Demo Hall, Su Qin signed in and received the Shisui Jing and Jinzhong Zhao. Among other supreme techniques, outside the Wusing Hall, he obtained the Luohan Fist and Fumo Fist techniques. Outside the Luohan Hall, he acquired the Indestructible Vajra skill. Beneath a millennium-old tree within the temple, Su Qin signed in and received the Nianhua Finger. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, Su Qin signed in and acquired mystical abilities such as the Ghostly Text and Star Absorption technique. After 5 years of signing in, he discovered that most areas of the Shaolin Temple could only be visited for signing once or a few times. For instance, in the Mahavira Hall. After obtaining the Buddha's palm during his initial visit, he found that subsequent visits yielded no further rewards. Conversely, certain locations allowed for repeated sign-ins, such as the Sutra Repository, the Bodhi Courtyard, and the Demon Suppression Tower. Within the Sutra Repository, Su Qin regularly acquired various extraordinary skills, including the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin, which he had mastered through systematic training. As for the Bodhi Courtyard, he had no idea how many elixirs he had received: small return pills, large return pills, marrow cleansing pills, and Bodhi pills. Notably, the efficacy of the large return pill was approximately tenfold that of the small return pill, while the marrow cleansing pill was instrumental in refining his body, greatly benefiting his practice of the indestructible diamond technique. Regarding the Demon Suppression Tower, it served as a place where Shaolin's revered monks subdued evil beings. Typically, Su Qin's sign-ins here yielded various dark arts. Over time, he grew disinterested in visiting, as some of these dark techniques, though unique, could pose complications if noticed by the temple's abbot or senior monks. Moreover, the demons imprisoned in the tower were hardly formidable, rarely exceeding the third realm. Even if Su Qin signed it daily, the rewards would be minimal, far less than what he could obtain from the Sutra Repository or the Bodhi Courtyard. Over the span of 5 years, in addition to receiving a plethora of rewards, his own cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier. 4th tier, he had reached the pinnacle of the middle 3 realms, just a step away from entering the upper 3 realms. Even in a grand martial arts sect like Shaolin, a 4th-tier warrior was esteemed, second only to the heads of the various halls and the abbot. For an ordinary martial artist, no matter how gifted, attaining the 4th tier through conventional means would require 2 decades of relentless effort, assuming a continuous supply of external resources. However, Su Qin accomplished this in a mere 5 years, more precisely, in less than 5 years, as he officially entered the 4th tier just a year ago. 5 years have passed. Surely the Su family has nearly recovered by now. Approaching the Bodhi Courtyard, Su Qin silently intoned, "System, sign in. Congratulations, host, on your successful sign-in. You have received the Elixir Large Return Pill." A large return pill? Su Qin nodded slightly. Upon reaching the fourth tier, the small return pill had become virtually useless to him. Only the large return pill and Bodhi pill could enhance his strength. With a casual tilt, Su Qin poured a vial of large return pills into his mouth and swallowed them as if they were mere candy. Should others witness this, especially given that such pills were revered as sacred in Shaolin, and that the Bodhi courtyard produced them sparingly, seeing a humble monk like Su Qin consume them indiscriminately would surely evoke their distress. My parents must be faring well now. With my elder brother and second brother around, they no longer require my presence. In the very first year of his arrival at the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin received a letter from home, informing him that the Su family had successfully repelled their formidable foes and were essentially safe. It was precisely this news that allowed Su Qin to remain at the temple with peace of mind for 5 years. During this time, the Su family repeatedly conveyed their intentions to Su Qin, seeking various means to facilitate his departure from the Shaolin Temple. However, each time, Su Qin resolutely declined their entreaties, setting aside the question of how the Su family could persuade the temple. Even if they were able to secure his release, Su Qin had no desire to leave. At noon, as Su Qin was preparing for the vegetarian meal, he passed by the Arhat courtyard and noticed a gathering of monks engaged in hushed discussions. Upon approaching, he learned that a disciple was attempting to breach the Copperman formation in the Arhat courtyard. This formation is specifically designed by the Shaolin Temple to assess the strength of its disciples, comprising the 18 Copperman formation, the 36 Copperman formation, the 72 Copperman formation, and ultimately, the 108 Copperman formation. Chapter 4. Unyielding. Before the Hall of Arhat, numerous disciples of Shaolin Temple engaged in fervent discussions. Brother Jinxing was a prodigy of our Arhat Academy, having reached the 8th rank in martial arts just days prior, effortlessly overcoming the 18 Copperman formation. Indeed, Brother Jinxing is a favored disciple of the Academy head and is said to have received guidance from the abbot himself. Jinxing? Su Qin pondered for a moment before recalling him. This Jinxing entered the Shaolin Temple alongside Su Qin, both belonging to the Jin generation of disciples. However, Jinxing's exceptional martial prowess caught the attention of the Academy head early on, leading to his direct admission into the Arhat Academy. In contrast, Su Qin, lacking any martial talent, was relegated to the miscellaneous duties academy. It could be said that Jinxing and Su Qin epitomized two extremes of Shaolin disciples. The former shone brightly, while the latter remained inconspicuous. In just 5 short years since joining the Shaolin Temple, Brother Jinxing had ascended to the 8th rank and might even become the head of an academy in the future. A 12 or 13-year-old novice monk gazed enviously. Having also been in the Shaolin Temple for 2 to 3 years, still struggling to strengthen his physique and not yet touching the threshold of the 9th rank, let alone the 8th. Su Qin remained silent beside them. If the disciples knew that the revered Jinxing was vastly outclassed by Su Qin, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Jinxing was an 8th rank warrior, yet Su Qin had already attained the 4th rank. The gap between them spanned 4 significant realms. Even if 1,000 Jinxings were combined, they would not suffice to contend with Su Qin's overwhelming strength. In martial arts cultivation, the disparity only widens in the later stages. Perhaps 10 9th rank warriors could match a single 8th rank, but expecting 10 5th rank warriors to confront 1 4th rank was akin to a fool's delusion. Naturally, Su Qin harbored no interest in Jinxing. Instead, he was focused on the Copperman formation of the Arhat Academy, which served to help disciples assess their strength. Having mastered various extraordinary skills of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin's formidable power had reached a terrifying 4th rank, yet he had never engaged in combat. Although he was aware of his advancement to the 4th rank, he remained oblivious to the extent of his destructive capability. Su Qin only understood that he was strong, but the true measure of his strength eluded him. Later that night, under the moonlight, Su Qin approached the Copperman formation. Without hesitation, he entered the formation. The copper figures, mechanical constructs rather than living beings, stood unguarded beside the formation. It was precisely for this reason that Su Qin intended to test his strength there. 18 figures, resembling bronze and iron, swiftly surrounded him. Too weak and far too slow. Su Qin shook his head slightly, a thought forming in his mind. And with a single finger, he struck forth as if the Buddha had smiled while picking a flower. The flower-picking finger. Instantly, the 18 copper figures were sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground. The formation, which had cost Jinxing immense effort to traverse during the day, faltered before Su Qin, unable to endure even a fleeting moment. The disparity in strength rendered it ineffective for assessment. Su Qin continued onward, delving deeper into the formation. After the formation of the 18 bronze men, there lies the formation of 36 bronze men. An 8th-tier martial artist may successfully navigate through the 18 bronze men formation. Yet to advance further into the 36 bronze men formation, a minimum of a 7th tier is required. As for the 72 bronze men formation, it can only be attempted by a 6th-tier martial artist. Generally speaking, only those of the 5th tier possess a reasonable assurance of overcoming the 72 bronze men formation. The final formation, the 108 bronze men, is exclusively accessible to 4th-tier martial artists. However, the 108 bronze men formation conceals the forces of heaven and earth, left behind by a revered monk of the Shaolin Temple, rendering ordinary 4th-tier practitioners incapable of enduring for long within it. Only those at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, or even those nearing the 3rd tier, may have the potential to traverse the 108 bronze men formation. Boom! Su Qin stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying surge of inner strength, causing the 36 bronze men that had just surrounded him to shatter upon contact. Onward he pressed. Whoosh! In the next moment, 72 figures, clad in bronze and iron, appeared around Su Qin like phantoms. The 72 bronze men formation? Su Qin felt a slight disappointment. Compared to the 18 and 36 bronze men formations, the 72 bronze men formation was significantly swifter. Yet, to Su Qin, the 72 bronze men formation posed little threat. Crack! The 72 bronze men were sent flying. Only the final 108 bronze men remained. Su Qin continued his advance. Suddenly, as he entered the realm of the 108 bronze men formation, a whoosh! 108 figures silently emerged, embodying the forces of heaven and earth, converging upon Su Qin like an intricate web of destiny. In such a scenario, it seemed as if Su Qin faced not merely 108 bronze men, but the very expanse of the universe itself. Intriguing. A glimmer sparked in Su Qin's eyes. Boom. In an instant, Su Qin collided with the 108 bronze men. The bronze men, carrying the weight of celestial might, sought to crush all. Yet Su Qin stood as if he were the eternal, indomitable Buddha, ageless and everlasting. Buzz. A hint of gold faintly shimmered upon Su Qin's skin, a testament to the peak manifestation of the Indestructible Vajra Technique. This technique is one of the most formidable external arts of the Shaolin Temple, when cultivated to its zenith. It empowers the practitioner to rival martial artists of the upper 3 realms solely through physical prowess. Over the past 5 years, Su Qin had collected thousands of marrow-cleansing pills, yet had only elevated this external skill to the brink of mastery. He had initially believed that to truly cultivate the Indestructible Vajra Technique to completion would require several more years. However, now, under the trial of the 108 bronze men, the technique began to steadily progress once more. Half an hour later. Ha ha ha. Delightful. Truly delightful. A flicker of dark gold shimmered within the depths of Su Qin's pupils as he raised his right hand, causing the formation of 108 bronze men to explode instantaneously. The Indestructible Vajra Technique had reached completion. Only in its perfected state could the technique allow one to shatter the 108 bronze men formation with a mere gesture. Yet, before Su Qin could revel in his joy, a grand tolling of bells resonated through the air. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell resonated melodiously and profoundly, echoing through the Shaolin Temple. Alas, I have recklessly traversed the formidable array of 108 bronze figures, ultimately shattering all 108 statues. It seems I have inadvertently triggered a certain mechanism, awakening this resounding bell. In a flash of insight, Su Qin's mind raced, swiftly discerning the gravity of the situation. I must make my exit. Otherwise, the abbot and the other heads of the temples will surely arrive. With a single thought, Su Qin vanished from the spot. Not long after Su Qin's departure, Abbot Huiwen and the esteemed heads of the temples hastily approached. What had transpired? Why had the bell of the bronze figures been struck? Was it not the case that only disciples who had conquered the 18, 36, 72, and 108 bronze arrays would provoke such a sound? The head of the martial monk's temple wore a perplexed expression. To breach these 4 arrays, one would need at least a 4th-tier cultivation level, yet they all knew that no 4th-tier monk from Shaolin could possibly attempt the bronze figure array. However, as Abbot Huiwen and the other temple heads drew near, their expressions suddenly shifted in alarm. Someone had indeed breached the bronze figure array. Abbot Huiwen spoke swiftly, making his way deeper into the temple. The other heads exchanged glances, their minds racing with an astonishing thought. Could it be that someone truly had traversed all 4 arrays? instigating the prolonged chime of the bell. Soon, as the heads entered the 108 bronze figure array and beheld the shattered remnants of the 108 statues scattered like fragments in the sky, their pupils constricted in disbelief. Not only had someone conquered the 108 bronze figure array, but they had also reduced all 108 statues to mere shards? How could this be possible? It is crucial to note that breaching the 108 bronze figure array and shattering the 108 statues are two entirely different feats. The latter is exponentially more challenging than the former. Bending down, Abbot Huiyin delicately touched the fragments of the bronze figures, sensing the lingering energy coursing through them. Unbreakable and indomitable, this is the manifestation of the perfected Vajra invulnerability technique. Abbot Huiyin's voice was infused with an indescribable astonishment. Chapter 5. The Forbidden Grounds of the Back Mountain, the renowned indestructible diamond art of great achievement? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other heads of the temples widened in astonishment. The indestructible diamond art is an esteemed skill of the Shaolin Temple, one that all present have practiced. However, while entering the art may be straightforward, achieving mastery is as formidable as ascending to the heavens. To put it simply, mastering the indestructible diamond art to its fullest extent is tenfold more challenging than elevating an ordinary individual, who is not even of the 9th rank, into the upper 3 realms. Nevertheless, once perfected, the practitioner can stand toe-to-toe with warriors of the upper 3 realms, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Yet, if one possesses the aptitude and diligence, would it not be wiser to devote oneself to martial cultivation and genuinely become a warrior of the upper 3 realms? Thus, within the Shaolin Temple, the indestructible diamond art is regarded as a rather obscure skill. While everyone acknowledges its immense potential, no disciple is willing to squander their time on it, for the effort and reward are disproportionately matched. Although the disciples of the Shaolin Temple may appear somewhat dull-witted, they are certainly not foolish. The head of the martial monk temple shifted his gaze towards the head of the Arhat Temple, expressing surprise. Ah, the Arhat Temple has kept its secrets well. Who would have thought it harbored a master of the indestructible diamond art? Among all the temples of the Shaolin, the Arhat Temple has the most profound understanding of the indestructible diamond art. If any disciple has indeed achieved mastery in this art, it must be one from the Arhat Temple. Moreover, the Bronze Man formation is also situated within the Arhat Temple, which explains the martial monk head's inquiry. As soon as these words were spoken, the other heads of the temples and Abbot Huiyin also turned their attention towards him. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiyin and the heads of the temples were momentarily taken aback. If it were not a disciple of the Arhat Temple, then which disciple had succeeded in mastering the indestructible diamond art? After a brief pause, the head of the disciplined temple tentatively asked, could this be related to the events from 5 years ago? 5 years prior, a golden Buddha appeared above the great Hero Hall, radiating a divine light that illuminated the entire Shaolin Temple. At that time, Abbot Huiyin and the other heads believed that the Buddha had shown favor to a particular disciple, resulting in such a phenomenon. However, after investigating all disciples present in the Great Hero Hall, they found no one exhibiting any abnormalities. This incident has lingered in Abbot Huiyin's mind, and he has continued to observe discreetly until now. Regrettably, over the past 5 years, while many talents have emerged within the Shaolin Temple, none have approached the level that would attract the Buddha's favor. Alas, this individual has indeed mastered the indestructible diamond art, and is thus a person of the Shaolin Temple. Since he chooses not to reveal himself, why must we compel him? Abbot Huiyin sighed softly. The indestructible diamond art focuses exclusively on the physical body. Once mastered, the control over one's physical form becomes extraordinarily formidable. If the practitioner intends to conceal their presence, unless they attain the status of Arhat, it would be nearly impossible to detect them. Setting this matter aside, Abbot Huiyin fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, the centennial period approaches. All temples should prepare accordingly. A century's time. Upon hearing these 4 words, the expressions of the heads of the various academies subtly shifted, their gazes directed towards the forbidden area of the back mountain, their countenances grave as water. It was a close call. Had there been a moment's delay, they might have been caught red-handed. With Su Qin's prowess, after traversing the array of 108 bronze figures, he possessed the capability to prevent the tolling of the bell. Yet, at that moment, Su Qin was engrossed in his breakthrough, oblivious to the need for intervention. However, after achieving mastery of the Indestructible Vajra Technique, such a transformation had unexpectedly occurred. Su Qin murmured to himself. At this very moment, Su Qin's aura was entirely retracted, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Even if the abbot Huiwen were to inspect him personally, he would find nothing amiss. Yet only Su Qin understood the sheer magnitude of the power he now wielded. Within the array of 108 bronze figures, he had merely unleashed a fraction of his physical strength, causing the bronze figures to shatter. If he were to fully unleash his potential, the destructive force he could unleash would be unimaginable. Su Qin's heart brimmed with anticipation. It was time to prepare for the breakthrough. Su Qin steadied his mind, having made a resolution. Since stepping into the 4th rank a year ago, he had been suppressing his cultivation level, delaying the moment of breakthrough. This was not due to a lack of desire to advance, but rather because transitioning from the middle 3rd realm to the upper 3rd realm carried significant risks. These risks were not personal, but stemmed from the external forces of nature. For a martial artist to step into the upper 3rd realm and become a 3rd rank warrior, the first requirement is to fully open oneself to the external environment, enduring the cleansing of the world's vital energy. Only through this can one truly become an upper 3rd realm warrior. However, the ferocity of the world's vital energy is unparalleled. Should it surge unchecked into one's body, the resulting devastation is beyond prediction. Many 4th rank warriors perish in the attempt to break through, their bodies exploding on the spot. Even if they survive, they often end up with severed meridians, reduced to a state of utter helplessness. This is precisely why upper 3rd realm warriors are so exceedingly rare in today's world. Generally speaking, out of 50 4th rank warriors attempting to break through, having even one succeed is considered fortunate. Even for a prestigious martial arts sect like the Shaolin Temple, the breakthrough to the upper 3rd realm remains of utmost importance, requiring the direct support of the heads of the academies and the abbot. Hence, Su Qin's cautiousness. The gravest risk when breaking into the upper 3rd realm lies in the influx of external vital energy. Any slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic failure. This is largely due to the frailty of the physical body. If one's physique were sufficiently robust, strong enough to disregard the vital energy of the world, the so-called risks would indeed be trivial. Su Qin's thoughts ebbed and flowed, but now I have cultivated the Indestructible Vajra Technique to perfection with my physical form alone. I can contend with the upper 3rd realm. Such a body should be capable of withstanding the world's vital energy, shouldn't it? Su Qin mused. Although he believed that the perfected Indestructible Vajra Technique was adequate to face the risks of breakthrough, he resolved to wait a few more months. He intended to utilize this time to acquire additional medicinal pills, such as marrow-cleansing elixirs, to further enhance his physical form. After all, a year has already passed, so a few more months are of little consequence. Consequently, Su Qin temporarily relinquished his sign-in at the scripture pavilion and instead dedicated his attendance to the Bodhi courtyard. During this period, Su Qin distinctly sensed that the entire Shaolin Temple seemed to be on heightened alert, and this atmosphere of vigilance intensified. Even someone as inconspicuous as the humble sweeper, Su Qin, could detect the unusual tension. While sweeping, he faintly overheard some disciples whispering about terms such as Centennial Period and Forbidden Grounds of the Back Mountain. The mention of the Forbidden Grounds piqued Su Qin's curiosity. Over the past 5 years, he had traversed every corner of the Shaolin Temple, yet there remained a few restricted areas he had not explored, including the Back Mountain. In the initial 4 years, Su Qin's limited strength had deterred him from entering such a forbidden site. However, upon reaching the 4th rank, he began to sense a more formidable presence emanating from within the Back Mountain. It was precisely for this reason that he had always avoided approaching it. Regardless of what transpired, he remained merely a sweeper, and it was of no concern to him. After pondering for a moment, Su Qin decided to dismiss the matter. After all, should calamity strike, there are those of greater stature to uphold the temple. As the Shaolin Temple stands as a paramount institution of martial arts, its profound heritage is unfathomable. All Su Qin needed to do was to content himself with his humble task of sweeping. Chapter 6. The chaos of the demonic Buddha. The head of the miscellaneous department nodded slightly upon seeing Su Qin. Having watched Su Qin grow up, he was well aware of Su Qin's diligent and uncomplaining nature over the past 5 years. Compared to Su Qin, the other disciples of the miscellaneous department appeared rather lackluster. Many of these disciples were either attempting to secretly learn the martial arts of Shaolin Temple or were idly slacking off. Only Su Qin remained steadfast, showing no signs of negligence, diligently sweeping the temple's various corners every single day. Where could one find a disciple as dependable as him? The more the head of the miscellaneous department observed Su Qin, the more satisfied he became, contemplating whether to entrust him with greater responsibilities. Su Qin, a disciple of the Jin lineage, had been bestowed the name Jin Guan upon entering the Shaolin Temple. Approaching a group of miscellaneous disciples, he paused. Head, What has transpired? I see the disciples from other departments acting mysteriously, inquired a curious disciple from the miscellaneous department. At this, the eyes of the other disciples brightened. Their ears perked up in anticipation. The head of the miscellaneous department hesitated for a moment before deciding to elaborate. This matter pertains to a scandal within Shaolin Temple. You must not divulge it to outsiders. In truth, this matter was not a secret at all. The head had initially refrained from speaking out to prevent his disciples from being distracted. However, with Shaolin Temple now under heightened vigilance due to this incident, if he failed to disclose some information and any of his disciples inadvertently caused trouble, it would ultimately fall upon him to rectify the situation. 9 centuries ago, during the pinnacle of Shaolin Temple's glory, a traitor emerged. This traitor, though a disciple of the temple, strayed from the path and proclaimed himself the demonic Buddha, seeking to annihilate Shaolin Temple. Fortunately, at that time, a master who had attained the Arhat fruit was present within the temple. The master intervened, and the demonic Buddha was swiftly suppressed. After the suppression, the master soon passed away. As the head of the miscellaneous department recounted this, he sighed softly. If Shaolin Temple still had a powerful presence at the Arhat level, why would they be so timid now? The other disciples exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the significance of demonic Buddha and Arhat at their level of understanding. Only Su Qin's expression grew slightly grave. In the world of martial artists, there are 9 ranks, with the first rank being the strongest and the 9th the weakest. To reach the 3rd rank signifies one as a renowned martial artist. And the heads of the various departments of Shaolin Temple belong to this tier. The abbot, Yuan, is at the 2nd rank. Throughout the realm, a 2nd-rank martial artist is already regarded as a martial arts master. As for the 1st rank, they are deemed grandmasters of martial arts. And only sects led by 1st-rank martial artists can truly be called great sects of martial arts in the world. Even within Shaolin Temple, 1st-rank individuals are referred to as holy monks. Above the 1st rank lies the Arhat fruit. Those in the martial world prefer to call practitioners at this level legends of the martial realm. Whether it is the Arhat fruit or a martial legend, both represent the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of wielding the elements and causing destruction with a mere gesture. According to the head of the miscellaneous department, after the master who attained the Arhat fruit suppressed the demonic Buddha, he soon passed away. It was suppression, not extermination. It is highly probable that the demonic Buddha is also a formidable entity of the Arhat tier, which explains why the venerable ancestor could only suppress him, as complete annihilation was unattainable. Furthermore, during the period of suppression, the ancestor likely sustained grave injuries, leading to his swift departure from this world. Additionally, Su Qin was acutely aware that the most potent divine skill of the Shaolin Temple, famously said to be transmitted directly from the Buddha, known as the Rulai Divine Palm, had indeed been lost 9 centuries prior. Coinciding with the emergence of the demonic Buddha, Su Qin speculated that the turmoil caused by the demonic Buddha was the catalyst for the disappearance of the Rulai Divine Palm and the consequent passing of the ancestor who attained Arhat status. As Su Qin pondered these matters, the head of the miscellaneous department continued, stating, although the demonic Buddha has been suppressed, his malevolent essence endures. Every century, he manages to break free from his seal, unleashing a fragment of his dark will to corrupt the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Over the past 900 years, due to this malevolent influence, 8 successors of the demonic Buddha have emerged from within the ranks of the Shaolin disciples, all affected by this dark essence, intent on the temple's destruction. With the 9th century approaching, should you encounter any signs of this malevolent influence, you must promptly inform us, understood? Upon concluding his admonition, the head of the miscellaneous department cast a stern glance at the gathered disciples. Once the head departed, Su Qin resumed his own affairs. The concerns regarding the demonic Buddha were matters for the temple's leaders and the abbot, not for him to fret over. As a humble janitor, he felt inconsequential. Unless the Shaolin Temple were to face annihilation, no significant events could perturb him. Thus, 6 months passed in this manner. During this time, Su Qin merely signed in at the Bodhi courtyard, amassing a substantial collection of elixirs. With preparations nearly complete, Su Qin sought a secluded forest to embark on his breakthrough. This forest, situated at the edge of the Shaolin Temple, often remained untouched for years. Even should he create a commotion during his breakthrough, it would not disturb the leaders of the temple. With a flourish, Su Qin raised his right hand, retrieving elixirs from the confines of his system space. Before him lay an impressive array of elixirs, primarily those meant for body reinforcement, such as the essence cleansing pills, numbering in the thousands. If the leaders of the Shaolin Temple were to behold this bounty, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Even the entire Bodhi courtyard produced barely over 100 essence cleansing pills in a year, with each courtyard leader receiving no more than 10 annually. Yet here, before Su Qin, were over 1,000, equivalent to the yield of the Bodhi courtyard for a decade without respite. Let the process commence. Su Qin sat cross-legged, continuously ingesting the essence cleansing pills as if they were mere beans. After half an hour, a sudden contraction of his aura occurred. Instantly, an overwhelming influx of celestial energy surged into his being, as though a dam had burst. However, the celestial energy, potent enough to cause an ordinary fourth-tier warrior to explode, flowed into Su Qin's body with the gentleness of a kitten, seamlessly merging with every fiber of his flesh and rapidly enhancing his physical form. An hour passed. Su Qin opened his eyes, slightly taken aback. Was that all there was to it? I have already reached the third rank? Su Qin exclaimed in astonishment. The process of ascending to the third rank felt as effortless as eating and drinking, far from the perilous rumors circulating outside. Was it due to the mastery of the Indestructible Vajra Technique that fortified his body? Su Qin slowly rose, meticulously sensing the transformations that accompanied the ascent to the realm of upper-tier martial artists. Chapter 7. A decade into the first grade, the most significant distinction between the upper three realms and the middle three realms of martial artists lies in their internal energy. The martial artists of the upper three realms endure the cleansing of the world's vital energy, resulting in a profound transformation of their internal power. Under normal circumstances, a mere strand of internal energy from an upper three-realm martial artist can overpower 100 strands from a middle three-realm counterpart. In simpler terms, even a newly ascended upper three-realm martial artist can effortlessly sweep aside 100 middle three-realm practitioners. In addition to their internal energy, upper three-realm martial artists also experience a considerable enhancement in their physical bodies. However, this enhancement pales in comparison to the mastery of the Indestructible Vajra Technique. So, this is the third-grade martial artist? Su Qin murmured to himself, his expression invigorated. He could distinctly sense that at this moment. His every gesture subtly drew upon the surrounding forces of nature. As Su Qin unleashed a punch, it was not merely his own strength that erupted, but an overwhelming torrent of the world's vital energy. It is no wonder that within the Shaolin Temple, only those of the third grade can ascend to the position of head of each academy. Su Qin's thoughts surged as he comprehended the internal energy circulating within him. The disparity between the third and fourth grades is extraordinary. Su Qin was profoundly astonished, for the power wielded by third-grade martial artists transcends their individual capabilities, tapping into the forces of the universe. In realizing this, Su Qin finally grasped the terror of the perfected Indestructible Vajra Technique. It is crucial to understand that the Indestructible Vajra Technique bears no relation to the forces of nature. It is a pure external skill that refines the physical body. Yet, it enables one to strengthen their physique to the extent of contending with upper three-realm martial artists. Akin to challenging the external forces with one's own strength, truly unfathomable. Su Qin swiftly retracted his aura, with his mastery of the perfected Indestructible Vajra Technique. As long as he refrained from revealing his energy, even a first-grade grandmaster standing before him would perceive nothing amiss. Whoosh! Su Qin's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. If any disciple of the Shaolin Temple happened to pass by and witness this, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded, believing they had encountered a ghost. The Shaolin Temple, ancient and serene, exists beyond the mundane. Jinxing? Su Qin recognized this individual as a prodigy from the Arhat Academy, who had entered the temple at the same time as he. Why does he seem somewhat peculiar? Su Qin detected an air of disheartenment surrounding Jinxing, as though he had suffered some grave blow. Upon noticing Su Qin approaching, Jinxing hastily departed. What has transpired? Su Qin pondered quietly. While he contemplated this, he had no intention of inquiring further. He was not well acquainted with Jinxing. Although both belonged to the Jin lineage of disciples and had entered the temple simultaneously, their paths rarely intersected. For Jinxing, being a genius of the Arhat Academy, he held the potential to become the head of an academy in the future, a bright prospect indeed. But what of Su Qin? Merely a lowly sweeper. Although the Shaolin Temple espouses the pursuit of transcending worldly desires, it was evident that Jinxing had not yet attained this realm. Upon returning to the servants' courtyard, Su Qin overheard the disciples whispering among themselves. It was said that Jinxing's entire family had been slaughtered by passing evil martial artists. I have heard of this matter as well, reportedly. The abbot even summoned him to offer consolation. Consolation? The entire family has perished. What solace can there be? Alas, how tragic. So this is how it was. Su Qin reflected on the sincerity he had just witnessed, feeling a momentary sense of bewilderment. The outside world is fraught with peril. Truly, the Shaolin Temple is a sanctuary. With a heart full of sentiment, Su Qin resolved even more firmly to remain at the Shaolin Temple. Time flowed onward. Subsequently, Su Qin returned to his routine of sweeping the grounds, signing in each day, cyclically traversing the Scripture Pavilion, the Putian Courtyard, and the Demon Suppression Tower. During this period, as Su Qin's prowess surged, he ascended to the upper three realms and began to venture into the temple's forbidden areas, which he had never explored before. 4.5 years swiftly passed. Outside the Scripture Pavilion, Su Qin held a broom in both hands, serenely sweeping away the incessantly falling leaves. Throughout these years, through his daily sign-ins, he had accumulated countless treasures and elixirs, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds, and he had reached the realm of a first-grade grandmaster. A first-grade grandmaster. In the present martial world, such an individual is undoubtedly a peak warrior. In the annals of martial lore, a first-grade grandmaster stands as the most formidable. In the realm, first-grade grandmasters are exceedingly rare, akin to the mighty national master of the Mongolian Yuan Empire or the esteemed Zhangzhenren of the Wudong's true martial lineage. Although the Shaolin Temple is a grand bastion of martial arts, in this generation, it lacks a first-grade saint monk. Were it not for the temple's profound heritage, it might have long been removed from the ranks of the world's martial arts greats. This underscores the rarity of a first-grade grandmaster. Each possesses the potential to influence the tides of conflict and dominate a region. 10 years have slipped by. Su Qin stood tall, his gaze tranquil. It has been a decade since he took refuge in the Shaolin Temple. In this span, he transformed from an ordinary individual, not even at the 9th rank, into a first-grade grandmaster who commands respect across the realm, and he is vaguely recognized as the strongest of this generation in the temple. It is worth noting that even the current abbot, Hui Yuan, is merely at the 2nd grade, while the heads of other courtyards are no more than 3rd grade. They are simply incomparable to a first-grade grandmaster like Su Qin. He is confident that with his current strength, even if the abbot and the courtyard heads combined their efforts, they would not be a match for him. As the years have passed, many new faces have emerged, along with numerous talents. Su Qin sighed softly. Each year, the Shaolin Temple enrolls a multitude of disciples to maintain its legacy. In 10 years, he has witnessed too much. Yet, regardless of what transpired, Su Qin remained steadfast in his role as a humble sweeper, unwavering in his original intentions, never swayed. Even when the head of the miscellaneous work courtyard sought to promote him, Su Qin resolutely declined. He had long contemplated that only the sweeper could freely traverse most areas of the Shaolin Temple. Were he a disciple of the Arhat courtyard, constantly wandering to other places, it would surely raise suspicions. Moreover, whether in the Arhat courtyard or the warrior monk courtyard, disciples are closely monitored by the heads, and even the abbot. Su Qin harbors too many secrets. Should any be uncovered, how could he explain? Only the position of a sweeper could perfectly conceal all of Su Qin's mysteries. Even the abbot of Shaolin Temple would not pay much heed to a mere janitor within its grounds. As Su Qin quietly swept the floor outside the Sutra repository, a sudden and thunderous voice resonated from the Dharma Hall. Wretched beast, dare you? In the next moment, a tremendous surge of malevolent energy began to spread, rapidly enveloping a significant portion of Shaolin Temple. The oppressive aura of darkness loomed large. Ha! Hui Yuan, you old fool, you have grown frail and weak. How does the taste of my demonic palm strike you? At the heart of the swirling malevolence stood a young man, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light and a mocking smile etched across his face. Chapter 8. Humanity is not what outside the Dharma Institute. Master Hui Yuan's face was ashen, and a dark imprint resembling a handprint was faintly visible on his lower abdomen. This mark seemed to penetrate deep into the marrow of Master Hui Yuan, with strands of malevolent energy clinging to him like a parasite that could not be shaken off. Behind Master Hui Yuan, the institute heads were fixated on the young man emitting a sinister glow. Jinxing, how could you? The head of the Luohan Institute was filled with rage. The young man before them was none other than Jinxing, the prodigious disciple of the Luohan Institute. Just half an hour earlier, Jinxing had informed Master Hui Yuan and the other heads about the existence of the demonic Buddha. Yet at this critical moment, he had launched a surprise attack on Master Hui Yuan and succeeded. Enough. At that moment, Master Hui Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his injuries, and gazed at Jinxing. Jinxing, you are the heir of the demonic Buddha of this generation, are you not? Since 9 centuries ago, when a certain master of the Shaolin Temple attained the Arhat fruit and sealed the demonic Buddha in the back mountains, every 100 years, A demonic thought would break free from its confinement, enticing the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Any disciple misled by this temptation would claim to be the heir of the demonic Buddha and experience a temporary enhancement in their abilities, allowing them to ascend to the second or even the first rank. Moreover, each heir of the demonic Buddha would harbor an intense hatred for the Shaolin Temple, aiming to annihilate it. Over the past 9 centuries, the Shaolin Temple had encountered 8 heirs of the demonic Buddha, and Jinxing was the 9th. To deal with the first 8 heirs, the Shaolin Temple had paid a heavy price, particularly in the last century when the remaining 4 holy monks resorted to forbidden techniques to subdue the then heir of the demonic Buddha, leading to their gradual demise. It was only 60 years ago that the last holy monk passed away, leaving the Shaolin Temple without a holy figure to uphold its traditions. Haha. Indeed. I am the heir of the demonic Buddha. Jinxing openly declared his identity, disregarding any denial. The mere mention of the title heir of the demonic Buddha cast a pall over the faces of the institute heads, as it represented a curse for the Shaolin Temple, an affliction that reoccurred every century, dragging the temple into despair. Otherwise, given the Shaolin Temple's profound martial heritage, it should not have been unable to nurture even a single holy monk in this generation. How dare you, Jinxing? The Shaolin Temple has treated you well, accepting you as a disciple, imparting to you its skills. You, the head of the Luohan Institute, glared at Jinxing, his eyes ablaze with fury. For 10 years, he had nurtured Jinxing as if he were his own kin, even planning for him to succeed the position of the Luohan Institute's head. Yet, he had never imagined that Jinxing would dare to commit such an act of treachery. Treated me well? Jinxing retorted, his face twisted with scorn. My entire family of 18 was slaughtered, and what did your Shaolin Temple do? My senior brothers comforted me, the heads consoled me, the abbot consoled me. But do you know what I truly sought? It was never consolation. With each word Jinxing uttered, the surrounding malevolent energy surged with greater intensity. Shaolin Temple, as a prominent institution of martial arts, prides itself on righteousness. Is it merely to comfort others? The words of true nature resonate with lethal intent. False benevolence and hypocrisy must be eradicated. As the proclamation of true nature echoed, a menacing aura began to surge violently. In the shadows, a half-golden, half-black demonic Buddha manifested behind him. Comfort? The head of the warrior monks seethed with fury. Are you aware that my senior brother, in pursuit of vengeance for you, defied the precepts, descended the mountain alone, and hunted the murderer for 3 months, ultimately slaying him in the western seas? Enough said. The head of the Arhat Hall calmed his expression and turned to true nature. The heir of the demonic Buddha is a great enemy of the Shaolin Temple. Since you are the heir, I shall personally cleanse our gates. The head of the Arhat Hall's skin shimmered with a golden hue, coupled with the profound inner strength of a third-tier warrior in many respects. His power ranked among the top 3 of all the hall leaders. The murderer has been vanquished? True nature was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a deep, dark glimmer ignited in his eyes. So what? Can my family of 18 be resurrected? Boom. The demonic aura surged mightily. The hall leaders sprang into action, forming an implicit formation. However, Master Yuan remained seated, meditating, suppressing the dark imprint on his abdomen. Yet, moments later, a crack resonated. The hall leaders suddenly retreated, their faces as pale as parchment, spitting blood on the spot. Useless. I have reached the second tier. You are far too weak. True nature sneered. Yuan, will you not make your move? True nature's gaze shifted to Master Yuan, tauntingly stating, the power of the demonic Buddha is not easily restored. Moreover, even if you do recover, what difference does it make? You are at the second tier, and I am as well. The power of the demonic Buddha inherently counters the methods of the Buddhist path. Even at your peak, you could not contend with me. True nature's murderous intent surged. Had there been a saint among your generation in Shaolin Temple, I would have turned and left without hesitation. Alas, there is no saint among you. Since there is none, you all shall perish. As soon as true nature's words fell, the light dimmed, cloaking Master Yuan and the hall leaders in an eerie gloom. Endless black mist surged from all directions, imbued with a strange power, as if whispers were invading their very spirits. In an instant, aside from Master Yuan, who barely maintained his consciousness, the other hall leaders began to succumb slowly. Master Yuan's complexion turned ashen, a faint golden light emanating from within him, the only one holding firm amidst the chaos. Yet, even so, he could feel his strength waning visibly. In no more than 15 minutes, he would be utterly defeated. Should he falter, the entire Shaolin Temple would surely face annihilation. Could it be that the millennial-old legacy of Shaolin Temple is truly destined to perish at this moment? Master Yuan's expression was one of deep sorrow. his face a mask of despair. The Shaolin Temple, renowned as the cradle of the Arhat within the realm of martial arts, boasts a legacy that spans millennia, having weathered countless tempests. How could it possibly face obliteration in this moment? The abbot, Huiyuan, is filled with an indomitable spirit of refusal, just as he prepares to sacrifice everything. Determined to inflict severe damage upon the disciple of the demonic Buddha, outside the Sutra repository, leaves Cascade gently to the ground. Su Qin halts his sweeping, raising his right hand to delicately grasp a drifting leaf. Humanity is not mere vegetation. With a lowered gaze, Su Qin lets out a soft sigh, flicking his fingers. In an instant, the leaf, caught between his fingers, slices through the air, darting towards the Dharma courtyard before vanishing from sight. Chapter 9. A fallen leaf. The black demonic aura enveloped the surroundings like a tempest, engulfing all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who were caught in its grasp. Their minds thrown into disarray as they swiftly succumbed. Amidst the dense darkness, a faint glimmer of Buddhist light flickered like a solitary candle, struggling valiantly against the oppressive black mist. Yet, it was evident that this fragile light could not endure for long. Once it extinguished, the Shaolin Temple would descend into a realm of demonic despair. Huiyuan, old fool, relinquish your hopes. You can scarcely fathom the true terror of the power of the demonic Buddha. Jinxing spoke languidly. Presently, all the heads of the temple had lost their capacity to resist, and even Abbot Huiyuan could not hold on much longer. Jinxing was already assured of his victory. Fortunately, he had lured several temple heads and the abbot to the Demo Institute. Otherwise, should anyone escape to invoke the temple's deep-rooted heritage, the annihilation of Shaolin would not have been so easily accomplished. A flicker of pride passed across Jinxing's countenance. Although the Shaolin Temple, as a grand bastion of martial arts, possessed sufficient heritage to withstand him, without someone to wield that strength, it was rendered impotent. Yet, at present, all who could tap into that heritage had been ensnared by him. Just as Jinxing prepared to strike and deliver a decisive blow to Abbot Huiyuan, he suddenly sensed something amiss, and his expression changed dramatically. What is this? Jinxing abruptly raised his gaze towards the direction of the scripture pavilion. Within his perception, an aura of utmost rigidity and brightness pierced through the overwhelming black mist like a razor-sharp sword. The endless black demonic aura coalesced from the power of the demonic Buddha. Though ethereal, could ensnare even a second-tier martial artist if one were careless. However, before this force of pure brightness, the black mist shattered like fragile paper upon contact. In the blink of an eye, this aura traversed thousands of meters, arriving before Jinxing. Not good. Jinxing's scalp tingled as he prepared to retreat. But it was already too late. The formidable aura pierced through the center of Jinxing's brow, landing with a whoosh upon the ancient bell behind him. Block. The resounding chime of the bell echoed throughout the area. Jinxing's gaze turned vacant as his body erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Deprived of the source of the demonic aura, the vast miasma that had enveloped half of Shaolin dissipated at a visible speed. The abbot, who had been poised to self-destruct in a bid to severely wound Jinxing, was momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe that Jinxing had chosen to self-destruct first. No, this was not a self-detonation. Someone had intervened. True to his status as a seasoned second-tier martial artist, Abbot Huiyuan swiftly grasped the reality of the situation. Just then, a low hum resonated as a faint demonic aura coalesced nearby, forming a new Jinxing. Am I dead? Cold sweat streamed down Jinxing's brow. Had it not been for the death substitution technique from the legacy of the demonic Buddha, he would likely be truly deceased at this moment. Yet, despite this narrow escape, Jinxing felt no sense of relief, for the death substitution technique was a forbidden art, a one-time use for every inheritor of the demonic Buddha, akin to a second life. With a pallid complexion, Jinxing gazed at the ancient bell that had withstood the test of 1,000 years. A single, withered leaf lay atop the bell, piercing through its timeless surface. A solitary leaf? How could I have perished due to a mere leaf? A tempest of emotions surged within Jinxing. If he had met his demise at the hands of a formidable weapon, he could have accepted it. Yet, a simple leaf. What kind of existence could possibly wield such power to extinguish his life? It was unfathomable. Moreover, as he touched his brow, he felt an indomitable and radiant aura shadowing him, gradually dissolving the demonic energy within. Under the suppression of this potent force, Jinxing's strength diminished to a mere fraction. He might barely withstand even a third-tier academy head. Shaolin Temple was indeed inscrutable. Casting a glance at the equally astonished Abbot Huiyuan, Jinxing understood the urgency to depart. If he lingered any longer, not only would he fail to obliterate Shaolin Temple, but he would also meet his own end here. Resolute, Jinxing transformed into a shadow of darkness and fled swiftly. Abbot Huiyuan, witnessing this scene, was rendered helpless. Though Jinxing's power was significantly weakened, so too was his own. Having endured a surprise attack from Jinxing and the invasion of demonic energy, Huiyuan's injuries were far more severe. Outside Shaolin Temple, a shadow raced desperately. Cursed be this fate. Just a step away, just a breath away. Jinxing's fury threatened to consume him. As a disciple of the demon Buddha, he could temporarily ascend to the second or even first tier under the enhancement of demonic thoughts. Yet, every disciple of the demon Buddha had their essence twisted, wholly devoted to the annihilation of Shaolin Temple. Furthermore, the lifespan of a demon Buddha disciple was tragically brief, often culminating in death within 5 years. The one who had attacked him, using a leaf as a weapon, was at least a first-tier grandmaster, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Did Shaolin Temple not have holy monks to protect it? Just as Jinxing allowed himself a moment of relief, a calm voice resonated, neither rushed nor slow. Are you looking for me? Boom. Jinxing's hair stood on end as he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a man clad in a gray monk's robe, gazing at him intently. Who are you? Jinxing felt an unsettling familiarity with this figure. Before succumbing to darkness, he had been a prodigy of the Arhat Hall, entering Shaolin Temple at the same time as Su Qin. However, Su Qin had merely been a lowly sweeper. Jinxing had never spared him a glance. It's you. The thoughts raced through Jinxing's mind, finally recalling who Su Qin was. Regardless, Su Qin belonged to the same lineage of Jin disciples, and they had exchanged a few words upon entering Shaolin together. After Su Qin was assigned to the servant hall as a sweeper, their paths had diverged entirely. In Jinxing's eyes, he and Su Qin were destined to be of different worlds, never to converge, not now nor in the future. Even now, as Jinxing had become a disciple of the demon Buddha, he dismissed Su Qin entirely. When did you arrive here? The more Jinxing gazed at Su Qin, the more his heart was seized with trepidation. Although Su Qin appeared before him with the demeanor of an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible internal energy fluctuations, this only heightened Jinxing's sense of unease. Who is he? The heir of the demon Buddha. Even in his current state of injury, the aura he emanated could cause the hearts of ordinary warriors to tremble, let alone someone as unassuming as Qin. If Su Qin were truly an ordinary individual, he should be quaking in fear at this moment. Just as Jinxing was engulfed in doubt, Su Qin maintained an expression of calmness, uttering words that made Jinxing's face turn pale. To withstand my strike and yet remain alive, the demon Buddha is indeed formidable. Boom. Jinxing's expression froze, his figure retreating hundreds of meters as if facing a formidable adversary, as though he stood on the precipice of life and death. Who exactly are you? Chapter 10. A single punch. Who am I? Su Qin scrutinized Jinxing and casually remarked, I am the janitor of the miscellaneous hall. Did you not recognize me? Impossible. Jinxing retorted, his gaze fixed on Su Qin with suspicion. A janitor is merely a lowly sweeper of Shaolin Temple, lacking in strength, yet you. Jinxing was compelled to inquire about the meaning behind Su Qin's earlier words, but an overwhelming sense of danger propelled him into action. Run. Flee swiftly. Otherwise, death awaits. Jinxing understood that it was the demonic thoughts lurking in his mind that were warning him. Was it you who acted just now? Jinxing steadied himself and could not help but ask. If you were referring to that falling leaf, then indeed, it was I, Su Qin confessed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, an expression of profound incredulity washed over Jinxing's face. It was well understood that anyone capable of killing him with a mere leaf must be at least a first-tier grandmaster. What does it mean to be a first-tier grandmaster? In the entire world, such individuals are exceedingly rare, and each is a formidable force to be reckoned with. Shaolin Temple, as a bastion of martial arts, boasts an unfathomable depth of heritage. If indeed there were a first-tier grandmaster secretly stationed there, Jinxing, despite his anger, could accept it. However, how could Su Qin possibly be a first-tier grandmaster? How old is he? It is inconceivable. Jinxing, in all honesty, believed that without the inheritance of the demon Buddha and the transformation induced by demonic thoughts, he would, at best, be a seventh-tier master. This assumption is based on the continuous resources supplied by Shaolin Temple. Yet now, someone was asserting that a peer of his age had already attained the status of a first-tier grandmaster. Moreover, this individual was none other than an inconspicuous janitor. How could Jinxing reconcile such a disparity? Impossible. Impossible. Jinxing muttered to himself, feeling a surge of demonic energy within him, the turbulence threatening to spiral out of control. The heir of the demon Buddha is inherently a quick-fix product, relying entirely on the transformation of demonic thoughts, resulting in a rather crude grasp of their own power. Now, provoked by external stimuli, they began to backfire. Sigh. If you quietly escape from Shaolin Temple, I would not concern myself with the matter. Whether it be the demon Buddha or the Buddha himself, what relevance does it hold for a mere janitor like me? Su Qin sighed softly, his tone growing somber. Yet why do you harbor thoughts of annihilating Shaolin Temple? If it were to be destroyed, where would I find a place to sweep? Su Qin's impatience was evident. After all, he had painstakingly discovered a treasure trove like Shaolin Temple to sign in. How could he bear to leave? Sweep. Sweep? Zhen Xing was utterly bewildered, taking a moment to process. In that fleeting instant, he had considered many possibilities, even pondering whether Su Qin was a hidden prodigy secretly nurtured by Shaolin Temple, deliberately placed as a janitor to avoid inciting jealousy from the outside world. Though this still did not explain why Su Qin had achieved the status of a first-tier grandmaster at such a young age, it at least offered Zhen Xing some solace. Yet now, from Su Qin's words, it seemed he truly was just a janitor. His actions were solely motivated by a desire to obliterate Shaolin Temple, thus jeopardizing the very place where he swept. The true nature felt a sweet taste in his throat, nearly spitting out fresh blood. How could you? How could you humiliate me so? His eyes turned blood red, and an endless surge of demonic energy enveloped the surroundings. The dense black aura resembled an intricate web, tightly binding Su Qin. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you are a grandmaster of the first rank. Behind him, a half-black, half-golden figure of a demonic Buddha subtly emerged. Deep down, he understood that if Su Qin were indeed that grandmaster who had just acted at the Shaolin Temple, he would meet his demise regardless of how far he fled. However, if Su Qin were not that grandmaster, then under the fury of his attack, there would be no chance of survival. Boom. The terrifying demonic energy surged toward him. Regardless, you were once a disciple of the Arhat Academy. If that is the case, you must recall the Arhat Fist. Su Qin casually raised his right hand, his energy flowing as he began to execute the moves of the Arhat Fist. The Arhat Fist? True nature felt as though he had heard the greatest joke. The Arhat Fist was the most fundamental martial art of the Arhat Academy, a skill that even the newest novices could perform with some semblance of proficiency. Yet now, Su Qin had chosen to abandon the many profound techniques of the Shaolin Temple, opting instead to confront him with this basic martial art. Ha! You seek death. True nature's eyes glinted with dark light, his demonic aura swelling. However, the next moment, Su Qin lightly swung a punch toward true nature. No words could adequately convey the terror of this punch. As it was unleashed, it was as if a true Arhat had descended, shattering the overwhelming demonic energy before landing squarely on true nature's chest. Crack. True nature's gaze rapidly dimmed, the dark light dissipating. So this is the true essence of the Arhat Fist. His voice grew softer until he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A wisp of deep black smoke emerged from his body, quickly dissipating under the sunlight. Is this the essence of demonic thought? Su Qin waited until the demonic essence had completely evaporated before turning to leave. Several hours later, at the Shaolin Temple, with the departure of the demonic Buddha's successor, the demonic energy dissipated, and the various academy heads slowly awakened. The heads, all of third-rank strength, naturally recovered swiftly. Abbot, what has become of that wicked disciple? The head of the Arhat Academy, his face pale, forcefully suppressed his anger as he inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became alert. For 9 centuries, the successors of the demonic Buddha had been ruthless and sinister, with the total annihilation of the Shaolin Temple as their goal. Yet today, with the abbot severely injured and the heads incapacitated, the Shaolin Temple remained unharmed, piquing their curiosity. Just now, a great master from our Shaolin Temple intervened, repelling that demonic Buddha's successor with a mere fallen leaf. The wise abbot glanced at the heads before slowly speaking. A great master? A fallen leaf repelling the demonic Buddha's successor? How could that be? That successor has already reached the 2nd rank. How could he possibly be deterred by a single leaf? The heads of the various halls were taken aback, their faces a portrait of disbelief. Master Huiyan led them to the ancient 1,000-year-old bell outside the Dharma Hall, pointing to a leaf that had pierced through the bell. Indeed, it was a leaf. Despite the considerable distance, I could sense the invigorating energy emanating from it. Only a first-class holy monk could achieve such a feat with a mere leaf, could they not? The numerous hall heads were filled with unexpected joy. However, Master Huiyan gently shook his head, cautioning against premature celebration. The inheritor of the demonic Buddha has already escaped. Based on the experiences of past inheritors, any one of them would ascend to the 2nd or even the first rank within a few years. Although we have currently repelled this inheritor, when they return to the Shaolin Temple, they will likely be a true first-rate grandmaster. His words brought the Hall heads back to a sobering reality. Indeed, what good would it do for the Shaolin Temple to have a first-class holy monk present? They were well aware of the potential possessed by the inheritor of the demonic Buddha. When the true pinnacle of the demonic Buddha returns, it remains uncertain whether the Shaolin Temple can withstand such a force. Just as Master Huiwen and the Hall heads were deep in somber discussion about how to confront the future inheritor, a hurried disciple of the Shaolin Temple rushed in. Master, esteemed heads, the disciple spoke quickly. We have discovered the body of true disciple outside the temple. What did you say? The inheritor of the demonic Buddha is dead? Master Huiwen's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief washing over him. Chapter 11. The Tremor in a Grand Procession. Master Huiwen and the esteemed heads of the various halls arrived at the gates of Shaolin Temple, seeking to ascertain the veracity of the rumors regarding the demise of the Devil Buddha's heir. It was not that Master Huiwen doubted his disciples, rather, the reality of the situation was simply too astonishing. Under such circumstances, how could one possibly perish? As Master Huiwen and the hall leaders approached the temple, their doubts mingled with a growing sense of foreboding. Their eyes fell upon the kneeling figure of Jinxing. Was this truly the wayward disciple? The head of the Arhat Hall stood transfixed, momentarily lost in thought. With his discerning eye, he could see that while Jinxing appeared unharmed in his kneeling position, his breath had indeed ceased. He was as dead as one could be. Is it true? He is truly dead? Master Huiwen exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. If the heir of the Devil Buddha were to remain alive, it would only be a matter of time before he returned with vengeance. However, with the confirmation of his death, the crisis facing Shaolin Temple was resolved. For at least the next century, the temple could focus on its development without the looming threat of the so-called heir. Such a profound essence of martial intent. The head of the warrior hall's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the aura emanating from the deceased. His expression turned grave. As a practitioner of the upper echelons of martial arts, he recognized the cause of the Devil Buddha's heir's demise. A single fatal punch. What a terrifying martial technique. The head of the discipline hall, taking in the scene, could not help but marvel. The mortal wound inflicted upon the heir was marked by a faint impression of a fist upon his chest. This imprint, bearing an overwhelming force, had unhesitatingly shattered the heir's vitality and internal organs. Was this the Arhat fist? The head of the Arhat Hall seemed to grasp something profound, his countenance reflecting shock. He could scarcely believe that the heir of the Devil Buddha had perished at the hands of such a fundamental technique from the Arhat Hall. What? The Arhat fist? The expressions of the other hall leaders shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was unmistakably the Arhat fist. Master Huiwen sighed softly and continued. It appears that it was indeed the hand of our venerable sainted elder. Upon first hearing the news of the heir's death, Master Huiwen had harbored this suspicion, though he had not been certain at the time. For in his view, even if a saint-level elder of Shaolin did exist, their lifespan would be nearing its end, their vitality waning, and it would be a formidable challenge to repel the Devil Buddha's heir. Otherwise, why would such an elder not have intervened at the first opportunity to eliminate the threat, waiting instead until the final moment? Yet now, Master Huiwen found himself at a loss. He was acquainted with his contemporaries and could ascertain that none had attained the first rank. As for the elders, the possibilities were vast, and, despite his position as the abbot, he could not pinpoint any specific individual. An elder? Indeed. It must have been the intervention of that venerable saintly figure. Otherwise, who could have vanquished the Devil Buddha's heir? By the grace of the Buddha. It was astonishing to realize that Shaolin Temple still had a saintly elder to protect it. The heads of the various halls, buoyed by this revelation, began to engage in hushed discussions. At this moment, Shaolin Temple had not only emerged from the shadow of the Devil Buddha's heir, but had also gained the safeguarding presence of a saintly elder. How could the heads of the halls not be filled with elation if they were to discover that the enigmatic figure, who effortlessly vanquished the inheritor of the demon Buddha and resolved a century-old plight of the Shaolin Temple, was merely an inconspicuous janitor from the servants' hall? Their astonishment would likely be profound. At the moment of the demon Buddha's demise and the dissipating of his malevolent thoughts, a shadow of unfathomable darkness suddenly opened its eyes far away in the back mountains of the Shaolin Temple. How intriguing. This wave of demonic energy dissipated rather swiftly this time, did it not? That is unexpected. For 9 centuries, the foundational strength of the Shaolin Temple has waned, and this generation has not even produced a first-tier master. The shadow murmured to itself. Or perhaps, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. As it spoke, the shadow rose, intending to depart from this place. However, in the next instant, a series of golden seals imbued with overwhelming pressure enveloped the shadow in an instant. Where the golden seals made contact with the shadow, vast amounts of black demonic energy evaporated and vanished rapidly. Damn it. This seal again. For 9 centuries. How long must you continue to suppress me? Soon. I can sense the power of the seal diminishing. Once it weakens further, I shall break free, and then I will turn the Shaolin Temple into a river of blood. As the shadow's words faded, it merged into the void, completely disappearing. Following the incident with the demon Buddha's inheritor, a palpable sense of urgency began to rise within many disciples of the Shaolin Temple, including the heads of the halls, who started to explore the possibility of advancing to the second tier. Naturally, this did not include Su Qin. He continued to sweep the floors at a leisurely pace, as if all happenings in the outside world were of no concern to him. One day, the head of the servants' hall summoned Su Qin. A decade had passed, and the head appeared visibly aged, with many more wrinkles adorning his face. In the realm of martial arts, even a first-tier warrior cannot escape the ravages of time. They can only delay the onset of aging. Tell me, how long have you been at the Shaolin Temple? The head of the servants' hall inquired, setting aside his tasks. How long? Su Qin paused before continuing. 10 years. Indeed, 10 years, the head replied with a look of nostalgia. It was I who shaved your head and brought you into the servants' hall a decade ago. As Su Qin listened to the head's words, he remained silent. After 10 years as a janitor, do you harbor any grievances? The head of the servants' hall asked. Grievances? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. He was too content to even consider such feelings. Never have I felt such. With a calm demeanor, unaffected by praise or blame. The head of the servants' hall gazed at Su Qin for a moment before a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Who would have thought that among this generation of Shaolin disciples, the one with the highest state of mind would be a mere janitor? In truth, had Su Qin been an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, such composure would not have seemed particularly remarkable. But Su Qin was not. From the age of 10 to 20, the most precious decade of one's life is squandered in menial tasks, and it is only natural for anyone to harbor a sense of discontent, especially in a revered institution like the Shaolin Temple, where martial prowess and profound secrets are tantalizingly close, yet one finds themselves relegated to sweeping the floors. Such a disparity is sufficient to drive a person to madness. However, Su Qin remained unaffected. At least the head of the servant quarters failed to discern any trace of dissatisfaction in him. By this alone, Su Qin surpassed countless so-called geniuses from the Arhat and warrior monastic halls. Indeed, even among the esteemed heads of the various halls, some may not possess a state of mind as profound as Su Qin's. The head must have misjudged. I am merely a sweeping monk, and I know not of states of mind, Su Qin promptly stated. Chapter 12. The formless. Following a few casual exchanges with the head of the miscellaneous department, Su Qin took his leave. Before departing, he subtly reminded the head of the department to consider any unfulfilled ambitions he might have. Su Qin had discerned that the head's lifespan was nearing its end. In this world of martial arts, while practitioners generally enjoy longer lives than ordinary individuals, unless one attains the status of a martial legend or achieves the Arhat fruit position, even a first-grade grandmaster can expect a maximum lifespan of merely 200 years. Moreover, this 2-century span is merely a theoretical limit. In reality, many first-grade grandmasters do not live to see such an age. Each martial artist carries remnants of past injuries that inevitably shorten their lifespan. How the world changes. As Su Qin strolled along the shaded paths of Shaolin Temple, he reflected on these thoughts. The head of the miscellaneous department had been his guiding light. Without him, Su Qin might never have gained entry into Shaolin Temple. Yet now, a decade had passed, and the head was approaching his final moments. It was said that once one attained the Arhat fruit position or entered the realm of martial legends, one would enjoy eternal youth, restoring their physical capabilities to their peak, living beyond 500 years. Suddenly, Su Qin recalled certain texts he had read. This aspect of Shaolin Temple deserves commendation. As a bastion of martial arts, it houses many secrets of the martial world that are otherwise elusive. Particularly, information pertaining to the Arhat level is of utmost secrecy. In Buddhist terms, an Arhat is akin to a martial legend in the secular world. Any fragments of knowledge regarding martial legends are among the most closely guarded secrets. 500 years of lifespan. Su Qin felt an intense envy. Although he had cultivated the indestructible Vajra body to perfection, maintaining his physical form at its peak, placing him among the rare few who might live a full 200 years as a first-grade grandmaster. Could such a lifespan truly compare to 500? The latter is more than double the former. To attain the Arhat fruit position, Su Qin's thoughts surged. Ever since he reached the first-grade level, he had noticed a marked deceleration in his cultivation speed. Perhaps it is best to take my time. At merely 20 years of age, with another 180 years ahead, I refuse to believe I cannot progress further. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he stepped into the scripture depository. System, sign in, Su Qin intoned. Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have obtained the supreme skill Formless Calamity Finger. Formless Calamity Finger? A wave of joy washed over Su Qin. Among the many supreme skills of Shaolin Temple, the Formless Calamity Finger is renowned for its lethal prowess. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to harness formless calamity energy to kill from a distance. In an instant, a torrent of insights regarding the Formless Calamity Finger flooded Su Qin's mind. This technique, unlike the most powerful divine skills such as the Rulai Palm, was comprehensible to Su Qin due to his first-grade grandmaster status. After just a brief infusion of understanding from the system, he had already grasped this supreme skill to a high degree. Formless and intangible. Calamity energy as a weapon. I wonder what mindset the predecessor who created this technique had. Su Qin smiled faintly, an ethereal energy swirling around his fingers. At this moment, with merely a thought, he could wield the power of the nameless calamity finger to eliminate foes from 1,000 meters away. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Had someone infiltrated the Shaolin Temple? Meanwhile, a shadow stealthily approached the scripture repository. The sect leader had succumbed to madness and found it difficult to recover. It was said that the Yi Jin Jing of Shaolin Temple was a miraculous skill capable of healing most injuries. The shadow murmured to itself. Shaolin Temple was a great bastion of martial arts, yet it had experienced a decline over the past few decades, attracting the covetous eyes of many factions in the martial world, including the dark sect lurking behind the shadow. This time, the leader of the dark sect had sent the shadow not only to acquire the Yi Jin Jing for healing, but also to probe the defenses of Shaolin Temple. Moreover, beyond the Yi Jin Jing, the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin Temple were renowned throughout the martial realm. If the shadow could obtain even a few of them, it would undoubtedly pave the way for greater advancement. A glimmer of greed flashed in the shadow's eyes. The path of martial cultivation necessitated not only rigorous self-discipline and sufficient talent, but also ample opportunities from the outside world. In the shadow's perspective, the scripture repository before him represented a significant opportunity. Just as the shadow prepared to explore the repository, he noticed a monk in a gray robe leisurely exiting. A sweeping monk? How unfortunate, appearing at such a moment. The shadow frowned, suppressing his impatience, planning to wait until the monk departed before infiltrating the repository. The shadow's unique technique allowed him to meld with the darkness, making him nearly invisible even to martial artists of the upper three realms, which was precisely why the dark sect leader had dispatched him. However, after waiting for half an hour, the shadow found that the sweeping monk not only had not left but was instead sweeping the vicinity. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion or not, the shadow felt as though the sweeping monk was deliberately avoiding him while sweeping. Could this monk have noticed me? The shadow felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. If his suspicions were true, this sweeping monk could not be spared. Should the monk leave and speak of his presence, it could jeopardize his plans to steal the Yi Jin Jing. With this thought, the shadow resolved to eliminate the sweeping monk before entering the scripture repository. Just then, he heard a sigh echo in his ear. This is a sacred place of the Shaolin Temple. Your unauthorized intrusion has already violated the precepts. Who spoke? The shadow felt a buzzing in his ears. Abruptly breaking free from his stealth, his expression one of horror. He could hardly fathom that someone could force him out solely with their voice. What kind of power was this? Third rank? Second rank? Or even? The shadow dared not continue his thoughts. Yet, what left him even more incredulous was that at that moment, the sweeping monk in the gray robe slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the shadow. It's you. At this very moment, the shadow's expression shifted, fixating intently on the monk sweeping the floor. To the shadow's perception, this seemingly ordinary monk exuded no signs of internal energy, appearing nothing more than an average individual. In the past, the shadow might have genuinely regarded him as just that. However, now, the shadow dismissed even the notion of such simplicity. Could an ordinary person truly see through his concealed nature? Could a mere mortal compel him to reveal himself with a single utterance? The shadow felt a chill run down his spine, nearly overwhelmed by the impulse to flee in panic. Su Qin, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness. Had the shadow directly entered the scripture pavilion, Su Qin would have undoubtedly chosen to ignore it. As long as the shadow did not harm the pavilion, he would have been disinclined to intervene. Yet, what Su Qin did not anticipate was that, despite his desire to remain uninvolved, the shadow harbored intentions of violence against him. Chapter 13. A gesture from afar, outside the scripture pavilion, a shadow broke out in a cold sweat. Despite this, the figure dared not move an inch. Even his breathing was barely perceptible, fearful of disturbing Su Qin. As a member of the demonic sect, the shadow was acutely aware of the considerable risks involved in infiltrating the Shaolin Temple. Yet, he had no choice. The command of the sect leader was absolute. And coupled with his own ulterior motives, he braved the peril. However, to his astonishment, before he even entered the scripture pavilion, he was compelled to reveal himself. The Shaolin Temple was truly formidable. Even a mere sweeping monk possessed such strength? The shadow felt a pang of despair. Su Qin, oblivious to the shadow's thoughts, could discern that the figure was exceedingly tense, with internal energy surging wildly within him, ready to explode at any moment. Yet, this did not pique Su Qin's interest in the slightest. Had the shadow been a Grand Master of the first rank, Su Qin might have treated him with more gravity. However, the shadow was merely a fourth-rank warrior, not even reaching the third rank, no matter how he might unleash his energy. It would be insufficient to withstand a mere slap from Su Qin. This could not continue. The shadow's mind raced as he contemplated his predicament. The scripture pavilion was a crucial stronghold of the Shaolin Temple, with monks patrolling continuously. He had seized a fleeting opportunity to slip inside, but time was undoubtedly limited. If he lingered, even if Su Qin refrained from acting, the patrolling monks would discover him. At that point, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Shaolin Temple, a bastion of martial arts. Resolute, the shadow gritted his teeth. It was time to gamble everything. Quietly, 3 silver needles materialized in his right hand. These needles, forged from mysterious iron, were designed to penetrate protective inner energy. Even a martial artist of the upper 3 realms would fall prey if caught unawares. Off they go. A flicker of regret crossed the shadow's face. Whoosh. The 3 needles darted towards Su Qin like venomous serpents, while the shadow swiftly retreated, fleeing towards the outside of the temple. In an instant, he had escaped several dozen meters away. No pursuit? The shadow's expression brightened, and instinctively, he turned to glance back at Su Qin. What? His pupils constricted slightly, as the 3 needles surged towards Su Qin, exuding a chilling aura. The latter made no attempt to evade, seemingly stunned into inaction. How could this be? In the shadow's eyes, Su Qin was at least a martial artist of the upper 3 realms. While the needles were silent, an upper 3 realms warrior should have little difficulty evading them. Could it be that I was mistaken, and this sweeping monk is not a formidable opponent, but an ordinary person? The shadow's frustration simmered. In the next moment, the needles silently pierced Su Qin's chest. Yet, contrary to the shadow's expectations, the anticipated scene of the needles embedding themselves within did not occur. Instead, with a crack, the silver needles forged from mysterious iron crumbled into worthless scrap, clattering to the ground. The shadow was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a chilling sensation exploded within his mind. How could one possibly block the mystical silver needles with mere flesh? A profound tremor surged through the shadowy figure, akin to encountering a specter. In an instant, disregarding all else, the figure unleashed forbidden techniques, propelling its speed to an extreme and fleeing in desperation. You dare to strike and still wish to escape? A cold smile crept upon Su Qin's face as he raised his right hand. Strands of formless calamity energy swirling and colliding between his fingers. With a hum, a beam of this ethereal force shot forth, traversing hundreds of meters, and struck the cloaked figure squarely. The shadow emitted a muffled groan but did not halt. Rather, it harnessed this surge of energy to flee with even greater ferocity. Observing this scene, Su Qin chose not to pursue further. Instead, he bent down to retrieve the now useless silver needle, pondering with interest. Is this the renowned mystical iron that counters a warrior's inner strength? In this world, although warriors wield considerable power, they do not act with impunity. The mystical iron, indeed, is a bane to warriors. However, its production is exceedingly rare and tightly controlled by various nations, making it inaccessible to ordinary warriors. After examining it for a moment, Su Qin casually crushed the needle fragments into fine powder, scattering them to the ground, where they danced in the wind. While it is true that mystical iron is adept at dismantling a warrior's inner strength, Su Qin, having mastered the indestructible body technique, possessed a physique that was exceedingly resilient, impervious to all but the most formidable forces. Even without the perfected, indestructible body, his formidable inner strength as a first-tier warrior would be more than a match for mystical iron. True, mystical iron counters a warrior's inner strength, but such countermeasures are always relative. It is akin to water extinguishing fire. Yet, what can a mere bowl of water accomplish against a raging inferno? Half a day later, hundreds of miles from Shaolin Temple, within a dimly lit grand hall. This hall, situated in a remote area with scarcely any signs of life nearby, served as a sub-temple of the demonic sect. At this moment, a congregation of individuals assembled within the hall, seemingly awaiting some news. Each person exuded a robust aura, clearly powerful warriors, with most being at least of the mid-third realm, and some even belonging to the upper third realm. Master, your decision to send someone to Shaolin Temple to steal the Yi Jing seems ill-considered. Shaolin Temple is, after all, a major stronghold of martial arts in this realm. A plump woman furrowed her brow and inquired, "Humph? A major stronghold of martial arts?" At that moment, a cold elder scoffed. Since the last first-tier saint monk of Shaolin Temple passed away 60 years ago, it has been devoid of any first-tier presence for 6 decades. Without a first tier, it hardly deserves the title of a major stronghold of martial arts. Upon hearing these words, a chorus of agreement resonated throughout the hall. Indeed, those bald monks at Shaolin are of little use beyond chanting scriptures. The master only tasked someone to retrieve the Yi Jing. Annihilating the entire Shaolin sect would pose no challenge at all. Humph, does the demonic sect not get what it desires? How dare Shaolin refuse us? The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. After a brief moment, the man clad in a purple robe, seated at the head of the grand hall, spoke. Enough, everyone. Cease your chatter. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the chamber. I had dispatched individuals to infiltrate the Shaolin Temple, not only to seek the legendary martial art Yi Jing for healing, but also to gauge the strength of the Shaolin monks. The purple-robed man paused momentarily before continuing. Should we indeed acquire the Yi Jing, it would serve as irrefutable evidence that the Shaolin Temple has utterly declined, merely a fade of its former glory. Our demonic sect shall soon lay siege to Shaolin. At this proclamation, the assembly gasped in astonishment. The schemes of the sect leader were indeed far-reaching. The monks of Shaolin, it seemed, would remain oblivious to the fact that their every move had been anticipated by the leader's cunning calculations. The purple-robed man smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a shadow stumbled into the hall. Have you secured the Yi Jing? The purple-robed man inquired, recognizing the figure. As sect leader, the shadow stammered, its pallor ashen. You are injured? The purple-robed man's brow furrowed. The others present, witnessing this scene, erupted in indignation. What audacity for the Shaolin monks to harm one of our own. Sect leader, if you command it, we shall unite and storm the Shaolin Temple, leaving a river of blood in our wake. Indeed, sect leader, issue the order. The warriors of the demonic sect clamored in fervor. However, the purple-robed man, seated with composure, sensed an anomaly amidst the fervent cries. With a swift motion, he stepped before the shadow. Who has harmed you? He demanded, extending his right hand to assess the shadow's injuries. Yet, as he channeled his inner energy to probe the shadow's body, it seemed to trigger an unforeseen reaction. A surge of energy erupted violently, traversing through the shadow's form, transforming into a silent force aimed at the purple-robed man. What? The purple-robed man's expression shifted dramatically, and instinctively, he raised his hand in defense. Boom! A terrifying shockwave reverberated through the hall. The purple-robed man was forced to retreat 8 steps, finally halting only after spitting out blood. 100 miles away. The transformation stemmed from the heart. This was the warning of a first-grade grandmaster, delivered through another's hand to our demonic sect. The purple-robed man abruptly lifted his gaze to the now lifeless shadow, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence fell over the grand hall. The warriors of the demonic sect, who had recently clamored for the annihilation of the Shaolin Temple, were now stricken with fear, rendered speechless. Chapter 14. The state of the world. The grand hall was shrouded in darkness, filled with numerous practitioners from the demon sect, their faces betraying a sense of panic. They had never anticipated that a first-class grandmaster would intervene. Was it not claimed that the Shaolin Temple was without such a master? An elderly man, his voice cold and raspy, uttered these words. Only moments ago, he had boldly declared his intention to annihilate the Shaolin Temple. Yet now he dared not utter a single word on the matter. It is essential to understand that the presence of a first-class grandmaster at the Shaolin Temple transforms the very essence of its standing. Master, are you all right? A plump woman inquired, casting a worried glance at the man in the purple robe. I am unscathed, he replied, his aura gradually settling into tranquility. Though a first-class grandmaster is indeed formidable, it is utterly impossible for one to strike me down from hundreds of miles away with mere finger strength. The confidence in his voice was palpable. As a peak second-class practitioner, had he not been overly eager to ascend to first class, he would not have fallen into the depths of obsession, necessitating the healing powers of Shaolin Jing, even in his current state. He believed himself to be no weaker than an average second-class warrior. Now that the Shaolin Temple possesses a first-class grandmaster, who has issued a warning to our demon sect through another's hand, certain plans must be revised. Upon hearing this, the other practitioners of the demon sect exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Ever since the sect master had entered seclusion 50 years ago, seeking to unravel the elusive mysteries of the martial world, the demon sect had lost its first-class protector, leading to a dramatic contraction of its influence. Were it not for the exceptional leadership of the current sect master, the demon sect might have been reduced to a mere pariah, reviled by all. Yet, despite this, none amongst them wished to confront a first-class grandmaster. What does the sect master intend to do? The plump woman inquired. Since the Shaolin Temple is no longer a feasible option, we shall turn our sights to Mount Juyang, the man in the purple robe contemplated before speaking. Mount Juyang? The practitioners exchanged glances within the hall. Compared to the Shaolin Temple, which boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years, the foundation of Mount Juyang is considerably shallower. Nonetheless, it has produced first-class grandmasters in the past. Although its current strength is diminished, lacking a first-class presence, it still harbors many treasures within its gates. I shall summon the blood of the thousands of disciples from Mount Juyang as a sacrifice for my healing. A glimmer of brutality flashed in the eyes of the man in the purple robe. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin remained blissfully unaware that his seemingly innocuous actions were about to lead to impending disaster for the lineage of Mount Juyang. As the formless finger strength he had left within the shadow erupted, Su Qin felt a stirring within him and instinctively looked up. The formless calamity finger, shapeless and without form, shifting as the heart desires, truly deserves its reputation as a Shaolin secret technique. Su Qin nodded slightly. Over the past decade, he had been diligently signing in at the Shaolin Temple, acquiring countless secret arts, yet few matched the rarity of the formless calamity finger. By this merit alone, it could easily rank among the top 800 of his many techniques. However, why is it that, despite attaining first-class status, I still cannot activate the Rulai Divine Palm? Su Qin rubbed his temples, pondering this with a sense of helplessness. As the most formidable martial art acquired from the Shaolin Temple upon his first attendance, Su Qin harbored great expectations for the Rulai Divine Palm. During his time in the lower and middle realms, he believed his abilities were insufficient to meet the minimum requirements for wielding the Rulai Divine Palm. However, now that he had reached the first rank, he stood among the elite even in the vast world. Yet, the golden figure of the Buddha, symbolizing the inheritance of the Rulai Divine Palm, remained steadfast within the depths of his mind. Could it be that the Rulai Divine Palm was inherently Ilan-level martial art, accessible only to those who have truly attained the Lan fruit position? Su Qin pondered. In truth, based on what he had heard over the past decade at Shaolin Temple, even during the era 900 years ago when the Rulai Divine Palm was not lost, there were hardly any disciples capable of comprehending this supreme martial art. Alas, he decided to let go of such thoughts. Shaking his head, Su Qin dismissed the distractions from his mind. Over the next half-month, he returned to his previous routine, sweeping the grounds and attending to his daily attendance. After stepping into the first rank, his training progress noticeably slowed. Yet with the abundance of rare treasures obtained through diligent attendance, he continued to steadily advance toward the true Lan fruit position. One day, as Su Qin prepared to head to the Bodhi courtyard for attendance, he overheard other disciples whispering. Had the demonic sect ravaged Jiang Mountain? Sigh, the world was in disarray, with continuous friction among nations and escalating conflicts in the martial world. It was rumored that a rare talent had emerged from the Wudong Mountains' Zhenwu lineage, completing the Taiji Heart Path in just 3 hours, prompting the revered Zhang Zhenren to personally take him as a disciple. Remarkable indeed. For Zhang Zhenren was among the most esteemed first-rank grandmasters, his presence commanding respect for generations. Nearly all of his direct disciples had reached the upper 3 realms. The disciples of the miscellaneous courtyard were animatedly discussing this news, as it represented one of the few interests for them. Unlike the other major courtyards, the miscellaneous courtyard did not require martial training, thus they often engaged in discussions about the state of the world during their leisure. It was also said that a descendant of the famed Little Li Flying Dagger had emerged. What? The Little Li Flying Dagger, renowned for its precision. With the saying no shot misses, death follows the blade? Indeed. This latest heir had recently gained notoriety by slaying an upper three-realm evil martial artist with a single dagger, stirring quite a commotion. Not only Little Li Flying Dagger, but another prominent Buddhist stronghold, the Vajra Temple, had also produced a Buddhist son. Su Qin listened with rapt attention to the disciples' discussions. In today's world, where nations coexisted amidst relentless chaos, martial artists fell daily, and sects faced annihilation. Shaolin Temple, with its thousands of years of heritage as a bastion of martial arts, remained a sanctuary. At the very least, it was not frequently disturbed. Su Qin increasingly felt that his choice to remain quietly at Shaolin Temple, awaiting the day he would emerge undefeated, was indeed the perfect decision. The outside world was far too perilous. With a calm demeanor, Su Qin made his way toward the Bodhi courtyard, his thoughts swirling. Whether it be the prodigious genius from the true martial lineage of Wudong, the descendant of the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger, or the enlightened disciple from the Diamond Temple, each of them embodies the essence of exceptional talent. Unlike them, Su Qin is merely a humble monk sweeping the grounds of Shaolin Temple, lacking both resources and ancestral support. He stands in stark contrast to the privileged few. In the realm of martial arts, external resources hold great significance, even with unparalleled innate talent. The absence of resources inevitably constrains future achievements. Yet, despite my solitary existence and the absence of any supportive resources, I, Su Qin, have persevered through diligence and determination, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of excellence, rivaling my peers. Su Qin halted before the Bodhi courtyard. System, please initiate my sign-in. Chapter 15, The Vajra Temple. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the Elixir Spirit Nourishing Pill. The Spirit Nourishing Pill? A smile emerged on Su Qin's face, brimming with satisfaction. The Spirit Nourishing Pill is a uniquely extraordinary elixir. It neither enhances the physical body, like the cleansing marrow pill, nor augments internal energy, like the Great Returning Pill. Its sole effect is to nurture the spirit. What is the spirit? To Su Qin, spirit encapsulates the essence and vitality of an individual. In the language of Taoism, it refers to the ethereal substances of the primordial spirit and the primordial infant. Generally, ordinary martial artists, even those of the second rank, have no need to nurture their spirit. This is because combat among martial artists primarily revolves around physical prowess and the clash of internal energies. As for the spirit, even a first-rank grandmaster possesses a rather feeble spirit within. However, if a first-rank grandmaster wishes to advance further, attaining the status of Arhat or stepping into the realm of martial legends, they must continually nurture their spirit. Martial artists of the upper three realms connect their physical bodies with the essence of heaven and earth, perpetually receiving the cleansing of cosmic energy, thereby drawing upon the power of the universe. In contrast, a martial legend possesses absolute mastery over the forces of heaven and earth, sweeping all aside with every gesture. The distinction between drawing upon the power of the universe and mastering it is immense. The latter is exponentially more potent than the former. What then enables martial artists to command the forces of the universe? It is vital to understand that, in the face of the vast cosmic power, a martial artist's physical form is inconsequential. To truly master the power of the world, one must possess a sufficiently formidable spirit. This holds true for both the status of Arhat and the realm of martial legends. The spirit nourishing pill that Su Qin acquired through his check-in is precisely an elixir for nurturing the spirit. In today's world, anything related to the spirit is exceedingly rare, capable of inciting fierce conflict between two first-rank grandmasters, let alone the spirit nourishing pill, an elixir that directly nurtures the spirit. Patience is essential. Once the spirit nourishing pill is consumed, it cannot be interrupted. Any disturbance during the process will significantly diminish its efficacy. Su Qin mused silently. After all, he had endured for a decade. What were 2 more days? Su Qin is a person of great patience. Otherwise, he would not have lingered in the Shaolin Temple after becoming a first-rank grandmaster, striving to achieve unparalleled supremacy before emerging. In the dead of night, amidst profound silence, Su Qin quietly departed from the servant quarters and entered a humble secret chamber. This chamber, located underground, had been hastily constructed by Su Qin over the past decade. Taking a deep breath, Su Qin settled into a meditative posture and consumed the spirit-nourishing pill. Boom. In an instant, Su Qin felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring. A comforting sensation enveloping his entire being. Several hours later, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Wow! A fleeting flash of ethereal lightning flickered within the chamber. Manifestation of the spirit. This was not true lightning, but an extraordinary phenomenon arising only when the spirit has attained a considerable level of power. One spirit-nourishing pill has caused my spirit to surge by an astonishing 50%. Su Qin carefully attuned to this sensation, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Had it not been for the Yunxian pill, Su Qin would have required at least 5 years to cultivate his spirit to such an extent. One single Yunxian pill saved him 5 years of arduous effort. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from Shaolin Temple, the imposing and solemn site of the Vajra Temple stands proudly. The Vajra Temple is equally revered as one of the foremost establishments in the martial arts world. In contrast to the decline of Shaolin Temple, the Vajra Temple is currently in a period of prosperity. The present abbot of the Vajra Temple is a renowned sage, celebrated throughout the land. At this moment, beneath the golden statue of the Buddha that the temple venerates, the abbot gazes upon a young monk, his face radiating devotion, and remarks with satisfaction, "Batu, you have read through all the Buddhist scriptures within the temple. There is nothing more I can teach you here. Depart now. Journey north to Shaolin Temple, which holds the esteemed title of the foremost Buddhist temple in the realm, safeguarding the legendary Rulai Divine Palm, claimed to be a direct transmission from the Buddha himself. Although it has experienced decline in recent years and the Rulai Divine Palm has vanished, its profound heritage remains intact. You will surely gain much from your visit to Shaolin Temple." The abbot, despite being a distinguished sage, exhibits a subtle sense of equality when addressing the young monk named Batu. This is due to Batu's exceptional nature. He was born in a small village near the Vajra Temple, and from the moment of his birth, the village was enveloped in a faint chant of Buddhist hymns. At the tender age of 3, Batu would often sit before the dilapidated Buddha statue in the village for the entire day. By the time the current abbot discovered him at the age of 12, it was immediately evident that Batu possessed an extraordinary understanding of Buddhism, prompting the abbot to accept him into the Vajra Temple. In merely 8 years since his initiation, Batu has thoroughly studied all the Buddhist texts within the temple and frequently engages in debates with the temple's senior monks, emerging victorious more often than not. Remarkably, even the abbot himself has been bested by Batu. This is nothing short of astonishing. One must remember, the abbot is a sage of the highest order. To have a mere 20-year-old like Batu reach such a profound comprehension of Buddhist teachings is bound to leave many in disbelief. Furthermore, Batu has demonstrated an extraordinary grasp of Buddhist practices, achieving the intermediate 3rd stage in just 8 years at the Vajra Temple. This led the abbot to contemplate whether Batu could be the reincarnation of a certain Arhat from the Buddhist realm. Consequently, the abbot has designated Batu as the spiritual heir of the Vajra Temple, equivalent to a future abbot. Shaolin Temple? Batu looked up, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "Indeed, it is Shaolin Temple," the abbot confirmed with a nod. Having endured for thousands of years, Shaolin Temple has produced numerous individuals who have attained the status of Arhat. Its depth of tradition is unfathomable. Your journey to Shaolin Temple is undertaken in the name of the Vajra Temple, engaging in discourse on Buddhism with the younger generation there. A smile graced the abbot's face. The 4 great Buddhist temples of the land engage in mutual exchanges every few decades, referred to as Buddhist discourse. The reason Shaolin Temple stands as the foremost among the 4 great temples of the world is due to its historical dominance in the discussions of Buddhism. However, this time, the abbot of Jingang Temple is filled with anticipation, pondering what disciples Shaolin Temple will send to confront the challenge of Bada. Indeed, abbot, it is vital to remember that while the Buddhist path seeks to remain aloof from worldly disputes, this debate on Buddhism is distinct. It represents a clash of ideologies among the 4 great Buddhist temples, where victory is the only acceptable outcome. The abbot of Jingang Temple cautioned. "Understood, abbot," Badawa replied as he turned to depart, commencing preparations for the journey to Shaolin Temple. After Badawa's exit, the abbot of Jingang Temple stood beneath the golden statue of the Buddha, a smile gracing his face. For he knew that in this confrontation between Jingang Temple and Shaolin Temple, the latter was destined for defeat. Chapter 16. On Buddhism. Time flows inexorably. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight has passed. During this interval, numerous significant events transpired in the world, yet none seemed to perturb the tranquility of Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's life continued unabated, marked by his daily attendance, where he would leisurely engage in the gossip shared among the disciples of the miscellaneous department. However, on this particular day, the serenity of Su Qin's existence was abruptly shattered. 9 monks, proclaiming their origins from the Vajra Temple, arrived at Shaolin Temple. In recognition of their significance, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of various halls personally welcomed them outside the Great Hero Hall. Disciples from all halls gathered in attendance. Vajra Temple? Su Qin cast a glance at the 9 monks from Vajra Temple. The foremost among them appeared exceedingly youthful, perhaps in his 20s, bearing a solemn expression. As for the other 8, Su Qin's gaze fell upon a monk clad in a red robe and adorned with A, standing behind a young monk. This individual exuded a formidable presence, rivaling that of Abbot Huiwen, unmistakably a second-tier master. The remaining 7 monks, while varying in their auras, generally represented mid-level martial artists. What a grand display! Su Qin mused silently. Although the intentions of Vajra Temple remained shrouded in mystery, the imposing demeanor of their arrival clearly indicated unfriendly intentions. As anticipated, Su Qin swiftly gleaned from the hushed discussions of nearby disciples that this group of Vajra Temple monks had come to engage in a discourse on Buddhism with Shaolin Temple. Did you see that? The young monk at the forefront is Bathe, the current Buddhist disciple of Vajra Temple. It is said that he was born under auspicious signs. A remarkable being indeed. There are even rumors that he is a reincarnation of a certain Arhat from the Buddhist realm. If he truly is a reincarnation of an Arhat, wouldn't Shaolin Temple stand little chance in a discourse with such a person? Just watch, perhaps the abbot and the heads of the various halls will have a strategy. The disciples of Shaolin Temple murmured anxiously. Even those from the miscellaneous department were visibly troubled. As disciples of Shaolin, they had long been entwined with the temple's honor and disgrace, and naturally could not bear to see Shaolin be outdone by Vajra Temple. Namo Amitba. Abbot Huiwen clasped his hands together, welcoming the esteemed guest from afar, assuring them of a warm reception, and began preparations for a meal. Bathe. The Buddhist disciple from Vajra Temple slightly bowed and remarked, I have long heard of the abbot's esteemed reputation as a high monk within the Buddhist world. I apologize for the intrusion. After the meal, Abbot Huiwen commenced the discourse on Buddhism. This dialogue is a tradition among the 4 great Buddhist temples of the world, permitting only monks under the age of 20 to participate. It serves to gauge the prowess of the younger generation among the 4 temples and to reaffirm the hierarchy among them. For this occasion, Abbot Huiwen announced that Bathe would represent Vajra Temple. At this moment, the monk in the red robe and stepped forward and spoke. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the various halls furrowed their brows. It should be noted that the customary rules of previous discourse on Buddhism dictated that each side would nominate 9 disciples to engage in the dialogue sequentially, determining the victor and the vanquished. Currently, the Vajra Temple has sent only Bada to confront the 9 monks of Shaolin Temple, clearly underestimating the prowess of Shaolin. Even the serene Abbot Huiwen, known for his composure, displayed a hint of unease. While the fiery-tempered head of the martial monks glared fiercely at the 9 monks from Vajra Temple, in the face of Shaolin's pressure, the second-rank monk from Vajra Temple remained utterly indifferent. The Buddhist debate represents a clash of ideologies between Vajra and Shaolin, where victory is the only acceptable outcome. What does it matter if Shaolin is angered? Some disciples of Shaolin were visibly incensed. How audacious for Vajra Temple to dispatch merely 1 disciple for the debate. Despite Shaolin's esteemed position as a leader in the martial arts world and the foremost among the 4 Buddhist temples, what merit does Vajra Temple possess to challenge Shaolin with a single disciple? Even if Bada is a child of Buddha, so what? Shaolin has encountered Buddha's children before. This is nothing short of provocation. The numerous disciples of Shaolin cast disdainful glances at the entourage from Vajra Temple. Though the Buddhist path does not advocate for competition, Vajra Temple's blatant disrespect could no longer be ignored. To turn a blind eye would not be an act of enlightenment, but rather akin to being a stone. The Buddhist path is not devoid of emotions. It also acknowledges the concept of the wrathful Vajra. Amidst this tension, only Su Qin remained composed, seemingly untouched by the unfolding drama. Namo Amitba. After a moment of silence, Abbot Huiwen spoke. Let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Bada, the Buddhist child of Vajra Temple, stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the Great Hero Hall. Jin Yuan, Abbot Huiwen softly uttered. A monk donned in robes emerged. Standing before the Great Hero Hall, facing Bada, it was indeed Brother Jin Yuan, the most esteemed disciple of the Discipline Hall, reputed for his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings and frequent debates with the hall's head. Jin Yuan's performance would surely temper Vajra Temple's arrogance, reminding them of who truly leads among the 4 great Buddhist temples. Upon witnessing Jin Yuan's advance, the disciples of Shaolin were instantly invigorated, their spirits uplifted. Clearly, Jin Yuan held a significant place in their hearts. Jin Yuan? Su Qin regarded him as well. As fellow disciples of the Jin lineage, Su Qin had some familiarity with Jin Yuan. Brother Jin Guan, who do you think will triumph, Jin Yuan or that Buddhist child? A disciple from the miscellaneous hall whispered. After 10 years in the temple, though still a humble sweeper, Su Qin had gained some standing. It goes without saying, Brother Jin Yuan will prevail. Before Su Qin could respond, another disciple interjected. Su Qin, upon hearing this, subtly shook his head. Vajra Temple had 9 slots, yet chose to send only Bada to the arena, indicating one of 2 possibilities. Either Vajra Temple was foolish. The second point is that the Vajra Temple is confident in its victory, believing that as long as BH is present, the difference between sending 1 person or 9 is negligible. Both the Vajra Temple and the Shaolin Temple are renowned among the 4 great Buddhist temples of the world, revered by martial artists, and it is inconceivable that they would act foolishly. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The Vajra Temple possesses immense faith in this Buddhist disciple. Bha, to the extent that should the Shaolin Temple triumph over him, the Vajra Temple would concede outright. As Su Qin contemplated this, the discourse on Buddhism between Bha and Jin Yuan commenced. Naturally, the senior brother, having traveled from afar, spoke first. Jin Yuan's expression was grave, neither humble nor overbearing. The head of the Discipline Institute observed this scene with a subtle nod. Jin Yuan was his most esteemed disciple, possessing an understanding of Buddhist doctrine that surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, which is why the abbot had entrusted him to take the stage first. It is well known that momentum can wane. Should the Shaolin Temple falter in the initial contest, it would undoubtedly impact the morale of the subsequent disciples. Bha did not exhibit any reluctance, bringing his palms together and proclaiming, "Thus have I heard." In an instant, he spoke with remarkable speed, as if transformed into a resounding bell, articulating the profound inquiry, "What is the essence of Buddha?" Chapter 17, I am Buddha. Although Jin Yuan was well versed in Buddhist teachings, he tragically underestimated the disciple of the Vajra Temple, Batu. Every word he uttered seemed to transform into a sacred incantation, continuously inscribing itself upon Jin Yuan's heart, until it ultimately manifested as a mountain of Buddha, crushing him beneath its weight. "I have lost." Jin Yuan rose, his gaze dimmed. The discussions of Buddhism among the 4 temples were not mere physical confrontations akin to the martial arts of the secular world. However, in terms of peril, the former undoubtedly surpassed the latter. In a martial duel, the participants might only suffer physical injuries, which, unless severe, could be recovered from with relative ease. Conversely, a discourse on Buddhism entailed a clash of personal convictions. Once defeated, although the body remained unscathed, the mind would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow, potentially leading to self-doubt and the emergence of inner demons. Once these demons took root, the consequences could range from lifelong stagnation to immediate madness. With Jin Yuan's defeat, a chill enveloped the hearts of the many disciples of the Shaolin Temple. They had harbored immense hope for Jin Yuan, believing that with his profound understanding of Buddhist doctrine, even if he could not triumph over the disciple of the Vajra Temple, he would not face a disheartening defeat. Yet, the outcome revealed that Jin Yuan did not last even a quarter of an hour before conceding. What did this signify? It indicated that Jin Yuan's comprehension of Buddhism paled in comparison to Batu's. Conceded. Batu's expression shifted slightly, yet he joined his hands in prayer and bowed gently to Jin Yuan. "Master Huiyuan, please arrange for the next participant." A second-tier monk from the Vajra Temple turned to Master Huiyuan and spoke. "Humph." The head of the Discipline Academy scoffed, casting a sympathetic glance towards the dejected Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was his most cherished disciple. Witnessing such a blow to him, how could he remain indifferent? Namo Amitba. Master Huiyuan gazed deeply at Bada before speaking again. Truly remarkable. "Master." The second disciple of the Shaolin Temple rose and took the seat previously occupied by Jin Yuan. The second round of the discourse on Buddhism commenced once more. Boring. After observing for a while, Su Qin found himself rather disinterested and discreetly slipped away. The disciples of the servants' court were already positioned in the periphery, and with Su Qin being exceedingly inconspicuous, he went unnoticed by anyone. Initially believing that the Buddhist sect was detached from worldly affairs, it now appeared that such a notion was misguided. Su Qin first made his way to the Sutra repository, utilizing his opportunity to sign in for the day, before seeking a secluded spot to consume a spirit-infusing pill. Several hours later, Su Qin returned to the Great Hero Hall. However, this time, he distinctly sensed a much heavier atmosphere among the disciples. They had all lost, murmured a fellow disciple from the servants' court, his eyes vacant. All lost? Su Qin gazed toward the front of the Great Hero Hall. There, he beheld Master Huiwen's disciple, Zhenwu, seated opposite the disciple of the Vajra Temple. Zhenwu was the most outstanding among the Zhen lineage disciples, having been taken under Master Huiwen's wing immediately upon entering the temple. His performance had not disappointed Master Huiwen, as he excelled in both his understanding of Buddhist doctrine and his advancement in the martial arts of the Buddhist sect, establishing himself as the finest among the younger generation of Shaolin Temple. Even Master Huiwen was preparing to cultivate Zhenwu as the next abbot of Shaolin Temple. According to previous Buddhist discussions, a disciple like Zhenwu would typically be the last to take the stage, serving as a stabilizing force. Yet, at this moment, Zhenwu was already on stage. There was only one possibility. The first 8 disciples from Shaolin who participated in the Buddhist discussion had all been defeated. So soon? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. In less than half a day, that disciple from Vajra Temple had bested all 8 disciples from Shaolin? No, it should be 9. As Zhenwu was evidently at a disadvantage in his debate with Batian and could not hold out for much longer. Half an hour later, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams. Illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning, one should contemplate them as such. Batian spoke eloquently, his tone gentle, seemingly capable of severing all worries, dispelling all external demons, and eliminating all karmic burdens, leading one to the other shore. Brother, I concede. Batian slowly rose, hands clasped, his expression solemn. Zhenwu remained seated in meditation. Yet his face was as pale as paper, clearly having lost. Homage to Amitabha. The second-rank monk from Vajra Temple beamed, reciting a mantra. Immediately, apart from Master Huiwen, the heads of the various halls looked ashen, disbelief etched on their faces. They never expected that. With only one participant from Vajra Temple in the Buddhist discussion, Shaolin Temple would truly be defeated. In that instant, all disciples of Shaolin felt a deep sorrow. Acutely aware of their temple's dignity being trampled by Vajra Temple, yet powerless to resist. The reality was undeniable. Batian had achieved 9 consecutive victories, securing triumph in the Buddhist discussion. Since the Buddhist discussion has concluded, we shall take our leave. We are deeply grateful for your hospitality, Shaolin Temple. The second-rank monk from Vajra Temple surveyed the crowd. Noting that no one dared to meet his gaze, before speaking slowly, the heads of the halls wore expressions of despair, and a few even began to lose their composure. After today, once the result of the Buddhist discussion between Shaolin and Vajra Temple spread, the title of the foremost temple in the Buddhist world might be surrendered to Vajra Temple. The thought of their predecessors, who had braved numerous challenges to earn that title, being forsaken by their inept successors caused all disciples of Shaolin, including Master Huiwen, to feel as if their hearts were bleeding. Until the members of Vajra Temple departed, the Great Hero Hall remained eerily silent. We have let down our ancestors. The head of the miscellaneous hall sighed skyward, a flush suddenly appearing on his face, and with a thud, he spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Hall Master, what has happened to you? Are you all right, junior brother? The numerous disciples of the miscellaneous hall were alarmed, and Master Huiwen stepped forward, appearing before the head of the miscellaneous hall, extending his right hand. After a moment, Master Huiwen shook his head. Junior brother is fine, merely overwhelmed by emotion, compounded by a decline in vitality. Not far away, Su Qin gazed at the collapsed head of the miscellaneous hall, remaining silent. For a decade, the abbot of the monastery had treated Su Qin rather favorably, often contemplating the possibility of transferring him to the Arhat Hall or the warrior monk hall, rather than relegating him to the role of a mere sweeper. However, these well-meaning intentions were consistently declined by Su Qin. Is the reputation of Shaolin Temple truly that significant to you? Su Qin murmured softly to himself. In the next moment, he turned and departed. Outside the Shaolin Temple, a group from the Vajra Temple was heading in a certain direction. The second-rank monk of the Vajra Temple glanced towards Batu and spoke with satisfaction. His name was Tongru, the protector of the temple and a practitioner of second-rank cultivation. As the chosen disciple of the Vajra Temple, Bata naturally had no lack of guardians, with Tongru serving as his protector. Master, are we truly doing the right thing? Bata could not help but inquire. Of course it is right, Tongru affirmed. In a debate of ideologies, we consider only victory and defeat, not right or wrong. Upon hearing this, Bata contemplated deeply. Suddenly, at that moment, the protector of the temple, Tongru, seemed to sense something and looked up. Underneath a withered Bodhi tree, a young monk clad in a gray robe stood silently. Tongru furrowed his brow. Are you a disciple of the Shaolin Temple? He called out. This area belonged to the Shaolin Temple. No other temple's monks should be present. The young monk in the gray robe nodded, then shook his head. This young monk was, of course, Su Qin, who had arrived long ago. I have long heard that the disciple of the Vajra Temple is the reincarnation of an Arhat. I have come to discuss Buddhism with you. Su Qin stated calmly and collectedly. Discuss Buddhism? Tongru was momentarily taken aback. Our temple has already engaged in a discussion with your Shaolin Temple regarding Buddhism, and the outcome has been determined. Abbot Huiwen raised no objections. Why must you come again? Master, since he is a senior brother from the Shaolin Temple. Let us engage in another discussion, Bada interjected, stepping forward with solemnity. Might I ask how you wish to discuss it, senior brother? Discuss it as it should be discussed. Su Qin replied with a faint smile. Bada clasped his hands together and inquired, could you enlighten me? What is Buddha? Just moments earlier within the Shaolin Temple, Bada had posed this very question, leaving 9 disciples of Shaolin at a loss. What is Buddha? The Buddha in Buddhism naturally refers to the Buddha himself. But who is the Buddha? Is he a man? A deity? A ghost? A demon? No one knows, nor does anyone dare to speculate recklessly. Tongru shook his head. Even the abbot of the Vajra Temple had been stumped by this question, let alone Su Qin. Tongru could tell that Su Qin likely held a low status within the Shaolin Temple, as indicated by his gray robe. The reason for his obstruction must stem from a sense of dissatisfaction. But what could dissatisfaction achieve? The younger generation of Shaolin Temple had been thoroughly overshadowed by the Vajra Temple's disciple, Batu. Was there truly any disciple from Shaolin capable of surpassing Batu? Such a notion seemed utterly impossible. What is Buddha? At that moment, Su Qin softly echoed, his voice gradually ascending until it reverberated in the ears of all present. I am the Buddha. Boom. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the monks of the Vajra Temple, including the guardian monk, were rendered utterly speechless. They had never encountered such audacity before, equating oneself to the Buddha. What audacity? The guardian monk, Tongru, suddenly snapped back to reality, preparing to reprimand. However, what transpired next was an astonishing spectacle that he would find hard to believe in a lifetime. Behind Su Qin, a magnificent golden Buddha suddenly materialized, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other touching the earth, exuding an air of solemnity imbued with boundless Zen essence, resonating with the grand and unparalleled declaration, above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am exalted. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Su Qin walked in a circle of 9 steps, mirroring the gesture with one hand raised to the sky and the other resting on the ground. His form majestic, above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am exalted. This. All the monks of the Vajra Temple stood frozen in place, while the monk Badis, struck as if by lightning, trembled in awe as he gazed at Su Qin. Gazing at that golden Buddha, whose resonant voice echoed, pointing heavenward and touching the earth, proclaiming, I alone am exalted. Chapter 18. The Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. This is the true Buddha. The disciple Bada found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Having entered the Vajra Temple at a young age, he had perused all the Buddhist scriptures within, engaging in profound contemplation, and had fostered countless imaginings of the Buddha in his heart. Yet now, Bada realized just how vastly mistaken he had been. The genuine Buddha, with an incorruptible golden body, was beyond anything he could have envisioned. What is this? The temple guardian. Master Tongru struggled to emerge from his astonishment, his voice thick with disbelief. The radiance of the Buddha permeated the air, illuminating the surroundings. Master Tongru felt as though every thread of his internal energy weighed 1,000 pounds. Not only was he unable to harness it, but even the slightest movement seemed insurmountable. The other 7 disciples of the Vajra Temple were equally overwhelmed, having already plopped down on the ground, their faces painted with confusion. Time passed. After a brief moment, the Buddha's light gradually faded. Once it had completely dissipated, the disciples of the Vajra Temple suddenly came to their senses. Where is that person? One disciple murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the others quickly realized that the Bodhi tree in the distance stood empty, devoid of any presence. Shaolin Temple, unfathomable indeed. Master Tongru sighed heavily, his expression a tapestry of complexities. At this moment, he yearned to engage in a profound discussion with those who had spread tales of the decline of the Shaolin Temple. How could a temple that produced such a young disciple, one who could evoke such magnificent Buddha light, possibly be in decline? If that were the case, then the Vajra Temple might as well extinguish itself. Did we win or lose in the discourse on Buddha? A disciple of the Vajra Temple inquired cautiously. The atmosphere tensed, and all eyes turned to Batu. Even Master Tongru's gaze was fixed upon him. Win or lose? Batu smiled, pondering how one could triumph in a discussion on the Buddha. Shaolin Temple was truly worthy of its name. There was no need for further contemplation. With that, Batu strode directly toward the direction of the Vajra Temple. Master Tongru sighed softly and followed suit. The remaining 7 disciples exchanged glances, then similarly trailed behind Master Tongru. At the Vajra Temple, Master Tongru recounted the entire episode to the abbot. The abbot remained silent for a long while before softly uttering, "Could it be that this generation of the Shaolin Temple is destined to produce a true Arhat?" Arhat. Master Tongru's expression reflected astonishment. In the Buddhist realm, an Arhat was akin to a martial legend within the Jianghu, an existence transcending the 9-tiered martial arts system. Each Arhat or martial legend symbolized absolute invincibility. Unanticipatedly, a slight provocation elicited such a profound reaction, consuming a significant portion of his internal energy. Suchin rubbed his temples, seeking to calm the golden-bodied Buddha that symbolized the legacy of the Rulai Divine Palm, which resided deep within the center of his brow. When Batu posed the question, "What is a Buddha?" during their discourse, Suchin immediately thought of the Rulai Divine Palm. The Rulai Divine Palm is said to be a direct transmission from the Buddha himself, and in today's world, perhaps nothing is closer to the essence of Buddhism than the Rulai Divine Palm. Consequently, Suchin slightly stimulated the ancestral point on his forehead. Although he still could not wield the Rulai Divine Palm, the inability to utilize it did not preclude him from inciting its power. As soon as Suchin made the attempt, an extraordinary vision of a golden Buddha manifested before him. This revelation alleviated some of Suchin's concerns. What level of martial prowess does the Rulai Divine Palm truly represent? This question resurfaced in Suchin's mind. It is worth noting that Suchin is a first-grade grandmaster, possessing profound internal energy. Yet, even a mere incitement of the Rulai Divine Palm consumed a significant portion of his internal strength. If he were to genuinely activate it, would he not be instantly drained of vitality? At this moment, the head of the miscellaneous department had regained consciousness, his complexion considerably improved. However, Suchin sensed that the head's life force had diminished once more, drawing him closer to the limits of his lifespan. Suchin speculated that within 5 to 10 years, the head might attain nirvana. Sighing softly, Suchin approached and inquired, "Are you all right, head?" "I am fine," the head replied, waving his hand. His earlier agitation had subsided considerably. Pausing for a moment, he reflected, as one ages, vitality wanes, one cannot resist this truth. In the ensuing half-month, Abbot Huiwen of Shaolin Temple and the various heads of departments endured a torturous wait for the announcement of the Buddhism debate results from the Vajra Temple. However, to Abbot Huiwen's astonishment, months passed without any response from the Vajra Temple, as if no debate had ever taken place with Shaolin Temple. Logically, if the Vajra Temple had triumphed in the debate, they would have proclaimed it widely. Why, then, was there not the slightest reaction from them? The head of the discipline court was perplexed. Although relinquishing the position of the foremost temple in the Buddhist world was disheartening, victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. This was a fact that Shaolin Temple could not deny. Yet, Shaolin Temple's acknowledgement depended on the Vajra Temple disseminating the outcome. Would it be reasonable to expect Shaolin Temple to announce their defeat to the Vajra Temple? Such a notion was inconceivable. As a prominent institution in the martial arts world, Shaolin Temple held its dignity in high regard, and historically, it was always the victorious party that made such announcements. Abbot Huiwen shared the same perplexity. Since the Vajra Temple remained silent, he did not wish to probe further, resulting in most factions in the world being unaware of the Buddhism debate between Shaolin Temple and Vajra Temple. Among the few who had some knowledge, many assumed that the Vajra Temple had lost and chose not to publicize it. Meanwhile, the Vajra Temple, believing they had been defeated by Shaolin Temple, was equally baffled as to why Shaolin Temple had not made any mention of the Buddhism debate. The abbot of the Vajra Temple could only conclude that Shaolin Temple was simply disinterested in pursuing the matter. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the skill withered with divine art. In front of the Sutra repository, Suchin's expression brightened with joy. The withered wood divine art is one of the esteemed secrets of the Shaolin Temple. Its paramount function lies not in offense or defense, but in concealment and disguise. Once mastered to perfection, the withered wood divine art allows one to manipulate their own aura at will, achieving a state akin to a desiccated tree, embodying true voidness. Indeed, When paired with the indestructible diamond divine art, it becomes an extraordinary combination. Su Qin felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. The indestructible diamond divine art already enabled him to fully suppress his own aura, and now, with the addition of the withered with divine art, the effects would be exponentially enhanced. Just as Su Qin was preparing to test the efficacy of the withered with divine art, his expression suddenly shifted. Su Qin's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on a particular direction. Chapter 19. Divine Powers. The Eye of Truth. Should any disciple familiar with the Shaolin Temple be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that the direction in which Su Qin gazes is none other than the location of the forbidden area of the Qianfu Hall. Having spent over a decade within the temple, Su Qin has traversed nearly every corner of Shaolin, save for a few restricted zones. The back mountain is one, and the Qianfu Hall is another. Both the back mountain and the Qianfu Hall resonate with the concealed aura of a first-tier grandmaster, which is precisely why Su Qin refrains from approaching. The back mountain serves as the site where Shaolin suppressed the demon Buddha 9 centuries ago, and it remains under the watch of a first-tier grandmaster. Su Qin finds this unsurprising, for he understands that the demon Buddha of 900 years past was a formidable entity capable of contending with Arhats, far surpassing the first tier in strength. To contain such a malevolent force, mere seals would prove inadequate. No matter how powerful the seal, time inevitably erodes its potency. Thus, it is essential for someone to continuously refine the seal to ensure the demon Buddha remains subdued. Given the ferocity of the demon Buddha, only a first-tier grandmaster could approach without succumbing to its influence, and this is under the condition that the demon Buddha is already sealed. To guarantee the absolute safety of the seal on the demon Buddha, a holy monk of first-tier grandmaster caliber resides within the back mountain's forbidden area, which should be a closely guarded secret, unknown even to the current abbot of Shaolin. This explains why many within Shaolin believe that there is no first-tier holy monk present in this generation. In truth, as a bastion of martial arts with a lineage spanning millennia, having emerged from the sacred ground of the Buddha's teachings, how could Shaolin truly possess no secrets? Apart from the back mountain, the Qianfu Hall harbors a similar aura of a first-tier grandmaster. However, just moments ago, Su Qin distinctly sensed that the presence of the first-tier grandmaster within the Qianfu Hall had suddenly dissipated. This dissipation was not a mere vanishing. It resembled a candle flame enduring against the wind for decades, only to finally extinguish. Had they passed away? Su Qin pondered thoughtfully. The Qianfu Hall is deemed a forbidden area of Shaolin precisely because it serves as the resting place for the holy monks of generations past. Only a first-tier holy monk is permitted entry into the Qianfu Hall when their lifespan draws to a close. Should I pay a visit, perhaps to sign in? Su Qin stroked his chin, a thought igniting in his mind. The Qianfu Hall is one of the few places he has yet to explore, meaning he has never signed in there. Based on the aura, it is certain that the first-tier grandmaster has died, leaving the Qianfu Hall devoid of any living beings. Even if I were to enter, I would likely remain undetected. Su Qin's thoughts ebbed and flowed as he contemplated. However, having just signed in, he acquired the withered with divine skill. This esteemed technique of the Shaolin Temple excels in concealment and disguise, and when combined with the perfected, indestructible diamond technique, Su Qin felt confident that even if he were to walk past a first-tier grandmaster, as long as he was not directly observed, the grandmaster would not perceive his presence. Unless, of course, Su Qin intentionally revealed his aura. First, I shall familiarize myself with the withered with divine skill. As Su Qin's thoughts stirred, an overwhelming understanding of the withered with divine art flooded his mind. In mere moments, his comprehension of this technique reached an astonishing level. It resembled withered wood, embodying the essence of the void. Su Qin's presence became so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a chorus of chirping filled the air as several birds perched upon his shoulders, mistaking him for a mere piece of timber, completely unaware of any anomaly. With a gentle inhalation and exhalation, Su Qin activated the withered with divine art while simultaneously employing the perfected Indestructible Vajra Technique to further conceal his aura. Instantly, the birds, startled by an unseen force, took flight, losing all sense of Su Qin's existence. In that moment, he was not merely akin to a withered branch. He had transformed into a mere wisp of nothingness. Indeed, Su Qin marveled internally, recognizing that he was now ready to enter the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. That evening, he eluded the patrolling monks and stood before the grand entrance of the hall, confirming that it was devoid of occupants. He gently pushed open the massive doors and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, yet as a first-rate grandmaster, Su Qin possessed the ability to see clearly in the dark. Within the hall, numerous statues of Buddha stood, each one marking the resting place of a first-grade saint who had attained enlightenment. The statues were densely arranged, and a cursory glance revealed hundreds of them. Su Qin was taken aback by the sheer number of first-grade saints that Shaolin Temple had produced. It was well known that in today's world, any first-rate grandmaster was a legendary figure, capable of commanding a martial arts sect. To think that Shaolin Temple had birthed hundreds of such masters was remarkable. However, upon further reflection, Su Qin found this to be quite reasonable. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, having hundreds of first-grade saints over such a lengthy period did not seem excessive. He gradually advanced deeper into the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas, the withered with divine art. In conjunction with the Indestructible Vajra, rendered Su Qin an ethereal presence, moving without a sound. Even the most astute first-rate grandmaster would be unable to detect him without witnessing it firsthand. Before long, Su Qin arrived at the deepest recesses of the hall. There, not far away, he spotted a figure clad in plain garb, sitting rigidly, devoid of any breath, clearly deceased. Plain garb? Not a monk's robe? This first-grade presence hidden within the hall was not of Shaolin origin? Su Qin was astonished. Initially, he had assumed that the first-grade aura emanating from the hall belonged to a saint of Shaolin who had not yet passed into enlightenment. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Intriguingly, Su Qin refrained from approaching immediately. A first-rate grandmaster, even in death, could have left behind traps or contingencies near their remains. Although Su Qin was unafraid, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Oh, but this was the perfect opportunity to sign in at the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. His eyes brightened at the thought. At this moment, it was already deep into the night, transitioning into the early hours of the following day, and the daily opportunity for check-in had refreshed. System, allow me to check in. Su Qin silently intoned. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired the divine ability Eye of Truth. A mechanical, frigid voice echoed in Su Qin's ear. Divine ability? Eye of Truth? Su Qin's pupils constricted. Over the past decade, Su Qin had checked in countless extraordinary martial arts, miraculous elixirs, and rare treasures. However, he had never before encountered the term divine ability. With this in mind, Su Qin swiftly examined the system's description of the divine ability Eye of Truth. Chapter 20. The Wandering Sage of Nine bends to my astonishment. The Eye of Truth is indeed formidable. Moments later, Su Qin opened his eyes, his expression one of awe. According to the system's description, the Eye of Truth is not an offensive technique. Rather, it leans towards being an auxiliary ability. With the Eye of Truth, Su Qin can effortlessly discern illusions and pinpoint threats. Furthermore, the Eye of Truth possesses an almost terrifying grasp of the flow of energy once Su Qin has set his gaze upon something. Even from a distance of hundreds or thousands of miles, he can locate its position through this energy. Of course, what draws Su Qin to the Eye of Truth the most is its nature as a divine ability. What is a divine ability? Unlike any martial arts or secret techniques that require internal energy and vitality to be activated, finite resources that cannot be consumed without limit, even a first-grade grandmaster cannot expend their internal energy indefinitely. The same applies to vitality. Once depleted, even a first-grade grandmaster's power will significantly diminish. However, divine abilities differ. They are akin to innate instincts, as effortless as breathing, devoid of the notion of consumption. This means that, as long as Su Qin desires, he can activate the Eye of Truth continuously for 12 hours a day. For it is as natural to him as eating and drinking, requiring no conscious thought. It is said that when Buddhist techniques are cultivated to their utmost, various divine abilities emerge, such as the ability to read minds or the heavenly eye. Su Qin's thoughts surged as he contemplated testing the efficacy of the Eye of Truth. Steeling himself, he concentrated, and with a mere thought, he felt a chill in his eyes. Everything within his sight became crystal clear, devoid of any blind spots. Additionally, he sensed countless streams of energy rising from all directions, some distant, some near, some strong, some weak, all converging within his gaze. Indeed. Su Qin's gaze shifted to the nearby corpse of the first-grade grandmaster. At that moment, with the Eye of Truth, he almost instantaneously confirmed that the grandmaster was truly lifeless, with no tampering evident around the body. Just then, Su Qin noticed that the grandmaster's hand was tightly clutching a scroll made of animal hide. With a flick of his finger, the scroll fell to the ground. Su Qin picked it up and glanced at its contents. I began my martial journey at the age of 8, wandering the world. At 38, I entered the upper 3 realms, and by 79, I attained the first grade. Yet, after exhausting over 100 years, I remain trapped at this level, lamenting my failure to reach the pinnacle of myth. This scroll chronicles the life of this first-grade grandmaster, detailing his childhood experiences, the ecstasy of becoming a warrior, and the profound solitude that followed his ascent to the first grade. Known as the wandering sage of 9 bends, he was parentless, yet possessed unparalleled martial talent, having forged his internal energy from a few salvaged fragments of techniques. In a mere 70 years, he soared to unprecedented heights, directly stepping into the realm of the first-grade grandmaster, having recently ascended to the esteemed rank of a grandmaster. The wandering sage of the 9 curves stood proudly at the pinnacle of the world, relishing the joy of his status, often engaging in leisurely exchanges with fellow grandmasters. However, upon reaching the age of 100, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Though the lifespan of a grandmaster far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, its limit rests at a mere 200 years. To extend his existence further, he must make another leap, entering the legendary realm whispered about in martial arts folklore. It is said that the Shaolin Temple, with its lineage spanning thousands of years, has produced true Arhats. In pursuit of a breakthrough, he secluded himself in the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas, pondering day and night. Yet, by the age of 170, he believed he had honed his internal strength and physical form to their utmost limits, yet remained utterly perplexed by the mythic barrier that stood before him. How does one transcend the path of myth? What did the ancestors rely upon to surmount this threshold? As he perused the ancient hide, the handwriting grew increasingly hasty, a manifestation of boundless frustration and despair. Even Su Qin fell into silence. The wandering sage of the 9 curves had infiltrated the sanctuary 60 years prior, coinciding with the passing of the last holy monk of Shaolin, leaving the temple devoid of a grand master and allowing him to remain undetected until now. Su Qin sighed softly. Throughout the realms, while grand masters are indeed rare, each era inevitably births a few. Yet, the mythical figures of martial arts, or their Buddhist counterparts known as Arhats, are seen only once in a generation or even several eras. In regions beyond his knowledge, Su Qin could not speak. However, within the confines of Shaolin, since the last Arhat ascended to eternal rest 900 years ago while suppressing the demon Buddha, no one has attained the status of Arhat. This scarcity is not solely due to the century-long emergence of the demon Buddha as disciples, which greatly hindered the foundation of Shaolin, but it also underscores the formidable challenge of achieving the Arhat fruit. Will I, too, end up like the wandering sage of the 9 curves, living out a solitary existence waiting for death? A slight furrow formed on Su Qin's brow as this thought flickered through his mind. Yet, as quickly as it arose, he cast it aside, for the wandering sage could not compare to him. Su Qin possessed a system that enabled him to sign in for countless treasures. Even if he were to amass them, he could elevate himself to the realm of martial arts mythology. Moreover, the wandering sage died without ever comprehending why he could not even perceive the barrier to his breakthrough. In Su Qin's perspective, the wandering sage had simply taken a wrong turn. He had spent over a century refining his physical body and internal energy. Yet to step into the realm of martial arts mythology, it is not only imperative to perfect the physical and the internal, but also to attain the completeness of spirit. Spirit, the physical form, internal energy. Only when these three are harmonized may one grasp a fleeting hope of touching the barrier. Furthermore, what invigorated Su Qin even more was the eye of truth he had just acquired through signing in. This extraordinary ability not only allowed him to perceive the external world but also to scrutinize his own being. Under the gaze of the eye of truth, Su Qin achieved an astonishing mastery over his own vitality, internal energy, and spirit. He could distinctly sense any deficiency or flaw within himself. While the eye of truth could not directly rectify these shortcomings, it illuminated a path forward for Su Qin. This matter holds greater significance than acquiring an abundance of divine artifacts through the signing of Su Qin. This visit to the 1,000 Buddha Hall for the purpose of signing in is undeniably fortuitous. Although I lack the eye of truth, I possess the confidence to take that leap, though it may lead me down many winding paths. A smile graced Su Qin's face as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the 9. Rest assured, the roads you could not traverse and the vistas you have yet to behold shall be explored by me. With that, Su Qin placed the animal hide before the corpse of the 9 and turned away. As for the remains of the 9, Su Qin chose not to acknowledge them. While he had lived, the disciples who entered to cleanse the area were oblivious to his presence. However, now that the 9 has passed, his body lies exposed, awaiting the next visit from the Shaolin disciples for their cleansing duties. At that time, the monks of Shaolin will undoubtedly come to attend to the remains of the nine. Chapter 21. The Anomaly of the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower, a sacred edifice of the Shaolin Temple, serves as a formidable prison for the malevolent spirits of the world. This tower is meticulously divided into 9 subterranean levels. The first 3 levels are designated for the confinement of lower-tier demons, the 4th to 6th levels for mid-tier demons, while the 7th to 9th levels are reserved for the upper-tier demons. However, in this current era, the upper-tier demons imprisoned within the tower are few and far between. At this moment, within the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower, a man leaning against a corner suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs that glinted with a savage light. Ha 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 ha. At long last, I have entered, he exclaimed. His gaze swept across the other imprisoned demons within the tower, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. This man was notorious in the martial world, known as the bloodthirsty old demon. Years prior, he had deliberately disguised himself and allowed himself to be captured by the Shaolin Temple, all in a calculated effort to infiltrate the Demon Suppression Tower. Practitioners of the demonic arts often indulge in the consumption of others' life essence to replenish their own vitality, and the bloodthirsty old demon was no exception. His cultivation technique enabled him to rapidly enhance his prowess by devouring the life force of others. The stronger the target, the greater the augmentation he would receive. Thus, he turned his attention to the martial artists of the realm. However, these warriors were not naive. Having suffered from his covert assaults, they became increasingly vigilant, rallying their comrades and even summoning their elders to lay ambushes against him. After suffering several setbacks, the bloodthirsty old demon was compelled to abandon this line of thought. It was then that he recalled the multitude of demons imprisoned within the Shaolin Temple's Demon Suppression Tower. These malevolent entities were condemned to eternal captivity, awaiting their demise within the tower's confines. A sudden realization dawned upon him. If he were to infiltrate the tower and consume the life essence of these imprisoned demons, it would be a foolproof plan. With this notion in mind, the bloodthirsty old demon began to devise a strategy for infiltrating the Demon Suppression Tower. The Shaolin Temple, being a bastion of martial prowess with an unfathomable depth of resources, would not allow a direct assault. The only viable means of entry would be to surrender himself to the temple, thus securing his imprisonment within the tower. To execute this plan, the bloodthirsty old demon needed to accomplish 2 objectives. Firstly, he must conceal his true identity from the Shaolin Temple. Should they discover who he was, upper-tier warriors would undoubtedly intervene to strip him of his powers. Secondly, he needed to uncover the method of entering and exiting the Demon Suppression Tower. Without this knowledge, even if he succeeded in consuming the life essence of all the demons within, it would be of no consequence. The first point was easily manageable for the bloodthirsty old demon. In fact, to ensure absolute safety, he willingly suppressed his own strength, masquerading as a lesser-tier demon. As for the second point, he discovered in an ancient tome that during the full moon, a brief vulnerability in the tower's mechanisms would occur. With these 2 points addressed, the bloodthirsty old demon was successfully imprisoned within the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, relishing his triumph. What a delectable feast it is. The bloodthirsty old demon licked his lips, gazing greedily at the fiends imprisoned on the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty old demon stepped forward, appearing before one of the fiends, and seized him by the throat. Who? The bloodthirsty old demon inhaled deeply. The expression of terror surfaced on the face of the fiend in his grasp, as his body visibly withered, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a lifeless husk. I, the ancestor, have endured countless sacrifices to infiltrate this place and evade the watchful eyes of those bald monks from the Shaolin Temple. Now, it is time to reap the rewards. The aura of the bloodthirsty old demon rapidly expanded, frantically radiating in all directions. Instantly, numerous fiends on the 2nd level began to have their vital essence drained, succumbing one after another to become mere corpses. Soon, the other fiends sensed something amiss, hastily distancing themselves from the bloodthirsty old demon. This is bad. Someone is attacking us. An elder-like fiend roared. The bloodthirsty old demon? Damn it. How could he be on the 2nd level? Countless fiends were filled with a mix of anger and fear, given the strength of the bloodthirsty old demon. Even if captured by the Shaolin Temple and imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower, he would at least be confined to the 7th level. Want to escape? Is that even possible? Hurry and merge with me. The ancestor has business to attend to on the next level. The bloodthirsty old demon, with a profound aura, coldly surveyed all the fiends. He had gone to great lengths to willingly be captured and enter the Demon Suppression Tower. and he had no intention of merely devouring the fiends of one level. The true objective of the bloodthirsty old demon was to absorb all the fiends on the 9th level of the demon suppression tower. In the deep of night, under the high-hanging bright moon, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his breath steady and elongated. Should any martial artist of the upper 3 realms be present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness the vast amounts of natural energy surging into Su Qin's body with each inhalation. The celestial energy that he inhaled and exhaled in a single breath was sufficient to burst the flesh of an ordinary martial artist at the upper 3 realms. Although practitioners of the upper 3 realms have opened the bridges of heaven and earth, their bodies are constantly being gently brushed by celestial energy. However, this cleansing is subtle and gradual, akin to the gentle flow of a stream. Yet now, the celestial energy Su Qin inhaled and exhaled resembled the tumultuous waves of a mighty river or ocean, boundless and overwhelming. Even those esteemed first-grade grandmasters would feel a shiver upon witnessing Su Qin's manner of absorbing celestial energy. One must understand how volatile celestial energy can be. Such an endless intake, even for a first-grade grandmaster, carries the risk of bodily harm if not approached with caution. Should the body suffer injury, especially during the process of absorbing celestial energy, the backlash could lead to dire consequences. No first-grade grandmaster would dare to undertake such a risk. The Indestructible Vajra skill is indeed a supreme external technique of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin opened his eyes, silently contemplating. The mastery of the Indestructible Vajra skill allows him to absorb celestial energy without hesitation, free from any lingering dangers. In the past, I would have undoubtedly regarded the Indestructible Divine skill as flawless, devoid of any imperfections. However, with the eye of truth now observing itself, the shortcomings of the Indestructible Divine skill are laid bare. Su Qin sighed softly, increasingly aware of the formidable power of the eye of truth. The essence of the Indestructible Divine skill is the ultimate rigidity and positivity, invincible and unyielding. Yet, in this world, nothing can thrive in solitary extremes. A solitary yin cannot endure, nor can a solitary yang give rise to life. To attain true longevity, one must harmonize yin and yang. Indeed, the Indestructible Divine skill is immensely powerful, capable of elevating the physical body to the level of challenging warriors of the 3rd realm. However, it is excessively extreme. If Su Qin wishes to advance further and achieve the Arhat fruit position, relying solely on the Indestructible Divine skill to refine his body would be utterly inadequate. Su Qin must seek an additional yin-attributed body refinement technique to complement the Indestructible Divine skill. Chapter 22. The demon emerges from the tower. A shadowy technique of body refinement. Su Qin stroked his chin, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. The martial arts of the Shaolin Temple predominantly focus on the yang aspect. Thus, to derive a technique of body refinement that rivals the Indestructible Vajra skill from within its teachings poses a considerable challenge. It seems that I must frequent the Demon Suppression Tower to seek out such a skill. Within the entire Shaolin Temple, only the Demon Suppression Tower can yield martial secrets beyond its own teachings. However, the items obtained from this tower are generally associated with demonic paths, and Su Qin only visited occasionally. The next day, Su Qin took the initiative to sweep the floors of the Demon Suppression Tower. This tower, a forbidden ground of the Shaolin Temple, houses the malevolent beings that once wreaked havoc upon the world. Therefore, vigilant monks continuously patrol the area to ensure the tower remains secure. Ah, it's Brother Jingwan. A patrolling monk greeted Su Qin with a smile. Having been in the temple for a decade, although he had always been a mere floor-sweeping monk, he could be considered somewhat of a senior. Most of the patrolling monks recognized him. The Demon Suppression Tower? Su Qin frowned slightly. Through the inside of his true eye, he could distinctly sense the diminishing presence of the demonic entities within. Are they engaging in mutual slaughter? He murmured to himself, choosing not to dwell on it. The demons confined within the tower were all heinous offenders. Had it not been for the compassion of the Shaolin Temple, they would have been slain on the spot by any other righteous sect. Now, noticing the reduction of demonic presences within, Su Qin felt no inclination to intervene. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and obtaining the technique Demon Cloud Hand. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Qin's ear. Demon Cloud Hand? He nodded slightly. Although it was not the shadowy body refinement technique he sought, this Demon Cloud Hand was still commendable, not significantly weaker than the ordinary skills of the Shaolin Temple. Should Su Qin master it, it would serve as an additional card up his sleeve. Henceforth, Su Qin visited the Demon Suppression Tower daily. After more than a month, he finally acquired what he desired. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and obtaining the technique Taiyin Body Refinement Art. Taiyin Body Refinement Art. A smile spread across Su Qin's face. This art is a foundational technique of a demonic sect known as the Taiyin sect from a millennium ago, reputed to draw in the essence of the Taiyin moonlight, allowing one to cultivate to great perfection and condense the Taiyin law body. Unfortunately, despite its immense potential, the entry into the Taiyin body refinement art is exceedingly difficult, leading to a decline in its disciples and eventual extinction 1,000 years ago. The Taiyin law body? It should be comparable to the perfected Indestructible Vajra skill. Upon comparing the Taiyin body refinement art to the Indestructible Vajra skill, Su Qin discerned that these two techniques are essentially of the same tier. In fact, the Taiyin body refinement art might even surpass the Indestructible Vajra skill in certain aspects. Excellent. This is the one. Su Qin felt immense satisfaction. Although the Taiyin body refinement art is notoriously challenging to master, he had never once doubted his ability to succeed. Under the indoctrination of the system, there exists no formidable skill that Su Qin cannot master. However, the demons within the Demon Suppression Tower should be nearly eradicated by now, right? Su Qin's gaze shifted, once more directed towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Over the past month, Su Qin had diligently arrived at the tower each day to sign in, thus becoming intimately familiar with the aura within. Through the insight of the true eye, it was revealed that only a singular, exceedingly powerful presence remained inside the tower, while all others had vanished. In the beginning, Su Qin might have speculated that the demons were engaged in a brutal battle among themselves. But now a scent of conspiracy had wafted into his senses. It was likely at the pinnacle of the second tier, just shy of the first. Su Qin meticulously confirmed his assessment in his mind. Deep within the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, the blood-devouring elder sat cross-legged, surrounded by a swirling mass of demonic energy that enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. Ha, he laughed. I never imagined that the 9th level of the Shaolin Temple's Demon Suppression Tower once contained several first-tier great demons who shook the world centuries ago. A wild joy radiated from the blood-devouring elder's countenance. Although those renowned first-tier demons had long succumbed to age within the tower, their corpses remained. Practitioners of the demonic path forged their bodies with demonic energy, and even in death, the refined energy clings to their bones. After devouring the remains of these first-tier corpses, the blood-devouring elder experienced a meteoric rise in strength, astonishingly breaking through to the limit of the second tier. It is noteworthy that prior to entering the Demon Suppression Tower, he was merely a third-tier demon. Now, having consumed all the demons within the tower, coupled with the remains of those first-tier great demons from centuries past, he transcended an entire realm to reach the pinnacle of the second tier. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a faint, profound demonic radiance flickered within. It is important to recognize that in today's world, first-tier grandmasters are exceedingly rare, each a formidable powerhouse in their own right. Should the blood-devouring elder truly ascend to the first tier, he would wield unparalleled dominance, living freely as long as he remains cautious to avoid being surrounded and slain by several first-tier grandmasters. That young master of the demon sect once coerced the ancestor into servitude. Once I emerge from this tower, I shall show you who the true master of the demon sect is. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the blood-devouring elder's eyes. Time is of the essence. I must exit the tower swiftly. If those bald monks from the Shaolin Temple discover anything, they could seal my fate within this tower, and that would spell disaster. Suddenly, a thought struck the blood-devouring elder, prompting him to rise swiftly and make his way to the first level. Legend has it that the Demon Suppression Tower was forged by a certain Arhat of the Shaolin Temple, containing a grand formation that connects with the heavens and earth, trapping anyone who enters, even first-tier grandmasters, for eternity. As the blood-devouring elder's thoughts raced, a sense of astonishment surged within him. Alas, even a true Arhat could not withstand the relentless power of time, let alone the formation left behind by the Arhat. If the current generation of the Shaolin Temple possessed a genuine first-tier holy monk to oversee and constantly enhance the grand formation within the Demon Suppression Tower, even the audacious, bloodthirsty old demon dared not infiltrate the heart of the Great Array. Under normal circumstances, the formidable formation could only be breached by a Arhat. However, the current generation of Shaolin Temple was devoid of a first-class saint monk. At least none openly presided over the temple. Consequently, the Great Array within the Demon Suppression Tower, as time passed, began to develop vulnerabilities during its operation. This secret was revealed to the bloodthirsty old demon through an ancient tome, once belonging to the disciple of the demon Buddha from a century ago. 100 years prior, Shaolin Temple was safeguarded by 4 illustrious saint monks, their might unparalleled. Aware of the slim chances of annihilating the temple, this disciple chose to disseminate certain secrets of Shaolin, determined to sow the seeds of peril even if the temple could not be destroyed. Truly, the great array was vast and boundless. The bloodthirsty old demon observed the operation of the great array for half a day, feeling dizzy and nearly succumbing to the chaotic surge of demonic energy within. Yet, to seize that fleeting moment of vulnerability during the array's operation, he had no choice but to force his mind to remain alert. Days later, as the bloodthirsty old demon teetered on the edge of slumber, suddenly, a faint tremor surged forth. This wave was exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible. It has come. The bloodthirsty old demon was suddenly filled with elation, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 23, Suchin and the Demon. Outside the demon suppression tower, a multitude of martial monks continuously patrolled. The demon suppression tower, as a sacred site of Shaolin Temple, was under vigilant watch day and night, with no fewer than 108 monks on duty. This formidable assembly of monks could swiftly form a formidable array, capable of momentarily confining even the most adept practitioners of the upper three realms. Brother, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss with the demon suppression tower tonight. Amiss? What could possibly be amiss? The monk, referred to as brother, shot a sharp glare, admonishing, "Attend to your duties and refrain from wandering your gaze." Very well. The younger monk shrank his head. Suddenly, at that moment, a low hum reverberated. The entire demon suppression tower shuddered slightly. The 108 monks stationed outside were taken aback, instinctively turning their gaze toward the tower. What just transpired? Did I sense the tower tremble? Indeed, I felt it too. I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. The monks exchanged uncertain glances. However, the next moment, with a crack, the great door of the tower suddenly split open a narrow crevice. A dark, demonic shadow sprang forth from this gap, standing defiantly outside the tower. It has emerged. It has finally emerged. The bloodthirsty old demon exulted with wild joy. In truth, before deciding to enter the demon suppression tower, the bloodthirsty old demon had hesitated over whether to embrace such peril. After all, the ancient tome he possessed, while asserting with conviction that there were flaws in the grand array within the tower, left one to ponder. Who could ascertain the truth of the tome without first-hand experience? This was the demon suppression tower of Shaolin Temple, a prison for countless notorious demons. Once confined within its walls, these formidable entities had never re-emerged. Was it a matter of choice? No, it was simply that these demons could not escape. This underscored the tower's terrifying nature. Yet now, an ancient tome claimed that there were flaws in the tower? Just because one claims there are flaws, does that make it so? What if the tome's assertions were mere fabrications? Would the bloodthirsty old demon then be willingly leaping into a trap? Ultimately, the bloodthirsty old demon resolved to proceed. For should he succeed in devouring the myriad of demons imprisoned within the tower, he would stand atop the world. Under such temptation, how could he possibly resist? Moreover, the tome's descriptions of the tower's vulnerabilities were exceedingly detailed, far too intricate to be mere fabrications. Bad news. A demon has escaped. In stark contrast to the bloodthirsty old demon's jubilation, the multitude of monks guarding the tower were struck with panic. Throughout the ages, there had never been a precedent for a demon escaping from the demon suppression tower. Form the array, the leading monk bellowed. Instantly, the 108 monks quelled their astonishment, swiftly returned to their positions, and transformed into a formidable layered formation, ensnaring the bloodthirsty old demon at its center. Such a trivial array, easily shattered with a mere snap of the fingers. The bloodthirsty old demon sneered disdainfully. Had it been before his entrance into the demon suppression tower, these formations might have posed a challenge. However, now he, the bloodthirsty old demon, had already reached the pinnacle of the second rank, poised to ascend to the first-rank Grand Master at any moment. Attempting to confine him with such formations was akin to a fool's dream. Boom. The terrifying demonic energy surged violently, spreading in all directions. With a resounding crash, the formation comprised of 108 monks was forcefully shattered. The monks were sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the tremors of the demon suppression tower to the bloodthirsty old demon's escape and the subsequent breach of the formation, mere moments elapsed. The monks barely had time to form their array before it was destroyed, leaving them unconscious and unable to relay the news to Abbot Huiwen and the other leaders. Easily defeated. Humph. Shaolin Temple is nothing but this. The bloodthirsty old demon chuckled coldly. It was time to depart. He scanned his surroundings. Although the bloodthirsty old demon had escaped the demon suppression tower without affording the patrolling monks a moment to react, the Shaolin Temple was not oblivious. The demon suppression tower was a forbidden ground of the temple. Such a significant event could not remain unnoticed for long. Even if they were unaware now, it would not be long before someone detected the anomaly. Should the bloodthirsty old demon linger here, he would soon face the encirclement and assault of Abbot Huiyuan and the other leaders. Old bald donkey Huiyuan. The bloodthirsty old demon's expression turned cold. Within the entirety of the Shaolin Temple, the only figure he truly feared was Abbot Huiyuan. The bloodthirsty old demon was currently at the second rank, as was Abbot Huiyuan. Although the former had reached the limit of the second rank, the Shaolin Temple's techniques inherently restrained demonic practices. Moreover, this was the domain of the Shaolin Temple. The bloodthirsty old demon was essentially fighting alone. If he were to be detained, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Despite his confidence, the bloodthirsty old demon understood the necessity of making advantageous choices. Yet, before his departure, he felt compelled to sample the essence of the Shaolin monks. He glanced at the 108 unconscious monks, licking his lips. In the past, he would have preferred to distance himself from disciples of such a prestigious martial arts sect as Shaolin, never daring to provoke them. However, his newfound formidable strength bestowed upon him boundless confidence. Additionally, having already escaped the demon suppression tower, he was now embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Shaolin Temple. Consuming the vital essence of a few disciples was of no consequence. With this thought, the bloodthirsty old demon stepped forward, appearing before one of the monks. This monk had been the leader of the earlier formation, possessing fourth-rank strength and abundant vital energy, making him an ideal target for the bloodthirsty old demon's consumption. Demon, prepare to die. Suddenly, the monk surged forth, his aura rising as he aimed a punch at the bloodthirsty old demon. How weak. The bloodthirsty old demon seemed to have anticipated this, raising his right hand and slowly pressing it down. Boom. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped him, instantly suppressing the monk. Would it not be better to be obedient and allow me, your ancestor, to consume you? The bloodthirsty demon shook his head slightly. Demon, I shall perish alongside you. The monk's eyes, bloodshot and filled with determination, struggled to rise. Upon witnessing this, the bloodthirsty demon could hardly muster the energy to utter another word. Just as he prepared to drain the life force from the multitude of monks. Several miles away, atop a hill, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Why must it come to such extremes? In his hands, the indomitable power of the Vajra unyielding technique collided and intertwined with the supreme Yin energy cultivated through the Yin body refinement technique, unleashing flashes of light akin to lightning. Chapter 24. In the blink of an eye am I destined to perish? Before the demon suppression tower, the monk, in a sudden burst of rage, sought to confront the bloodthirsty demon in a bid for mutual destruction, only to feel the vital energy within him rapidly deplete. This monk, known as Jinji, though sharing the same Jin lineage as Su Qin, had entered the temple 2 decades prior. It was a lamentable fate that he could not protect his junior brothers as Jinji grew increasingly feeble. He managed to turn his head and glance at the other monks who lay unconscious. He knew all too well that once the bloodthirsty demon consumed his life force and vitality, these monks would likely meet the same grim fate. I cannot meet my end in such a manner. I must inform the abbot, alert the head of the monastery. Yet, as he gazed, Jinji beheld an unforgettable scene. A tall, indistinct figure was stepping towards the demon suppression tower, each stride covering vast distances, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye until it stood before the tower. Is someone approaching? Jinji's consciousness plummeted into darkness. In the final moment before his awareness faded, he suddenly heard the enraged voice of the bloodthirsty demon. Damn it, who are you? Before the demon suppression tower. Su Qin glanced at the once again unconscious Jinji, then shifted his gaze to the wary bloodthirsty demon. Who are you? When did Shaolin Temple gain such a formidable master? The bloodthirsty demon's expression grew grave. Just moments ago, Su Qin had effortlessly shattered his demonic aura with a mere gesture, demonstrating an unfathomable power. Prior to entering the tower, the bloodthirsty demon had thoroughly investigated the elite practitioners of Shaolin Temple, and there was no record of a person named Su Qin. You need not concern yourself with that, Su Qin sighed softly. After finally escaping, why linger in Shaolin Temple and push matters to such an extreme? Though Su Qin had never considered himself a true high monk, the 10 years of sustenance from Shaolin Temple made it impossible for him to stand idly by as its disciples were slaughtered. Moreover, he shared a reasonably amicable relationship with Jinji. What business is it of yours what I do? The bloodthirsty demon narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Despite the palpable threat in Su Qin's words, the bloodthirsty demon noted the monk's youthful appearance, a monk of such tender years. Even if he had trained since infancy and had access to the resources of Shaolin Temple, could at best be a novice in the upper three realms of martial arts. How could he possibly rival the bloodthirsty demon? The reason the demonic aura had been shattered by Su Qin's gesture was likely due to a sudden surge in his power, which he could not perfectly control. You must be a prodigy secretly nurtured by Shaolin Temple, but alas, I take particular delight in extinguishing talents. The bloodthirsty demon's gaze turned cruel, and his inner energy surged once more. Since he was already locked in a life-and-death struggle with Shaolin Temple, preemptively snuffing out a prodigy could be considered a stroke of fortune. Just now, my aura was unstable, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Now, let us see if you can once again shatter my demonic aura. As each word fell from the lips of the bloodthirsty ancestor, the air thickened with an oppressive weight. Once he concluded his incantation, the surroundings were suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The bloodthirsty elder had invoked the ultimate technique of a renowned first-tier demon from the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, the Celestial Demon Domain. This domain could only be wielded by those of at least the upper three realms, capable of bridging heaven and earth, transforming into a realm of demonic might. Within this domain, the power of the bloodthirsty elder surged exponentially, while his adversaries found themselves shackled by its constraints. Time was of the essence. Su Qin seemed to sense an impending threat and shook his head slightly. At that moment, several powerful presences were rapidly converging upon their location. Clearly, Abbot Huiwen and several other leaders had detected the disturbance and were hastening towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Time was running out? The bloodthirsty elder paused, a cold smirk dawning upon his face. Indeed, your time is limited. In the next instant, the bloodthirsty elder extended his right hand, slowly pressing down towards Su Qin. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of demonic energy coalesced, crashing down with immense force. This strike represented the full might of the elder. Even if it fell short of an ordinary first-tier grandmaster, the bloodthirsty elder's expression gleamed with triumph as he prepared to continue his taunt. However, the ensuing spectacle left him feeling as though he had been choked, his countenance paling in shock. Countless strands of demonic energy evaporated into nothingness within mere inches of Su Qin. Impossible. Unthinkable. The bloodthirsty elder was engulfed in terror, witnessing an event that defied comprehension. While it was known that Buddhist techniques countered demonic practices, never had he imagined that they could obliterate his power without even making contact. This was no mere counteraction. It was an absolute and utter dominance. Yet before he could fully register this revelation, Su Qin stepped forward, appearing right before him. Alarmed, the bloodthirsty elder's scalp prickled. At this moment, if he still failed to grasp that Su Qin's strength far surpassed his own, he would truly be a fool. A first-tier, at the very least. A first-tier grandmaster. When had the Shaolin Temple given rise to such a young first-tier grandmaster? A tide of regret flooded the bloodthirsty elder's heart. Had he known that the Shaolin Temple housed a first-tier grandmaster, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to infiltrate it. But it was too late. Observing the bloodthirsty elder's intent to flee, Su Qin casually raised his right hand, forming a fist, and let it descend gently. To the bloodthirsty elder, this punch appeared languid, akin to a child's playful swing. Yet inexplicably, he found himself unable to evade it, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, immobilized entirely. With a soft thud, under the gaze of despair from the bloodthirsty elder, Su Qin's fist made contact. In an instant, the terrifying force shattered the elder's internal organs and meridians. The bloodthirsty elder erupted in a cloud of blood mist, slowly collapsing to the ground. Moments later, with a swift motion, Abbot Huiwen appeared outside the Demon Suppression Tower. The ominous fluctuations of demonic energy emanated from the town demon tower. It seemed that the malevolent entity within had escaped. Abbot Huiwen, filled with trepidation, hastened to the site with utmost urgency. For centuries, the town demon tower had stood impervious to any threat. Such an occurrence should not have been possible. The expression on Abbot Huiwen's face darkened with concern. Should the town demon tower truly be compromised, allowing the malevolent beings within to escape, it would spell an unprecedented disaster for the Shaolin Temple. After being imprisoned for so many years, their hatred towards the temple was palpable. Once liberated, their likely first act would be a massacre of the Shaolin Temple. However, upon Abbot Huiwen's arrival at the foot of the town demon tower, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The 108 patrolling monks lay unconscious upon the ground, yet their breaths remained steady. indicating they were still alive. Nearby, the corpse of the bloodthirsty old demon lay quietly, its expression frozen in a state of utter despair and terror. Chapter 25. Yin and Yang. Abbot Huiyuan was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Could this be the blood-devouring old demon? As he drew closer to the malevolent figure, his expression subtly shifted, despite having undergone a complete transformation. The aura of dark magic emanating from the blood-devouring old demon was intensely palpable. In today's world, while there were some martial artists of the upper three realms, each was renowned in their own right. Thus, the presence of a formidable demon of such caliber was particularly alarming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Abbot Huiyuan discerned the identity of the demon through the overwhelming energy it exuded. The demon suppression tower? The blood-devouring old demon. A sense of foreboding began to dawn upon him. At that moment of introspection, a flurry of activity broke the silence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heads of the various academies hastily arrived. Abbot? What transpired here? Why do I sense the presence of a dark magic practitioner? The head of the Luohan Academy inquired. Scanning the scene with a keen eye, the other academy heads turned their attention to Abbot Huiyuan, as they believed he, having arrived first, would possess deeper insights into the matter. I arrived only slightly before you, Abbot Huiyuan replied with a wry smile, revealing his internal suspicions. What? Are you suggesting that this corpse belongs to the blood-devouring old demon? The head of the Luohan Academy was momentarily taken aback. According to the intelligence gathered by the Shaolin Temple, the blood-devouring old demon was merely a third-tier demon. However, the formidable presence of this corpse indicated that it had once possessed strength far beyond that of a third tier, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. The head of the Dharma Academy spoke thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered academy heads darkened. Their concern was not merely whether the corpse was indeed at the peak of the second tier, but rather if what the head of the Dharma Academy suggested was true. How could such a formidable second-tier entity have met its demise here? The academy heads had already assessed the injuries of the blood-devouring old demon, noting that its internal organs were utterly obliterated, indicating that the force responsible for its death had delivered a singular, lethal blow. Who among them could possess the power to instantly slay a peak second-tier being? Moreover, they discerned a profound fear etched upon the features of the blood-devouring old demon, suggesting that it had faced an overwhelming sense of despair before its end. To render a creature of such stature utterly hopeless, to the point of being unable to flee. A chill ran down the spines of the academy heads. At that moment, Abbot Huiyuan emerged from the demon suppression tower. Speaking gravely, the blood-devouring old demon must have disguised itself as a low-tier demon, deliberately allowing itself to be imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, only to seize the opportunity to absorb the vital essence of all the demons within, thereby experiencing a meteoric rise in power. As he elucidated this theory, the other academy heads nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Abbot Huiyuan's hypothesis held merit, it would clarify certain aspects of the situation. However, the most crucial question remained unanswered. The head of the Luohan Academy pressed, Abbot, what could have led to the blood-devouring old demon's demise here? Abbot Huiyuan fell silent. This was the very enigma that perplexed him the most. With the formidable power of the bloodthirsty elder demon, even he could merely delay. But to achieve a swift kill was utterly beyond possibility. Could it be that the esteemed holy monk had intervened? The head of the Discipline Academy speculated. At that moment, everyone, including Abbot Huiyuan, had firmly believed that a senior of the holy monk's caliber was covertly safeguarding the Shaolin Temple. Now, the inexplicable demise of the bloodthirsty elder demon before the demon suppression tower had led the head of the Discipline Academy to entertain such thoughts. In all likelihood, only that venerable holy monk possessed such extraordinary strength. This possibility alone seemed plausible. Abbot Huiyuan nodded slightly. By the way, although these disciples had fallen unconscious, their lives were not in peril. Abbot Huiyuan approached Jinji. Despite having lost some vital energy, his fundamental essence remained intact, and with a few months of recuperation, he would surely recover. Abbot Huiyuan examined Jinji's condition and nodded in affirmation. Yet, he still lay in slumber. Abbot Huiyuan pressed a finger to Jinji's forehead and softly commanded, Awaken. Boom. It was as if the sound of a great bell resonated within Jinji's mind. Emerging from a realm of darkness, Jinji suddenly sensed a glimmer of light. Abbot. He opened his eyes to behold Abbot Huiyuan and numerous heads of the academies, instinctively attempting to rise in greeting. Do not move. Your vital energy is depleted and requires rest. Abbot Huiyuan gently restrained Jinji and spoke. Are my junior brothers and sisters unharmed? Jinji inquired softly. Rest assured. Abbot Huiyuan replied with a smile, for a holy monk had intervened, resulting in the immediate demise of the bloodthirsty elder demon, with no disciple suffering any casualties. His tone was filled with reverence. The holy monk had intervened multiple times, saving the Shaolin Temple from the clutches of the demon and the Buddhist successor, and now vanquished the bloodthirsty elder demon. Such benevolence warranted the Shaolin Temple's eternal gratitude, meriting the crafting of a golden statue for veneration for countless generations. The holy monk? Jinji's expression momentarily faltered. In the final moments before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he indeed perceived a presence approaching. Although he could only discern a vague silhouette, it appeared youthful judging by its tall stature. How could it possibly be a senior? Nonetheless, despite his doubts, Jinji could only conclude he had misjudged, given the steadfast expressions of Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of the academies. Very well. In a few days, you shall proceed to the Bodhi Academy to receive a blood-replenishing elixir, Abbot Huiyuan declared. The blood-replenishing elixir was a medicinal concoction specifically designed to restore vital energy. Given Jinji's condition, consuming it would significantly expedite his recovery. Thank you, Abbot. Jinji expressed his gratitude immediately. When the matter was resolved, he departed quietly, concealing his accomplishments and name. For the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin's repeated interventions were akin to saving the lives of thousands of disciples, sparing the temple from annihilation. Yet, to Su Qin, it was merely a casual act, akin to swatting a few flies. Such days, where one could leisurely engage in signing and enhancing one's strength, were precisely what he desired. Su Qin felt quite content. Several hours later, as the Shaolin Temple once again fell into tranquility, Su Qin stealthily slipped out of the servant quarters and ascended to a secluded hill. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light like a cascading curtain. Su Qin settled into a meditative position, allowing the in-body refinement technique to flow through him. As boundless lunar energy surged within, permeating every sinew and muscle. Indeed, the fusion of the in-body refinement technique with the indestructible Vajra skill produced remarkable effects in the forging of the physical form through the harmonious blend of the utmost yin and utmost yang energies. Su Qin opened his eyes, acutely aware of the gradual enhancement of his corporeal being, a flicker of profound insight shimmering in his gaze. Chapter 26. Speculation. Since the completion of the indestructible Vajra art several years ago, Su Qin had not experienced any significant enhancement in his physical form. Even as he entered the realm of a first-grade grandmaster, it was merely a qualitative transformation of his internal energy, accompanied by a slight fortification of his body, a trivial augmentation, essentially negligible to Su Qin. However, at this moment, the fusion of the indestructible Vajra art with the tying body refining technique allowed Su Qin to sense a long-forgotten metamorphosis in his physical being. With a rush, his blood surged, the powers of utmost yin and utmost yang clashing and dissipating, giving rise to wisps of a grayish aura that swiftly permeated every part of Su Qin's body. Even his internal energy, cultivated to the level of a first-grade grandmaster, was gradually becoming more refined. At this moment, deep within the ancestral cavity of his brow, the golden figure of the Buddha began to radiate a faint, ethereal light, resonating subtly with his physical form. Internal energy and physicality were inherently interlinked. A robust body could nurture internal energy, while pure internal energy could likewise augment the body. After several hours, Su Qin slowly rose to his feet, the sound of his bones creaking resonating through the air. Regrettably, the tying body refining technique was most effective only at the peak of the moon's brilliance. Su Qin raised his gaze slightly towards the waning moon and sighed. He would return tomorrow night. Having practiced throughout the night, Su Qin felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. As a first-grade grandmaster, he had already begun to delve into the nurturing of the divine, and during a month without rest posed no challenge. Moreover, Su Qin had not neglected rest. The process of body refinement also contributed to the nurturing of the divine. Before the scripture repository, Su Qin silently intoned, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, acquiring the technique Prajna Zen Palm. Prajna Zen Palm. A smile graced Su Qin's face. The Prajna Zen Palm was a treasured secret of the Shaolin Temple, reserved for the abbots and the heads of various halls, marking it as a clandestine tradition of the temple. It was said that centuries ago, a revered monk of Shaolin utilized the Prajna Zen Palm to subdue a renowned first-grade grandmaster, earning him fame across the land. Although the primary reason for this feat lay in the monk's formidable prowess, the Prajna Zen Palm was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, the intricacies of the Prajna Zen Palm surged into Su Qin's mind. and scarcely any time at all, he felt as if he had practiced the technique for decades, mastering it with ease. After concluding his sign-in, Su Qin conducted a brief survey of his surroundings before entering the first floor of the scripture repository. Perusing some of the peculiar chronicles collected by the Shaolin Temple, the scripture repository was divided into 4 floors. The second to fourth floors housed various martial arts masterpieces of the Shaolin Temple. To access these upper levels, disciples were required to obtain permission from the abbot or the heads of the halls. In contrast, the first floor contained texts unrelated to martial arts or Buddhist scriptures, allowing any disciple to peruse its volumes. Although Su Qin was but a humble janitor, he was nonetheless a disciple of the Shaolin Temple and thus had the privilege to explore its contents. As Su Qin engrossed himself in a fascinating historical account, a surprised voice called out from nearby, "Zhenguan Shidi, is that you here?" Su Qin lifted his gaze and, setting aside the historical text, replied, "Zhenji Shixiao." The individual conversing with Su Qin was none other than the vigilant monk Zhenji from the Demon Suppression Tower. Beside Zhenji stood several other patrolling monks. Zhenji elucidated the situation. Thus, it became clear. Su Qin nodded slightly. At that moment, outside the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhenji had indeed been partially consumed by the blood-devouring demon, but thanks to Su Qin's timely intervention, his foundation remained intact. Had Su Qin arrived even a moment later, Zhenji would have suffered not from mere depletion of vitality, but from a complete draining of it. The same reasoning applied to the other monks standing alongside Zhenji. After a brief discussion, they delved into the events that transpired at the tower the previous night. It was truly perilous. We were so close to the blood-devouring demon unleashing a massacre, Zhenji expressed with a pensive countenance. The terror between life and death is profound. After traversing the brink of existence, Zhenji's temperament had subtly transformed. "Brother Zhenji, you were not unconscious at that time. Did you catch a glimpse of that venerable Saint Monk's appearance?" inquired one of the monks in a hushed tone. The moment those words were uttered, the eyes of the other monks brightened with intrigue. At this juncture, tales of the venerable Saint Monk's deeds had already spread throughout the Shaolin Temple. And Abbot Huiyuan along with the heads of various halls had not intervened. After all, it could bolster the spirits of the disciples to know that an esteemed Saint Monk stood behind the temple. Appearance? Zhenji shook his head. "I merely saw a vague silhouette before losing consciousness." Upon hearing this, Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When he had appeared before the Demon Suppression Tower, his internal energy enveloped him entirely, aside from the blood-devouring demon. It was virtually impossible for anyone to discern his true form. The other monks, upon hearing this, could only resign themselves to the situation. However, Zhenji continued, "Although I did not see the visage, I am well aware of the Saint Monk's prowess." "The prowess of the Saint Monk?" The other monks blinked in confusion. "Is not the Saint Monk a first-rate grandmaster?" "Indeed, a first-rate grandmaster." Zhenji paused, lowering his voice. "Yet even among first-rate grandmasters, there exists a hierarchy. Take Zhang Jinren of the Wudong Mountains Zhenwu lineage, who has reigned supreme for decades, impervious even to imperial authority. Or the national master of the Mongol Yuan, endowed with the might of a dragon and elephant, single-handedly upholding the Mongol Yuan Empire." A hint of reverence flickered in Zhenji's expression. Both Zhang Jinren and the Mongol national master are unparalleled first-rate grandmasters, possibly even brushing against the mythical barriers of legend. In the presence of such figures, the ordinary first-rate grandmaster indeed pales in comparison. "Brother Zhenji, are you implying?" The expressions of the surrounding monks shifted slightly. While they held immense gratitude for the venerable Saint Monk of the Shaolin Temple, they had never contemplated the depth of his strength. For these monks, even an ordinary first-rate grandmaster was far beyond their reach, let alone extraordinary figures like Zhang Jinren or the Mongol national master. Though I am uncertain of the true strength of the bloodthirsty old demon, his ability to effortlessly shatter the formation of 108 Arhats suggests that he is, at the very least, not far from the first-tier level. Such a formidable presence, even when faced with a first-tier grandmaster, might find the prospect of escape somewhat feasible. And should escape prove impossible, a fierce struggle would undoubtedly ensue. Zhenji expressed his astonishment, remarking, "Yet last night, the bloodthirsty old demon met his demise so abruptly, as if confronted by an adversary far beyond his capacity to withstand. I surmise that the venerable saint who vanquished him possesses strength akin to that of the national master of the Mongolian Yuan or Zhang the Realized." Upon hearing Zhenji's assertion, the martial monks exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their shock. Could it be true that such unparalleled figures as Zhang the Realized or the national master of the Mongolian Yuan were involved? How could this be possible? Noticing the silence among the monks, Jinji, feeling a surge of urgency, turned to Su Qin, who was engrossed in the historical accounts, and implored, Disciple Zhengguanji, please share your thoughts on the validity of my conjecture. Chapter 27. The Imperial Edict of the Tang Emperor. Disciple Zhengguan's, what say you? Was my conjecture just now reasonable? Zhengji cast a glance at several martial monks before turning to Su Qin, his face brimming with anticipation. Indeed. Su Qin set aside the historical texts, contemplating for a moment before replying earnestly, you speak with wisdom. Zhengji beamed. Ah, so Disciple Zhengguan understands me well. After a brief exchange, Zhengji departed with the martial monks. Once they had left, Su Qin murmured to himself, the Grand Master of the Mongolian Yuan? Master Zhang? Even before entering the Shaolin Temple, when he was still the third young master of the Su family, he had heard tales of their renown. At that time, Su Qin only felt that these two figures were incredibly formidable. The pinnacle of the world? A smile graced Su Qin's lips. He even sensed that once he had honed his body to perfection through the Indestructible Vajra Technique and the Lunar Body Refinement Technique, he would likely surpass an ordinary first-grade grandmaster merely through physical prowess. Since the bloodthirsty old demon escaped from the Demon Suppression Tower, the Shaolin Temple recognized the vulnerabilities within the tower and began its restoration. Fortunately, the demons within had already been devoured by the bloodthirsty old demon, sparing the temple considerable effort. A year swiftly passed. During this time, apart from signing in at various locations, Su Qin focused his energies primarily on the cultivation of the Indestructible Vajra Technique and the Lunar Body Refinement Technique. At last, I have reached the limit. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Since discovering a year ago that the Lunar Body Refinement Technique and the Indestructible Vajra Technique could once again allow for a transformation of the physical form, Su Qin had dedicated his nights to this practice. Yet now, the faint, grayish aura produced from the fusion of the two techniques could no longer elevate his body further. It appears that even the merging of yin and yang cannot perpetually facilitate the transformation of the physical form. A hint of regret flickered across Su Qin's expression. However, with my current physical strength, I should be able to rival a first-grade grandmaster, should I not? Or rather, even if I stand still while a first-grade grandmaster assaults me, could they not breach my defense? Su Qin pondered silently. If relying solely on the Indestructible Vajra Technique, even with mastery, he would at most match an ordinary upper third realm, essentially a third-grade martial artist. Yet now, the body he had cultivated through the combination of the Lunar Body Refinement Technique had surged to a level where it could contend with a first-grade grandmaster. If Abbot Huiyuan and the various heads of the halls were to learn of this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. To be able to stand against a first-grade grandmaster solely based on physical prowess? What kind of terrifying physical form could achieve such a feat? Even the so-called Master of the Mongolian Yuan, reputed to possess the strength of a dragon and elephant, might not attain such a level, would he? What must one do to attain the Arhat fruit position? Su Qin rose and gazed skyward at the waning moon, murmuring to himself. Over the past year, he had consumed hundreds of spirit-nourishing pills, continuously nurturing his spirit, yet to this moment, he still could not touch the mythical bottleneck. There must be some aspect where I have not reached the pinnacle. Su Qin remained undeterred, for since his physical form had once again undergone a remarkable transformation, he sensed, albeit faintly, that his lifespan seemed to have extended. Typically, the maximum lifespan of a first-rate grandmaster is around 200 years. However, at this moment, Su Qin's lifespan surged dramatically to 400 years. For 100 years. It is worth noting that even a true Arhat or a legendary figure of the martial world boasts a lifespan of no more than 500 years. A mere fraction compared to Su Qin's current state. With ample time ahead, he felt no urgency. Su Qin recalled the first-rate grandmaster, Jukasaran, who had passed away in the Thousand Buddha Hall at the age of 160. Although first-rate grandmasters are said to possess a maximum lifespan of 200 years, very few actually live to see that age. The majority succumb to hidden injuries and depart this world in their 150s. The following day, after signing in, Su Qin walked past the Great Hero Hall when, unexpectedly, a magnificent jade palanquin approached. This palanquin was exquisitely adorned, with intricate jade carvings and dark golden patterns sprawling across its surface. Curiously, Su Qin halted, his gaze falling upon an elderly eunuch dressed in a crimson official's garb, who stood beside the palanquin. Despite his hunched posture and subdued aura, Su Qin discerned at a glance that this individual was a second-rate martial artist. Why has Grand Eunuch Hong come here? Abbot Huiyuan and the various heads of the monasteries arrived. their expressions grave as they regarded the elderly eunuch beside the palanquin. As Grand Eunuch Hong spoke, the countenances of Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of the monastery shifted dramatically. Li Fei? The favored consort of Emperor Tang? Abbot Huiyuan instinctively sensed that this was a significant predicament. What reason could the esteemed consort have for leaving the palace to seek refuge in Shaolin Temple? Grand Eunuch Hong. The rules of Shaolin Temple prohibit the admission of female relatives. Should her ladyship truly have an interest in the Buddhist teachings, I can arrange for some scriptures to be presented to her. While Shaolin Temple is a prominent institution of martial arts, it would prefer to avoid entanglements with palace affairs. This particular consort appeared to have strained relations with several noble figures within the court. With Emperor Tang aging and the political climate unstable, as various princes vied for power, accepting Li Fei would be akin to willingly grasping a hot potato. Humph. Grand Eunuch Hong scoffed. This is the Emperor's decree. Do you dare to defy it? With that, he produced a golden edict, casting a cold glare at Abbot Huiyuan. The Emperor's decree? Abbot Huiyuan fell silent. After all, Li Fei was merely a consort within the palace, no matter how favored by the Emperor she was. What difference did it make? However, if it was indeed the Emperor's decree, Abbot Huiyuan knew he had to tread carefully. The Emperor's edict represented the will of the Tang Emperor. Should Shaolin Temple refuse, it would be tantamount to defying the Emperor himself. A highly unfavorable position for an institution located within the Tang Empire. After a prolonged silence, the abbot, with a forced smile, remarked, "Since it is His Majesty's wish, Empress Li may enter." Empress Li? Su Qin's gaze was drawn to the jade palanquin, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. Under the scrutiny of his discerning eye, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his expression. Chapter 28. The spirit-gathering pill. Though the eye of truth could not penetrate, it enabled Su Qin to distinctly perceive the aura within the jade carriage. Indeed, there were individuals seated inside, but not merely one. Rather, there were two. Among them, one exuded an unstable aura, likely afflicted by a potent poison. Aside from the poisoned individual, the other possessed a tender essence, appearing to be no older than a decade. Could the poisoned person be the beloved consort Li? Su Qin pondered, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. In the past decade, although Su Qin had not ventured beyond Shaolin Temple, she had overheard discussions among other disciples, particularly concerning the imperial family of the Tang dynasty. Presently, the emperor favored consort Li to such an extent that he had not summoned the empress for several years. Had it not been for consort Li bearing only one daughter, the palace would likely have descended into chaos by now. Nevertheless, as the emperor aged, the court was rife with undercurrents and subtle power struggles. Tensions had escalated among the princes, each poised for conflict. Was there someone in the harem who had poisoned consort Li? What appeared to be a retreat for recovery was, in truth, a means of evading peril? In a fleeting moment, Su Qin surmised the circumstances that had led consort Li to Shaolin Temple. In reality, the audacity to poison consort Li within the harem likely implicated several noble women. That even the emperor felt powerless, resorting to sending consort Li to Shaolin, illustrated the chaos that had enveloped the court. However, consort Li's decision to seek refuge in Shaolin Temple was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. As a revered institution of martial arts, Shaolin traditionally refrained from meddling in political affairs. Once consort Li entered its gates, her safety was essentially assured. The noble women of the palace, regardless of their capabilities, could hardly extend their reach into the sanctity of Shaolin. The emperor himself was likely aware that, without special provisions, consort Li might be refused entry by the temple. Thus, he had issued a decree to safeguard her. It is often said that the struggles of the martial world are fierce, yet they pale in comparison to the intrigues of the palace. Su Qin felt a tinge of melancholy as she reflected. Inside the jade carriage, aside from consort Li, the other occupant must be her daughter, the current princess of the Tang Kingdom. Su Qin mused silently. If consort Li had indeed come to Shaolin to evade danger, it would be implausible for her to leave her daughter behind in the palace. As Su Qin contemplated, the jade carriage gradually approached Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiyuan, to prevent disturbances to consort Li, had designated a secluded bamboo grove adjacent to the servants' courtyard for her use. The servants' courtyard itself was already situated in a corner of Shaolin Temple, and the bamboo grove was even more remote. Apart from the disciples of the servants' courtyard, it was unlikely that anyone else would tread there. Abbot Huiyuan's considerations were remarkably thorough. Having welcomed consort Li, he sought to extend the best hospitality possible, lest he offend both sides. Although he recognized that Shaolin Temple might be on the brink of a significant dilemma, there was little he could do. It would be unthinkable to openly defy the emperor's decree, since consort Li and her entourage had taken residence in Shaolin Temple. The heads of various halls had cautioned their disciples against approaching the bamboo grove, particularly those from the servants' courtyard. As long as the servants' courtyard was monitored, there would likely be no issues. Thereafter, Su Qin resumed her previous routine. Despite the presence of the charming Lady Li and her entourage at the Shaolin Temple, the overall atmosphere remained largely unchanged. Su Qin, in particular, continued with his cultivation and daily routines undisturbed. One day, as he prepared to check in at the Bodhi courtyard, a melodious voice broke the tranquility. "Little monk, wait a moment." Turning his head, Su Qin beheld a delicate girl, her features exquisitely crafted, bounding towards him. "Amitba," he said, lowering his gaze with a calm demeanor. This girl was none other than the daughter of Lady Li, a princess of the Tang dynasty. "You walk so swiftly," she panted, her bright, contrasting eyes fixed upon him. In Su Qin's heart, anyone daring to intrude upon his serene existence deserved to be swiftly dealt with. "I have just taken a rest," he replied coolly. The girl, gazing at him with innocent eyes, implored, "Could you spare a moment to chat? It's rather dull here, and I have no one to talk to." "Amitba, I have matters to attend to," Su Qin replied, dismissing her with indifference as he turned to leave, leaving the girl standing alone in solitude. This little monk. She scrunched her tiny nose in disappointment. Regardless of her surroundings, even within the palace, all who encountered her were typically submissive and anxious. Yet, Su Qin exhibited no such demeanor. He seemed utterly unconcerned with her royal status. At that moment, a palace maid rushed to the girl, her voice laced with concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine," she replied, shaking her head before suddenly inquiring. "Is Eunuch Hong formidable?" "Eunuch Hong?" The maid paused momentarily before responding. Eunuch Hong is a trusted and esteemed figure appointed by His Majesty. With a second-rank capacity, he ranks among the most skilled within the palace. How could he not be impressive? Eunuch Hong was indeed the one who had escorted Lady Li to the Shaolin Temple. Over the years, without Eunuch Hong's protection, Lady Li might not have survived numerous perilous situations. It was even said that had it not been for his imposing presence during their journey, she may never have reached the temple at all. "I see." The girl nodded thoughtfully. After parting ways with the Tang princess, Su Qin returned to the entrance of the Bodhi courtyard. "System, check in," he silently commanded. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the Elixir Spirit Gathering Pill." The mention of the Spirit Gathering Pill caused Su Qin's pupils to contract slightly. This elixir was a legendary concoction of the Shaolin Temple, one that could take centuries to refine. Throughout the past decade, he had amassed countless spirit-nourishing pills and great return pills through his check-ins. Yet the Spirit Gathering Pill was a first. For martial cultivators who had reached the first rank, further advancement required the nurturing of one's spirit. When the spirit is cultivated to its utmost, it can coalesce into spiritual intent. This spiritual intent possesses boundless applications. It can influence external objects, probe the surroundings, and even execute attacks from afar. A first-grade warrior, only upon truly consolidating their divine consciousness, can be said to have touched upon the mythic threshold. As for ultimately breaking through this barrier, it requires the harmonious integration of divine consciousness, physical prowess, and inner strength. Regardless, once a first-grade warrior crystallizes their divine consciousness, they have ascended to an entirely new echelon. In the realms of martial arts, this level is referred to as the pinnacle of first grade. First-grade grandmasters are exceedingly rare, let alone those who reach the absolute pinnacle. Each individual at this summit possesses the potential to transcend the mythic threshold. While the path to consolidating divine consciousness often demands decades or even centuries of profound comprehension, there exists an alternative: the consumption of spirit-gathering pills. Chapter 29, The Awakening of the Mind is Astonishment. He had actually signed in for the Gathering Spirit Pill. A smile illuminated Su Qin's face, brimming with joy. Since stepping into the first rank, he had lost count of how many nurturing spirit pills he had consumed to cultivate the spirit within him. Yet, the results had been far from satisfactory. Although his spirit was steadily growing, the distance to condensing his spiritual consciousness remained dauntingly vast. It seemed that the ability to condense one's spiritual consciousness did not merely depend on the quantity of spirit one possessed. Initially, Su Qin had planned to spend decades gradually condensing his spiritual consciousness. However, with the signing of the Gathering Spirit Pill, he realized that such a lengthy period was unnecessary. Patience was key. Before consuming the Gathering Spirit Pill, he needed to ensure that his state was at its peak. While the Gathering Spirit Pill could assist a first-rank grandmaster in condensing their spiritual consciousness, the primary reliance would still be on Su Qin himself. No matter how miraculous the gathering spirit pill might be, it ultimately served as an auxiliary aid. Furthermore, should any mishap occur during the condensation of his spiritual consciousness, leading to damage, the repercussions could be truly dire. Physical injuries could be slowly nurtured back to health with the appropriate remedies, but if his spiritual consciousness were to be harmed, he would have to rely solely on his own strength. As time passed, life continued at a leisurely pace. The ancient lamps and serene Buddha of the Shaolin Temple made Su Qin scarcely aware of the passage of time. The only notable change was the persistent presence of the Tang princess, who seemed to have taken a liking to him. Whenever Su Qin walked through the bamboo forest, she would stealthily follow behind. In high spirits from acquiring the gathering spirit pill, he would occasionally engage in conversation with the Tang princess to pass the time. Through their discussions, he gleaned some secrets of the imperial palace from her. According to the princess, the Tang emperor was indeed nearing his end and could not last for many more years. The court was rife with scheming ministers, and the princes were seizing the opportunity to vie for power. One could easily imagine that once the Tang emperor passed away, these princes would stop at nothing to contend for the coveted throne. Of course, none of this concerned Su Qin. Even if the world outside erupted in chaos and rivers of blood flowed, he would not cast a glance in that direction. Little monk, I truly dislike the title princess. If I could, I would prefer not to bear the surname Li, the young girl lamented. Dislike the surname Li? Su Qin replied with surprise. After all, the Li surname was a royal lineage, coveted by countless people yearning to ascend to such heights and become nobility. What name would you prefer? He asked casually. The girl rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly, I would like to be named Wu. Wu. Su Qin echoed. Yes. Because I aspire to become a true warrior, to seize my own destiny, the girl declared, clenching her fist. What do you wish to become in the future, little monk? She suddenly inquired. What do I wish to become? Su Qin contemplated for a while before stating earnestly, invincible in the world. A laugh escaped the girl's lips, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Invincible in the world? It is important to note that even within the palace, the distinguished eunuch, clad in purple, who stands guard beside the Emperor of Tang, instilling fear in the hearts of the courtiers and deterring the princes from reckless actions, does not dare to proclaim himself invincible. As time passes, 3 months swiftly elapse. This evening, it is time to consume the concentration elixir. Su Qin, sitting cross-legged, swallows the elixir in one swift motion. The concentration elixir dissolves instantly upon entering his mouth, merging seamlessly within him, vanishing from sight. Su Qin is not surprised. The elixir only bears effect on the spirit, and the physical body cannot absorb it. Inhale. Exhale. Su Qin feels the medicinal power of the elixir transforming into a gentle stream, gradually enveloping his spirit, compressing and consolidating it. A low hum resonates as his spirit continues to condense, creating an intangible wave of mental energy that begins to ripple through his mind, with an inclination to spread throughout his being. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupts within the realm of Su Qin's consciousness. The ever-compressing spirit nearly condenses into a singular point before suddenly exploding, releasing an invisible wave that radiates outward in all directions. This wave, though formless and intangible, undeniably exists. At last, the essence of thought has been formed. Su Qin slowly opens his eyes. The world before him has transformed, appearing distinctly different from what he had previously perceived. Within a radius of several dozen feet, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every leaf is vividly clear to him, compared to the insight of mere mortal vision, under the umbrella of his spirit. Su Qin possesses complete dominion over everything within this span. As he contemplates the extent of his mental reach, Su Qin directs his thoughts, and the encompassing spirit begins to gradually expand outward. Following a brief experiment, he discovers that the optimal coverage of his spirit is indeed several dozen feet. Beyond that distance, the clarity of his mental probing begins to wane. He wishes to test the limits of his mental reach further. In an instant, his spirit transforms into an invisible wave, akin to a gust of wind, swiftly traversing the distance. During this exploration, it sweeps over the servant quarters, the small hillock, and even the bamboo grove where the beloved Lady Li resides. Within the bamboo grove, in an exquisitely crafted pavilion, Lady Li lies pale and reclined against the bed. Thick curtains hang down, obscuring her figure from the outside, rendering her only a vague silhouette. Damn that vile woman. Lady Li's gaze is icy, as if she forces these words through gritted teeth. Your Highness, please do not be enraged. Chief Eunuch Hong interjects. Though the mandrake poison has been subdued, it remains unextinguished. If your highness becomes angry, it may provoke the toxicity. Upon hearing this, Lady Li closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, her tone is calm. Understood. What of the Shaolin Temple? Is there any threat? Rest assured, your highness. Confidently, Lord Hong proclaimed, in recent months, I have thoroughly explored the Shaolin Temple. Aside from a few forbidden areas such as the rear mountains, there are no substantial threats in any other locations. The current abbot of Shaolin, Yuan, possesses merely second-tier skills. If I were to engage, I could subdue him within 20 moves, and beyond 100 moves. I would surely vanquish him. Lord Hong spoke slowly, his tone dripping with disdain. Though the Shaolin Temple is renowned as a pinnacle of martial arts, it has undeniably fallen into a state of utter decline. The so-called holy ground of Buddhism is merely a facade for self-aggrandizement. He shook his head, his voice laced with contempt. However, in the next moment, an invisible wave of mental energy surged forth, sweeping across the entire pavilion in an instant. The Empress Li remained blissfully unaware, yet Lord Hong's countenance changed dramatically. What is this? He suddenly straightened his back, as if struck by an extraordinary revelation. A manifestation of mental energy? Is this the work of an unparalleled first-tier grandmaster? Lord Hong's body stiffened, his voice trembling as he repeated his thoughts. Chapter 30. Departure within the attic. A profound mental presence enveloped the air. The esteemed eunuch Hong felt a shiver run down his spine, his mind clouded with confusion. As a red-robed eunuch of the palace, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of a top-tier master capable of manifesting such a mental force. Any master of this caliber could effortlessly suppress all beneath them. Why could the true martial lineage of Wudong Mountain disregard imperial authority and defy edicts? What allowed the Mongol Empire to occupy the endless grasslands while casting a covetous gaze upon the southern central plains? The terror inherent in a top-tier master far exceeded the imagination of all. Eunuch Hong could scarcely fathom that the once dwindling Shaolin Temple purportedly housed such a master. Inside the curtain, the beloved consort Li witnessed this scene, her heart gripped with unease despite her ignorance of the events transpiring. Eunuch Hong was her trusted confidant. Without his protection, she would have perished countless times. Yet now, the very pillar of her security displayed such palpable tremors of fear. Do not panic, my lady. Eunuch Hong steadied himself, forcing his mind to react as he bowed deeply towards the empty air in all directions. Your humble servant, Hong Yuan, pays his respects to the holy monk. Eunuch Hong was acutely aware that although the top-tier master was not physically present, under the influence of that mental force, every movement within the attic was as transparent as the patterns on one's palm to the master. Moments later, the overwhelming mental presence receded swiftly. Only then did Eunuch Hong release a heavy sigh of relief. What on earth transpired? Consort Li inquired. Noticing Eunuch Hong's expression and fearing that the ordeal had not yet passed. What happened? Eunuch Hong managed a bitter smile. My lady, just now. A certain holy monk from the Shaolin Temple probed with his mental presence. Holy monk? Mental presence? Consort Li's expression froze. Although she was the most favored consort of Emperor Tang, her understanding of martial arts was limited. For her, it sufficed to know that martial artists were categorized into 9 ranks, the first being the highest and the 9th the lowest. Beyond that, she was at a loss. My lady. Noticing her confusion, Eunuch Hong pondered briefly before lamenting. You may regard this holy monk as akin to Eunuch Zhao by the Emperor's side. Eunuch Zhao. Consort Li's heart quivered. The title of Eunuch Zhao for those in the palace was undoubtedly second only to Emperor Tang himself. Even Consort Li only knew that Eunuch Zhao was the sole purple-robed eunuch in Tang, holding a status equal to that of a noble. In these tumultuous times, with the emperor aging and the officials harboring diverse intentions, the princes embroiled in subtle strife, the realm would remain stable as long as Emperor Tang lived. This stability was largely attributed to the presence of that purple-robed eunuch. Consort Li could never have anticipated that Eunuch Hong would hold such a high regard for the holy monk, equating him to Eunuch Zhao. It was simply unfathomable. Master Hong, with such formidable strength residing in the Shaolin Temple, what shall become of our safety? Lady Li Fei suddenly pondered, hastily inquiring in a hushed tone. Your Highness, you need not worry, Master Hong replied with a wry smile. If that eminent monk harbored any murderous intent, we would have long since been reduced to mere bones. Even if His Majesty were aware, he would not utter a single word. Master Hong's expression was one of complexity. No matter how much favor Lady Li Fei received within the palace, it would never provoke a conflict with a person of such extraordinary caliber over a mere woman. Your Highness, the presence of a holy monk at the Shaolin Temple is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. At this, Master Hong paused and sighed softly. At the very least, we should consider ourselves safe. Truly, it was quite marvelous. Su Qin extended his consciousness, a myriad of insights flooding his mind. However, the eunuch accompanying Lady Li Fei surprisingly detected the presence of his consciousness. Su Qin felt a flicker of doubt. Just moments ago, when his consciousness enveloped the pavilion amidst the bamboo grove, the eunuch named Master Hong unmistakably recognized it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qin deduced the reason. Primarily, it was because he had only recently consolidated his consciousness, and in projecting it outward, he was unable to master it fully. Coupled with Master Hong's innate spiritual prowess surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist, this allowed him to discern Su Qin's presence. Time flowed like a swift current, and several months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The matter of consolidating consciousness had little impact on Su Qin. After all, even without the consolidation pill, he was confident in his ability to form his consciousness, albeit requiring more time. Fortunately, time was a luxury he possessed in abundance. While the average first-grade grandmaster had a lifespan of merely 200 years, Su Qin had the potential to live for 400 years. With such an expansive time, even the most unremarkable creature could cultivate consciousness, let alone someone of Su Qin's caliber. To attain the Arhat fruit position, consciousness, physical form, and inner strength were all indispensable. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his thoughts surging. Now that I have formed my consciousness, my physical body has been refined to the utmost with both yin and yang energies. Only inner strength remains. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. For any first-grade grandmaster, the mythical bottleneck appeared insurmountable, yet he had silently overcome two aspects of it. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. In a certain sense, at this moment, Su Qin stood among the closest to the mythical bottleneck of numerous first-grade grandmasters across the realm. The following day, as was his custom, Su Qin made his way to the Bodhi courtyard to sign in. Ever since his last visit yielded the consolidation pill, his frequency of attendance at the Bodhi courtyard had notably increased. Given that the Bodhi courtyard could produce such a pill conducive to consciousness formation, he wondered if there might also be elixirs beneficial for the transformation of inner strength. With this thought in mind, Su Qin ambled towards the Bodhi courtyard at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Not long after, the princess of the Tang dynasty came bounding towards him. Calculating the passage of time, it had been over half a year since Lady Li Fei and her entourage had taken residence at the Shaolin Temple. Nonetheless, Lady Li Fei and Master Hong rarely ventured beyond the bamboo grove, thus causing no disturbance to the temple. Moreover, the esteemed Lady Li was under the imperial mandate of the Tang Emperor, compelling the abbot to turn a blind eye. As long as Lady Li refrained from expressing a desire to leave, she was permitted to remain. For the Shaolin Temple, it sufficed to provide her with daily vegetarian meals. The young princess of the Tang Kingdom, with her large, tearful eyes, clearly felt a profound sense of reluctance. Although the Shaolin Temple, with its flickering lamps and ancient Buddha statues, was far from the opulence of the palace, it offered her a sanctuary where she was safe and free. She no longer had to fear falling into a dry well or succumbing to a poisoned cup. Su Qin's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed, this is what Master Hong conveyed. The young princess spoke in a subdued tone. Chapter 31. Life and death, may I pose a question to you? The young monk inquired. After a brief moment, the little princess steadied herself and cautiously asked. Go ahead, Su Qin replied nonchalantly, his interest in the princess of the Tang Kingdom quite minimal. After all, she was merely 10 years of age, and Su Qin was not a blacksmith, too disinterested to even spare her a glance. Do you believe that the Tang Kingdom can be saved? The little princess whispered, glancing around. Can the Tang Kingdom be salvaged? Su Qin regarded her once more, taken aback by the unexpected nature of her inquiry. He could have understood had she asked about the fate of the Tang Emperor. But her question pertained to the kingdom itself. Consider how the Emperor shall meet his demise. Su Qin pondered for a moment before speaking. If the Tang Emperor were to designate a crown prince before his passing, executing and banishing the other princes to stabilize the court, the Tang Kingdom could indeed endure for several more centuries. His tone was remarkably unemotional, as if the execution of several princes were as trivial as a casual meal. Were others to overhear such remarks, even the head of the monastery would be taken aback. No ordinary grandmaster would dare to comment on the fates of the princes in such a manner. Yet the little princess considered his words seriously before shaking her head. That is impossible. Even I am aware that my brothers have the backing of ministers and feudal lords. Should any of them be executed, it would surely incite rebellion among the lords and unrest in the court. Then one must diminish the power of the feudal lords and cleanse the court, Su Qin stated slowly. Upon hearing this, the little princess's expression shifted slightly. The feudal lords, with their own military might, posed a significant challenge. If one could truly diminish their power, it would undoubtedly benefit the governance of the Tang Kingdom immensely. You have a keen insight, little monk, the princess remarked, casting a deep look at Su Qin. A month later, Lady Li and her entourage took their leave from Abbot Huiyuan. Upon receiving this news, Abbot Huiyuan promptly accompanied the dignitaries to escort Lady Li out of the Shaolin Temple. The head of the Discipline Academy whispered that Lord Zhao is truly an exceptional scholar. Achieving the pinnacle despite his limitations, he commands great respect. Enough of the external matters, Abbot Huiyuan interjected, scanning the faces of the academy heads with a serious demeanor. With the departure of Lady Li and her party, the Shaolin Temple returned to its usual routine. Peace enveloped Su Qin once more. However, several months later, one evening, Su Qin suddenly sensed a disturbance. In an instant, he appeared outside the head of the miscellaneous academy's chamber. His consciousness enveloped the vicinity, though separated by a single door. Su Qin was acutely aware of everything within the room. Under the shroud of his senses, he could distinctly perceive the life force of the head of the miscellaneous academy waning. Su Qin remained silent. The head of the miscellaneous academy was evidently approaching the end of his life. He had personally guided Su Qin into the miscellaneous academy. Without his assistance, Su Qin might never have been admitted to the Shaolin Temple. Academy head. Su Qin sighed softly, pushed open the door, and stepped inside with deliberate grace. In the sacred temple, the head of the auxiliary chamber opened his eyes, gazing at the sanctum with a gentle smile. I never anticipated that it would be you by my side at the end, he remarked. Do you have any wishes, esteemed head? Su Qin inquired, casting a glance at the head's physical condition. Wishes? The head of the auxiliary chamber shook his head. Having lived nearly a century, I have indulged in the pleasures of youth, once wielding my sword with abandon, and later joined the Shaolin Temple. I have experienced all that life offers. What wishes could I possibly harbor? The head exhibited a remarkable acceptance of fate. As a martial artist, even when faced with the impending limits of life, words would not escape him unspoken. Looking at Su Qin, he continued, over a decade ago, when you entered Shaolin, I sensed you were different from other orphans. Later, the Su family sought my assistance in having you return to secular life, revealing to me that you were no mere orphan. Your entrance into Shaolin was merely a means of evading calamity. Su Qin remained silent. He had never intended to conceal his lineage as a member of the Su family. I have already spoken with the abbot. If you truly desire to return to the secular world, he will not impede you. Very well, Su Qin nodded, closing the door behind him. Outside the room, he did not depart immediately, but chose to wait in silence. It was only after the head's breath had completely faded that Su Qin turned to leave. The following day, Abbot Huiyuan, along with several chamber heads, personally visited the auxiliary chamber. Days later, Abbot Huiyuan sought out Su Qin to inquire if he had intentions of renouncing his monastic vows. It was evident that the head's final words were sincere. He had indeed discussed Su Qin's potential return to secular life with the abbot. Abbot, since I have entered the Shaolin Temple, the entanglements of the secular world are no longer my concern, Su Qin stated resolutely, declining the offer. To him, Shaolin represented a treasure trove of elixirs and martial secrets that could continually nourish his strength. Until he achieved invincibility within the temple, he had no intention of leaving. After the passing of the head of the auxiliary chamber, time resumed its slow passage. For Su Qin, the head's demise evoked deep reflection. Yet it further fueled his desire to grow stronger. If he remained stagnant, 370 years hence, he would meet the same fate as the head, facing the end of his life in solitude. This was a future Su Qin was determined to avoid. As time flowed on, a year passed. Throughout this year, Su Qin diligently refined his inner strength, aiming for further advancement to complete the transformation of his physical body, consciousness, and inner energy, ultimately striving to reach the Arhat realm. Inner strength is nourished by the physical form. How could he achieve the final metamorphosis? Su Qin pondered deeply. The transformation of his physical body had been accomplished through an entire year of cultivating the supreme yang energy of the Indestructible Vajra Technique, combined with the supreme yin energy of the Taiyin body refinement technique. The evolution of his consciousness involved consuming countless spirit-nourishing elixirs to enhance his spirit, culminating in a single, powerful manifestation with the spirit-gathering elixir. Yet, the transformation of his inner strength. Su Qin remained at a loss. In the past year, I have lost count of how many times I have signed in at the Bodhi Institute. even acquiring dozens of spirit-gathering pills. However, I have yet to obtain any elixirs pertaining to the transformation of internal strength. Perhaps a visit to the back mountain is in order? Su Qin's gaze shifted towards the direction of the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. The back mountain is a forbidden area of the temple, containing the malevolent Buddha that nearly led to the downfall of Shaolin 9 centuries ago. In recent years, as Su Qin's strength has significantly advanced, he has explored most of the other forbidden zones of the temple and has signed in at each one. Yet, the back mountain remains unvisited by him. Chapter 32. The Demonic Buddha. Originally, Su Qin had no intention of venturing into the forbidden area of the back mountain, for he sensed a faint aura of a first-rate grandmaster emanating from within. However, after consolidating his spiritual awareness, his grasp of self increased remarkably, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary first-rate grandmaster to detect. Thus, he resolved to investigate further. At the entrance of the forbidden area, a multitude of warrior monks patrolled incessantly, their numbers far exceeding those at the demon suppression tower. Under such vigilant defense, even a first-rate grandmaster would struggle to infiltrate the back mountain unnoticed. Yet for Su Qin, it was merely a matter of taking a few extra steps. Enveloping himself in spiritual awareness for several dozen yards, he reined in his physical presence to an extreme. And in an instant, he bypassed the patrolling monks and arrived at the forbidden area. Upon entering, the landscape opened up considerably, and Su Qin attentively sensed his surroundings as he ventured deeper. This sensation, he abruptly halted, rubbing his brow. For some reason, the deeper he penetrated the forbidden area, the more the golden Buddha, symbolizing the inheritance of the Tathagata palm within his spiritual center, began to radiate a soft glow. There existed something within the forbidden area related to the Tathagata palm, Su Qin speculated. The Tathagata palm, renowned as the strongest martial art of Shaolin Temple and said to be directly imparted by the Buddha, had inexplicably been lost 900 years ago. Moreover, during that time, a catastrophic event nearly led to the annihilation of Shaolin Temple, the calamity of the demonic Buddha. Su Qin had sensed that the loss of the Tathagata palm was somehow connected to this demonic Buddha. The Tathagata palm belonged to the Arhat level of martial arts, and only those who attained the Arhat fruit could comprehend its essence. 900 years prior, the last remaining Arhat of Shaolin, after subduing the demonic Buddha, hastily passed away, resulting in the failure to transmit the Tathagata palm in time. Su Qin's thoughts surged as he endeavored to reconstruct the truth of that era. As he pondered, he continued deeper into the back mountain. After a short while, 5 faintly golden hills emerged within Su Qin's view. What is this? His pupils constricted, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. From a great distance, these 5 golden hills appeared akin to 5 fingers magnified countless times. 5 fingers reaching towards the heavens, suppressing all beneath. The Tathagata palm. This is the Tathagata palm. Su Qin raised his gaze. Although the 5 golden hills exuded no prominent aura, they began to resonate with the golden Buddha in his spiritual center. The Arhat of Shaolin Temple 900 years ago had subdued the demonic Buddha using the Tathagata palm. Su Qin felt an unwavering certainty within. Were it anyone else, even the current abbot of Shaolin Temple, they might not associate these 5 hills with the Tathagata palm. Yet Su Qin possessed the inheritance of the Tathagata palm. Though he could not manifest it, he was intimately familiar with its essence. Soon, Su Qin discovered 5 emaciated figures seated in meditation before the 5 golden hills. The 5 figures, all clad in monk robes, had their eyes tightly shut, their breaths nearly stilled. Were it not for the faintest hint of life emanating from them, Su Qin might have believed these 5 monks were already deceased. Were they 5 holy monks? Su Qin furrowed his brow. These 5, sitting motionless before 5 small hills, indeed appeared to be first-grade holy monks. Yet their aura was extraordinarily peculiar, neither alive nor dead. They seemed to have employed a secret technique to induce a state of false death, extending their lifespans, only to awaken at a specific time. Su Qin speculated inwardly. He had encountered dozens of such techniques related to false death, but invariably, once employed, the physical body would become completely rigid, losing any further possibility of movement, and during this false death, one would be devoid of thought, as if ensnared in eternal darkness. This condition would be a harrowing torment for anyone. First-grade grandmasters would rather perish in battle than endure such suffering. The reason the 5 holy monks sat thus before the small hills was likely to prevent the demonic Buddha from breaking free of its seal, maintaining their vigil with their holy bodies. Naturally, the bodies of 5 holy monks alone could not suppress the demonic Buddha. Yet when combined with the seal left by the Tathagata's divine palm, it would suffice. Alas. Su Qin sighed softly, a hint of sentimentality washing over him. The demonic Buddha. His gaze shifted toward the 5 faintly golden hills. Through his perception, though these hills radiated an aura that suppressed all, he could still sense a faintly profound demonic energy. Had it not perished after 900 years? Su Qin's brow furrowed. According to the records of the Shaolin Temple, even those who attained the Arhat fruit position, or the legends of the martial world, had lifespans of no more than 500 years. Given that the demonic Buddha had been sealed, it indicated that it had not transcended the level of Arhat. Logically, after 9 centuries, the demonic Buddha should have left no trace. How could any residual energy remain? Just as Su Qin pondered, a low hum echoed. The 5 faintly golden hills trembled slightly. A monk clad in golden robes materialized, gazing down at Su Qin, and spoke. Disciples of the Buddha may enter the Buddha mountain to receive my teachings and propagate the Dharma. The voice was grand, resonating powerfully. Were it an ordinary martial artist, even a first-grade grandmaster, they would be instantly awed by such a magnificent proclamation, believing that some astonishing legacy lay hidden within the depths of Buddha Mountain. A flicker of intrigue passed through Su Qin's eyes as he strode directly into the mountain. Moments later, he found himself in a cavern adorned with countless Buddha statues, an overwhelming sense of majesty enveloping him. As a disciple of the Buddha, why do you not kneel? The monk in golden robes reappeared. However, Su Qin remained unfazed, standing tall and gazing directly at the golden-robed monk. The teachings of the Buddha emphasize equality. Why should I kneel? Su Qin remarked casually. Indeed, the monk in golden robes seemed to ponder this, nodding slightly, casting a look of approval at Su Qin. Under 30 years of age and already a first-grade master, your talent ranks among the top 5 in Shaolin's history. Oh? Su Qin gazed with keen interest at the monk clad in golden robes and inquired, Who are you? The monk, with a solemn demeanor, replied calmly, I am known as Tua Arhat. This Tua Arhat is indeed the very figure who subdued the demonic Buddha at the Shaolin Temple 9 centuries ago. Since that time, no disciple from Shaolin has attained the Arhat's fruit. Tua, eh? A smile flickered across Su Qin's face, as if he had just heard a jest. The golden-robed monk furrowed his brow, about to respond. However, in the next moment, Su Qin's smile gradually faded, his expression turning icy as he uttered words that caused the golden-robed monk's countenance to shift dramatically. I should address you as demonic Buddha, should I not? Chapter 33. The true meaning of Tathagata. Should I refer to you as demonic Buddha? Upon uttering these words, Su Qin observed the golden-robed monk's countenance shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Su Qin. He never anticipated that Su Qin would discern his true identity at first glance. For 9 centuries, he had been sealed and suppressed, his own power intertwined with the seal itself. Furthermore, his path as the demonic Buddha allowed for an effortless transition between the realms of Buddha and demon. Unless a true Arhat were to be resurrected, outsiders would be utterly incapable of distinguishing who he truly was. How did you come to know? The golden-robed monk's pupils glimmered with a dark, ominous light. How did I know? Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Truth, Su Qin had long sensed that the monk's aura emanated from a trace of demonic energy buried deep within the earth. The Eye of Truth was a divine ability that Su Qin had manifested, no matter how adept the demonic Buddha was at concealing himself. He could not escape the gaze of the eye. I have been curious as to how you have managed to survive for 9 centuries, Su Qin remarked, casting another discerning glance at the golden-robed monk, shaking his head in disbelief. I had not expected that you would abandon your physical form, clinging to life in the guise of demonic thought. A first-tier grandmaster can nurture the spirit, while a pinnacle first-tier can condense spiritual thought, probing the surroundings, influencing external matters, and even slaying from afar. An existence of the Arhat level transcends the first tier, with their spiritual thought materializing into a substantial form, akin to the Taoist's primordial spirit. Even if their physical body perishes, an Arhat, armed with their materialized spiritual thought, would not succumb immediately. However, having forsaken their corporeal vessel, their spiritual thought becomes akin to a rootless entity, unable to sustain itself for long. Yet, the demonic Buddha has somehow managed to anchor his spiritual thought upon the sacred mountain, thereby surviving to this day. Nevertheless, even so, the demonic Buddha's time is limited. The physical body will decay, and the spiritual thought shall also deteriorate, albeit at a slower pace than the corporeal form. Moreover, bereft of a body, the demonic Buddha would likely be incapable of manifesting the combat prowess characteristic of an Arhat. You have lured me here with the intent of seizing my physical body to escape, have you not? Su Qin regarded the golden-robed monk and spoke slowly. This is your sole opportunity, the only means by which to break free from your seal. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the golden robe he wore had silently begun to take on a shade of darkness, spreading at an alarming rate in all directions. Boom. In an instant, the once serene Buddhist grotto transformed into a den of howling demons. An endless tide of dark, demonic energy surged forth, manifesting spectral demonic entities that bared their fangs and snarled at Su Qin. Indeed, all you have said is true. The demonic Buddha finally shed his pretense, gazing at Su Qin with the hunger of a ravenous wolf. Your physical form has undergone a metamorphosis, and you have not traversed the path of ultimate yin or ultimate yang, but rather the cycle of yin and yang. The demonic Buddha paid little heed to Su Qin. Even without a physical form, he believed that Su Qin, relying solely on his spiritual thought, was no match for him, a being beyond the grasp of a mere first-tier grandmaster. Even though this esteemed grandmaster has condensed his divine consciousness and transformed his physical form, it remains woefully insufficient. The reason the demon Buddha refrains from acting externally is solely due to the sealing suppression that prevents his power from extending beyond the confines of the Buddhist mountain. However, since Su Qin has entered the Buddhist mountain, his life and death are now entirely within the demon Buddha's control. Now, I offer you a chance. Surrender your physical form obediently, and I can grant you a swifter death. Refuse, and I shall undoubtedly incinerate your divine consciousness with soul fire for a century. The demon Buddha gazed at Su Qin with a cold smile. His words stemmed from a concern that Su Qin might perish alongside him, inadvertently damaging his own physical form. Is that so? Are you so certain you can defeat me? Su Qin replied softly. Defeat you? The demon Buddha scoffed with disdain. For 9 centuries. Although I have been unable to completely shatter the seal, I have nonetheless torn away a small fragment of it, though this fragment does not allow me to escape. The power it conveys is more than sufficient to annihilate you. The demon Buddha spoke the truth. Although lacking a physical form, his combat prowess, while not reaching the true Arhat level, far exceeded that of an ordinary grandmaster. Since you refuse to surrender your physical form willingly, I shall have no choice but to retrieve it myself. The demon Buddha, having lost patience, wore a cold expression as he raised his right hand, pointing it towards Su Qin. In an instant, the entire demonic nest trembled, countless strands of demonic energy converging to form an enormous hand that slowly pressed down upon Su Qin. Beneath this colossal hand, even an ordinary grandmaster would be utterly immobile, while even the most formidable of them would succumb to despair and await death with closed eyes. The demon Buddha coldly regarded Su Qin, as if observing a lifeless being. He was convinced that no matter how much stronger Su Qin was, 10-fold, 100-fold, it would be of no consequence. Just as the demon Buddha pondered how to swiftly claim Su Qin's physical form, Su Qin suddenly took a step forward. Meeting the demon Buddha's gaze, do you not wish to know why I discerned your true identity yet still entered here, granting you ample time to prepare? The demon Buddha's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. Why is that? Since Su Qin recognized him not as the Tua Arhat, but as the suppressed demon Buddha, why would he willingly leap into his trap? Could it be that Su Qin is a fool? Impossible. Even the demon Buddha would not consider a peak grandmaster to be a fool. At that moment, Su Qin took another decisive step forward. This is because I, too, require time. Boom. The 5 Buddhist mountains erupted with a thunderous roar. Centered around Su Qin, the heavens and earth were enveloped by a dark golden glazed Buddha hand. All around, golden Brahma flowers blossomed, each flower a world, each leaf a universe, manifesting layers of pure lands, boundless and infinite. At the core of this pure land, a golden-bodied Buddha sat in solemnity, resembling a true Buddha overlooking all sentient beings, his gaze indifferent, devoid of favoritism, hatred, excessive affection, or pity. An aura of immense strength surged forth, reaching the very heavens. Crack, crack. The countless malevolent essences coalesced into a colossal hand, which shattered with a resounding force. The cacophony of demonic roars emanated from the abyss, as the infernal nest crumbled into oblivion. A radiant light of enlightenment spread forth, illuminating all in its path. The demonic beings, who once felt assured of their victory, were struck as if by a divine bolt, gazing upon the vast and expansive Pure Lands. Layer upon layer, and at the heart of this sanctity stood the golden-bodied Buddha, his fingers reaching towards the heavens and touching the earth. In a tone laden with despair, he whispered with fervor, "This is the true essence of the Tathagata. Indeed, this is the profound truth of the Tathagata." Chapter 34. The serious matter at Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen convened the heads of various institutes at the Dharma Academy. Abbot, you summoned us here. What is the matter at hand? Inquired the head of the Martial Monks Institute, gazing at Abbot Huiwen with a puzzled expression. Huijue, the head of the Dharma Academy, possessed strength second only to Abbot Huiwen among the numerous masters of the Shaolin Temple's upper echelons. Seclusion? The head of the Discipline Institute gasped, tentatively probing. Could it be that the abbot intends to break through? He stared incredulously at Abbot Huiwen. I have recently gained some insights. Abbot Huiwen was about to speak when, suddenly, a terrifying wave surged through the Shaolin Temple, causing the entire edifice to tremble slightly. What is happening? The expressions of the institute heads shifted dramatically as they swiftly exited the Dharma Academy. It is from the back mountain. The disturbance emanates from the forbidden area there. The head of the Martial Monks Institute stammered, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the back mountain. Upon hearing this, the other heads, including Abbot Huiwen, turned pale. Since 9 centuries ago, when the Arhat suppressed the demon Buddha with formidable power in the back mountain, that area had become the most forbidden of all in Shaolin Temple. Other forbidden areas, such as the Demon Suppression Tower and the Thousand Buddha Hall, while troublesome if compromised, would not spell disaster for the temple. However, if the forbidden area of the back mountain were to falter and allow the demon Buddha to escape, it would be an absolute catastrophe for Shaolin Temple. The mere emergence of the demon Buddha's successor, which occurs only every century, had already brought the temple to the brink of ruin multiple times. What then of the true demon Buddha? At that point, not only would Shaolin Temple be in peril, but the entire world and its inhabitants would become mere playthings in the hands of the demon Buddha. We must hasten to the back mountain. Abbot Huiwen exchanged glances with the other heads, a grim determination reflected in their expressions. If the demon Buddha truly escaped from the forbidden area, they would risk their lives to prevent it. Soon, Abbot Huiwen and the others arrived at the entrance of the back mountain's forbidden area. However, as they raised their eyes to behold the scene before them, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Countless golden Bodhi flowers blossomed in the void, transforming into layers of pure land that enveloped the entire forbidden area of the back mountain. At the core of this sanctified realm sat a golden Buddha, exuding an immense and boundless aura that soared to the heavens. Boom! In the incredulous gaze of Abbot Huiwen, the golden Buddha raised its hand and slowly pressed down into the depths of the forbidden area. This is. Abbot Huiwen's mouth opened in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. The palm of the Tathagata. It is the palm of the Tathagata. The head of the Dharma Academy spoke with fervor, gazing at the golden Buddha, nearly prostrating himself in reverence. The palm of the Tathagata had been lost to time since the Tuo'a Arhat's passing 9 centuries ago. Could this be? The head of the Discipline Institute muttered in wonder. Could it be that the Tuo'a Arhat has been reborn? It should not be. Abbot Huiwen contemplated deeply before speaking. Even if the Arhat had not passed 9 centuries ago, he could not possibly have survived to this day. The abbot, upon reaching this point, paused momentarily and, with an incredulous tone, remarked, "There must be someone at this very moment using the Tathagata's divine palm to subdue the forbidden land of the back mountain." The forbidden land of the back mountain. The true essence of the Tathagata. How could you possess the true essence of the Tathagata? The demon Buddha, filled with fury and astonishment, lost all composure. Even 9 centuries ago, when the Arhat suppressed him beneath this back mountain with the Tathagata's divine palm, he had never been so flustered. The Tathagata's divine palm belongs to the true essence of the Tathagata, yet the true essence is not merely the divine palm. The divine palm comprises 9 distinct techniques, each entirely independent. Even the Arhat from 9 centuries past mastered only one of these techniques. Throughout the millennia of Shaolin Temple's history, other Arhats born from it were similarly limited. No one could truly bear the vast power of the Tathagata's divine palm. To fully master the 9 techniques of the divine palm, one must possess the true essence of the Tathagata. Only the true essence serves as the guiding principle, governing the 9 techniques of the Tathagata's divine palm. However, the true essence is elusive and profoundly mysterious. Even the demon Buddha, in his quest through all Buddhist scriptures, saw only fragments. He even believed that the true essence of the Tathagata did not exist in this world. Yet now, the demon Buddha could never have imagined that he would witness the true essence of the Tathagata in a young monk. The true essence of the Tathagata? Su Qin did not dwell on it. At that moment, he seemed to embody a true Arhat, entirely controlling the sealing power within the forbidden land. Since entering the back mountain, Su Qin had faintly sensed the unusual presence of the golden Buddha within his brow's ancestral aperture. This change reached its zenith as Su Qin entered the Buddha mountain. With the Golden Buddha in his ancestral aperture, Su Qin could command all the sealing powers within the Forbidden Land. The current transformation in the Forbidden Land, particularly that supreme and magnificent Tathgata's divine palm, was less an act of Su Qin and more a contingency left by the Arhat Hall from 9 centuries ago. Su Qin merely needed to exert a slight influence. No, I refuse to be sealed again. The demon Buddha, witnessing the slowly descending Tathgata's divine palm, suddenly erupted, transforming into countless strands of black mist that fled in all directions. He had spent 900 years barely breaking a small portion of the seal to extend his power. For even if the demon Buddha abandoned his physical form and clung to existence through his spirit, it was impossible for him to survive for nearly 2 millennia. You cannot escape. Su Qin's gaze was frigid, akin to the Arhat Hall from 9 centuries past, as he raised his right hand once more to press down. Thunder rumbled. Heaven and earth were enveloped by a dark, golden, glass-like Buddha's palm. It suppressed the 5 elements and prohibited all laws. Countless strands of black mist emitted a wretched cry and were utterly evaporated. At this moment, although the inexhaustible sealing power was summoned, the small portion of the seal that the demon Buddha had painstakingly broken 9 centuries ago was instantaneously restored. The essence of the demon Buddha's spirit, suppressed beneath the ground, let out a muffled groan and vanished completely. It was finally over. Although he was unaware of the reason why this golden Buddha could effortlessly manipulate the sealing power of the forbidden area in the back mountain, it was evident that everything had come to an end. His physical form underwent yet another transformation. Su Qin sensed this change within himself and felt a surge of joy. Although the power he had just harnessed did not originate from his own strength, the energy derived from the seal of the forbidden area in the back mountain was akin to that of a true Arhat expending its cultivation to purify Su Qin's essence. The benefits Su Qin gained from this encounter were simply unimaginable. Had he been an ordinary individual, he might have directly ascended to become a practitioner of the upper 3 realms. How could I nearly forget the main matter at hand? Su Qin suddenly recalled something and silently murmured, "System, allow me to check in." Chapter 35, Sign In. The Golden Body of the Demon Buddha. A mechanical, frigid voice resonated in Su Qin's ears, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and acquiring the divine skill Golden Body of the Demon Buddha." The Golden Body of the Demon Buddha? Su Qin nodded slightly. It was evident that this sign-in had successfully retrieved the fundamental divine skill of the demon Buddha. However, Su Qin refrained from immediately comprehending the golden body of the demon Buddha, given the significant commotion in the forbidden area of the back mountain. It was highly probable that Abbot Huiyuan and the various heads of the academies would rush in. Soon, Su Qin exited the Buddhist mountain. Sigh. Su Qin gazed at the 5 holy monks seated cross-legged before the Buddhist mountain and sighed. The seal of the demon Buddha has been reinforced. You need not continue your vigil here. The 5 holy monks had entered a state of false death through a secret technique. While this technique could indeed prolong their lifespan, it subjected the 5 monks to constant torment in their dormant state, a fate worse than death. Contemplating this, Su Qin focused his thoughts and flicked his fingers, sending 5 streams of internal energy through the air to strike the bodies of the 5 holy monks. This internal energy would allow them to awaken prematurely. Having accomplished this, Su Qin swiftly departed from the back mountain. Outside the back mountain, Su Qin discovered Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of the academies waiting there. The golden body of the demon Buddha. Su Qin seated himself in a cross-legged position, commencing the absorption of all knowledge regarding the golden body of the demon Buddha from the system. Boom. A magnificent golden body of the Buddha materialized in Su Qin's mind. This Buddha's form was half golden and half black. The golden side exuded solemnity while the black side radiated demonic energy. 2 utterly opposing forces converged upon this singular golden body, merging and permeating one another. What is this? Su Qin's pupils narrowed slightly. Initially, Su Qin believed that the demon Buddha had abandoned the path of Buddhism for that of demonic cultivation. But now it was clear that the demon Buddha practiced both simultaneously. When mastered to perfection, the golden body of the demon Buddha allows for seamless conversion between the internal energies of the demonic sect and the Buddhist sect. It is well known that in martial arts cultivation, the most detested practice is that of mixing and muddling techniques. Yet, the golden body of the demon Buddha not only disregards this principle but also unifies 2 extreme powers into one. The demon Buddha. Su Qin fell into contemplative silence. At this moment, even he had to acknowledge that the talent of the demon Buddha was indeed a rarity of a millennium. Alas, no matter how extraordinary the demon Buddha's gifts, they ultimately could not rival the divine palm of Tathagata. Realizing the formidable nature of the golden body of the demon Buddha, Su Qin chose not to cultivate it immediately, given Su Qin's strength. Should he practice the golden body of the demon Buddha and transform all his internal energy into demonic energy, it would undoubtedly cause a tempest of demonic might, alarming the entire Shaolin Temple. Su Qin resolved to find a secluded spot to slowly ponder the golden body of the demon Buddha. After all, the essence of the golden body was already embedded in his mind, and there was no urgency on his part. Beyond the golden body of the demon Buddha, it seemed that his physical form had also undergone yet another transformation, aided by the power of the seal. Su Qin meticulously sensed his corporeal being, feeling immensely satisfied. It is noteworthy that since Su Qin had nearly perfected his physical form through the Indestructible Vajra Technique and the lunar refining body art, he had confidently believed that his physical form had reached its limit before attaining the status of Arhat. Now, with merely the strength of my physical form, I dare say I can rival the pinnacle of the first rank. Su Qin reflected with a sense of awe. It is well known that only those who stand at the peak of the first rank, having undergone a transformation in their physical prowess, inner strength, and spirit, are deemed worthy of being called the ultimate first-rank masters. Each of these masters possesses the power to subdue an entire nation, such as the revered national master of the Mongol Yuan dynasty or the esteemed eunuch Zhao from the Tang imperial court. If the ultimate first-rank masters were to learn that someone could match their might solely through physical strength, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Given my current accumulation of strength, should my inner energy undergo a transformation, I could potentially ascend to the Arhat realm in a short span of time. Su Qin brimmed with confidence. Henceforth, I shall patiently refine my inner strength. A resolution formed within Su Qin's mind. Outside the forbidden area of the back mountain, Abbot Huiwen and the various heads of the institutes awaited. At that moment, 5 figures slowly emerged from the depths of the forbidden area. Who are they? Are they the 5 revered saints? Abbot Huiwen's expression shifted. As the current abbot of Shaolin Temple, he was certainly familiar with the generations of masters that had come before. However, he had not anticipated that these 5 long-deceased saints would emerge alive from the forbidden area. Moments later, after conversing with the 5 saints, Abbot Huiwen grasped the full extent of the situation. To guard the seal of the demon Buddha, it was imperative that a saint remain vigilant outside the seal. This implies that those who had secretly intervened in previous incidents were not the saints? After pondering for a moment, Abbot Huiwen inquired suddenly. We, the 5, have been ensnared in a state of false death through secret methods, rendering us unable to intervene, one of the wrinkled-faced saints responded. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the institutes exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be that, aside from the forbidden area, Shaolin Temple conceals other venerable saints? While Abbot Huiwen contemplated this, the initial speaking saint declared, "The seal of the demon Buddha has been reinforced. Our guardianship is no longer required. Within a few months, we shall attain our final rest." Upon this pronouncement, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the institutes felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Yet, as months passed, the 5 saints who emerged from the forbidden area gradually passed into eternal rest, and Shaolin Temple once again fell into tranquility. Time stretched languidly once more. During this interval, Abbot Huiwen commenced his seclusion, aspiring to achieve the realm of the first-rank Grandmaster. While Abbot Huiwen remained in seclusion, all affairs of the temple were temporarily entrusted to the head of the Dharma Institute. The upheaval within Shaolin Temple's higher echelons incited considerable speculation among the majority of disciples, particularly those of the Miscellaneous Duties Institute, who began to discuss when Abbot Huiwen would emerge from his retreat during their breaks. Meanwhile, Su Qin returned to his previous routine, signing in, sweeping the floors, and refining his inner strength. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in and receiving the Elixir Nirvana pill. Outside the Bodhi Institute, a delighted Su Qin beamed with satisfaction. The Nirvana pill is one of the sacred elixirs of Shaolin Temple, serving but one purpose, to preserve life. Any martial artist, regardless of the severity of their injuries, can survive if they consume the Nirvana pill. In the realm of martial arts, such life-saving elixirs are exceedingly rare, particularly the Nirvana pill, which poses no inherent risks. Should the Nirvana pill be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite the intervention of esteemed grandmasters, even attracting the attention of the most exceptional among them. After all, even the most formidable of grandmasters cannot guarantee their invulnerability to injury. Possessing a Nirvana pill is akin to having an additional lease on life. Indeed. Su Qin nodded in agreement. regardless of the circumstances. This life-saving elixir was one he would never deem excessive. As time gradually flowed by, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. The Power of Su Qin, the Forbidden Land of the Back Mountain. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his breath steady, appearing as ordinary as any common person. However, had a first-grade grandmaster been present, they would have been astonished to discover an inexplicable realm enveloping him within a 10-meter radius. Within this domain, even a first-grade grandmaster's strength would be significantly suppressed, and this suppression intensified the closer one drew to Su Qin. At long last, he had discovered a method to transform his internal energy. Slowly opening his eyes, a smile graced Su Qin's face. Over the past year, he had revisited the Shaolin Temple, meticulously checking for any overlooked aspects. In subsequent sign-ins, apart from the demonic Buddha's golden body, he had acquired unique demonic techniques from the forbidden land of the Back Mountain, such as demonic thought division and parasitic technique, heaven-burning demonic fire, and 9 strikes of the demonic Buddha. Among these, the demonic thought division and parasitic technique was an extraordinary skill that allowed the demonic Buddha to transcend physical form, existing in the world through demonic thought. It must be noted that although this technique could only be wielded by one who had attained the Arhat level, its terrifying nature was something Su Qin had come to deeply appreciate. It was well known that even upon attaining to Arhat fruit position, one would possess a mere 500 years of lifespan. Yet, through the demonic thought division and parasitic technique, the demonic Buddha managed to endure for over 1,000 years, enough to outlast 2 generations of Arhats. Nevertheless, Su Qin found little interest in the demonic thought division and parasitic technique. Were it not for the lack of alternative paths, who would wish to become a being that straddled the boundary between man and ghost, like the demonic Buddha? In contrast to the demonic Buddha, Su Qin possessed boundless potential. There was no need for him to rely on the demonic thought division and parasitic technique to prolong his life. Of course, he had no intention of abandoning his physical form, yet certain philosophies within the technique were worthy of consideration. Aside from the demonic thought division and parasitic technique, the heaven-burning demonic fire represented Su Qin's most significant gain. This demonic technique ignited demonic fire through divine thought. The fire was formless and intangible, yet it could incinerate impurities contained within internal energy, achieving a purifying effect. With the speed at which the heaven-burning demonic fire could purify internal energy, it could complete the transformation in no more than 5 years. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without the heaven-burning demonic fire, he would have to rely on time to painstakingly refine his energy, a process that would have taken decades of arduous effort. However, the heaven-burning demonic fire drastically accelerated this process. If the outside world's first-grade grandmasters, who toiled endlessly to refine their internal energy, were to learn of this, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. Of course, Su Qin was indifferent to the opinions of these so-called grandmasters. With his current strength, dealing with any number of first-grade grandmasters would be a trivial matter. Regrettably, the sealing power of the Back Mountain had been entirely expended during the previous confrontation to suppress the demonic Buddha. Otherwise, Su Qin would have genuinely wished to further strengthen his physical form. Surveying his surroundings, Su Qin's expression turned wistful. Despite possessing absolute control over the seal due to the golden Buddha residing in his brow's ancestral aperture, he understood the gravity of the situation. Should he recklessly activate the seal again and inadvertently release the demonic Buddha, it would be a loss too great to bear. Moreover, in the present day, Su Qin's physical form has nearly reached its ultimate enhancement, and even if he were to undergo the process once more, the improvement would be minimal. 5 years hence, upon the completion of his internal energy transformation, he would be poised to challenge the Arhat realm. Su Qin slowly rose and made his way towards the Back Mountain. He pondered within himself, uncertain of where his strength stood in comparison to the esteemed Zhang Zhenren from the Wudong Zhenwu lineage or the national master of the Mongol Yuan Empire. Both Zhang Zhenren and the national master were unparalleled grandmasters, whose formidable presence instilled reverence throughout the world. In the face of such titans, even a common first-tier master would not dare to display any arrogance. At this moment, Su Qin felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the precise tier of mastery possessed by Zhang Zhenren and the national master. It is known that to be regarded as a pinnacle first-tier master, one must undergo a transformation in at least one of the 3 aspects: spirit, internal energy, or physical form. A second transformation, or even a complete metamorphosis of all 3, still retains the designation of a pinnacle first tier. Despite Su Qin having only transformed his spirit and physical form thus far, his formidable physique instilled in him a confidence that left him unperturbed. Even when faced with a pinnacle first-tier master who had achieved transformation in all three aspects. Nonetheless, despite standing at the apex of worldly power, Su Qin felt no sense of complacency. To him, true invincibility transcended mere pinnacle first-tier status. It necessitated at least the attainment of the Arhat fruit position to be deemed sufficient. Moreover, he felt that even the Arhat fruit position was not without its vulnerabilities. After all, how did the Tua Arhat of Shaolin Temple pass into serenity 9 centuries ago? It was not without a fierce battle against the demon Buddha, where, although he ultimately subdued the foe with the Tathagata palm, he too succumbed to his injuries and departed this world. What if, in the current era, another demon Buddha were to arise? The following day, Su Qin arrived at the front of the Bodhi courtyard to sweep the grounds. "System, initiate my sign-in," he silently intoned. "Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received the Elixir Youth Preservation Pill." A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Qin's ear. "Youth Preservation Pill?" Su Qin mused, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this time his sign-in would yield the Youth Preservation Pill. In truth, for Su Qin, the elixir held little utility. It was far less practical than a small returning elixir, which at least could serve as a sweet treat. However, for certain women, the Youth Preservation Pill could help them retain their youth, akin to a genuine elixir of immortality. Ah well, I'll keep it for now. It may prove useful in the future. Su Qin stored the Youth Preservation Pill in the system space. After completing his sign-in, he gazed up at the Bodhi courtyard. Master Huiyuan has been in seclusion for a year. Why has he not yet emerged? Could something unforeseen have transpired? Su Qin's mind was filled with queries. He recalled that his own ascent from second tier to first tier had encountered no significant obstacles. It had been a seamless transition. Master Huiyuan's deliberate endeavor to break through within the Bodhi courtyard was intended to leverage the abundant elixirs available there to enhance his chances of success. Logically, there should be no complications. Curious, Su Qin activated his true vision and peered deep into the Bodhi courtyard. The eye of truth perceives all essences. At this moment, within Su Qin's vision, numerous presences emerged deep within the Bodhi temple. With swiftness, Su Qin directed his gaze towards the essence belonging to Abbot Huiyuan. Having been in the temple for over a decade, although Su Qin had little direct interaction with Abbot Huiyuan, pinpointing his essence was effortless. Huh? Why does it appear so feeble? Has he fallen into the depths of madness? Su Qin furrowed his brow slightly and murmured softly. Chapter 37. The collapse. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed that Master Huiyuan would not survive the night. Su Qin meticulously observed the aura emanating from the depths of the Bodhi courtyard, belonging to Master Huiyuan, and concluded in his heart that it was a tragic fate. Such a pity, he sighed softly. Having spent over a decade in the temple, Su Qin had not received any special favors, yet Master Huiyuan had never particularly targeted him. In fact, after the previous head of the miscellaneous department passed away, Master Huiyuan had specifically sought out Su Qin to inquire about his willingness to return to secular life. It could be said that while Master Huiyuan had not led the Shaolin Temple to prosperity, he had at least preserved its legacy, allowing Su Qin to live a quiet life for more than 10 years. If Master Huiyuan were to pass away, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the temple, potentially drawing the attention of external forces. At that point, the leisurely days of sweeping and signing in would likely be a distant memory, Su Qin pondered. Nevertheless, the bond forged over a decade of shared meals could not be disregarded. With a flicker of thought, Su Qin enveloped himself in a profound, enigmatic field that extended several meters around him. Within this realm, vision blurred, and even the light began to distort, revealing only a vague silhouette standing within. In the depths of the Bodhi courtyard, the heads of various departments had gathered, their expressions heavy with sorrow. The head of the Dharma Institute turned to the head of the Bodhi courtyard and asked solemnly. For the past year, Master Huiyuan had been in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough with all matters of the Shaolin Temple entrusted to the head of the Dharma Institute. However, he had never anticipated that Master Huiyuan's attempt at a breakthrough would lead to such a tragic outcome. The head of the Bodhi courtyard shook his head slightly, his expression grave. He has fallen into a state of demonic deviation, his meridians in disarray. Even a grandmaster of the first rank, expending their own essence, can only preserve his life. As for a complete recovery, that is virtually unattainable. Upon hearing these words, the other heads fell into a heavy silence. In truth, They had long been prepared for such a grim prognosis from the head of the Bodhi courtyard. For practitioners of martial arts, the greatest taboo is to fall into demonic deviation, as it signifies a collapse of one's inner strength and a chaotic flow of meridians, rendering them almost beyond salvation. Master, the head of the Warrior Monks Institute murmured, gazing at the cross-legged figure of Master Yuan, whose face was as pale as parchment. The other heads shared a similar expression of grief, particularly the head of the Dharma Institute. He now assumed responsibility for all affairs of the Shaolin Temple in place of Master Yuan and immediately realized the profound implications of Master Yuan's potential passing for the temple. Although the Shaolin Temple boasted numerous martial artists of the third rank, it had only one practitioner of the second rank, Master Yuan himself. Without his presence, the Shaolin Temple would essentially lack a second-rank warrior. Originally, as a revered institution in the realm of martial arts, the absence of a grandmaster of the first rank already sparked doubts from the outside world. The reason no incidents had arisen thus far was solely due to the temple's deep-rooted heritage, which deterred most from challenging it. Yet, if the Shaolin Temple could not produce even a single second-rank warrior, no matter how profound its foundation, it would be impossible to command respect. When that time arrives, the Shaolin Temple may face expulsion from the ranks of the world's martial arts sects, or worse, be besieged by numerous forces. Either scenario represents a cost beyond what Shaolin can endure. At that moment, Abbot Yuan slowly opened his eyes and, with great difficulty, uttered, "This time, I acted too hastily." His complexion was ashen, devoid of any trace of color. At this moment, his internal energy was thoroughly disordered, rendering him incapable of moving even slightly. The mere ability to speak was a testament to his formidable willpower. "Abbot, you must be all right," the head of the Martial Monk Academy urged, his eyes reddened with concern. Abbot Yuan shook his head and turned to the head of the Dharma Academy, saying, "After my passing, I entrust everything of the Shaolin Temple to you." The head of the Dharma Academy nodded gravely. No matter the cost, the legacy of Shaolin must not be extinguished. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the Bodhi Academy. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Bodhi Academy?" a martial monk shouted. Outside the Bodhi Academy, numerous patrolling monks regarded a hazy figure with a sense of impending threat. Due to Abbot Yuan's seclusion, the Bodhi Academy had long been sealed off by the monks. "Stand aside." Su Qin, disinclined to explain, concealed his appearance and identity with a secret technique, ensuring no one could recognize him. Buzz. Su Qin proceeded at a measured pace, yet with each step, a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. Under this immense force, the martial monks felt as insignificant as ants gazing up at a deity, their internal energies instantaneously stagnating as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This was still a result of Su Qin's restraint. Otherwise, with his strength, not a single monk would have survived that instant. Soon, Su Qin reached the depths of the Bodhi Academy. The heads of the various academies, having just heard the martial monk shout, were taken aback as they witnessed a hazy figure enter, their expression shifting dramatically. In that moment, regardless of their reactions, they realized that this sudden intruder was an exceedingly formidable presence. The elite monks guarding the Bodhi Academy were the finest of Shaolin. Even a second-tier warrior like Abbot Yuan would require time to breach this sanctum. Yet, this vague figure had entered without a moment's pause. What terrifying power could this be? "Get out." The head of the Martial Monk Academy roared, his aura surging violently as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Su Qin. This strike encapsulated the entirety of the head's life force, even reaching a state of ultimate refinement, capable of intimidating a second-tier warrior. However, under the incredulous gazes of all present, this punch merely approached the hazy figure before becoming ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire, immobilized in place. "This is troublesome." Su Qin frowned, releasing a portion of his aura. In an instant, a terrifying domain obscured the sky, enveloping the entirety of the Bodhi Academy. Under such circumstances, the heads of the various academies resembled insects trapped in amber, utterly immobile. Not only that, but their internal energies seemed to retreat in fright, instantly withdrawing into their dantian. Afraid to emerge, this scene left all the academy heads in a state of shock. They were, after all, practitioners of the upper three realms, considered formidable even on a global scale. Yet, before Su Qin, they appeared as fragile as infants. Having lost all ability to resist without even a single gesture from him, what kind of power could achieve such a degree of dominance? The heads of the Dharma Academy and others felt their scalps tingle, casting fearful glances at the indistinct figure before them. At that moment, Su Qin passed by one academy head after another, each immobilized by his presence, until he stood before Abbot Huiyuan. Chapter 38. Shock at the Bodhi courtyard. Su Qin sauntered before Abbot Huiyuan, who at that moment gazed at him with wide eyes, his face a portrait of astonishment. In the brief moments since Su Qin had invaded the Demo courtyard, hundreds of middle-level martial monks from Shaolin Temple, along with various heads of the halls, had been rendered entirely powerless. Such prowess was far beyond what even an ordinary first-grade grandmaster could achieve, was it not? With blood and energy in turmoil and meridians in disarray, Su Qin opened his true eye, scrutinizing Abbot Huiyuan closely. Under the observation of the true eye, every minute detail within Huiyuan's body became visible to Su Qin. Were it any other first-grade grandmaster, even one who had undergone a transformation into an exceptional first grade, they would be utterly helpless in the face of Huiyuan's condition, at best expending their energy to preserve his life. Beyond that, there would be no recourse. After all, even an exceptional first-grade master could not fully comprehend the intricacies of Huiyuan's body. Yet, Su Qin was different. Are you the revered saint? Abbot Huiyuan ventured, gazing at the indistinct figure before him. At that moment, fear had evaporated from Huiyuan's demeanor, for if Su Qin had truly harbored intentions of murder, he would have perished long ago. With Su Qin's formidable strength, he could effortlessly decimate the entire Shaolin Temple, let alone a mere cripple like himself. Presently, Su Qin had not taken his life. He merely stood there, clearly not an enemy of the temple. In Shaolin, only the revered saint, who had continuously operated from the shadows, altering the fate of the temple on several occasions, could possess such terrifying strength. Do not speak. Attempt to regain control of your inner energy, Su Qin instructed, disregarding Huiyuan's inquiry as he gently raised his right hand, casually pointing at Huiyuan's chest. Regain control of my inner energy? Abbot Huiyuan's expression faltered, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had succumbed entirely to madness. His inner energy had long since spiraled out of control. How could he possibly rein it in? Revered saint, there is no need to intervene. Even if you were to expend your energy to save me, I would still be rendered a cripple. Why should you suffer great losses for one such as I? Huiyuan's gaze dimmed. However, in the next instant, as Su Qin's right hand lightly touched Huiyuan, a torrent of formidable inner energy surged into him. Under this influx, the previously chaotic inner energy within Huiyuan transformed into a remarkably docile and gentle flow through his meridians. What is this? Abbot Huiyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Su Qin. In a flash of realization, he understood what he needed to do, promptly closing his eyes to begin regaining control of his inner energy. Nearby, the heads of the various halls felt a tightening in their hearts as a thought struck them. Though they were immobilized, their capacity for thought remained intact. Observing the actions of the indistinct figure that had invaded the Demo courtyard, they surmised that he might be there to rescue Abbot Huiyuan. Is this person here to save the abbot? Could he be the revered saint of our temple? The heads of the halls pondered anxiously. And then, after subduing the rampant internal energy within Master Huiyuan, Su Qin began to untangle his disordered meridians. Moments later, Master Huiyuan, with incredulity, opened his eyes and gazed at his own hands, exclaiming, Am I all right? The other heads of the courtyard stared in astonishment at Master Huiyuan, whose complexion was rapidly regaining its rosy hue. They could hardly fathom that Master Huiyuan had made a complete recovery, given the depth of his demonic deviation. Even if a first-grade grandmaster were willing to risk significant loss of power to intervene, they could only have ensured Master Huiyuan's survival. A full restoration was utterly impossible. Yet now, as they beheld the revitalized and stabilized Master Huiyuan, the heads of the courtyards felt as though they were caught in a dream. The path of martial arts is a gradual journey. One must not be hasty, Su Qin remarked casually, observing Master Huiyuan. Had Master Huiyuan exercised patience and refined his physical energy over the years, he would not have succumbed to demonic deviation. I shall heed your advice, Master Huiyuan replied solemnly, bowing respectfully to Su Qin. In his eyes, Su Qin was undoubtedly a patriarch of the Shaolin Temple, and such a gesture of reverence was entirely warranted. Su Qin, taken aback by the deference of Master Huiyuan, pondered what to say. If Master Huiyuan were to learn that the humble figure before him was merely an inconspicuous janitor from the servants' courtyard, he could only imagine the expression that would cross his face. It was time to depart. Su Qin cast a glance at the other heads of the courtyards, who remained immobilized. In the next moment, the mysterious aura enveloping the entire Bodhi courtyard began to dissipate. The heads of the courtyards inhaled deeply, as if rescued from drowning, and straightened abruptly. Thud. The head of the warrior monk courtyard collapsed to the ground, disheveled and covered in dust. Having thrown a punch at Su Qin moments before, He had been restrained, and, now that the binding had lifted, he could not control his momentum and fell unceremoniously. The other heads quickly turned their gazes towards Master Huiwen. The holy monk has departed. Master Huiwen sat there, dazed and forlorn. Master, are you well? The head of the Dharma courtyard rushed to inquire. Concern etched upon his face. I am fine, Master Huiwen replied, shaking his head. His breath was steady, and his vitality was restored. Had he truly made a full recovery? The head of the Bodhi courtyard checked Master Huiwen's pulse, murmuring in disbelief, although he had suspected something from Master Huiwen's complexion earlier. The confirmation of his well-being stirred tumultuous waves within him. After all, this was a case of demonic deviation that was said to be beyond remedy. At this moment, Su Qin had already stepped outside the Bodhi courtyard. Hundreds of warrior monks lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. When Su Qin had attempted to enter the Bodhi courtyard, these monks had tried to obstruct him, resulting in their current state. Su Qin paid them no mind. They were merely in a temporary stupor and would awaken in a few hours. Soon enough, throughout the journey, Su Qin concealed his appearance and form with his internal energy, only gradually releasing the veil of disguise once he was certain that no one was nearby. To his surprise, he discovered that the Eye of Truth possessed such capabilities. A subtle sense of awe filled his heart. Under the keen perception of the Eye of Truth, every movement and sound emanating from Master Huiwen's body was meticulously captured by Su Qin's gaze. Chapter 39, A Letter from Home. The most enigmatic aspect of succumbing to demonic obsession lies in the fact that all occurrences transpire within oneself. Internal energies surge uncontrollably. Meridians become disordered, and vital forces tumultuously churn. Even the most well-intentioned outsider finds themselves at a loss when confronted with such a situation. Consequently, even a first-rate grandmaster, when faced with an individual ensnared by demonic influence, possesses no recourse but to grit their teeth and expend their own cultivation, risking severe injury to maintain the other's life. However, for Su Qin, who possesses the Eye of Truth, this predicament holds no significance whatsoever. The Eye of Truth perceives all energies and delves into the depths of the Abbot Huiwen's being, rendering the task effortless. Within the Bodhi courtyard, the various heads of the institutes, along with Abbot Huiwen, remained present. The other heads were beset with countless questions, yet they did not depart. Abbot, were you able to discern which venerable monk from our Shaolin Temple it was? Inquired the head of the Discipline Institute, unable to contain their curiosity. Upon Su Qin's entrance into the Bodhi courtyard, his appearance had been obscured, allowing them only a glimpse of a vague figure. However, Abbot Huiwen, as the sole individual to have made contact with that venerable monk, was presumed most likely to have beheld his true visage. No, Abbot Huiwen replied, shaking his head. He spoke the truth without a hint of concealment. He had indeed not seen Su Qin's true form, for his entire focus had been astonished by the fact that he had regained his own faculties. Even if he had wished to see, it would have been beyond his capability. The other heads fell silent upon hearing this. While they could not fathom why the venerable monk had chosen to conceal his appearance, they could only speculate that there must be some profound reason behind it. By the way, over a year ago, there was an unusual occurrence in the forbidden area of the back mountain, and the seal was re-established. Could it possibly be related to the venerable monk? At that moment, the head of the Dharma Institute posed the question. The utterance caused everyone to startle. Although they had previously inquired of the 5 venerable monks who had emerged from the forbidden area, those monks had candidly stated that they had been in a state of suspended animation and had not interfered with the seal. Moreover, the seal had been left by the Tua Arhat, and even if those 5 monks had wished to intervene, they would have been unable to do so. This matter left the heads of the institutes perplexed, yet they could only let the matter drop. However, now that the head of the Dharma Institute had broached the subject again, it plunged the others into contemplation. Enough. This matter need not be revisited. Abbot Huiwen pondered before speaking. Regardless of whether the events in the back mountain's forbidden area are connected to that venerable monk, since he has not voluntarily acknowledged it, it is not for us to speculate. The seal left by the Tua Arhat, established 9 centuries ago, is of a level far surpassing the limits of our understanding. As time gradually passed, a year slipped by unnoticed. On this day, amidst a flurry of snowflakes, the entire Shaolin Temple lay enveloped in a shroud of silvery white. Before the scripture pavilion, Su Qin casually swept away the accumulating snow. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the martial art Light Fist. Light Fist? Su Qin felt a stirring in his heart. The Radiant Fist is a supreme martial art of the Shaolin Temple, renowned as the foremost style of boxing. There was a time when the temple faced relentless assaults from numerous esteemed sections. During that era, the abbot of Shaolin valiantly employed this technique to single-handedly confront several first-rate grandmasters, ultimately repelling these formidable adversaries from the temple's gates. In the next moment, a plethora of information regarding the Radiant Fist surged into Su Qin's mind. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The creator of this martial art must have undergone at least one transformation to attain such mastery. Su Qin murmured to himself, recognizing the intricacies embedded within the Radiant Fist, which even he found quite intriguing. It is worth noting that Su Qin had registered an innumerable array of esoteric skills at the Shaolin Temple, and the fact that he could derive such feelings from this technique speaks volumes of its formidable nature. Particularly, the final strike of the Radiant Fist encompasses the essence of at least dozens of extraordinary skills, embodying a synthesis of myriad styles. Indeed, another card has been added to Su Qin's hand, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Over the past year, Su Qin diligently refined his internal strength through the purifying flames of the heavenly fire while continuing to register at various locations within the temple. As his internal power became increasingly refined, he acutely sensed the arduous path of martial cultivation. Moreover, significant events transpired within the Shaolin Temple during this year. For instance, the head of the Dharma Academy transcended a bottleneck, becoming the second-tier martial artist after Abbot Huiyuan. Additionally, Abbot Huiyuan, after several months of recuperation, prepared for another breakthrough. Based on Su Qin's deductions, this time, it was unlikely that Abbot Huiyuan would succumb to demonic deviation, barring unforeseen circumstances. Shaolin would soon witness the emergence of another first-rate grandmaster in a few years. Lastly, this year marks the 15th since Su Qin's arrival at the Shaolin Temple. 15 years, Su Qin gazed upward at the sky, letting out a soft sigh. Snowflakes drifted down, seemingly endless in their descent. He allowed the snow to settle upon him without resistance. 15 years ago, Su Qin had sought refuge in Shaolin to escape a formidable foe from the Su family. Little did he anticipate that this decision would lead to a decade and a half of his life. 15 years prior, Su Qin was but a frail third young master of the Su family, not even possessing the strength of a ninth-tier martial artist. Yet now, 15 years later, he had grown powerful enough to command respect across the realm. And even the esteemed national master of the Mongol Empire or Zhangzhenren of the Wudong Eshenwu lineage might not be his equal. As he pondered, a disciple approached him with a letter. Although the Shaolin Temple values tranquility and detachment, it does not prohibit its disciples from maintaining contact with the outside world. After all, most disciples are not orphans. They have loved ones outside who remain alive, and even upon embracing monastic life, it is impossible to sever all ties completely. Is this from the Su family? Su Qin cast a glance at the envelope. With that thought, he opened the letter and read it swiftly. Moments later, he set the letter down, a complex expression flitting across his features. It turned out that his younger sister was to be married suddenly. A vision of the little sister who had always trailed behind him, like a little snail, emerged in his mind. Before entering the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin was the third young master of the Su family, with two elder brothers above him. In addition, Su Qin had a younger sister, making the four of them siblings born of the same parents and bound by blood. His sister, 7 years his junior, was often seen with a runny nose, trailing behind Su Qin. It could be said that among the Su family, his closest bond was with his younger sister. The news conveyed in this letter was that she was to be married. Ultimately, he could not see through it all. After a moment of silence, Su Qin stepped out of the Shaolin Temple in the early hours of the morning. This marked the first time in 15 years that he had left the temple. Chapter 40. The demon sect outside the Shaolin Temple. The moon hung low in a starry sky. Su Qin chose to depart in the early hours to seize the daily opportunity for attendance. After a separation of 15 years, he wondered how his younger sister was faring. Before his eyes, he seemed to catch a glimpse of that little sister who had always trailed behind him like a clingy shadow. Her name was Su Yuan, 7 years his junior. When Su Qin first entered the Shaolin Temple, Su Yuan was merely 3 years old. Now, after 15 long years, she had blossomed into an 18-year-old. In this world, women are often married off by the age of 16, making Su Yuan's delayed marriage at 18 somewhat of a rarity. Suddenly, Su Qin halted, lifting his gaze toward a distant direction. 15 years prior, a formidable enemy had descended upon the Su family, prompting all members to scatter for the preservation of their lineage. Consequently, Su Qin was sent to the Shaolin Temple, where he could find sanctuary under its protection. Throughout these years, he had devoted himself to cultivating his strength. And with the Su family in relative safety, he had paid little heed to the looming threat of that nemesis. Now, he seized this opportunity to confront that adversary once and for all. According to the correspondence from his family over the years, this enemy was known as Yinhua, a disciple of the demon sect, who had recently ascended to the position of protector for his generation. Su Qin reflected on this troubling matter, as the head of the Su family had expressed considerable concern in his letters, fearing that this foe might once again unleash chaos through the might of the demon sect. The demon sect? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Qin's eyes. In Yangzhou, the Tang Kingdom encompassed 18 provinces, with Yangzhou being the stronghold of the demon sect, which had its headquarters situated therein, while the righteous and the demonic forces clashed within the Tang Kingdom. The balance of power had shifted unfavorably for the demon sect ever since the previous sect leader had entered seclusion. Decades ago, the demon sect had dominated 3 provinces. But now, with the righteous forces relentlessly encroaching, they were left with only Yangzhou. The Tang Kingdom turned a blind eye to the conflict between the 2 factions, showing no intent for mediation. Both the righteous and the demonic were regarded as rebellious elements in the eyes of the Tang, who would rather see them diminish in number. At this moment, beneath the southern slopes of Yangzhou, a young boy clad in thick cotton garments gazed excitedly at the swirling snowflakes. "Grandfather, the snow is falling so heavily," he exclaimed, forming a snowball and glancing at the elder beside him. "Indeed, it has been decades since we've seen such a snowfall," the old man replied. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted. "Is this Wunan Mountain?" A young monk clad in a gray robe smiled warmly at the grandfather and grandson. This young monk was none other than Su Qin. The distance from the Shaolin Temple to Yangzhou spanned thousands of miles. For an ordinary person, traversing such a distance would require months, if not a year. Even for a martial artist, it would take nearly a month. Yet for Su Qin, the journey from Shaolin Temple to Yangzhou took merely a few hours. This was primarily due to his occasional pauses along the way, as he sought out potential places to sign in, which inevitably consumed some of his time. Otherwise, his arrival in Yangzhou would have been even swifter. Indeed, ahead lay his destination. The young boy looked up at Su Qin, feeling a twinge of curiosity, but nonetheless nodded and remarked, "There is much miasma within Wunan Mountain." Moreover, the boy, cautious and glancing around, lowered his voice to add, "My grandfather once told me that there are immortals in Wunan Mountain. If you have no business there, it would be wise to keep your distance." Immortals? Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced that the immortals the boy spoke of likely referred to practitioners of the demonic sect. Deep within Wunan Mountain lies the headquarters of the demonic sect, frequented by its warriors. To an ordinary child like him, those formidable fighters were indeed akin to immortals. Su Qin cast a glance at the grandfather and grandson pair before proceeding steadily toward Wunan Mountain. "Heavy snow? You are no immortal. How could you possibly know that there would be heavy snow today?" The boy muttered softly. Although snow continued to fall, it had evidently lessened and would likely cease by daybreak. "How could it be heavy snow? Grandfather, are you all right? Why have you been silent?" At that moment, the boy suddenly remembered something and turned to the elderly man beside him. "Do not speak." The old man's face was as pale as parchment. His hands trembled uncontrollably. "Grandfather, are you unwell?" The boy sensed something amiss and hurried to the old man's side. "You see," the old man forced a bitter smile, glaring fiercely at the boy. "Do you realize that we have already wandered through the gates of the underworld?" The gates of the underworld? The boy's face was filled with confusion. "Do you mean that person we just saw?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted once more as he glanced toward the direction Su Qin had departed, fear flickering across his features. "Did you not notice anything peculiar?" "Peculiar?" The boy blinked in bewilderment. The old man sighed deeply, lifting his leg to stomp into the snow, then looked at the boy. "What is this?" "Footprints, of course," the boy replied matter-of-factly. "But why are there footprints?" the old man queried. The boy rolled his eyes. "Grandfather, do you think I am foolish? It's snowing now. The ground is covered in snow. If you step on it, there will naturally be footprints. But did you observe whether that person left any footprints on his way here?" The old man inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. The boy furrowed his brow and turned to look. Oh, his expression changed abruptly, for where he gazed, the expanse of white snow stretched endlessly. There were no footprints. The boy's face turned ashen, as though he had seen a ghost. It is worth noting that this year, the snowfall has been quite substantial. Even several days prior, the snow on the ground had accumulated to several feet in thickness. A common passerby would undoubtedly leave behind deep footprints. Yet now, the young boy discerned not a single trace of a footprint. Furthermore, the elder steadied himself and continued, "Did you observe a speck of snow upon that individual?" Upon hearing this, the boy's body trembled involuntarily. Indeed, at first glance of Su Qin, he had sensed something peculiar. However, he had not pondered it further at the time. But now, with the elder's reminder, the boy finally comprehended that both he and the elder were adorned with a multitude of snowflakes. This was an inevitability. With the snow falling from the heavens and their presence outdoors, how could they remain untouched by it? Yet, the young monk was a stark contrast. His form remained pristine and immaculate, untouched by any trace of the elements. Chapter 41. No need for your intervention, grandfather. Have we encountered a ghost? The young boy trembled, his teeth chattering. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, like the boy who, moments ago, was oblivious and thus unafraid. Yet now, thanks to the elder's warning, he could no longer maintain his initial composure. Whether it is a ghost or not is uncertain. But it appears we have indeed come across a real master. The elder's expression softened slightly as he turned to the boy and inquired, "By the way, what else did that person mention?" "What else? Heavy snowfall?" At the foot of Wunan Mountain, Su Qin halted, gazing at the foremost peak in Zhongzhou. Unbeknownst to him, his casual inquiry for directions had greatly startled a pair of ordinary grandparents. "Is this Wunan Mountain?" Su Qin opened his true eye and gazed intently. Under the scrutiny of the true eye, a multitude of energies manifested across the entire Wunan Mountain. The true eye is reputed to perceive all forms of energy. What is energy? It is the material produced by the intertwining of a being's physical body and soul. Ordinary people possess energy, warriors possess energy, and even arhats possess energy. Energy reflects various aspects of a person. For instance, the energy of a dark martial artist embodies malevolence. At this moment, Su Qin discerned that deep within Wunan Mountain, there was an overwhelming presence of dark martial artist's energy. This must be the place. Su Qin nodded slightly. If the formidable enemy of the Su family, Yanhua, truly became a protector of the demonic sect, he would undoubtedly be located here. The strongest of these energies barely reached the initial rank of a warrior. Su Qin felt reassured. Under the observation of the true eye, even an Arhat would find it challenging to conceal themselves from him. Moreover, if the demonic sect truly possessed beings of Arhat caliber, how could they be relegated to the confines of Yangzhou? To ensure absolute certainty, Su Qin continued to observe for another hour until he thoroughly confirmed that within Wunan Mountain, no warrior posed a threat to him before he cautiously ventured further into the mountain. A moment later, as Su Qin ascended halfway up the slope, he was confronted. "This place is sacred ground of the demonic sect. Trespassers shall perish." Two ominous men barred his path, their glares filled with ill intent. The aura they exuded clearly indicated they were both initiated warriors. "I seek Yanhua," Su Qin stated calmly. "Protector Yan?" The two men exchanged glances, their expressions immediately shifting to one of caution. Though they were unaware of the relationship between the young monk before them and Protector Yan, they recognized that he was one of the protectors of the demonic sect, far beyond the reach of mere minions like themselves. Moreover, Su Qin had addressed Yanhua by his full name. "Wait here." One of the men hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Deep within Wunan Mountain, in a grand hall, over a dozen figures sat cross-legged. These figures concealed their auras, all of them being warriors of the upper three realms. "Yanhua, you have ascended to the third realm and have become my protector of the demonic sect. As for the matters concerning the Su family, rest assured that the sect shall address them on your behalf." The foremost man gazed upon a figure seated below, speaking slowly. "Deputy Sect Master, the Su family has slain my brother. My enmity with them is one that shall not be resolved until death." Yanhua, an elder with a dark countenance, was filled with a profound hatred. Had it not been for the Su family's alliance with the county magistrate, I would have personally annihilated them 15 years ago. Yanhua articulated each word with intensity. 15 years prior, he had perfected his demonic arts and advanced to the fourth rank, wounding the head of the Su family with a single strike. Unfortunately, the county magistrate intervened to protect them. The magistrate was a high-ranking official of the Tang Kingdom, representing its authority, a force far beyond what Yanhua could contend with at that time. The county magistrate? The foremost man scoffed. "When our sect master emerges, it will herald the day our demonic sect reigns supreme across the land. By then, a mere county magistrate will be of little consequence. For now, let us set aside your grievances with the Su family. Once our sect master returns, it will be time for reckoning." He cautioned Yanhua against acting impulsively. "I shall heed the deputy sect master's words," Yanhua replied solemnly. Though driven by a thirst for vengeance, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The imminent return of the sect master was paramount. Any misstep would be unforgivable. As a protector of the demonic sect, leaving without permission at this juncture would constitute a severe offense. Excellent. The foremost man appeared pleased with Yinhua's demeanor, nodding in approval. Here is the information I had gathered regarding the Su family. It contains the names of 208 members. With a flick of his fingers, an envelope suddenly floated before Yinhua. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master. Yinhua's expression brightened upon hearing this. It was evident that the Deputy Sect Master was genuinely preparing to assist him in his quest for revenge. With the backing of the demonic sect, how could he possibly cower before a mere county magistrate? With renewed vigor, Yinhua eagerly opened the envelope, scanning its contents. Deputy Sect Master? He furrowed his brow slightly. Over the years, I too have investigated the Su family. 15 years ago, they dispersed their clan members. Oh? The foremost man's eyes glimmered with interest. Who? The third son of the Su family, Yinhua responded in a low voice, Su Qin. The only information I uncovered is that he has taken refuge in the Shaolin Temple. Beyond that, I know nothing. He turned his gaze towards the foremost man. The Shaolin Temple? The man furrowed his brows, only to relax them moments later. The world believes the Shaolin Temple to be in decline. But our demonic sect knows that a grandmaster of the first rank still resides within. However, once we await the sect master's return, the Shaolin Temple shall be insignificant. He dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master. Yinhua expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. At that moment, a disciple of the demonic sect hurried in. Deputy Sect Master, there is a monk outside claiming to seek Protector Yin. A monk? The foremost man regarded the situation with confusion. I do not recognize any monk. Yinhua replied without hesitation. If this monk is a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, we could indeed subdue him and interrogate him regarding the matters concerning the third son of the Su family. Yinhua suddenly thought of something and spoke. Indeed. The foremost man nodded slightly, turning towards the disciples of the demon sect, and commanded, Why are you still hesitating? Remember, we need him alive. The remaining warriors of the demon sect maintained calm expressions, showing no signs of dissent regarding the deputy sect leader's orders. Yongzhou is the domain of the demon sect. Here, even the mere presence of the Shaolin Temple, let alone the numerous orthodox sects, poses no threat to them. Just as the members of the demon sect awaited to capture the monk and subject him to various tortures in order to uncover the secrets of the Shaolin Temple. A serene voice resonated through the air. You need not take action. As this voice emerged, a torrent of divine consciousness swiftly spread, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. A young monk clad in a gray robe appeared, traversing hundreds of meters with each step, arriving outside the grand hall. I have come on my own accord. Chapter 42. Now it's gone who? Seated in the foremost position, the vice master of the demon sect narrowed his eyes. His gaze sharp and piercing, akin to that of a hawk, fixated on the entrance of the hall. A terrifying aura of demonic energy surged from his being, saturating the surrounding air. The countenances of the other warriors of the demon sect shifted dramatically, despite being masters of the upper three realms. They had failed to sense anyone approaching the hall. It was important to note that this was the headquarters of the demon sect, teeming with its practitioners. Yet someone had managed to stealthily approach their doorstep without their knowledge. This was nothing short of a provocation against the entire demon sect. In an instant, all the warriors present discreetly channeled their inner strength, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, a young monk clad in a gray robe ambled into the hall from outside. A monk? The vice master of the demon sect furrowed his brow. They had initially speculated that it might be an elder from the righteous sect's upper three realms, only to find it was a mere monk. Monks within the Tang Kingdom predominantly hailed from the Shaolin Temple. Although the Shaolin Temple was also considered one of the righteous sects, it had historically remained aloof from the conflicts of the martial world. Logically, one would not expect a high monk from the Shaolin Temple to voluntarily appear at the headquarters of the demon sect. Vice Master. He is the one who sought an audience with Guardian Yin outside. The disciples of the demon sect, upon seeing Su Qin, could not help but exclaim in surprise. The vice master's gaze shifted towards Yinhua, who stood nearby. I've finally found you. Su Qin's eyes also fell upon Yinhua, a smile gracing his features. The eye of truth could perceive all energies, and as long as Su Qin had glimpsed someone once, he could swiftly locate them even from 1,000 miles away. However, he had never seen Yinhua before. Consequently, he was unable to quickly identify Yinhua from the energies of the thousands of warriors present in Wunan Mountain. Thus, Su Qin had refrained from forcefully intruding, instead stating his intention to find Yinhua patiently awaiting the disciples of the demon sect to lead him to the man. You seek me? Yin Huo's brow furrowed tightly. Indeed. I seek you. Su Qin nodded, a smile playing on his lips as he declared, I intend to kill you. At these words, all the warriors within the hall of the demon sect nearly believed they had misheard. To arrive at the headquarters of the demon sect with the intent to slay one of its guardians? What audacity! The vice master of the demon sect, enraged to the point of laughter, had initially intended to probe Su Qin's capabilities, suspecting that the monk's silent appearance might hint at some hidden strength. However, upon hearing such brazen words, he could no longer contain himself. You shall die. With a sinister grin, the vice master unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, transforming it into an inescapable net that descended upon Su Qin. As a second-tier warrior, the vice master, fueled by rage, unleashed his full might. Typically, a second-tier warrior's strike would compel even a first-tier grandmaster to retreat in trepidation. It could be said that within the entire demon sect, aside from the master who was still in seclusion, no one could withstand such an assault. Yet, under the eager gazes of all the warriors of the demon sect without even glancing at the vice leader of the demon sect, Su Qin nonchalantly raised his right hand and pointed. Whoosh! A surge of energy flashed by, cleaving through the layers of demonic aura, and pierced directly through the vice leader's brow. You? The vice leader of the demon sect widened his eyes and collapsed to the ground with a thud. In his final moments, he never imagined that as a dignified second-tier martial artist, he would be unable to withstand even a single strike. Silence. The entire grand hall descended into an eerie stillness. All the martial artists of the demon sect felt a chill explode in their minds. In their eyes, the once exalted vice leader had perished so abruptly. In an instant, many of the demon sect warriors turned pale, a desire to retreat rising within them. The members of the demon sect were inherently selfish at this moment. With the vice leader dead, they were not contemplating vengeance, but rather pondering how to escape. If they acted together, this individual must have expended considerable energy, and united, they could surely slay him. Just then, a third-tier martial artist from the demon sect shouted, whoever can slay this person will be richly rewarded when the leader emerges. Instantly, the other martial artist's gazes flickered with interest, eager to act. However, the next moment, Su Qin stepped forward, extending his long right hand and striking down from the air. Boom! Terrifying inner strength gathered, resembling a colossal hammer sweeping across the multitude of demon sect warriors. Thud! 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 At least 10 upper third-tier martial artists were jolted, transforming into pools of blood. What is this? The remaining demon sect warriors felt their limbs turn icy, nearly collapsing in terror. It is known that even with the demon sect's foundation, there were only 20 upper third-tier warriors. Now, over half had perished under Su Qin's single strike. Is this even human? Suddenly, at that moment, a violent surge of demonic energy erupted from deep within the hall. How dare you slaughter here? Are you seeking eternal enmity with my demon sect? A terrifying presence soared into the sky, rushing forth from the depths of the hall. As soon as this aura emerged, the other disciples of the demon sect displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. It is the leader. The leader has emerged. Indeed, before entering seclusion, the leader was already at the pinnacle of the second tier, and now that he has emerged, he must have reached at least the first-tier grandmaster level. Ha ha! You bald donkey, do you not kneel and beg for mercy? The confidence of the demon sect warriors surged as they jeered at Su Qin. The leader? Su Qin turned his gaze toward the depths of the hall. Even before entering the Wunan Mountains, Su Qin had discerned the presence of an aura at the beginning of the first tier within the demon sect's main hall through his eye of truth. It appears that this newly ascended first-tier existence is indeed the leader of the demon sect. Boom. The oppressive demonic aura swelled. Though the leader of the demon sect was drawing closer, the might of the first-tier Grand Master became increasingly palpable. Although the leader had merely entered the first tier and had yet to solidify his realm, a first tier is a first tier, even as a novice. He would undoubtedly surpass the second tier entirely. The leader has emerged? Yin Huo was elated beyond measure. At first, when he heard that Su Qin had come to kill him, he felt a sense of disdain. However, upon witnessing Su Qin effortlessly slay the vice sect master along with over 10 practitioners of the upper third realm, Yin Huo finally succumbed to panic. As a newcomer to the upper third realm, he could not withstand even a single strike from Su Qin. How could he possibly hope to survive? Welcome, sect master. From your retreat, Yin Huo knelt on one knee, his face alight with fervor. With the might of the sect master of the demon sect, it was not certain that he could defeat Su Qin, but at the very least, driving him back would pose no challenge. Surely then, Yanho would be safe. Yet, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Yanho's ear. I wonder who has instilled you with such hope that you believe you can survive. The voice seemed to materialize from thin air. Yanho's heart trembled, and he abruptly looked up, only to find that Su Qin had inexplicably appeared beside him. This was dire. Yanho's expression turned to one of horror. Is it he? The sect master of the demon sect has given you hope? Su Qin remained composed. As he raised his right hand and, under Yanho's incredulous gaze, gently lowered it towards the approaching sect master of the demon sect deep within the hall. The terrifying force of his inner power directly reduced the sect master to a mere puddle of flesh. Now it was all gone. Chapter 43. Sign in. The Devil's Strategy. Gratitude to the reader, a commoner for the generous reward. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and utter stillness. The practitioners of the demonic sect, who had been poised to welcome their sect leader from seclusion, appeared as though their throats had been constricted, their faces ashen. They had never fathomed the existence of such formidable power in the world, capable of reducing the fully realized sect leader of the demonic arts to mere pulp with a single strike. It is known that upon emerging from seclusion, the sect leader had attained the pinnacle of a grandmaster. To slay a grandmaster with a mere slap? How could such a feat even be conceivable? If it were not witnessed firsthand, no one would dare to believe such a reality, even at the cost of their lives. Perhaps the national master of the Mongolian Yuan or Zhangzhenren of the Wudong truly possessed such prowess. However, both the national master and Zhangzhenren are titans whose reputations have resonated through the ages. Who, then, is Su Qin? In the eyes of all demonic practitioners, Su Qin was merely a youthful monk, a name they had not even heard until this very day. Who are you? What enmity do we share? Yanho's lips quivered, his expression one of despair. In that moment, he recognized the inevitability of his demise. What could he possibly offer in resistance against a being capable of dispatching a grandmaster with a single blow? Yet, before his impending death, Yanho yearned to understand the cause of his fate. Although he was a disciple of the demonic sect, having taken countless lives, he had never provoked a warrior as terrifying as Su Qin. I kill without need for justification, Su Qin replied, shaking his head. In the next instant, Yanho's eyes dimmed swiftly, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Let them all perish, Su Qin declared, casting his gaze upon the remaining practitioners within the hall. These individuals were stained with the blood of many, and Su Qin's actions could be seen as a service to the people. Had any other high monks from the Shaolin Temple been present, they might have attempted to enlighten these demonic practitioners, or at the very least, confine them within the demon suppression tower. However, Su Qin found such measures unnecessary. Though he had spent 15 years at Shaolin, he did not endorse every tenet of the temple. Even the Buddha possesses a wrathful aspect, not merely endless compassion. After a brief interlude, Su Qin exited the grand hall. At that moment, the multitude of demonic practitioners outside remained blissfully unaware that their sect leader, deputy leader, and over 10 elder masters had all perished. These lesser minions were of no concern to him. Su Qin disregarded the other practitioners of the demonic sect, primarily because their elite forces had already been decimated by him, rendering these outside practitioners incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Several hours later, once the news from the hall spread, it was likely that the practitioners would disperse of their own accord, without needing further intervention. With the loss of their numerous elder masters, the demonic sect had effectively lost its backbone, becoming inconsequential. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the demonic practitioners within the Wunan mountain numbered in the thousands, scattered throughout its expanse. Even though Su Qin possesses the true eye, which allows him to pinpoint the exact locations of these demonic gate practitioners, capturing them all in one fell swoop would require several hours. By then, the effort would hardly be worth the gain. The outside world is indeed far more perilous than the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin sighed softly. Within the Shaolin Temple, although he encountered a first-grade grandmaster, these grandmasters were not like the likes of Juka Sanrin, whose vitality had long since waned, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Nor were they the first-grade holy monks from the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, who were using secret methods to prolong their existence. As for the more robust first-grade grandmasters, not a single one was to be found. Yet now, less than half a day after leaving the Shaolin Temple, he had come across a first-grade grandmaster who had just broken through and was in peak condition. Although he dispatched this grandmaster with a single strike, Su Qin felt no sense of pride. There are always greater beings beyond oneself, and today, a first-grade grandmaster unexpectedly emerged. Who is to say that a true Arhat might not appear one day? Su Qin pondered resolutely. With the purifying power of the burning sky demon fire, his transformation of inner strength was merely a matter of time within the next few years. Once his consciousness, physical form, and inner strength harmonized as one, he would achieve the pinnacle of first-grade mastery, truly striving for the realm of Arhat. The ancient texts within the Sutra repository record that to attain the Arhat fruit position, one must undergo 3 transformations of body, inner strength, and consciousness, while also grasping a subtle thread of the cosmic energy that pervades the universe. Su Qin contemplated silently. Throughout the ages, although first-grade grandmasters are exceedingly rare, each era gives rise to a few. In this era, for instance, there are the likes of the national master of the Mongol Yuan dynasty, Zhang Jinren of Wudong, and the esteemed Gonggong Zhao within the Tang imperial palace, all of whom are unparalleled first-grade masters. However, true Arhats or legends of the martial world are seldom born, often emerging only once or twice across multiple eras. Why is this the case? Because it is extraordinarily difficult for an ordinary practitioner, no matter how exceptional their innate talent, reaching the first-grade realm and undergoing the 3 transformations of inner strength, physical form, and consciousness typically requires a century, if not close to 2 centuries. It is noteworthy that the maximum lifespan of a first-grade grandmaster is merely 200 years. Generally, a pinnacle first-grade master who has achieved 3 transformations, without the fortuitous circumstances akin to Su Qin's, would be nearing the end of their lifespan. At this juncture, these pinnacle first-grade masters must patiently seize that elusive thread of cosmic energy to ascend to higher realms. Failure to grasp, it would mean waiting for the end of their days. However, for Su Qin, none of this posed any significant challenge. Based on his estimations, he would complete the transformation of his inner strength before he turns 30. By then, he would have a full 370 years to grasp that thread of cosmic energy. Under such conditions, if Su Qin still fails to seize it, then the existence of the Arhat realm itself would be rendered moot. Moreover, the true eye perceives all cosmic energies, and perhaps the thread of energy necessary to break through to the Arhat realm lies within its observation as well. Indeed, here, as the headquarters of the demon sect and a crucial stronghold of the contemporary demonic forces, one would expect the existence of what is known as Dao Yun, which might grant me the ability to sign in. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Qin, and he silently murmured, "System, allow me to sign in." In the next moment, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the demonic art heavenly demon strategy." The heavenly demon strategy? A look of astonishment crossed Su Qin's face. The heavenly demon strategy is the supreme secret classic of the demon sect, renowned as the origin of the demonic path. Many of the sect's secret techniques and demonic arts are derived from the heavenly demon strategy. In a certain sense, one could argue that without the heavenly demon strategy, the existence of the demon sect itself might be in question. To think it is the heavenly demon strategy. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 44, The Eccentric Wu Nanshan. Su Qin's mind was deeply immersed in the heavenly demon strategy as the supreme secret text of the demonic sect. The heavenly demon strategy occupies a prominent position among the myriad of martial arts techniques mastered by Su Qin, ranking within the top 20. Notably, the final volume, The Dharma of Seeding Demons in the Heart, is of such profound depth that it could easily be placed in the top 10, second only to the Palm of the Tathagata, which is said to be directly transmitted by the Buddha, and several fundamental techniques possessed by the demon Buddha. The Dharma of Seeding Demons in the Heart entails the transformation from the path to the demon and vice versa. Countless demonic glyphs collided and merged within Su Qin's mind, continuously evolving and transcending. After half an hour, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. The Dharma of Seeding Demons in the Heart indeed lived up to its reputation. A surge of profound demonic intent flickered within the depths of his gaze, yet it was swiftly suppressed by the presence of a golden giant Buddha. Unfortunately, the demonic path is not the path I wish to tread. Su Qin gently shook his head. Even the fundamental techniques of the demon Buddha were merely references for him, not the core of his cultivation. It was nearly time. Su Qin glanced at the sky and stepped forward, vanishing from his original spot. Sangzhou, Yin City. Yin City, a rather inconspicuous small town within the Tang Kingdom, was bustling with activity today, adorned with colorful lanterns and decorations throughout the streets. Moreover, the normally scarce presence of martial artists was now commonplace, with one encountering a practitioner every few steps. This was due to the fact that today, the daughter of the Su family in Yin City was to be married. The Su family was the most prominent clan in Yin City, and its patriarch, Su Shiming, had taken this opportunity to extend invitations to various heroes, with many sects from Songzhou's martial world willing to pay their respects. After all, Su Shiming was not only the head of the Su family, but also a fifth-tier martial artist. While a fifth-tier martial artist might not be considered exceptional in the entirety of the Tang Kingdom, in the remote realm of Songzhou's martial world, they were certainly regarded as a formidable figure. The entrance of the Su residence was teeming with martial artists coming and going. The Su family, affluent and influential, had invited numerous heroes from Songzhou, and anyone who came to congratulate the Su family's daughter would be granted entry to partake in a cup of celebratory wine. Of course, the wine was secondary. Many martial artists seized this opportunity to gather and socialize. At that moment, within the Su residence, countless martial artists from various regions of Songzhou were engaged in lively conversation. "Hey, you monk, can you drink as well?" A rugged man jestingly remarked at a young monk who was about to lift a wine cup. The rugged man had no ill intent. Amidst the chaos of the Su residence, the true identity of the young monk remained uncertain. "A monk?" The young monk chuckled. This young monk was none other than the hurriedly arrived Su Qin. The Buddha never stated that monks were forbidden from drinking. Su Qin cast a glance at the rugged man and casually replied. Upon hearing this, the rugged man pondered for a moment and found a semblance of logic in Su Qin's words. Monks refrain from consuming meat and alcohol. Yet there has always been an absence of authoritative sources to validate these rules. No one could prove that such regulations were decreed by the Buddha. If the Buddha never uttered such words, why must one adhere to them? You, monk, possess quite an intriguing perspective. The rugged man chuckled heartily. He had traversed the land, encountering countless individuals, including a fair number of monks. Yet, among all the monks he had met, none were as carefree as Su Qin. Ignoring the rugged man, Su Qin glanced at the wedding wine placed before him, gently lifted it, paused for a moment while facing a certain direction deep within the Su residence, and then drank it in one go. "Little sister, it's been a long time." Meanwhile, deep within the Su residence, Su Yueyun appeared dejected. "Has third brother not come?" She could not help but inquire. Beside her, the head of the Su family, Su Shiming, shook his head and replied, "The rules of Shaolin Temple are strict. I could only send the news in writing, but whether Qin can come out is beyond my control." Su Shiming sighed softly. 15 years ago, the formidable enemy Yin Hui attacked the Su family, inflicting grave injuries upon him. At that time, Su Shiming believed the demise of the Su family was imminent. And thus, despite knowing the difficulties of entering and exiting Shaolin Temple, he resolutely sent Su Qin inside. After all, living as a monk for a lifetime was far better than perishing at the hands of that formidable foe. However, Su Shiming had not anticipated that he would later encounter the governor of Songzhou. The governor, recognizing his worth, directly intervened to drive away the Su family's enemy. "How careless I was in my considerations," Su Shiming sighed again. How could he have imagined that the Su family would survive that ordeal? Within the Su residence, numerous martial artists engaged in lively conversation, reveling in their merriment. In contrast, Su Qin sat silently in his seat, lost in thought. 15 years had passed, and the world had changed beyond recognition. Even if he stood before Su Shiming, the latter might not recognize him. "Do you all know that the Su family has a third young master?" At that moment, the rugged man spoke in a hushed tone. "Third young master?" The surrounding martial artists looked on in confusion. They had only heard of the eldest young master, the second young master, and the young lady. But it was the first time they had heard of a third young master. "Heh, you all are unaware, aren't you?" the rugged man declared with pride. "This involves events from 15 years ago." His words piqued the curiosity of those around him, prompting them to inquire further. Without feigning mystery, the rugged man continued. 15 years ago, the Su family faced a great calamity, and after that disaster, the third young master vanished without a trace. No one knows where he went. Even the disciples of the Su family are deeply wary of this matter. As he spoke, the rugged man glanced around and lowered his voice. "I suspect that the third young master perished in that calamity 15 years ago. Otherwise, why has he not appeared all these years?" The rugged man's reasoning resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement, and even Su Qin cast a few more glances at him. "Monk, do you also find my reasoning sound?" The rugged man, noticing Su Qin's gaze, turned to him with a grin. "Very sound," Su Qin replied earnestly. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the entrance of the Su residence. "The groom has arrived." A singular voice resonated, drawing the attention of numerous martial artists to the entrance. They were eager to witness the individual who would marry the esteemed daughter of the Su family. Soon, amidst the collective gaze, A man clad in a groom's attire strode confidently into the room. This man possessed ordinary features, although he carried an air of subtle nobility in his demeanor. He was merely an ordinary person. What? The daughter of the Su family is to wed someone who is not a martial artist? Countless onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the Su family is renowned in the realm of martial arts. Even the guards in their residence are martial artists, and Su Yueyun, the daughter, is no exception. Yet now, they beheld the son-in-law of the illustrious Su family, who turned out to be an everyday man. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, Su Qin also directed her gaze toward the groom. What is this? Su Qin instantaneously opened her true eye, scrutinizing the groom intently. And a flicker of intrigue passed through her eyes. Chapter 45. He emerged from the radiance of Buddha in the grand estate of the Su family. A tumultuous uproar ensued. Numerous martial practitioners engaged in fervent discussions, their disbelief palpable. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as Su Shimin stepped forward, raising his hand, emanating the formidable aura of a fifth-tier martial artist. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. Although they remained perplexed as to why the Su family would choose an ordinary man as a son-in-law, they recognized that Su Shimin's decision was beyond their interference. Amidst the throng, only Su Qin bore an expression of peculiar intrigue. The fate of the nation? How could a tenth of the Tang dynasty's fortune be concentrated upon him? With his discerning eye, Su Qin perceived the profound currents of destiny surrounding the groom, revealing a depth of national fortune that was unfathomable. The Tang emperor still lived, and the national fortune of the Tang remained intact. Furthermore, even if the Tang were to fall, its legacy would surely reside with the descendants of the Li family. Su Qin's thoughts surged like turbulent waves, each one a fleeting notion in his mind. He had been informed through the correspondence from the Su family that his sister was to wed an ordinary man, truly an ordinary man, orphaned and lacking any notable lineage. His status paled in comparison to that of the illustrious Su family. Logically, their paths should have never crossed. Yet, his sister's willingness to proceed with the union rendered Su Shimin's personal reservations moot. He did not compel her otherwise. Initially, Su Qin believed that his brother-in-law was merely an average individual, and he felt no aversion to this fact. Having traversed 2 lives, he had come to accept that as long as his sister found happiness, that was all that mattered. However, the revelation now presented itself. Such immense national fortune could not possibly rest upon the shoulders of a mere prince. As Su Qin pondered, memories stirred from years past when the Tang emperor's favored concubine and her daughter sought refuge at the Shaolin Temple. At that time, Su Qin had observed the princess with his discerning eye, though she too bore the weight of the Tang's fortune. It was but a mere trickle compared to the vast ocean that enveloped the current groom. In this era of the aging Tang emperor, where princes vied for power, each one casting a covetous glance at the coveted throne, the nobles and regional princes placed their bets, overtly and covertly rallying behind certain contenders to secure favor. The consensus among the court was that the future emperor would undoubtedly be one of the favored princes. Su Qin's thoughts crystallized with increasing clarity. It appeared now that the wily old fox of an emperor had never intended for those princes to inherit the throne at all. Observing the groom's slightly awkward demeanor, Su Qin felt as though the entire truth lay bare before him. Only those of royal blood could bear the weight of such national fortune. While he remained unaware of the groom's origins in Sangzhou, it was evident that royal lineage coursed through his veins. Moreover, the emperor must have been aware of this lost prince among the common folk. Otherwise, an ordinary prince could not possibly be the vessel for such an immense fortune. The emperor's elaborate schemes to keep this matter concealed from all suggested only one possibility: he intended to bestow the throne upon him. In other words, if all proceeds smoothly, the timid groom, presently under the watchful gaze of numerous warriors, will soon ascend to become the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Reigning above all, how capricious fate can be. Su Qin couldn't help but reflect deeply. Within the vast expanse of the Tang, home to millions, not only had his younger sister encountered a prince who had fallen among the common folk, but she had also secretly harbored affections for him, even to the extent of marrying him. It is likely that the Tang emperor himself could not have anticipated such an event, or perhaps, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Since all of this was orchestrated by the emperor, it stands to reason that there would be contingencies left behind by him nearby. Su Qin opened his true eye and surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, several miles away, a hidden aura was discernible. This presence was akin to that of Yunikong, who served beside consort Li, yet it was far more formidable. A first-grade grandmaster? Su Qin shook his head slightly, redirecting his gaze back to the groom. He likely remained oblivious to his own identity, Su Qin mused silently. The Tang Emperor, employing such grand schemes at considerable cost, would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution. At that moment, the groom stood alongside Su Yueyun, preparing to pay homage to heaven and earth. Yueyun, the groom addressed Su Yueyun, his eyes resolute. I am but a poor scholar with no remarkable talents, yet I, Li Xing, vow that one day you shall not regret marrying me. Su Yueyun smiled faintly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Su Qin observed from a distance, only shifting his gaze once he confirmed that his sister genuinely cared for the groom. Just as Su Qin prepared to depart, he felt an unusual presence and glanced towards several corners of the Su residence. In those shadowed nooks, more than a dozen warriors were channeling their inner energy to its limits, poised to strike. An assassination? Su Qin furrowed his brow. These warriors were all at the mid-third realm, with two having even reached the upper third realm. Were they targeting the Su family? Su Qin squinted, realizing that their intended target was not any member of the Su family, but rather the groom. Had someone discerned the emperor's machinations? Su Qin speculated. It seemed they had only caught a vague whiff of the plot, rather than confirming it outright. Otherwise, they would have dispatched a first-grade grandmaster to execute the assassination. At that moment, the couple was about to bow to heaven and earth when, suddenly, a chilling intent to kill erupted, sweeping through the entire Su residence. A robust man surged forth, charging directly at the groom. Impudent! Su Shiming roared in fury. He had deliberately invited numerous heroes to showcase the Su family's prowess in the martial arts of Sangzhou. If this celebration were to be disrupted, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. Just as Su Shiming prepared to intervene, another icy intent locked onto him from afar. What is this? Upper third realm? Su Shiming froze, incredulous. He could hardly believe that an upper third realm warrior would be compelled to take action. Under the oppressive aura of the assassin from the third realm, Su Shiming felt his heartbeat nearly cease. Even the slightest movement was an insurmountable challenge, let alone thwarting the assassin. A wave of dread surged through his heart. At this moment, the other martial artists of the Su family also reacted swiftly, rushing toward the platform in an attempt to shield the bride and groom. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth, and those Su family warriors tasked with protecting the newlyweds were instantly sent flying. With a thud, they crashed to the ground, unconscious. This scene jolted everyone present into awareness. An assassin of such caliber? What grave offense had the Su family committed? A collective tremor of fear rippled through the onlookers, prompting them to scatter in flight. When calamity strikes, self-preservation reigns. They had merely come to congratulate the Su family, not to lay down their lives for them. Had the assassin been of lesser strength, these warriors would not have hesitated to lend a hand, returning the favor to the Su family. Yet, given the present circumstances, the ferocity of the assailants was nothing short of terrifying. To intervene would mean following the fate of the fallen Su warriors, a cautionary tale not to be ignored. Yunyang, you must flee. At this juncture, the groom, Li Sheng, grasped the gravity of the situation and forcefully pushed Su Yueyun away. If we are to perish, let us do so together. Su Yueyun tightly clutched Li Sheng's arm. In an instant, the assailant had already approached within 10 meters of Su Yueyun. At the speed of the assassin, that distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Yunyang, why must you persist? On the platform, groom Li Sheng managed a bittersweet smile as he gazed at the determined Su Yueyun grasping his arm. It was time to conclude this. Not far away, the assassin from the third realm, who had immobilized Su Shiming with mere killing intent, nodded slightly. At this moment, the outcome seemed almost inevitable. He even felt no need to witness further. For a small family like the Su's, attempting to thwart him was akin to chasing a mirage. As the third realm assassin cast a glance at the groom, Li Sheng, who had closed his eyes to accept his fate and prepared to turn away, a soft sigh echoed in his ear. Who was it? The assassin's heart surged with surprise, and he abruptly looked up. What he beheld was a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A gentle golden light shimmered, accompanied by the spread of a sacred radiance. Emerging from this divine glow was a hazy figure, enveloped in the brilliance of the Buddha's light, as ethereal golden lotuses blossomed in succession, their serene sound resonating with weighty solemnity as the figure approached step by step. He came forth from the radiance of the Buddha. Chapter 46, Ensuring Your Peace and Joy. The radiance of Buddha illuminates all. The entire Su residence is enveloped in the ethereal light of Buddha. In the vastness of the sky, golden lotuses slowly bloom, pure and transparent, resembling exquisite glass, untouched by the dust of the world. A nebulous figure emerges from the radiant light, as if all the brilliance of Buddha emanates from this being. The moment this figure steps forth, time seems to stand still. Everyone in the Su residence, including the formidable assassin of the upper three realms, is struck by an overwhelming pressure. Their internal energy halts, hearts slow their rhythm, and blood nearly congeals. No, what is this? A tempest of dread surges within the mind of the upper three realms assassin. Such a terrifying aura is beyond comprehension. Even the eminent masters of the first rank he is familiar with could not evoke such a harrowing scene merely through their presence. Thud. Under the incredulous gaze of the upper three realms assassin, the figure cloaked in Buddha's light takes a step forward. And the assassin who had initially charged towards Su Weiyun collapses to the ground with a thud. With another step, the second assassin likewise falls. In mere moments, the elusive figure traverses 7 steps, and 7 assassins unceremoniously succumb to the ground. These assassins possess varying strengths, the weakest among them being of the middle 3 realms, while the strongest is another of the upper 3 realms. However, regardless of their rank, at this moment, they possess no capacity for resistance against the steps of the nebulous figure. With each step, a life is extinguished. Panic. In the next instant, the upper 3 realms assassin feels a chill run down his spine. At this juncture, nearly all the assassins have perished, leaving only him alive. The sole reason he has not yet met his demise is that he refrained from attacking, merely exerting his aura to suppress the head of the Su family, Su Shimin, standing farthest from the high platform where Su Weiyun and her groom are located. Yet, regardless of the distance, the figure enveloped in Buddha's light has begun to take its 8th step. Flee. The last upper 3 realms assassin unhesitatingly channels all the forbidden techniques at his disposal in a desperate attempt to survive. Though these forbidden techniques can significantly enhance his power, they come with dire risks. Even if he survives this encounter, his strength would plummet by a realm, possibly rendering him utterly useless. Nonetheless, when weighed against death, any cost seems worthwhile. Buzz. The upper 3 realms assassin's eyes turn crimson in an instant, and the internal energy that had previously ceased to flow begins to surge anew. In the next moment, the figure cloaked in Buddha's light takes its 8th step. What once blossomed into hope now collapses into despair. The upper 3 realms assassin feels the world shatter, and with a thud, he crumples to the ground. Once all the assassins have met their end, the light of Buddha continues to spread gently. The nebulous figure moves steadily towards the high platform where the newlyweds stand. You are. Su Weiyun's eyes widen as she strives to discern the approaching silhouette. Alas, under the radiance of Buddha's light, she can only vaguely make out the tall and slender form of the figure. As for the other aspects, facial features, countenance, and so forth, they remained completely indistinct. Yet, inexplicably, Su Weiyun felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity towards this nebulous figure, as if encountering a long-lost relative. A radiant light enveloped the space. The indistinct figure approached and came to a halt before Su Weiyun. Who are you? She instinctively retreated a step. The divine light enveloped them all, rendering everyone immobile, with Su Weiyun as the sole exception. Beneath the penetrating light, she did not feel discomfort. Rather, a profound sense of comfort washed over her. Who am I? The figure's tone was serene, tinged with a sense of longing. Upon hearing these words, Su Weiyun felt as if something within her heart had shattered, igniting an impulse to weep uncontrollably. At that moment, the indistinct figure raised a hand and removed a jade pendant hanging around its neck, placing it in Su Weiyun's palm. Wear this and keep it close. It will ensure your safety and joy. Su Weiyun stared blankly at the jade pendant in her hand, uncertain of what to say. It was an unremarkable piece, and as the daughter of the Su family, she typically regarded such trinkets with disdain. Yet, at this moment, as she clasped the pendant, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her heart, as if the figure's words held true, that wearing this pendant would indeed bring her peace and happiness. Su Qin released the pendant and cast a final glance at Su Weiyun. The pendant he left behind was far from ordinary. Prior to departing from Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had comprehended the demonic Buddha's divergent thought parasitic technique, infusing a fragment of his divine consciousness into the pendant. 9 centuries ago, the demonic Buddha was sealed by the Tathagata's divine palm, relying on the continuous differentiation of demonic thoughts every 100 years to entice one successor after another, nearly leading to the downfall of the Shaolin Temple. Although Su Qin could not match the prowess of the demonic Buddha, embedding a sliver of his divine consciousness within the pendant would suffice to unleash a protective force to safeguard Su Weiyun's life at a critical moment. Given Su Qin's current strength, even a mere fragment of divine consciousness could guarantee survival against all but the most formidable opponents, and even those of first-class mastery would suffer severe injuries. As for the peak of first-class mastery, this fragment of consciousness would be ineffective against them. However, the peak masters are not fools. They would undoubtedly recognize the significance of this pendant. No peak master would harbor murderous intent upon realizing that Su Huiyun was backed by a formidable force of at least equal standing. It is essential to note that within the realm, there are but a few peak masters, and they remain wary of one another, reluctant to engage in life-or-death confrontations. For the majority of them, the paramount concern is always to advance further and break through the mythical bottleneck. Beyond that, power, wealth, beauty, these hold little value in their eyes. For instance, even Zhang Zhenren of the Wudong Zhenwu lineage, despite possessing world-shattering strength, would not take a single step beyond Wudong Mountain. Similarly, the national master of Meng Yuan holds the position of the Meng Yuan monarch in utter contempt. Thus, the jade pendant left by Su Qin, in a certain sense, indeed has the potential to ensure her safety and happiness. Who are you? Why did you? Su Huiyun suddenly raised her head, only to discover that the hazy figure had vanished without a trace. The radiance of the Buddha receded, and the golden lotus dissolved, lifting the oppressive weight that enveloped everyone. Yunyang, are you all right? The groom, Li Xing, inquired with concern. I'm fine, Su Huiyun replied, shaking her head, instinctively clutching the jade pendant in her hand. In a hushed tone, she murmured, I think I saw my third brother. Third brother? The groom was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Su Huiyun had a third brother, but hadn't he disappeared 15 years ago? At this moment, although the celestial light had vanished, the Su family estate remained eerily silent. Countless warriors from various regions of Zhangzhou were profoundly shaken, though they too had been immobilized moments ago. Immobility did not equate to invisibility. The nebulous figure shrouded in the brilliance of the Buddha seemed to saturate the very heavens and earth, vast and powerful. The Buddha has manifested. A few lesser warriors struggled to break free from their astonishment. The Buddha? Other warriors trembled, hesitant to lift their gaze. Where has that monk gone? The rugged man who had initially seated himself near Su Qin glanced around, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Chapter 47. The curtain falls. Perhaps the chaos from earlier had driven him to another place? The rugged man thought little of it. Following the other warriors in reverence towards the Buddha who had recently manifested, when the assassin first appeared, the multitude of warriors had fled in disarray to the rugged man. That rather intriguing monk might have departed at that moment. Oh, Buddha! The rugged man's expression was one of astonishment. Having traversed the land, he understood that the ethereal figure that had just appeared, even if not the fabled Buddha, was undoubtedly an unimaginable powerhouse. In the presence of such an entity, one who had nearly reached the pinnacle of martial arts, it was entirely warranted for the warriors present to pay their respects. Yuner, are you all right? Su Shiming quickly approached Su Huiyun, concern etched upon his face. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Su Shiming breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, when that hidden assassin of the uppermost realm had locked onto him with their aura, despair had nearly consumed him. The sense of dread he felt now surpassed even that of 15 years prior, when the formidable Foyan Hua had descended upon the Su family. How fortunate we are that such a powerful being intervened to save us. Su Shiming's expression was filled with trepidation as he bowed deeply to those around him, saying, We are profoundly grateful for your intervention, esteemed elder. Should you ever require assistance, we will not hesitate to oblige. As a fifth-tier martial artist, Su Shiming's discernment naturally exceeded that of the other warriors present. He did not genuinely believe that it was the Buddha who had intervened. After a considerable time, Su Shiming slowly straightened his posture, a hint of regret flickering across his countenance, although he was unaware of the elder's reasons for saving the Su family. If he could seize this opportunity to form a connection with such an elder, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented boon for the Su family. Alas, that elder had vanished without a trace after their intervention. Father, at that moment, Su Huiyun hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I have a feeling that person was perhaps third brother. Qiner? Su Shiming was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by shock as he reprimanded her. Nonsense. If the elder were to hear you speak thus, in a fit of anger, it would spell disaster for our family. He shot a fierce glare at Su Huiyun. Su Shiming could hardly fathom that his daughter would entertain such wild thoughts. That elder possessed unfathomable strength, undoubtedly one of the foremost powerhouses of this age. How could there be any connection to Su Qin, who had been sent to the Shaolin Temple 15 years ago? Setting aside the fact that Su Qin lacked any martial aptitude and would never achieve even the lowest rank of martial artist, how could Su Qin, even if endowed with exceptional talent, amount to anything significant at merely 25 years of age? What strength could one possess at 25? The 9th tier? The 8th tier? Or perhaps the 7th tier? Seeing her father's stern expression, Su Yuan felt disinclined to continue speaking. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the Su family estate, a figure with delicate features stood silently. That aura. The figure's gaze was icy as it swiftly scanned the fallen bodies of the assassins. An expression of chilling coldness etched upon their face. Have several of the princes intervened? The figure before him was none other than the recently arrived esteemed Grandmaster Lu. Known colloquially as Lu Gonggong, a eunuch clad in crimson within the palace. 2 decades prior, at the behest of Emperor Tang, Lu Gonggong had taken the prince, Li Shang, from the imperial palace and placed him among the common folk to experience the trials of life. Throughout this period, Lu Gonggong had discreetly guarded the prince. However, just last night, Lu Gonggong felt an unsettling disturbance in his own cultivation and retreated several miles away to recuperate. Little did he anticipate that within such a brief span, an assassination attempt on Prince Li Shang would transpire. Damn it! Lu Gonggong's heart raced with fear. He could scarcely fathom the dire consequences had the assassination succeeded, leading to the untimely demise of Prince Li Shang. It was imperative to recognize that while Lu Gonggong could not perceive the vast national fortune flowing within the prince, the immense effort Emperor Tang had expended to ensure the prince's covert removal from the palace indicated the prince's paramount importance. Should any misfortune befall him, Lu Gonggong would bear the weight of insurmountable guilt. Yet, who could have thwarted the assassination? Lu Gonggong furrowed his brow. Despite the multitude of martial artists around him fervently exclaiming the manifestation of Buddha's glory, he remained skeptical. He had just arrived and had seen no celestial radiance illuminating the skies. Approaching a few of the assassins, he began to assess their injuries. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Gonggong's pupils dilated in shock. He was astounded to discover that all 8 assassins had been simultaneously crushed internally by an unseen force. Such power? Lu Gonggong found it hard to believe. Though as a first-grade grandmaster, he could easily eliminate these 8 assassins, achieving such a feat simultaneously was an entirely different matter, especially considering that 2 of them were of the upper 3rd realm. Even the weakest of 3rd-grade martial artists, having endured the tempering of the world's vital energies, would not succumb so easily to a first-grade grandmaster. At the very least, Lu Gonggong would expect a 3rd-grade warrior to struggle before meeting their end. Furthermore, the final assassin had invoked several forbidden techniques just before dying, yet still succumbed. Lu Gonggong was left in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, the last assassin had employed a secret technique passed down within the palace, which, while fraught with peril, could grant the practitioner formidable enhancements. A 3rd-grade martial artist, utilizing such a technique, could potentially elevate their prowess to the 2nd grade. Yet, this assassin had invoked multiple techniques simultaneously. The cumulative effect of these forbidden methods led Lu Gonggong to surmise that the assassin's strength had momentarily surged to the 1st grade level. However, even so, he perished, indistinguishable in fate from the other mid-3rd realm assassins. The only possible explanation for this scene was a chasm of power that seemed insurmountable. Could it be that Gonggong Zhao was involved? Lord Lu felt a tremor in his heart as the image of the high-ranking eunuch clad in purple, of a status rivaling that of nobility, suddenly emerged in his mind. It was inconceivable. Eunuch Zhao would solely protect his majesty. Beyond that, it was utterly impossible for him to leave the palace. Lord Lu shook his head with certainty. His conviction stemmed from 2 reasons. First, Eunuch Zhao could not possibly depart from the imperial palace. Second, the reaction of the martial artists nearby. If Eunuch Zhao truly took action, he would not allow himself to be regarded as a manifestation of the Buddha's divinity. Regardless, it was of little consequence. Now that several princes had intervened, it was unlikely that the truth could remain concealed any longer. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Su residence, Su Qin gazed calmly at Lord Lu. Chapter 48. Everything comes to an end in the residence of the Su family. Chaos reigned. Grand Eunuch Lu's expression fluctuated between gloom and apprehension, with a hint of fear lurking in his eyes. It was precisely this fear that deepened his understanding of the significance of the scene before him. The more he knew, the greater his terror became. In Lu's estimation, only a master of the highest rank could execute such decisive actions. Thus, his first thought was whether it was that purple-clad eunuch Zhao from the palace who had intervened. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, it was inconceivable that eunuch Zhao would leave the palace. Secondly, even if he were to act, he would not allow others to perceive it as a divine intervention. As Lu's thoughts raced, he pondered whether this extraordinary master had acted inadvertently or if there was some connection to the Su family. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu shook his head, concluding that the imminent figure must be a mere chance traveler in this locale. He was already aware of the impending marriage between Prince Li Sheng and the Su family's daughter, having conducted thorough investigations into the Su clan. 5 centuries prior, the family had produced its strongest warrior, yet he had only reached the 4th rank, barely scratching the surface of the higher realms. In a small city like Yin City, such a family could be deemed respectable. However, to suggest any association with a master of the highest order was indeed laughable. With a decision formed in his mind, Lu noted that Prince Li Sheng had already attracted the attention of several prominent princes, compounded by the involvement of an unknown master of exceptional caliber. Even a master like Lu, of the 1st rank, felt an unsettling apprehension. Although he surmised that this unknown master bore no ill will towards Prince Li Sheng, otherwise, the prince would have met a dire fate by now. Unbeknownst to Lu, every change in his demeanor was closely observed by Su Qin. Long before Su Qin discerned the immense national fortune residing within Prince Li Sheng, he had locked onto Lu's position with his true sight. In fact, just as the group of assassins commenced their lethal assault, Lu had sensed something amiss and had rushed towards the Su residence with fervor. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, it was already too late. It was precisely for this reason that Su Qin had chosen to intervene directly. Now was not the time for recognition. He cast a glance toward his younger sister, Su Yueyun, and the rest of the Su family. He thought to himself, once I become an invincible powerhouse, a true champion of the world, it will not be too late for us to acknowledge one another. Though he had already attained the pinnacle of the 1st rank and undergone transformation twice, he still could not claim to be truly invincible. At the very least, there were still beings of equal caliber in this world, such as the national master of the Mongolian Yuan, the esteemed Zhang from Wudong Mountain, and the purple-robed grand eunuch within the Tang imperial palace. Certainly, endowed with a myriad of profound martial arts and enhanced by the sealing power from the back mountain, Su Qin's actual combat strength at this moment could likely overpower an ordinary pinnacle practitioner, rendering him invincible beneath the realm of Arhat. Yet, until he steps into the Arhat domain, Su Qin feels a lingering void within. As for now, all that matters is ensuring the well-being of the Su family. That evening, Eunuch Lu approached Prince Li Sheng and candidly revealed his identity. After half an hour of astonishment and disbelief, Prince Li Sheng could only accept the situation with a grain of skepticism. Subsequently, he followed Eunuch Lu from the Su residence to the capital of the Tang kingdom. However, under Li Sheng's insistence, Eunuch Lu was compelled to issue a royal decree from the Tang emperor, commanding the local governor of Tsangzhou to dispatch warriors to safeguard the Su family's safety. Through Eunuch Lu's explanations, Prince Li Sheng realized that the assassins from earlier were indeed targeting him, with the Su family suffering collateral damage. Concerned that the assassins might turn their wrath upon the Su family in his absence, he took this precautionary measure. Despite Eunuch Lu's repeated reassurances that the forces behind the assassins had little regard for a small family like the Sus, the prince's unique status compelled Eunuch Lu to acquiesce. Observing all this, Su Qin developed a greater fondness for Prince Li Sheng. Most individuals, upon suddenly discovering their lineage to the exalted Tang emperor, would likely forget even their own surname. Yet, at such a critical juncture, Li Sheng prioritized the safety of the Su family, clearly demonstrating commendable character. In the end, Prince Li Sheng promised Su Yueyun that once stability was restored, he would come to retrieve her, and then departed with Eunuch Lu under the cover of night. The following day, a multitude of warriors dispatched by the Tsangzhou governor arrived, all possessing at least 6th rank strength, with the 2 leading commanders being of the upper 3 realms. The governor of Tsangzhou clearly had been shaken by some fear, hastily sending out all his personal guards. It is worth noting that the decree presented by Eunuch Lu was bestowed by the Tang emperor, embodying the emperor's will. How could the Tsangzhou governor dare to show any negligence? At this moment, Su Qin finally sighed softly, feeling that everything was settled. He strolled leisurely along the streets of Yin City, contemplating that it was time to depart. With the protection of the Tsangzhou governor's personal guards, the Su family was exceedingly secure, and Su Qin felt no need to linger. His thoughts drifted. The previous day, he had signed in at the headquarters of the demon sect and acquired the supreme demonic skill, Tianma Su. Su Qin pondered whether he could sign in once more today. After all, the demon sect headquarters was, apart from the Shaolin Temple, the only place where he could sign in. Several hours later, as the snow fell gently from the sky, Su Qin stood idly before the headquarters of the demon sect, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that one could only sign in once at such a location. Su Qin reflected on the preciousness of the Shaolin Temple as a treasure land. Even a place like the headquarters of the demon sect allowed him but a single signing opportunity. But what of the Shaolin Temple? For a full 15 years, Su Qin had been ensnared. What profound Tao must be encapsulated within this experience to allow Su Qin to repeatedly shear the sheep? The time has come. Su Qin turned and departed. Soon, he arrived at a quaint town nestled at the foot of Mount Wunan, where the inhabitants relied on hunting in the mountains for their livelihood. Su Qin did not conceal his presence. Rather, he strode confidently into the town. Shortly after entering, he shifted his gaze toward a particular direction. Chapter 49. Arising from me, gratitude to the book friend Keifu for the generous reward, is it them? A smile graced Su Qin's face. Not far away, a pair of grandfather and grandson were peddling their wares. This duo was the same grandfather and grandson whom Su Qin had encountered when he first arrived at Wunan Mountain. Seeking directions, he was taken aback to discover that they resided in this very place. As Su Qin directed his gaze towards them, the elderly man also noticed him. "Master, what brings you here?" The old man exclaimed, his heart racing with surprise as he hurried over, gratitude etched across his features. Indeed, it wasn't long before heavy snow began to fall once more. It could be said that Su Qin had saved the lives of this grandfather and grandson. In such circumstances, how could the old man not feel immense gratitude towards Su Qin? At that moment, the young boy approached cautiously, standing obediently behind the elder. Following the old man's words from the previous day, the boy had come to recognize Su Qin as a true master. "I was merely passing by and thought I would stop in for a moment," Su Qin casually remarked. He was indeed telling the truth, having just happened upon this place. "I see," the elder responded, immediately inviting Su Qin to sit with him. As the elder conversed with Su Qin, other townsfolk began to gather from a distance. These residents had spent their entire lives in the quaint town, their characters unrefined yet sincere. Upon witnessing Su Qin, clad in the robes of a monk, they eagerly offered their most cherished possessions to him. Naturally, Su Qin declined their generous offerings with a warm smile. "Master, my surname is Li. You may call me Old Li," the elder said with profound respect. Although Su Qin appeared youthful, no older than his 20s, Old Li had never truly regarded him as merely a young man. Despite having never left the town, Old Li was not entirely ignorant. He had heard tales of ancient immortals who could live for centuries while retaining the countenance of youth, eternally vibrant. In this moment, Su Qin, in Old Li's eyes, was no different from such immortals. Yesterday, Su Qin had traversed the snow-laden terrain without leaving a trace. Untouched by the dust of the world, if that was not the essence of an immortal, what was? Understood. Su Qin held no particular thoughts regarding Old Li's reverence. Even if he was aware of it, he chose not to voice any comments. He had already undergone 2 transformations, reaching the pinnacle of his capabilities. His combat prowess rivaling that of the strongest beneath the Arhat level, truly indistinguishable from the immortals in Old Li's perception. "Is this your grandson?" Su Qin's gaze shifted to the young boy behind Old Li. Through Su Qin's discerning eye, he observed the boy's meridians flowing freely, should he pursue martial arts. He could ascend to the intermediate 3rd realm within a decade. With fortune on his side, achieving the upper 3rd realm would not be an unattainable dream. Of course, Su Qin merely took a fleeting glance without any ulterior motives. After all, given Su Qin's current strength, even a Grand Master of the 1st grade would be but a mere trifle, let alone an upper 3rd realm warrior. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble ominously. A slight frown creased Su Qin's brow. Immediately, a voice filled with trepidation echoed through the air. The mountain deity has grown wrathful." The moment these words were uttered, the faces of the townsfolk turned as pale as parchment. Their humble settlement lay nestled at the foot of Mount Wunan, reliant upon its bounties, and thus they held an unwavering reverence for the so-called mountain deity. Even Old Li, upon hearing the phrase "the mountain deity is angry," began to tremble violently, his visage etched with profound despair. "The mountain deity?" Su Qin raised his gaze towards the heavens, his expression becoming solemn. "It is not a mountain deity, but an avalanche." After several days of heavy snowfall, the summit of Mount Wunan was now laden with snow, and at this moment, that snow was cascading downwards with relentless force. Su Qin directed his attention to Mount Wunan, witnessing an unending torrent of snow surging down, shaking the very earth as it swept everything in its path into oblivion. Such a display of nature's might transcended the limits of human imagination, akin to the wrath of the heavens, annihilating all in its wake. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect that such a significant tremor would not lead to an avalanche, would it? Unlike the panicked townspeople, Su Qin remained composed, even if buried beneath the snow. His formidable physique would allow him to emerge unscathed. Was it due to the massacre I unleashed at the headquarters of the demon sect yesterday, which resonated through the depths of Mount Wunan, triggering this cataclysmic chain of events, ultimately culminating in today's overwhelming avalanche? Su Qin's thoughts raced as he contemplated this possibility, recognizing that only his extraordinary prowess could have instigated even a slight tremor in Mount Wunan. Such a tremor, under normal conditions, would pose no threat. However, after days of accumulated snow, it was akin to the final straw that tipped the balance. The avalanche had erupted. Meanwhile, as Su Qin pondered, the townsfolk were already paralyzed with fear. They had encountered avalanches before, but those had been minor. Never before had they faced one of such colossal proportions, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. It's over. It's all over. Some, their faces etched with hopelessness, murmured to themselves. In the face of other dangers, they might have found a way to escape, but how could one flee from an avalanche? Old Li's countenance had also turned ashen, his small grandson trembling in his embrace. Too frightened to move. Only Su Qin stood there, tranquil, staring into the infinite expanse of the impending avalanche, lost in thought. Run, flee. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their instinct and stumbled backward in a desperate bid for escape. No matter how far they fled, the avalanche would soon overtake them, prolonging their demise by mere moments. Yet the instinct to flee was stronger than the urge to remain still and await death. In that fleeting moment, the avalanche was drawing near to the town. Even before its arrival, a bone-chilling cold swept through the air, enveloping the surroundings. The townsfolk, sensing this frigid gust, immediately shivered and scattered in all directions. Run! Old Li clutched his grandson tightly, preparing to join the throng in their frantic escape. And just then, Old Li's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Su Qin, who remained stationary, starkly contrasting with the others. Master, we must flee at once, Old Li urged, gripping Su Qin's arm and attempting to pull him away. However, no matter how forcefully Old Li tugged, Su Qin stood resolute, as if the hand gripping him clasped not a person but an unyielding mountain. It is ultimately my fault. Su Qin broke free from Old Li's grasp, not retreating, but instead advancing towards the impending avalanche. Master, what are you doing? Old Li's scalp tingled as he gazed at Su Qin in disbelief. To Su Qin, the impending avalanche seemed less a cataclysmic force of nature and more akin to stray cats and dogs by the roadside. Master, you... Old Li nearly questioned his own hearing. Block it? Block this avalanche? I have not. Su Qin paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It has been long since I truly engaged in combat. With that, Su Qin stepped beyond the town's outskirts, much to Old Li's astonishment. A thunderous roar echoed as the avalanche surged forth, a terrifying tremor that seemed to shatter the world, heralding an apocalypse. In the next moment, under Old Li's stunned gaze, the heavens and earth were enveloped by a dark gold-glazed Buddha palm, with golden Bodhi flowers blooming in every direction, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity, transcending the ordinary. Simultaneously, boundless Buddha light radiated outward, creating layers of pure lands that illuminated and protected all. At the very center of this sanctum, a figure emerged, one that resembled a Buddha, yet surpassed the Buddha itself. The figure raised its right hand, transforming into a colossal glazed Buddha palm, slowly descending to confront the oncoming avalanche. Chapter 50. The surge. The avalanche cascaded down with an unstoppable momentum, a mighty force that shook the very earth and shattered all in its wake. In the face of such overwhelming natural power, even a grandmaster of the highest rank would feel a chill of dread and terror. Grandfather, are we doomed? The young boy clung tightly to Old Li, his voice trembling. Despite his tender age of merely over a decade, he understood that under the avalanche, the inhabitants of their small town stood no chance of survival. Grandfather, what is wrong? Summoning his courage, the boy opened his eyes and gazed up at Old Li. He beheld the old man's eyes wide with shock, his face a portrait of utter disbelief. Confused, the boy instinctively followed Old Li's gaze. In that moment, he witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. Beneath the relentless avalanche, an immense, dark golden Buddha palm descended slowly, enveloping the entire town as if it were a boundless pure land. From a distance, one would see a colossal golden Buddha, its palm reaching from heaven to earth, sheltering the town within its embrace. The light of the Buddha radiated, and golden lotuses bloomed. The boy could vaguely hear the sound of chanting, as if the Buddha himself was softly intoning. Boom! In the next instant, the rumbling avalanche surged downward. Yet, under the protection of the all-encompassing dark golden Buddha palm, the town stood unscathed amidst the chaos, appearing as a sanctuary within that divine grasp. This is the true Buddha. Old Li's hands trembled, tears streaming down his face. At his age, already teetering on the brink of the grave, he had long since let go of worldly desires and ambitions. Yet in this moment, a profound sense of reverence surged within him, as if he were face to face with the divine. Thud, 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 thud. Others, witnessing this miraculous sight, knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground as they bowed deeply towards Su Qin, their expressions filled with utmost sincerity. They were not fools. They understood that had it not been for Su Qin's intervention, the entire town would likely have been reduced to dust beneath the avalanche, utterly annihilated. One could say that Su Qin was the savior of all in this town. In such dire circumstances, who would dare to remain standing? Who would not kneel? The endless avalanche raged on, yet it was held at bay, unable to breach the town's defenses. As time passed, the terrifying pressure escalated rapidly. However, beneath the protective Buddha palm, it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. At the heart of this divine palm, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his spirit, body, and the transformed remnants of his internal power gradually merging and solidifying, steadfastly repelling the oncoming avalanche. After half an hour, the torrent of snow began to wane. The accumulated snow from Wunan Mountain had nearly emptied. It was coming to an end. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Through his true vision, he surveyed the situation, maintaining firm control over the unfolding events. Indeed, the majesty of nature is fearsome. With my current strength, it remains a challenge. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although the town had, at this moment, managed to preserve its existence, Su Qin was acutely aware that the avalanche he faced was merely a fraction of the true cataclysmic force, merely 1 in 10,000. Or perhaps 1 in a million. The avalanche cascading down from Wunanshan spread in all directions, extending hundreds of miles. The town where Su Qin resided was but an insignificant part of this vast expanse. Nonetheless, even in this moment of reprieve, Su Qin felt a tremendous depletion of his internal energy and mental focus. One could assert that should he encounter a coalition of 10 or 8 supreme masters, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. It was time to depart. Su Qin cast a glance at the multitude kneeling and bowing in reverence before him, and quietly made his exit. After a brief interval, as the sunlight poured down, the people who had been prostrating themselves on the ground could no longer suppress their urge to lift their heads. Was it over? The townsfolk experienced a surreal sensation, as if awakening from a dream. Had they truly survived that earth-shattering avalanche? Master, where is the master? At that moment, Old Li suddenly called out. The instant those words escaped his lips, the others snapped to attention. Their survival amidst the avalanche was entirely due to that young monk. Indeed. Where is the master? The crowd began to look around in confusion. Old Li, you know the master? Do you have any idea where he has gone? A middle-aged man turned to Old Li and inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Before the avalanche commenced, he had witnessed Old Li conversing with Su Qin. How should I know? Old Li rolled his eyes. In his perspective, Su Qin at this moment was akin to the Buddha of legend. How could a mere mortal like him possibly know the whereabouts of such a figure? That is true, the middle-aged man conceded. Although, due to the avalanche, all areas beyond the town were blanketed in snow, rendering their escape impossible, they had ultimately survived. In a few months, it would likely be summer, by which time the snow outside would have melted away. The eminent monk saved us. We cannot remain idle. The middle-aged man spoke once more. Idle? What do you mean by that? Old Li furrowed his brow in inquiry. He had long since harbored a profound reverence for Su Qin. Yet he was at a loss for how to express it. In Old Li's eyes, even if the entire town were offered to Su Qin, the monk would probably disdain it. No matter how much Old Li pondered, he could not conceive of a way to repay Su Qin's life-saving grace. Perhaps each household in our town could forge a golden statue of the master and honor it day and night? The middle-aged man suggested after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, particularly Old Li, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Wunanshan, Su Qin took a step forward, covering dozens of meters as he ventured towards the Shaolin Temple. Unbeknownst to him, the townsfolk were already preparing to create a golden statue in his honor, to be revered day and night. Perhaps Su Qin, even if he were aware, would not be overly concerned. At this very moment, he held a large vial of great resurrection pill in one hand and a substantial bottle of spirit-nurturing pill in the other, consuming them as if they were mere candies, continuously pouring these two elixirs into his mouth. Whether it was the great resurrection pill or the spirit-nurturing pill, as soon as they entered Su Qin's mouth, they were instantaneously digested by his formidable physique, transforming into a torrent of internal energy and abundant spiritual essence, replenishing his depletions. If the head of the Bodhi Academy were to witness Su Qin's actions, it would undoubtedly cause him profound anguish. The Great Resurrection Pill is one of the sacred elixirs of the Shaolin Temple, its potency exceeding that of the Lesser Resurrection Pill by several folds. And even the annual yield of the Bodhi Academy amounts to merely a few dozen. The Spirit-Nurturing Pill is even rarer, pertaining to the cultivation of divine essence by a first-grade Grandmaster, and in this era, no one within the Bodhi Academy is capable of refining it. Chapter 51. Return, gratitude to the reader alone in white hair for the generous reward. It was nearly time. Su Qin ceased his consumption of the elixirs. Whether it was the Grand Elixir or the Spirit-Nurturing Pill, they constituted merely a trifling fraction of the vast array of elixirs Su Qin had obtained over his 15 years of attendance. Through these years of diligent practice, Su Qin had long since achieved what one might call elixir freedom, such that no matter how much he consumed, he would scarcely bat an eye. Having just withstood the avalanche and faced the might of the heavens, it seemed he had faintly grasped that elusive thread of vital energy that permeates the cosmos. Su Qin's consciousness gradually expanded, melding with the universe, as he sought to deeply comprehend something. For a first-tier Grandmaster to ascend further, one must not only undergo 3 transformative evolutions of the body, spirit, and inner strength, but also seize that intangible thread of vital energy that exists in the void of the world. Compared to the former, the latter is infinitely more arduous. This is because the transformations of the body, the inner strength, and the spirit all possess discernible paths to follow. A first-tier Grandmaster understands the direction in which they must advance. If the body is weak, one must forge it. If the spirit is feeble, one must nurture it. If the inner strength is impure, one must purify it. For a first-tier Grandmaster, achieving the 3 transformations is a challenge of capability rather than possibility. Yet, grasping the vital energy of the universe remains utterly elusive. Throughout millennia, numerous pinnacle first-tier Grandmasters have met their demise while grappling with this very concept. Seizing the vital energy? What vital energy? The notion of vital energy is profoundly enigmatic, lacking any concrete guidance. Each exceptional first-tier Grandmaster must contend with a unique thread of vital energy that cannot be universally communicated. Originally, Su Qin had intended to wait until his inner strength had undergone its transformation before using his true vision to observe the universe and capture that thread of vital energy. After all, Su Qin had a long lifespan and could afford to wait. However, he did not anticipate that this opportunity to confront the might of the heavens would allow him to faintly perceive the location of that vital energy. This meant that, moving forward, once Su Qin's inner strength completed its transformation, there would be no barriers remaining between him and the realm of the Arhat. Aha! How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Su Qin's spirits soared, his blood surged, and amidst the falling snow, he resembled a blazing furnace. All snowflakes that ventured within 100 meters of him melted away swiftly. Wunan Mountain. At the foot of Wunan Mountain, devastation reigned due to the avalanche, yet the summit remained largely unaffected due to its geographical elevation. At this moment, beneath a blanket of snow, a figure suddenly sprang forth. The figure gasped for breath, its gaze fixed toward the direction of the demon sect's main headquarters. Filled with profound dread, this figure was named Kunking, a disciple of the demon sect. They are dead. The sect leader is dead. The elders are dead. They are all dead. Kunking's voice trembled, his face ashen. Just yesterday, he had witnessed a young monk clad in a gray robe enter the grand hall where numerous elders and the sect leader were in seclusion. At that moment, Kunking had believed without doubt that the young monk was doomed. After all, as a monk from the Shaolin Temple, how could one possibly emerge alive from the lair of the demon sect? However, while Kuan Kong was momentarily dozing off, upon entering the grand hall, he was met with a horrific sight. Blood flowed like a river, and all the elders of the demon sect lay dead on the spot. Even the sect leader, who had secluded himself for days and attained the pinnacle of a first-rate Grandmaster, had been utterly obliterated. Witnessing this gruesome scene sent shivers down Kuan Kong's spine, prompting him to flee from the demon sect's headquarters without a second thought. He sought refuge in a secluded area, concealing himself beneath a layer of accumulated snow using his breathing technique. Kuan Kong was terrified, truly terrified. The existence capable of effortlessly slaughtering all the upper-tier elders of the demon sect, including the sect leader, was beyond his imagination. Could it be that monk? Kuan Kong shuddered at the thought. Before the demise of the elders, only that young monk had entered the grand hall. The holy monk. That monk was indeed the holy monk. Kuan Kong murmured to himself. As a disciple of the demon sect, he had a fundamental understanding of martial arts. A holy monk from the Buddhist orders corresponded to a first-rate grandmaster in the martial world. The demon sect was finished. A chill enveloped Kuan Kong's heart. Although he had survived, once the news of the fall of the upper-tier elders spread, the fate awaiting the disciples of the demon sect would likely be annihilation at the hands of the righteous sections. The righteous would not pass up the opportunity to completely eradicate the demon sect. What should I do? Kuan Kong's expression darkened. As a disciple of the demon sect, the demonic techniques coursing through his veins would be impossible to conceal from the righteous sections, unless Kuan Kong resolved to never wield his hand in combat again and live as a mere farmer. No, there is still hope for the demon sect. Just as despair enveloped Kuan Kong, a thought suddenly struck him. With this realization, hope began to blossom anew in his heart. If he could locate the previous leader of the demon sect and reinstate him, the sect would not only survive but could thrive once more. He recalled the elder mentioning that over 50 years ago, the last leader had ventured alone into the western desert and had since vanished without a trace. This meant that the place of his seclusion was likely in the western desert. Kuan Kong pondered rapidly. The western desert was vast, and finding a single individual in such a sprawling expanse was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Kuan Kong had no other choice. Only by bringing the former leader out of seclusion could he hope to restore the demon sect. Meanwhile, outside the Shaolin Temple, a warrior monk patrolled, making it nearly impossible for ordinary martial artists to infiltrate. However, for Su Qin, it presented no challenge whatsoever. Silently, Su Qin arrived at the miscellaneous servant quarters and entered his room, sighing with nostalgia. Though he had been away from the Shaolin Temple for less than 2 days, it felt as if months had passed. How wonderful it is to be back at the Shaolin Temple, safe, listening to the serene chime of the bell. Su Qin sighed once more. He glanced around his room, reflecting on his circumstances. As a seasoned disciple of 15 years, Su Qin was not required to clean daily. Before this outing, Su Qin approached the head of the auxiliary department, citing a physical ailment as the reason for his request for a 2-day leave. The head of the auxiliary department, having a good rapport with Su Qin, readily consented. He then proceeded to sign in at the scripture repository, pondering quietly to himself. Chapter 52. The Dharma Sword Technique for Su Qin. The opportunity to sign in each day is an opportunity that shall never be squandered. It is imperative to understand that these sign-in chances do not accumulate. Once a day is missed, it is lost forever. With this thought in mind, Su Qin promptly readied himself to head towards the Sutra repository. Calculating the time, it seemed that Huiwen should have nearly broken through to the second rank, ascending to the realm of a first-class grandmaster. As Su Qin's thought stirred, he opened his true vision and gazed in the direction of the Bodhi courtyard. Indeed, deep within the Bodhi courtyard, he could faintly discern the steady emergence of a first-class aura. A year prior, Abbot Huiwen had been overly eager to break through, which nearly led him to a state of madness. Had it not been for Su Qin's timely intervention, Shaolin Temple might have already seen a change in leadership. Having learned from this past experience, Abbot Huiwen had become more prudent, opting for a gradual approach rather than a hasty one. Consequently, with his profound foundation, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the realm of a first-class grandmaster. Su Qin surmised that within a year, once Huiwen had fully mastered the powers of a first-class grandmaster, he would emerge from seclusion. At last, Shaolin Temple would have a first-class martial force to safeguard it. Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction, although a first-class grandmaster was still insufficient in his presence. The existence of such a formidable figure within Shaolin Temple meant that he would not have to intervene at every sign of crisis. The stronger Shaolin Temple became, the more at ease Su Qin felt about simply tending to his daily sign-ins, without the fear of waking to find the temple had vanished overnight. Regrettably, given Huiwen's talents, reaching the first-class level might be his utmost limit. Progressing further to transform his body, spirit, and inner power into an unparalleled first-class grandmaster would be a daunting challenge. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Consider the once venerable first-class grandmaster, Jukka Sanrin, who passed away in the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. He entered the first-class realm at 79, yet remained trapped within that level for over a century, illustrating the extreme difficulty of achieving the pinnacle of first-class mastery. Of course, compared to the transformation of body, spirit, and inner power, the subsequent task of grasping the elusive threads of fate within the cosmos is even more ethereal. However, this conundrum, which has stymied numerous past paragons, has been unraveled by Su Qin. During this recent excursion, he not only secured the supreme secret text of the demonic path, the Tianma strategy, but also seized the opportunity to confront the might of heaven and earth, thereby capturing that elusive thread of fate. A smile graced Su Qin's face. In a certain sense, this grasp of fate had saved him at least a decade or two of time. As Su Qin pondered, he had already arrived at the entrance of the Sutra repository. "System, allow me to sign in." He surveyed his surroundings and silently intoned, "Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, acquiring the Dharma sword technique." Sword technique? Su Qin raised an eyebrow. Over the past 15 years, he had signed in countless martial arts manuals from the Sutra repository, yet the number of sword techniques was rather scarce, totaling less than 100. After all, the weaponry of Shaolin Temple typically consisted of staffs and similar implements, or relied on bare hands, with little use for sharp blades. Dharma? A thought struck Su Qin. The term refers to a legendary patriarch of Shaolin Temple from a millennium ago. Renowned as the only figure to have mastered an array of profound techniques throughout the temple's extensive history. Ah, the revered Bodhidharma. Su Qin's expression bore a hint of nostalgia. Even for the Shaolin Temple, the figure of Bodhidharma remained shrouded in mystery. For no one truly knows the extent of his power. Was he a first-class grandmaster? An unparalleled first-class grandmaster? Or perhaps a perfected first-class grandmaster who had undergone 3 transformations? Some even speculated that he had attained the status of an Arhat. In that very moment, a torrent of insights regarding the Bodhidharma sword technique surged into Su Qin's mind. In an instant, the myriad intricacies of the swordsmanship clashed within his thoughts, ultimately coalescing into a singular sword light capable of cleaving through all. After a brief pause, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. It seemed highly probable that Bodhidharma had indeed achieved the status of an Arhat. Su Qin marveled inwardly. The profundity encompassed within this sword technique was, even to his discerning eye, extraordinarily refined. Merely through this swordsmanship, Su Qin concluded that the height Bodhidharma occupied had undoubtedly transcended the 9th rank of martial arts. Time flowed gently onward, and a year swiftly passed. Throughout this year, Su Qin's life remained devoid of any tumult, illuminated by the soft glow of an ancient lamp and the tranquil presence of the Buddha. With the passage of time unfolding slowly, over the course of this year, apart from his daily rituals, Su Qin devoted nearly all his time to the purification of his internal energy. At the current pace, he estimated that within a few more years, the transformation of his internal power would be complete. On this particular day, after signing in outside the Bodhi courtyard, Su Qin was idly sweeping the ground when, suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the depths of the courtyard. Almost immediately after this presence manifested, the heads of various temples at Shaolin swiftly gathered outside the Bodhi courtyard. What could this be? The head of the warrior monk's temple displayed a mix of surprise and trepidation, seemingly grasping a notion yet hesitant to voice it. The other temple heads mirrored this sentiment, their expressions a blend of disbelief. Half an hour later, Abbot Huiwen emerged alongside the head of the Bodhi courtyard. The Bodhi courtyard had appeared unchanged, yet Abbot Huiwen emanated a significantly deeper aura. "Abbot, you." The head of the warrior monk's temple hesitated, cautiously observing Abbot Huiwen. Unable to contain himself, the head of the Bodhi courtyard interjected, "The abbot has successfully broken through and has become a holy monk." Upon hearing this, the temple heads were overcome with joy, shedding tears of elation. It has been over 70 years. Over 70 years since the last holy monk of Shaolin passed away. Since that time, no first-class holy monk has been born within our ranks. Given this situation, while Shaolin Temple had managed to maintain its status as a prominent force in the martial arts world due to its deep-rooted heritage, the pressure it faced was immense. Only those forces presided over by first-class grandmasters had the right to be called the pinnacle of martial arts, as long as there was no first-class holy monk to lead. Shaolin's claim to such a title was fundamentally flawed. "Wonderful," the head of the Arhat courtyard exclaimed, his demeanor invigorated. "Abbot, now that you have ascended to the first-class rank, should we proclaim this to the world?" Generally speaking, in today's martial arts world, the status of a first-rate grandmaster is exalted. The birth of any first-rate grandmaster can herald their arrival to the world, inviting all heroes to witness their prowess. However, Master Huiwen shook his head, expressing his thoughts. "The world is vast, and formidable individuals emerge continuously. Even within our own temple, I am far inferior to that venerable holy monk who has intervened on numerous occasions. How could I dare to proclaim my greatness to the world?" His face filled with emotion as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing these words, the heads of the various halls were taken aback. In their eyes, the venerable holy monk of their temple, while undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful, now had Master Huiwen as another holy monk. You are a holy monk. I am also a holy monk. We are all holy monks, they reasoned, concluding that even if there were differences in ability, they should not be exceedingly vast. Yet, it seemed from Master Huiyuan's words that the prowess of their temple's venerable holy monk far surpassed that of Master Huiyuan. Chapter 53, Transformation of Inner Strength. Attainment of the first level perfection. Abbot Huiyuan cast a sweeping gaze, instantly discerning the confusion that lingered in the hearts of the various. Before stepping into the realm of the first level, my thoughts mirrored yours, however, now. Abbot Huiyuan paused momentarily before continuing. It is only now that I have come to realize the extraordinary greatness of our temple's venerable sage. In comparison to him, I fear I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. A subtle reverence flickered across Abbot Huiyuan's face, marred by a bittersweet expression. To speak candidly, while he now stands as a grandmaster of the first level, should he be called upon to rescue a martial artist ensnared by their own madness, the only recourse available to him would be at the perilous cost of his own vitality, barely sustaining that individual's life. As for anything beyond that, Abbot Huiyuan could not achieve. The human body is exceedingly intricate. Once a martial artist succumbs to madness, their meridians become chaotic, and their internal energy spirals out of control. Even a grandmaster of the first level must tread carefully. For a moment's negligence could not only thwart any rescue efforts, but might even exacerbate the martial artist's descent into madness. But what of that venerable sage? Not only did he preserve Abbot Huiyuan's life, but he also facilitated a complete recovery. Such an ability to reverse life and death is nothing short of celestial. The other. Upon hearing Abbot Huiyuan's words, exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. They had never anticipated that Abbot Huiyuan would hold such high regard for that venerable sage. Particularly the of the Discipline Academy, who initially assumed Abbot Huiyuan was merely being modest, soon realized that his words were spoken with genuine sincerity. Why do you wear such mournful expressions? With such a predecessor safeguarding our Shaolin Temple, this should indeed be a cause for celebration, remarked the of the Bodhi Academy, observing the expressions of his colleagues with a dismissive snort. In that instant, the other awakened to this truth. Indeed, even if Abbot Huiyuan's words were entirely accurate, the strength of that venerable sage was immeasurable. Was this not an immense boon for the Shaolin Temple? With this thought, a renewed vigor illuminated the faces of the. Unbeknownst to them, including Abbot Huiyuan, all their conversations were being overheard by Su Qin, who was sweeping nearby. A venerable sage? Su Qin found himself both amused and bemused. Although he frequently heard the term venerable sage from other disciples of Shaolin, the fact that even Abbot Huiyuan referred to him as predecessor struck him as quite entertaining. In the following moments, while the elevation of Abbot Huiyuan to the status of a venerable sage was indeed a joyous occasion, it should not overshadow other matters. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous academy, Su Qin observed several disciples gathered in hushed conversation. Have you heard? The headquarters of the demonic sect in Yangzhou has reportedly been cleansed by an unknown venerable sage. Numerous elders from the upper three realms of the demonic sect, even the sect master, have perished. The vast demonic sect crumbled overnight, with countless disciples fleeing in terror, a young novice recounted rapidly, his tone laced with profound astonishment. Upon hearing this, Su Qin paused momentarily, for he distinctly remembered that this event was orchestrated by him a year prior. Why are there still discussions about this? However, Su Qin soon comprehended the situation. This world is unlike the one he previously inhabited, devoid of the internet. The dissemination of information is significantly hampered. Particularly, the distance from Yangzhou to Shaolin Temple spans several thousand miles. Perhaps the Abbot Huiyuan and the various heads of the halls possess dedicated channels for intel and have been aware of this matter long ago. Yet, these young monks clearly lack such privileges. As Su Qin pondered, the disciples resumed their conversations. Is it true? The magic sect boasts numerous formidable masters. If they could be easily eradicated, how could the sect have endured for so many years? Indeed, it is true. I assure you, the source of this information is credible. It comes from my cousin who traveled from Yangzhou. Absolutely reliable. The young monk who first spoke pounded his chest in assurance. One could not help but wonder which ancestor of our Shaolin Temple was the nameless holy monk who single-handedly subdued the magic sect. Truly a legend. Several disciples gazed in admiration and whispered amongst themselves. Yes, I hope that one day I can possess the strength of that nameless holy monk. A youthful monk exclaimed, his face alight with longing. Stop dreaming. Even if you practiced for 1,000 years, you could never reach the level of the nameless holy monk. Another disciple rolled his eyes. Exactly. Instead of daydreaming, You might as well work diligently. Perhaps you could persuade the head of the hall to transfer you to the Martial Monk Academy or the Arhat Hall. How dare you mock me? The teenager was immediately displeased. At that moment, noticing Su Qin approaching, the disciples dared not continue their chatter and dispersed quickly. To these young monks, Su Qin held a prestigious standing. He could even speak with the head of the halls. Coupled with the age difference and Su Qin's usual silence, they instinctively felt a sense of trepidation in his presence. Su Qin, however, paid little mind to their perceptions. For him, the gossip shared among the disciples was merely background noise, hardly deserving of his attention. Time flowed steadily, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, as Su Qin continually refined his internal energy, he sensed that the transformation was nearing its conclusion. Just a little more, and it should culminate today. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Qin stealthily entered the forbidden area of the back mountain at night, prepared to complete his internal energy transformation there. The back mountain is a sacred ground of Shaolin Temple, and with the seal left by the Arhat Hall 900 years ago, it is undoubtedly secure and secluded. Breathing deeply, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his internal energy surging within him. Suddenly, an invisible flame began to burn gently, continuously purifying his internal energy. Time slipped away unnoticed. At a certain moment, it felt as if the internal energy within Su Qin had reached a pivotal transformation, contracting entirely into his dantian. Following this, a drop of liquid internal energy emerged. Compared to the gaseous form he had before, the liquid internal energy was immensely more potent, and a faint pressure began to rise subtly. The droplet of liquid inner strength seemed to trigger a chain reaction, after which droplet after droplet of this essence emerged, swiftly merging with every part of Su Qin's being, continuously circulating within the meridians. Several hours later, Su Qin leisurely opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it appeared as though a galaxy hung inverted, slowly revolving. At this moment, Su Qin's inner strength, consciousness, and physical form had all undergone a transformation. The union of the three elements marked the achievement of the pinnacle of perfection. A gentle breeze began to waft, emanating from Su Qin and spreading outward in all directions. Chapter 54. The demonic land of the Western Desert. The demon lord emerges finally. I have attained the pinnacle of the first grade. Su Qin rose slowly, his gaze tranquil as he spoke softly. The first grade Grand Master signifies a transformation of spirit, body, and internal energy, reaching a point where further advancement is impossible. It embodies the state of ultimate perfection. What does this perfection entail? It is the culmination of mastery within the first grade. And transcending this level leads one to the Arhat fruit position in Buddhism, or perhaps to the legendary status of a martial arts deity within the realm. This is the essence of first-grade perfection. However, to truly attain the Arhat fruit, or the mythic stature in martial arts, one must grasp the subtle energies interwoven within the cosmos. Yet, this elusive energy does not significantly influence the power of a perfected first-grade master. Those who have grasped it and those who have not both possess comparable combat prowess. With the transformation of body, consciousness, and internal energy, I am devoid of any shortcomings. At this moment, I can genuinely assert that I am the strongest beneath the Arhat. Within the depths of Su Qin's pupils, an enigmatic whirlpool seemed to rotate slowly. His physical vitality surged to unprecedented heights, his consciousness brimming with vigor, nearly capable of affecting reality. His internal energy had fully liquefied, each drop weighing like 1,000 pounds, perpetually circulating through his meridians. At this juncture, Su Qin could effortlessly challenge the realm of the Arhat, reaching a height that countless martial artists would struggle to even contemplate throughout their lifetimes. Nevertheless, Su Qin chose not to pursue this path. The lesson learned from Master Huiwen served as a cautionary tale. Despite Master Huiwen's profound foundation, his hasty ambition led him astray, nearly resulting in his demise. Unlike Master Huiwen, who received Su Qin's timely intervention during his descent into madness, should Su Qin falter, he would find himself utterly alone. Without salvation, not even the reincarnation of the Tua Arhat could guarantee his rescue. There is no rush. Patience is key. In a few months, I shall adjust my mindset to its optimal state before preparing to break through. Su Qin's thoughts ebbed and flowed. At this moment, he had achieved complete fulfillment in body, consciousness, and internal energy, and the only aspect requiring adjustment was his mindset. In the days that followed, Su Qin set aside his rigorous cultivation. Aside from his daily rituals, he lived as a humble monk, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. He recited sutras with the disciples of the various academies and attentively listened to the teachings of the head monk. Meanwhile, deep within the Western Desert, which lies at the extreme western edge of the continent and borders the vast sea. A stark contrast emerges. While the vast sea may still harbor traces of human life, the western desert stands as an absolute forbidden zone for existence. Stretching over 1,000,000 miles, it is an expanse of desolation. Even martial artists, if ensnared within the depths of the western desert without a sense of direction, risk perishing from starvation due to the scarcity of water and food. At this moment, a disciple of the demon sect named Kunking traversed the heart of the western desert, beneath the blazing sun, which radiated an unbearable heat. Had it not been for Kunking's status as a fourth-grade martial artist, capable of channeling internal energy to mitigate his bodily moisture loss, he would have long succumbed to the fate of a mere desiccated corpse. "Oh, Master of Demons, if you do not appear soon, I fear I shall perish here." Kong's lips cracked, parched and dry, his breath weak to the point of frailty. Over 4 years ago, the upper echelon of the demon sect was annihilated overnight by an obscure holy monk, leading Kong to recall that the former master of the demon sect had secluded himself in the western desert. Resolute in his purpose to revive the demon sect, Kong ventured into the western desert, seeking to persuade the previous master to emerge from his seclusion and protect the disciples of the sect. Alas, for long years have passed, and not a single soul has he encountered, let alone the former master. Is it the destiny of our demon sect to decline? Must I perish here? Kong sank to his knees, his gaze filled with despair. Having endured 4 years in this wretched place, his body had suffered immense torment, and his spirit had been subjected to unprecedented devastation. Were it not for a lingering shard of determination within his heart, he would have surrendered long ago. Suddenly, at that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed. Instinctively, Kong looked up to behold a colossal sandstorm rapidly approaching, as if connecting heaven and earth. In the western desert, the most terrifying peril is not the scarcity of water or food, but encountering such a natural disaster. Even those of the upper 3 realms would be reduced to mere fragments in the face of such a tempest. Very well, even if I must die, I refuse to succumb to thirst or hunger. Kong seemed to have reached a revelation, forcing himself to stand. Instead of fleeing, he advanced toward the oncoming storm. However, as he drew closer, his peripheral vision caught something extraordinary. What is that? Kong's expression shifted dramatically, as though witnessing an unfathomable spectacle. Deep within the sandstorm, a dark figure was slowly approaching. Wherever this figure tread, the furious sands parted in submission. As the figure drew near, it became discernible that it was a man clad in a black robe. Before Kong's incredulous gaze, the black-robed man halted before him. Blood transformation technique? Are you a disciple of the demon sect? The black-robed man scrutinized Kong and spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he had not uttered a word in ages. "Master, you are the master." A tempest of emotions surged within Kong, and without hesitation, he knelt once more, exclaiming, "Disciple of the demon sect, Kong pays his respects to the master." "Master?" A faint smile flickered across the black-robed man's face. "It has been long since anyone has addressed me as such. Speak, what brings you to me?" He gazed at Kong, his voice deliberate. He had spent 50 years in this western desert, honing himself amidst its harsh environment, nearly forgetting the passage of time and the existence of the demon sect beyond. "Master, our demon sect has been obliterated." Kong raised his head, his expression grave. "Obliterated?" The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly, though he had little regard for the sect. He was, after all, the former master of the demon sect. For the man clad in black robes, the demon sect was akin to his personal possession. It could be disregarded by him, yet if anyone dared to come forth and destroy it, they would be provoking the man in black. Some 4 years passed. An unnamed holy monk from the Shaolin Temple had arrived uninvited, single-handedly purging many of the esteemed elders and the sect leader from the upper 3 realms. Kunking dared not embellish the tale, recounting the events as they were. What was the strength of the current sect leader of the demon sect? The man in black inquired coolly. Kunking hesitated for a moment before responding. At that time, the sect leader had likely reached the first rank of Grandmaster. How intriguing. Indeed. It is quite fascinating, the man in black remarked with a calm demeanor. The techniques of the demon sect are inherently extreme, even a novice Grandmaster, when fighting for their life, could unleash the combat prowess of a peak Grandmaster. To so effortlessly slay a first-rank member of the demon sect and eliminate the other elders in one fell swoop. That unnamed holy monk must have undergone a profound transformation to achieve the pinnacle of the first rank, rather than displaying any trepidation. The face of the man in black radiated delight. "I have entered the western desert, honing my body day and night amidst the harsh conditions, never allowing a moment of complacency. The voice of the man in black grew increasingly thunderous, ultimately resonating as a booming sound that echoed throughout the four corners. For 50 years, my physical form has transformed, my internal energy has evolved. I am but a breath away from the transformation of my divine consciousness, which would allow me to attain the realm of great perfection. The gaze of the man in black sparkled like lightning, as if piercing through the void. However, the transformation of divine consciousness is exceedingly arduous. For me, there exists but a glimmer of hope, attainable only through life and death struggles with formidable adversaries of the same caliber. As he spoke, the aura surrounding the man in black surged with intensity. I shall see if that unnamed holy monk from the Shaolin Temple can indeed provide me with the pressure of life and death. The presence of the man in black was terrifying, akin to a deity or a prison, exerting overwhelming pressure in all directions. Chapter 55. All is prepared. Striking at the Arhat fruit position, Kunking instinctively pressed his forehead to the ground, unable to meet the gaze of the man in black robes. In the face of the terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed figure, Kunking felt as though he were but a solitary boat upon a vast sea, poised to be capsized by the surging waves at any moment. The transformation of his physical body and inner strength left his mind blank. Although he was merely a mid-stage martial artist, as a disciple of the demonic sect, he possessed a clear understanding of the distinctions within the realm of the Grandmaster. For a Grandmaster to ascend further in strength, one must delve into the transformation of the body, spirit, and inner strength. The metamorphosis of any one of these three aspects would elevate one to the pinnacle of the first level. Among the known figures of unparalleled mastery in the world, only a select few existed, such as the national master of the Mongol Yuan and the esteemed Zhang Jinren of the Wudong true martial lineage. Kunking could hardly fathom that the previous leader of the demonic sect had not only attained the pinnacle of first-level mastery in the past 50 years, but had also undergone transformations in two of the three aspects. Such formidable power surpassed the imagination of ordinary martial artists. Save for the inability to soar through the skies, they were nearly invincible in the contemporary world. The name of the nameless saint monk flashed in Kunking's mind, a young monk clad in gray robes. He had merely caught a distant glimpse of him. Yet the image was indelibly etched in his heart. With the presence of the sect leader, the demonic sect would undoubtedly avenge its grievances. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in Kunking's gaze. At the Shaolin Temple, the ancient bell tolled. Before the Bodhi courtyard, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Qin's ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the barrier-breaking pill. Barrier-breaking pill? Su Qin nodded slightly. This pill was specifically designed to transcend martial arts bottlenecks. However, it did not grant immunity to all obstacles. Typically, a lower-tier martial artist could enhance their chances of breaking through to mid-tier by 10% with the pill. This seemingly modest increase had ensnared countless lower-tier martial artists at their bottlenecks. As for mid-tier practitioners striving to ascend to upper tier, the efficacy was significantly diminished. No one knew whether the pill would be beneficial for a grandmaster at full circle attempting to reach the Arhat fruit position, but having it was certainly better than not. Given Su Qin's current prowess, most potency-enhancing elixirs had become ineffective for him, thus making the barrier-breaking pill a rare find. Having made sufficient adjustments, Su Qin strolled leisurely along the verdant paths of the Shaolin Temple, lost in his thoughts. After months of recuperation, he had completely embraced the persona of a humble monk. His mindset remarkably tranquil and undisturbed. At this moment, Su Qin was at the pinnacle of his being in nearly 30 years. Before his breakthrough, should he leave something behind for the Shaolin Temple? Passing by the Grand Hall, he gazed at the golden statue of the Buddha enshrined within, his thoughts surging. Unbeknownst to him, he had been at the Shaolin Temple for nearly 2 decades, transforming from a tender 10-year-old child into a grandmaster who now surveyed the world from a lofty height. Never mind. Shaolin Temple has stood for thousands of years, giving rise to numerous Arhats. If future generations truly lack capability, then no matter how much I leave behind, it would bear no significance. Su Qin shook his head slightly, displaying a sense of acceptance. Moments later, a group of young novices, around their teenage years, approached, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Su Qin, they immediately became respectful, greeting him with, "Greetings, Master Jingwan." This group of young novices cautiously performed a bow. "So, I have already attained the status of Master Uncle?" Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In the world of martial arts, each era spans approximately 20 years, and likewise, Shaolin Temple marks each generation by the same duration. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the temple, Su Qin, though still a humble sweeper, has ascended a level in seniority. The newly admitted disciples at Shaolin are of the Xin generation, a rank beneath the Jin generation to which Su Qin belongs. Looking towards the new head of the courtyard, Su Qin spoke. Ever since the old head passed away, he had enjoyed a relatively pleasant rapport with the new one. Moreover, Shaolin Temple is not a place of intrigue, unless there are pressing matters. No one pays much attention to Su Qin during his nearly 20 years in the temple, unless someone specifically sought to confront him. The new head would not pursue any issues with Su Qin. Bodhi Courtyard is currently recruiting disciples. Would you like to give it a try? The new head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Courtyard said directly. 20 years ago, when Su Qin first entered Shaolin Temple, he was assessed to have no martial aptitude, which was why he was assigned to the Miscellaneous Affairs Courtyard. Now, with the Bodhi Courtyard recruiting disciples, the new head thought of Su Qin right away. The Bodhi Courtyard is a crucial place for alchemy within Shaolin Temple and does not emphasize martial prowess. If Su Qin were to join the Bodhi Courtyard, it would certainly be a step up from his current role as a sweeper. It is worth noting that the Bodhi Courtyard has always been the most enigmatic of all the Shaolin courtyards, rarely accepting disciples from outside. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Head, I am getting older and prefer not to exert myself, Su Qin replied calmly. He held little interest in the Bodhi Courtyard. After 20 years of signing in, Su Qin had accumulated an unknown number of elixirs in his system space. In his eyes, the Bodhi Courtyard possessed no allure. If he desired elixirs, he could simply sign in, so why toil over their refinement? Of course, Su Qin's reluctance to practice alchemy did not stem from an inability to do so. Over the past 2 decades, he had acquired hundreds of secret texts related to alchemy from the scripture pavilion. Very well. The new head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Courtyard nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. Days passed. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged. He could no longer afford to wait. With a serene expression, he made a decision. One must gather momentum. Energy wanes after the first burst and eventually dwindles. The attainment of the Arhat fruit position would occur tonight. With a sweeping gesture, hundreds, if not thousands, of vials of elixirs appeared before him. These elixirs had been meticulously selected by Su Qin, each possessing the potential to aid in his imminent breakthrough, such as the barrier-breaking pill, the ice heart pill, and the Yuan cultivation pill, among others. Although the ancient texts of the Shaolin Temple have long recorded that attaining the Arhat fruit position relies solely on one's own efforts, with external influences being almost negligible, Su Qin, by nature a cautious individual, decided to prepare for it regardless of its efficacy. The concept of Arhat. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness, inner strength, and physical body subtly merging into a singular force, forming a brand new power that surged forth toward the celestial shackles of the Arhat fruit position. Chapter 56. The Emergence of the Demon Lord, the World in Turmoil. In the Tang Dynasty, the Tiantai sect stands as a prominent orthodox sect within its domain, boasting a multitude of disciples. The sect leader, Master Tianlian, is a pinnacle grandmaster of the highest order. Although the Tiantai sect does not possess a legacy as ancient as that of the Shaolin Temple, it is undeniably flourishing during this generation, having produced 2 additional grandmasters alongside Master Tianlian. At this moment, several disciples of the Tiantai sect were engaged in hushed conversation. A newly initiated young disciple curiously inquired, "What do you think will happen next?" A middle-aged man named Brother Yuan scoffed. "What else could happen? Those little brats from the demon sect are no match for our Tiantai sect. This time, the righteous sects have united. And it is our Tiantai sect that has slain the greatest number of the demon sect's remnants," Brother Yuan declared with pride. Ever since the demon sect's leader and numerous elder masters had perished overnight 5 years ago, countless disciples of the demon sect had fled in fear, scattering across the land. In the ensuing years, to eradicate the threat completely, the righteous sects, led by the Tiantai sect, had launched multiple offensives against these remnants. However, I have heard that the reason the demon sect's disciples crumble so easily is largely due to that nameless holy monk from the Shaolin Temple. The young disciple, seemingly struck by inspiration, eagerly posed his question. Upon hearing this, Brother Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, and with reluctance, he admitted, "Indeed, the Shaolin Temple deserves a portion of the credit." Suddenly, a hoarse and chilling voice interrupted, "Oh, you claim that your Tiantai sect has slain the most of the demon sect's disciples?" A figure clad in black robes approached slowly. Initially, he stood thousands of meters away, yet in the blink of an eye, he was before the disciples of the Tiantai sect. "Who are you?" Brother Yuan asked, his face betraying no fear. After all, this was the Tiantai sect. Surely, even the boldest of men would think twice before acting here. Who am I? The black-robed man raised his hand slightly, and tendrils of demonic energy began to spread and envelop the surroundings. I am one of the demon sect, as you refer to it. With that, Brother Yuan and several other disciples of the Tiantai sect were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Who are you? A commanding voice rang out, and the vice sect leader of the Tiantai sect materialized like a phantom, gazing gravely at the black-robed man. It seems that after 50 years away from the mortal realm, some have forgotten who I am. The black-robed man laughed maniacally, effortlessly sending the vice sect leader, who had already attained the peak of the grandmaster level, flying with a mere flick of his fingers. You. The vice sect leader of the Tiantai sect coughed up blood, staring in shock at the black-robed man. He could hardly fathom the horrifying strength of this figure before him. At that moment, a soft sigh echoed through the air. It has been 50 years since we last met, and you, the demon lord, still instill terror in the world. The sect leader of the Tiantai sect, Master Tianlian, approached slowly, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he regarded the black-robed man. What? The demon lord? 50 years? The vice sect leader of the Tiantai sect's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he looked upon the black-robed man. If it were merely a span of 50 years, it would not provoke excessive contemplation. However, when coupled with the title of demon lord, it becomes extraordinary. 50 years ago, a remarkably gifted demon lord emerged within the demon sect. It was through the dominion of this leader that the sect flourished, nearly suppressing the righteous path to the point of utter subjugation. The world believed that this lord had perished, for how could one remain absent for half a century, allowing the decline of the demon sect? Yet now, the vice master of the Tiantai sect gazed in astonishment at the figure in black robes not far away. What business could the demon lord possibly have? The celestial lotus master spoke with gravity. 50 years prior, the demon lord stood at the pinnacle of the first rank. And now he too had reached that pinnacle. Although the celestial lotus master harbored trepidation towards the demon lord, he did not feel fear in abundance. They were both at the peak of the first rank. Even if he could not defeat the demon lord, it would be impossible for the latter to take his life. It was this assurance that allowed the celestial lotus master to appear before the demon lord. Quite simply, the black-robed demon lord said, a slight smile gracing his face. You have slain my disciples. I shall annihilate your entire Tiantai sect. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted, overwhelming and descending upon them. Half a day later, the Tiantai sect's master, the celestial lotus master, lay dead, along with 2 vice masters of the first rank. Aside from a handful of disciples who managed to escape, the remainder perished. The demon lord had returned. As the fleeing disciples of the Tiantai sect conveyed this news, it spread with terrifying velocity throughout the martial world within the Tang dynasty. Perhaps the younger generation remained unaware, but the elder martial artists who had survived the past 50 years were acutely aware of the demon lord's dreadfulness. 50 years ago, the demon lord, with singular strength, had instilled fear in the righteous sects. Had he not mysteriously vanished, the martial world would likely have long since fallen under the rule of the demon sect. How could this be? The celestial lotus master was a grandmaster at the peak of the first rank. Even if he could not best the demon lord, he should not have fallen in battle. Had the demon lord truly taken that fateful step? Countless martial artists trembled at the thought. While it is true that the master Zhang of Wudong Mountain had also taken that step, achieving the utmost pinnacle of the first rank, he was not the same as the demon lord. Master Zhang attained his status in the 50 years following the demon lord's disappearance, embodying a serene disposition, detached from worldly ambitions. However, the demon lord, should he completely dominate the martial world, what awaited them would be a true hell on earth. Following the emergence of the demon lord, he summoned the scattered disciples of the demon sect from across the realm to reconstruct the sect and began to strike against the righteous sects that had once slaughtered his followers. In an instant, the demon sect surged, while the righteous sects faced relentless defeats. During this time, the grandmasters of the righteous path had contemplated rebellion. Yet each time they gathered their collective strength to make a last stand, the demon lord suppressed them with a mere flick of his fingers. This spectacle only reinforced the conviction among certain figures within the martial world that the demon lord had indeed taken that step, becoming a grandmaster who gazes down upon all. At the zenith of the demon lord's overwhelming might, he suddenly proclaimed, "In 10 days, I shall personally ascend Mount Shaoshi to confront the nameless holy monk of Shaolin Temple." In that instant, Many martial artists subtly realized that this might indeed be the true purpose of the demon lord's emergence. The nameless holy monk of Shaolin Temple? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd as they pondered whether this monk could truly stand as the demon lord's equal. Meanwhile, amidst the uproar from the outside world, in the forbidden grounds of Shaolin Temple's rear mountains, Su Qin's breakthrough had reached its final moments. Chapter 57, Ascending Shaolin, Where Lies the Holy Monk? Thump, thump, thump. The robust and vigorous heartbeat resonated continuously. Su Qin was seated in tranquil meditation, his eyes gently closed. Within a radius of several hundred meters around him, the air began to subtly distort as a surging and profound power coalesced and gathered. Suddenly, Su Qin inhaled sharply, and at that moment, the boundless essence of heaven and earth surged into the secluded mountain, manifesting as an enormous funnel-like apparition that he swiftly absorbed and consumed. As time flowed slowly, transformative changes unfolded within Su Qin. With the unification of the physical body, divine consciousness, and inner strength, every organ, every sinew, and every vein underwent rapid metamorphosis. If a first-grade grandmaster had begun transcending into the sacred, then the state of Arhat was a complete elevation above all sentient beings. Each Arhat or legendary figure of the martial world had, in essence, surpassed ordinary humanity. The Arhat fruit has finally been attained. Su Qin gradually opened his eyes. His pupils were as dark and profound as the vast cosmos. Rising to his feet, he gazed at his hands. In this moment, his physical form had ascended to an entirely new dimension, capable of spontaneously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth without the need for external sustenance. He had truly achieved the divine state of an energy feeder, impervious to death. Moreover, Su Qin sensed that with but a single thought, he could command the ambient essence of the universe within several miles, moving with the authority of heaven and earth. For a first-grade grandmaster, even one who had undergone 3 transformations to attain perfection would still dread the tactics of overwhelming numbers. Ensnared amidst millions of soldiers, he could easily be worn down. Of course, no top-tier first-grade master would be foolish enough to willingly leap into the encirclement of 1,000,000 troops. However, the state of Arhat was different. At this tier of existence, unless faced with an equally formidable opponent, one could remain unperturbed even when besieged by countless adversaries. Has it already been 10 days? Su Qin meticulously sensed the passage of time, realizing how long he had been in this state. Initially, he had believed that his breakthrough would require no more than a single night, yet it had taken so much longer than anticipated. It is time to emerge. Su Qin swiftly retracted his aura, and in a mere moment, he appeared indistinguishable from how he was before his breakthrough. Having attained the Arhat realm, his mastery over his physical form had reached unprecedented heights. Soon, Su Qin departed from the secluded mountain and found himself on a verdant path not far from the outer courtyard. Su Qin noticed that the atmosphere of Shaolin Temple felt somewhat amiss. The disciples bustling about bore expressions of anxiety, as though they were facing an impending crisis. What to do? What to do? The demonic sect has come knocking. Can the abbot and the others withstand them? Regardless of whether they can resist or not. As a righteous sect, how could Shaolin be afraid of the demonic faction? 2 Shaolin disciples exchanged hurried words before hastening towards the Hall of Great Hero. The demonic sect? Su Qin furrowed his brow, his divine consciousness expanding outward like ripples across water. Upon entering the realm of Arhat, Su Qin's spiritual awareness surged exponentially, expanding from merely encompassing a radius of several dozen yards to an impressive span of hundreds, even thousands of yards. Moments later, with a gentle sigh, Su Qin proceeded towards the Grand Hall of Great Heroism. Before long, as he arrived at the majestic hall, he was halted by the vigilant monk, Jinji. Jingguan, why have you been absent these past few days? Jinji casually inquired, his gaze fixated intently on the unfolding scene. At that moment, outside the Grand Hall, a tense standoff ensued between the disciples of the Shaolin Temple and the minions of the demon sect. Bulbis, if you possess any sense, surrender to the demon sect, and perhaps your lives may be spared, sneered a grim-faced man. Dregs of the demon sect, roared the irate head of the monastic academy. The expressions of the other academy heads turned grave, their attention drawn to a man clad in a black robe. This enigmatic figure emanated an aura so profound that merely standing there rendered the air oppressive. Namimo Amidba, Demon Lord, why do you persist in your relentless pursuit? Hu Wei, with hands clasped in prayer, addressed the black-robed man. Humph. A trace of scorn flickered across the Demon Lord's face. Old bald head Hu Wei, I offer you 2 choices, submit or face annihilation. His voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of every Shaolin disciple. Instantly, their faces flushed with indignation. Nam-imo-amaba. Master Hu Wei stepped forward, positioning himself before the others, as a bastion of martial arts with a lineage spanning millennia. How could the Shaolin Temple ever bow to the demon sect? Given this, I shall take it upon myself to experience the unparalleled martial prowess of the Demon Lord. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the other academy had shifted dramatically. Rumors had long circulated in the martial world that the Demon Lord had ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, although Master Hu Wei was also a master. The outcome of a confrontation with a supreme expert was all too predictable. Despite the historical strength of the Arhats of Shaolin, time had eroded much of that foundation. While they could contend with ordinary masters, overcoming a figure of the Demon Lord's caliber was sheer folly. "Master, you mustn't," cried the academy heads anxiously. "We cannot fall into the traps set by the demon sect. If I do not enter the depths of hell, who will?" Master Hu Wei gently shook his head. Presently, he was the strongest exponent of Shaolin. If he did not rise to the occasion, who would? Though an enigmatic saintly elder still lingered within Shaolin's ranks, he had yet to appear, likely due to his own reservations. At this juncture, even though Master Hu Wei knew he was no match for the Demon Lord, he had no choice but to face him head-on. Like ants, the Demon Lord scoffed, raising his right hand and casually swatting downwards. In an instant, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged forth, descending ominously towards Master Hu Wei. With a splutter, Master Hu Wei staggered back 3 steps, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. The head of the Shaolin Temple, a dignified master, had failed to withstand even a single strike from the Demon Lord. "Master, are you all right?" "The remnants of the demonic sect. I shall confront you all." An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the hearts of countless disciples of the Shaolin Temple, as several heads of the monasteries hastily supported the abbot. "It is nothing. Merely a minor injury." The abbot, Huifan, trembled as he spoke, his pallid visage resembling that of a ghost. The recent strike from the Demon Lord was evidently restrained. Had it not been, even if he survived, he would have been gravely wounded and unable to stand. The end of the Shaolin Temple is near. The heads of the monasteries felt an icy chill as they beheld this scene. Moments ago, a flicker of hope lingered within their hearts, believing that the Demon Lord might not be as formidable as the rumors suggested. In that case, perhaps the Shaolin Temple could still repel the demonic sect. However, the current situation painted a dire picture. If even Huifan, a grandmaster of the highest order, could not withstand a single blow, the Demon Lord's power was evidently far beyond what the Shaolin Temple could contend with. In such dire straits, how could the Shaolin Temple defend against the demonic sect? Was it possible that the millennia of tradition would come to an abrupt end at this moment? A head of the monastery trembled, his face etched with despair. After effortlessly vanquishing Huifan, the black-robed Demon Lord paid no further heed to him. For the Demon Lord, even a peak grandmaster like Tianlian Jinren could be dispatched without a second thought, let alone someone like Huifan, who had only just entered the ranks of the grandmasters. The black-robed Demon Lord slowly took 9 steps forward, gazing up at the imposing Mahavira Hall, and suddenly bellowed, "Nameless holy monk, I know you are within the Shaolin Temple." His voice resonated throughout the temple, causing the disciples to feel a deafening hum in their ears, momentarily disorienting them. "You have slain my disciples and nearly obliterated my legacy. Such a profound enmity cannot be overlooked. Now, the fate of the Shaolin Temple lies within my hands. If you do not emerge, I shall personally eradicate every disciple of the Shaolin Temple." After proclaiming this, the black-robed Demon Lord fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on every corner of the temple. From the very beginning, his target had always been the nameless holy monk of the Shaolin Temple. The other disciples, even someone as esteemed as Huifan, had never occupied his thoughts. Holy monk ancestor. Huifan's heart trembled with uncertainty. He did not know whether the holy monk ancestor should reveal himself. Given the current strength of the Demon Lord, would the holy monk ancestor be a match for him? If the holy monk ancestor were also unable to withstand the Demon Lord, the Shaolin Temple might truly face annihilation. Holy monk ancestor. The disciples of the Shaolin Temple gazed with a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning man clutching at a final lifeline. Yet, as time passed, the nameless holy monk did not appear. What nonsense about a holy monk? Under the might of the Demon Lord, he has likely fled in disarray. A scornful smile spread across the faces of the demonic disciples. Are you truly afraid? The black-robed Demon Lord's expression turned to one of disappointment. He had ventured from the western desert solely to confront the nameless holy monk of the Shaolin Temple, to engage in combat, and to achieve a breakthrough under the pressure of life and death. However, it now appears that such aspirations cannot be fulfilled. The existence of the Shaolin Temple has lost its necessity. The demon lord shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with solitude. Just as he was preparing to issue the command to slaughter the disciples of Shaolin, suddenly, a calm voice resonated. Do you seek vengeance against me? In the next moment, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, a young monk clad in a gray robe slowly emerged from the crowd. Chapter 58. Reflections on publication as the clock strikes midnight. The work will be officially released, though a slight delay of several minutes may occur due to system processing. Allow me to share a few reflections. I earnestly seek the support of my readers through subscriptions. Many may not fully grasp the significance of subscribing, yet it holds immense importance for both the author and this book. A robust subscription count empowers the author to deliver an abundance of updates, with the potential for 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 chapters daily. Such possibilities are entirely feasible. Therefore, I humbly request your subscriptions. They are truly vital. Furthermore, although the month is drawing to a close, I would greatly appreciate any monthly votes you might extend in support of the author. My heartfelt thanks to all. Chapter 59. After 20 years of sign-in, invincible from birth. At the Shaolin Temple, before the Great Hero Hall, Su Qin's gaze was cast downward as he slowly approached the dark-robed demon lord. In that instant, all eyes in the vicinity were fixated upon him. Junior brother Jingguan, what are you doing? The patrolling monk, Jinji, was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly strode to Su Qin's side, grasping his arm and whispering, Our temple is currently facing an immense crisis. Why would you choose this moment to create chaos? In Jinji's view, even if the Shaolin Temple were engaged in a battle with the demonic sect, it was a matter for the disciples of the warrior monks in the Arhat Hall, and had little to do with Su Qin, a mere janitor from the miscellaneous hall. It was well known that most disciples from the miscellaneous hall lacked martial prowess. Their involvement would not only be futile but could potentially exacerbate the situation. However, no matter how forcefully Jinji pulled, Su Qin, who seemed to lack martial arts ability, stood before him like an insurmountable mountain, unmoved. Since he has come seeking vengeance against me, I must confront him, Su Qin remarked with a smile, gently pushing Jinji aside and continuing on his path. What? Jinji's mind went blank, unable to process the situation for a long while. Meanwhile, as Su Qin proceeded, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple began to recognize him. Jingguan? What is he doing? Could it be that he intends to confront the demon lord? The disciples were filled with confusion, momentarily forgetting to intervene. If it had been a talented disciple from the warrior monks, the Arhat Hall, or even the Dharma Hall rushing forward to confront the demon lord, they would have understood. But Su Qin, he was merely a janitor from the miscellaneous hall. What threat could he possibly pose to the demon lord? The new head of the miscellaneous hall furrowed his brow. In his eyes, Jingguan had always been a disciple disinterested in worldly affairs, even willing to forego the opportunity to enter the Bodhi Hall. Such a person should, in theory, possess a sense of propriety and refrain from foolish actions. Yet now, witnessing Jingguan resolutely walking towards the dark-robed demon lord, the new head of the miscellaneous hall felt a profound sense of confusion. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh, the new head of the miscellaneous hall could not bear the thought of Su Qin meeting his demise at the hands of the enraged demon lord. He took a step forward, appearing beside Su Qin. Jingguan, this does not concern you. Step back, he admonished, attempting to rouse Su Qin from his reckless intent. To the new head of the miscellaneous hall, even if the Shaolin Temple were to face annihilation, disciples like Su Qin should be among the last to perish. Headmaster, he is seeking me, Su Qin replied with a gentle smile. What nonsense are you spouting? The new head of the miscellaneous hall's brow furrowed even deeper. The demon lord is clearly seeking our esteemed elder, the holy monk. What relevance do you have in this matter? At that moment, the new head of the miscellaneous hall was both exasperated and amused, unable to fathom that Su Qin actually believed the demon lord had come for him. The revered holy monk had repeatedly saved the Shaolin Temple from peril, possessing formidable power and undoubtedly being a venerable figure who had lived for over a century. But Su Qin? He had merely been in the temple for 20 years. How could he possibly compare to such a holy elder? Jingguan, I recognize your good intentions. However, the fate of the Shaolin Temple is not within your jurisdiction to decide. The head of the miscellaneous duties courtyard inhaled deeply and sighed softly. At that moment, the gaze of the dark-robed demon lord also fell upon Su Qin. The dark-robed demon lord narrowed his eyes, a faint glimmer of darkness flickering within. He was a peerless grandmaster who had undergone 2 transformations, his demonic skills already reaching consummation, with an acumen that was astute and piercing. Thus, upon his first glance, he discerned that Su Qin exhibited not a trace of internal energy fluctuations. Indeed, He appeared inferior even to an ordinary person, let alone a peerless grandmaster of his caliber. Meanwhile, the group of demonic disciples behind the demon lord erupted in laughter. Haha, you Shaolin monks truly think you can outsmart us with such tricks. Sending a mere disciple to act as a scapegoat? A bald monk is still just a bald monk. Do you truly believe we are fools to be so easily deceived? Haha, if you must find someone to take the fall, should it not be a martial artist? Why then do you present us with an ordinary person? The mocking jeers resonated. Instantly, the faces of the many Shaolin disciples turned fiery with rage. Had it not been for the intervention of the various courtyard heads, it is likely that some disciples would have rushed forward in anger. The expression of the dark-robed demon lord grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, the words of his disciples held a kernel of truth. This little bald monk who stepped forth was highly likely to be a sacrificial pawn cast by the Shaolin Temple. Nameless holy monk, you have disappointed me gravely. The dark-robed demon lord raised his gaze towards the Shaolin Temple and spoke coolly, since you refuse to reveal yourself. I shall personally ensure that the blood of the Shaolin Temple flows like rivers. His gaze shifted back to Su Qin. Since the Shaolin Temple wished to cast him as a scapegoat, the dark-robed demon lord was unperturbed about commencing with him. Buzz. As the demon lord's thoughts took shape, strands of demonic energy began to spread and envelop the area. On the day he slaughtered the Tian'ai sect, it was with this very demonic technique that he had restrained the true men of Tianlian and 2 vice sect leaders, ultimately slaying the 3 peerless grandmasters. Abbot, what shall we do now? The head of the warrior monk courtyard looked towards Abbot Huiyuan, concern etched upon his features. All of Shaolin shall unite against the evil. With this declaration, countless Shaolin disciples exhibited a spirit of martyrdom. Unite against the evil. Protect our Shaolin. Unite against the evil. Protect our Shaolin. Unite against the evil. Protect our Shaolin. Their voices surged, ascending towards the heavens. Yet, what use was their fervor against the overwhelming disparity of strength? The dark-robed demon lord regarded them with disdain, once more directing his attention towards Su Qin. At that moment, amidst the solemn and indignant expressions of the Shaolin disciples, Su Qin remained strikingly composed. Just as the dark-robed demon lord prepared to strike, Su Qin slightly raised his head, his gaze profound and inscrutable. 5 years ago, I once visited the main stronghold of the demon sect in Wenan Mountain. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the dark-robed demon lord shifted slightly. He could sense that Su Qin was speaking the truth. It was at this juncture that Kuan Kong, a disciple of the demon sect standing behind the dark-robed demon lord, suddenly realized. Master, it is him. He is the nameless holy monk who slaughtered my demonic sect. Kuan Kong hurriedly approached the dark-robed demon lord, his voice trembling. The moment Su Qin stepped forth, Kuan Kong recognized him, which plunged him into profound shock and terror. Only now, having regained his composure, did he hasten to inform the demon lord. As soon as Kuan Kong's words escaped his lips, an uncanny silence enveloped the gathering. Not only were the disciples of the demonic sect incredulous, but even the numerous disciples of Shaolin Temple widened their eyes in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the revered holy monk, who had saved Shaolin Temple on multiple occasions, was none other than an inconspicuous janitor from the miscellaneous department. Chapter 60. With a casual gesture, everyone was left in astonishment. Before the grand hall, all present were rendered speechless. The disciples of the demon sect were not as affected. Though shocked, they attributed Su Qin's prowess to his hidden depth and vehemently criticized the Shaolin Temple for its treachery. However, the multitude of disciples from Shaolin, including the abbot, stood utterly dumbfounded. While the demon sect disciples were oblivious to Su Qin's true identity, the Shaolin practitioners were well aware of it. Su Qin had been in the temple for 2 decades, serving as a humble sweeper, and most disciples frequently exchanged greetings with him. Could such a figure truly be that revered sage of the Shaolin Temple? Abbot Huiyuan found himself momentarily paralyzed, as did the new head of the miscellaneous hall, the head of the martial monk hall, and the head of the discipline hall. The name of Jin Guan? The nameless sage? The new head of the miscellaneous hall felt his mind buzzing. The former head had urged him before passing to take care of Jin Guan. But now, the new head suddenly felt as though everything about the Shaolin Temple had become foreign to him. Was he truly the esteemed sage of our temple? A vision from 6 years prior flashed through Abbot Huiyuan's mind, the indistinct figure that had intruded during his moment of madness. At that time, the abbot had merely perceived that the figure appeared quite youthful, not resembling someone who had lived for over a century. Although he harbored some doubt back then, he dismissed it as mere overthinking. Moreover, he was quite certain that the sage was not from the Hui lineage. Faced with this situation, he could think of no other possibility than some unknown ancestor from ages past. Yet, what Abbot Huiyuan did not anticipate was that the sage was indeed not from the Hui lineage, but rather from the Jin lineage. Jin Guan's disciple. Jinji gazed blankly at Su Qin, his face a canvas of confusion. A decade ago, the bloodthirsty old demon had infiltrated the demon's ceiling tower, consuming the numerous fiends imprisoned within, and ascended to the second tier of power. At that time, when many martial monks patrolling the tower were on the brink of death at the hands of the bloodthirsty old demon, a blurred figure had appeared and vanquished the foe. At this moment, the indistinct shape in Jinji's mind, unbeknownst to him, had merged with Su Qin's current form. Moments later, as everyone remained ensnared in profound shock, the deep, resonant laughter of the black-robed demon lord began to echo ominously. So, you truly are the nameless sage. You truly are the nameless sage. The eyes of the black-robed demon lord sparkled with a dark, ominous glow, as if emerging from the depths of an abyss. Since you are indeed the nameless sage today, I shall spill your blood to affirm my path to mythic greatness. The black-robed demon lord suddenly stamped his foot, and in an instant, boundless demonic energy surged forth, wildly spreading in all directions. Though he did not comprehend how Su Qin had eluded his notice, he could not contain his eagerness to confront the opponent standing before him. For 50 years in the Western Desert, I have diligently cultivated, observing calamities and contemplating the cosmos, specifically crafting this unparalleled skill. I hope the nameless sage does not disappoint me. As soon as the words of the dark-robed demon lord fell, an endless surge of demonic energy abruptly transformed, colliding and merging in a manner that faintly shaped a black sandstorm, reduced to countless times smaller. This is bad. Master Huiwen felt a surge of dread. Beneath the ominous black sandstorm, even a grandmaster of the highest caliber like Master Huiwen trembled. His heart swelled with a sense of impending doom. Your Excellency, this attack from the demon lord is likely his full strength. You may seek refuge in our Shaolin Temple's Arhat formation to avoid the brunt of it. For a moment, Master Huiwen was at a loss as to how to address Su Qin, resorting to Your Excellency as a form of address. In Master Huiwen's eyes, even if Su Qin were indeed that revered sage from the past, his strength might not surpass that of the demon lord at this moment. Therefore, prudence would dictate retreat in the face of such a formidable assault. However, Su Qin merely shook his head and casually replied, "No need, it's too much trouble." Having just entered the Arhat realm, Su Qin was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. To him, the dark sandstorm conjured by the demon lord was merely an alternative application of inner power, hardly significant. What audacity! The dark-robed demon lord, incensed by Su Qin's apparent lack of intention to evade, grew furious, and the black sandstorm darkened even further. In the next instant, the sky dimmed ominously. The pitch-black sandstorm swiftly enveloped Su Qin. Be careful. Master Huiwen's heart raced with alarm. Yet, in his current injured state, he could not intervene in the clash between the demon lord and Su Qin. Just as the multitude of demonic disciples anticipated witnessing Su Qin being torn apart by the dark sandstorm, a resonating hum echoed through the air. Within a 10-meter radius of Su Qin, the air distorted, and all dark sandstorms encroaching upon that space rapidly evaporated, as if they had never existed. What is this? The dark-robed demon lord's expression changed dramatically, staring at Su Qin in disbelief. It was not only the demon lord. The others were equally astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. If Su Qin had made extensive preparations and struggled to withstand the demon lord's attack, they might have managed to accept it. But the reality? Su Qin stood there, motionless, having effortlessly neutralized the demon lord's full-strength strike. How is this possible? Is this truly your strength? Su Qin remained steadfast in his position, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. If the potency of the demon lord's strike had been multiplied by several thousand times, perhaps he would have felt a semblance of threat. Who exactly are you? The dark-robed demon lord's demeanor was unusually grave. Initially, he believed Su Qin's power was comparable to his own, both being peak first transformations, perhaps even weaker. However, it now appeared that Su Qin might very well be a consummate first transformation at the third metamorphosis stage. To fight or to flee? The demon lord's expression revealed hesitation. If Su Qin truly was a consummate first transformation, remaining here could spell his doom. Yet, before the dark-robed demon lord could make a decision, Su Qin, who had been standing there, leisurely took a step forward. It is time to end this. Su Qin extended his slender right hand and gently pressed down towards the black-robed demon lord. Humph! A chill flickered across the face of the black-robed demon lord. What if you are at the pinnacle of the first rank? Defeating me may be easy, but to hold me back is a mere delusion. The black-robed demon lord retreated violently, attempting to distance himself from Su Qin. However, in the next moment, An overwhelming and magnificent force surged from all directions, ensnaring the black-robed demon lord in place. What is this? The expression of the black-robed demon lord changed drastically as he gazed at Su Qin, as if looking at a monster. The might of heaven and earth? You are a legend of the martial world. Chapter 61. All things within reach. Arhat of the mortal realm. You are not merely the pinnacle of perfection. You are, indeed, a legendary figure of the martial world. The frantic and desperate roar of the dark-robed demon lord echoed throughout the entire Shaolin Temple. A legendary figure of the martial world? What does that even mean? A newly initiated disciple of Shaolin, still grappling with the rudiments of martial arts, instinctively inquired. They had only recently taken vows at the temple and were barely familiar with the 9 ranks of martial arts, let alone the concept of a martial legend. However, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of their senior brothers, their incredulous faces rendered them speechless. A martial legend? The Arhat's fruit? The head of the Precepts Academy mumbled to himself. In today's world, martial arts is classified into 9 ranks, and only those who transcend these ranks may be regarded as possessing the Arhat's fruit or as a martial legend. In truth, whether referred to as the Arhat's fruit or a martial legend, both terms convey the same essence. The former is a title used within the Buddhist context of Shaolin, while the latter is an appellation popular among the martial heroes of the realm. A martial legend? Zhenguan, the new head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Academy, stared blankly. It was already astonishing that Zhenguan had risen from a humble monk to a revered sage who had saved Shaolin from peril on multiple occasions. Yet now, he was told that Zhenguan was not only a venerated sage but also the Arhat who had not emerged from Shaolin for centuries. Was this not too incredible? The head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Academy felt no jealousy. Rather, he was overwhelmed with shock, unable to process the information. The heads of various academies, including the Dharma Academy, the Warrior Monk Academy, and the Arhat Academy, along with many disciples, were left agape, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Had such words not been uttered by a master of the highest order, they might have dismissed them outright. A martial legend? The weight of those 4 words could almost crush the world itself. How could they be uttered so lightly? Yet, given the demon lord's stature, he would hardly deign to lie about such matters, and at that moment, his demeanor and tone did not suggest deceit. What? A martial legend? In stark contrast to the astonishment of the Shaolin disciples, the disciples of the demon sect were thrown into utter disarray. They had come with fierce intent to annihilate Shaolin, confident in their victory under the demon lord's command, believing that even if unforeseen circumstances arose, the legacy of a certain Arhat would not be a match against them. But now, the current Shaolin was guarded by an Arhat? How was that even possible? While they held steadfast faith in the demon lord, they could not fathom him prevailing over an Arhat. The two were simply not on the same plane. It was over. All was lost. Countless disciples of the demon sect wore expressions of despair. They considered fleeing, but as the thought crossed their minds, they felt an overwhelming force arise from all directions, binding them in place. It was as if the entire Shaolin Temple had become the domain of some formidable existence. He is a martial legend? Kung King, a disciple of the demon sect, could scarcely believe he had heard the most ludicrous jest imaginable. After enduring countless perils and traversing the vast western desert, he had managed to locate the demon lord and summon him forth, with the intent of revitalizing the demon sect and avenging the nameless monk from Shaolin Temple. Yet, you dare to tell me that my adversary is a legendary figure of the martial world? This is not vengeance. It is a path to certain death. Suddenly, a memory surged in Kung King's mind from 5 years prior, when Su Qin, clad in a gray monk's robe, purged the headquarters of the demon sect. At this moment, a multitude of despair coalesced within Kung King, manifesting as a singular thought. You are a martial legend. Why must you oppress the weak? In front of the great heroic hall, as Su Qin gently waved his hand, the black-robed demon lord, who had transformed into a mere shadow and retreated in haste, was instantaneously immobilized, unable to move. Who are you? The black-robed demon lord's face turned ashen as he gazed at Su Qin, his voice hoarse. The so-called pressures of life and death, the notions of breakthroughs and fierce battles, had long since been cast aside by the black-robed demon lord. Now, the only thought occupying his mind was how to preserve his own life. As long as he could survive, there was hope. I am but a humble sweeper from Shaolin Temple, Su Qin reflected for a moment before speaking. His words held weight, having dedicated 20 years to sweeping at Shaolin. Su Qin had never wavered in his commitment, a fact well known throughout the temple. A sweeper? The black-robed demon lord paused, disbelief etched across his features. The sweeper of Shaolin Temple? What a farce! How could a paragon of martial legend possibly be a mere sweeper? Such a claim would elicit ridicule even from a 3-year-old child, akin to an emperor of vast riches declaring himself destitute. Enough. You may now perish. Su Qin's interest suddenly waned. Initially, he had intended to utilize this demon lord to gauge the strength of his own abilities. But he was taken aback by the adversary's apparent weakness. The black-robed demon lord felt a surge of pressure that threatened to crush him. Instantly realizing that Su Qin had no intention of sparing him. Break. 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 Despite knowing that his chances of survival were slim, the black-robed demon lord summoned the last vestiges of his strength to struggle against his fate. In an instant, he ignited his transformed inner power and flesh using forbidden techniques, unleashing a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend the ordinary realm of ultimate mastery. His strength had experienced an unprecedented surge, yet there was no trace of joy upon the black-robed demon lord's countenance. This forbidden technique had consumed his inner power and corporeal form entirely. Even if he were to survive, his strength would inevitably plummet, perhaps even falling below the pinnacle of the first realm. Yet, in that moment, the black-robed demon lord cared not. However, the next instant, an overwhelming force of nature descended upon him. Crack, crack, in an almost instantaneous occurrence. Every bone in the demon lord's body shattered. I never expected that after a lifetime of slaughtering countless foes, I would meet my demise at the hands of another. The black-robed demon lord murmured to himself. His corporeal form had utterly collapsed, leaving only the remnants of a deity. However, the divinity of the dark-robed demon lord paled in comparison to that of the demon Buddha. It lacked even the coherence of thought. Once deprived of the protection of his physical body, he would rapidly dissipate into nothingness without the need for Su Qin's intervention. Indeed, it was as foretold. Within moments, the dark-robed demon lord trembled violently, his body disintegrating completely, vanishing into thin air. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All were rendered mute. Initially, when the dark-robed demon lord had bellowed the words martial arts legend, some harbored doubts. Yet at this moment, witnessing such a pinnacle figure meet his demise without even a semblance of resistance, merely evaporating into dust, left no room for any lingering skepticism. As the disciples of Shaolin and the members of the demon sect were absorbed in this astonishing spectacle, Abbot Huiyuan, tears streaming down his face, disregarded his physical injuries and tremulously proclaimed, 900 years have passed. After 9 centuries, our Shaolin Temple has finally given rise to another Arhat. Chapter 62. The Fall of the Dark Lord. The enigmatic beast skin with the dark-robed sorcerer utterly reduced to ashes, the disciples of the demonic sect turned pale. Their faces devoid of color. They now realized that everything had been lost, setting aside the repercussions of their leader's demise on the sect. Their immediate concern was whether they could escape the Shaolin Temple alive. After vanquishing the dark-robed sorcerer with a mere gesture, Su Qin seemed to perceive something and shifted his gaze back to the spot where the sorcerer had fallen. There, amidst the remnants, lay a tattered piece of beast skin. It was remarkable to note that Su Qin had just summoned the vast powers of the universe to obliterate the sorcerer. Under such overwhelming force, even the sorcerer's transformed body had disintegrated instantaneously, leaving not a trace behind. Not only had the sorcerer's physical form been annihilated, but all his possessions had met the same fate. Yet, to Su Qin's surprise, this tattered beast skin had withstood the forces of annihilation and remained intact. A piece of beast skin that could resist the powers of the universe? Intrigued, Su Qin opened his true eye and meticulously confirmed that the beast skin posed no threat before beckoning it into his grasp with a flick of his right hand. Upon entering the Arhat realm, Su Qin's spiritual awareness had significantly heightened, enabling him to manipulate reality itself. As the tattered beast skin settled into his palm, a chill radiated from it, akin to grasping a block of ice. This beast skin was anything but ordinary. Su Qin's expression turned grave as he realized that its ragged state was inherent, rather than a result of the earlier cosmic pressure. First, I must deal with these demonic disciples. Su Qin raised his gaze slightly to the numerous anxious faces of the disciples. As he cast his glance upon them, they all lowered their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. You dared to intrude upon my domain, and now you shall all remain here. Su Qin was devoid of mercy before attaining the Arhat state. Eliminating this group of demonic disciples would have required considerable effort, as they were not mere wooden figures. They would scatter and flee. Even with his true eye honing in on their life forces, the task of hunting them down one by one would demand time. However, now that he had ascended to the Arhat realm, he could effortlessly wield the powers of the universe across a vast expanse. As long as these disciples remained within his reach, their lives hung by a thread at his command. No, Holy monk! No, Arhat. Spare us. We realize our mistakes. We beg you to grant us mercy. I would willingly accept confinement in the demon suppression tower. Countless disciples pleaded desperately. Yet, in the next instant, the overwhelming force of the universe swept through. The disciples' eyes dulled in an instant as they collapsed to the ground with a thud. After dealing with these disciples, Su Qin cast a glance at the many Shaolin disciples still in shock at a distance before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. The impending peril of the Shaolin Temple was extinguished in a manner that seemed almost dreamlike. 50 years ago, the Demon Lord re-emerged, seeking to use the blood of the nameless holy monk of Shaolin as a stepping stone, only to ultimately lead all the elite of the demonic sect to their demise. The heads of the various halls appeared as though caught in a dream. They had prepared to share the fate of Shaolin, yet were taken aback by such a reversal of fortune. The head of the discipline hall instinctively glanced at Abbot Huiwen, tentatively inquiring. As soon as the words were uttered, the other hall heads and the disciples present were jolted into attention, collectively looking to Abbot Huiwen, eager for an explanation. At this moment, although the crisis at Shaolin had been averted, a more profound question loomed in the hearts of all the disciples. I too am unaware, Abbot Huiwen remarked after a moment of silence. If he had known that Shaolin was protected by Aluahan, how could he have recklessly engaged the Demon Lord in battle? As his words fell, the other hall heads and disciples were left speechless. Just then, the head of the martial monks' hall suddenly had a realization, his expression brightening as he turned to the newly appointed head of the miscellaneous hall, saying, "Junior brother, you have been in the miscellaneous hall for so long. You must be aware of the identity of that presence, correct?" The head of the martial monks' hall looked at him with eager anticipation. The other hall heads nodded discreetly. Indeed, that presence had spent 2 decades in the miscellaneous hall, and surely the new head must have noticed something. The new head of the miscellaneous hall replied, "How could you all expect me to know what you do not? I am equally in the dark." Meanwhile, within the miscellaneous hall, Su Qin stepped out from the Great Hero Hall and entered the miscellaneous hall. His identity was ultimately revealed. Sitting cross-legged, Su Qin felt a tinge of nostalgia. In truth, after Su Qin broke through to the Luohan realm, he no longer cared about whether his identity was exposed. Before achieving invincibility, one must remain cautious, but once invincible, what was there to fear? At least according to Su Qin's knowledge, no martial artist had reached the Luohan level in the past century. This meant that with his current strength, he could disregard any worldly existence. To confront Aluahan, only beings of the same caliber could succeed. However, what was that piece of beast skin belonging to the Demon Lord? Su Qin's thought stirred as a tattered piece of beast skin materialized before him. The skin was worn and ancient, yet it emanated a chilling aura. This piece of beast skin belonged to the Demon Lord and perhaps involved some hidden secret? Su Qin scrutinized the skin, noticing strange patterns appearing on its surface, as if recording some form of information. Recording? A flicker of insight crossed Su Qin's mind. Typically, such skins were used to document information. Perhaps this piece of beast skin contained certain knowledge? Su Qin's thoughts spread, rapidly contemplating the possibilities, capable of withstanding the forces of heaven and earth. This piece of beast hide is likely an item of the Arhat tier. The information stored upon it may not be discernible to the naked eye. As Su Qin contemplated this, he extended wisps of his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the tattered beast hide. Boom! At the moment his consciousness made contact with the hide, a thunderous roar resonated. Chapter 63. The breath of longevity emerges, the abbot seeks an audience buzz. The tattered beast hide began to emanate a faint, ethereal glow. As Su Qin's consciousness continued to permeate the hide, the luminescence gradually dimmed until, with a crack, the entire hide disintegrated into fine particles, dissipating into the air. At that moment, Su Qin leisurely opened his eyes. "So that is how it is," he murmured softly. Su Qin's conjecture proved correct. The hide indeed contained certain information that was invisible to the average person, accessible only to those of extraordinary mental prowess or, quite simply, to the legends of the martial world. No wonder there are no Arhats among the current martial practitioners. It is evidently linked to the breath of longevity from 8 centuries past. Su Qin's thoughts surged. According to the information stored within the hide, 8 centuries ago, the world underwent a tremendous transformation, during which several legendary martial practitioners sensed a trace of longevity piercing through the heavens, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. This breath of longevity drove the legends of that era to madness. It is worth noting that even upon reaching the legendary realm, one is granted a mere 500 years of lifespan. While 500 years may seem extensive, it can swiftly elapse in the blink of an eye for any legendary figure, as even a brief period of meditation can stretch into years or decades. However, 8 centuries ago, that breath of longevity could significantly extend the lifespan of any legendary martial artist. Thus, after sensing this breath, the remaining legendary figures on the continent hastily crossed the seas in pursuit. Leaving behind directives for future generations, any newly arisen legendary martial artists need not linger on this continent for long. They should follow in their footsteps. Naturally, this command was only disseminated among factions that had previously birthed legendary figures. Although Shaolin Temple had once produced an Arhat, the most recent was the Tua Arhat, who passed away 9 centuries ago after hastily entering nirvana due to suppressing demonic forces, thereby missing the monumental changes of 8 centuries ago. Consequently, Shaolin Temple did not retain this secret. What a grave oversight. Su Qin's expression grew serious. Initially, he believed that the absence of Arhat-level beings in the present day would allow him to remain undisguised. However, it now appeared that while such beings might be absent from the continent, there could still be legendary martial practitioners lurking beyond, in the boundless depths of the sea. For those legends, having reached a state of consuming the essence of life, they no longer required external sustenance to replenish their energy. Furthermore, legendary martial practitioners could traverse the winds and ride the currents, crossing vast oceans with the ease of mere consumption. The breath of longevity? Su Qin furrowed his brow. Although the Hide chronicled the reasons behind the upheaval of 8 centuries ago, it held a deep-seated taboo regarding the breath of longevity, merely alluding to it without further elaboration. Nevertheless, even if other legendary figures did exist, what would it matter? Su Qin pondered this, feeling a slight sense of relief. At the very least, those legendary figures remained far across the ocean, posing no immediate threat to him. Go and pursue the essence of longevity, Su Qin gently shook his head. Other martial legends might yearn to extend their lifespans through this essence, but Su Qin was different. Ever since he ascended to the Arhat realm, he had subtly sensed his lifespan surge from 400 to 800 years. At merely 30 years of age, even if he were to cease all endeavors, his strength stagnated, and he received no rewards to prolong his life. He could still live a tranquil existence for an additional 770 years. Why does my lifespan exceed that of ordinary martial legends by 300 years? Su Qin pondered in confusion. Normally, whether one is an Arhat or a martial legend, the lifespan is 500 years. Yet, Su Qin's lifespan was 800 years. Could it be due to the tempering of my flesh with both the utmost yin and utmost yang forces? Su Qin suddenly speculated. Through continuous silence, he had come to understand that a first-grade grandmaster's transformation of the body did not follow the principle of yin and yang coalescing, but rather adhered to individual constitutions. For instance, a first-grade grandmaster inclined towards yang would transform their body following the path of Supreme Sun, while one inclined towards yin would follow the path of Supreme Moon. A case like Su Qin's, where both yin and yang harmonized, had never been seen before. Could it be due to the Eye of Truth? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. The Eye of Truth had indeed prompted him to seek a yin-based body refining technique to combine with the Indestructible Diamond Technique for the mutual forging of his physique. Just as Su Qin was deep in thought, a sudden sensation stirred within him, prompting him to look up towards a certain direction. They have arrived. With his current perception, even without the use of divine consciousness, he was acutely aware of every movement nearby. At this moment, Su Qin detected that Abbot Huiwen and several institute heads were making their way towards the miscellaneous courtyard. He felt no surprise at this scene. Meanwhile, Abbot Huiwen and the numerous institute heads were anxiously approaching the miscellaneous courtyard. The abbot cast a serious glance at a young monk leading the way ahead and inquired gravely. "Little monk, are you certain? I have seen Master Zhenguan many times. I cannot be mistaken," the little monk assured, thumping his chest. Although he was unaware of why the abbot sought Su Qin, given their expressions, it appeared unlikely that they intended to punish him. Thus, the little monk confidently led the way. The head of the Martial Monk Institute suddenly lost composure. They had referred to Su Qin as predecessor countless times, yet this young monk, who had only recently joined the temple, referred to him as Master Uncle. Did this not imply that they were even inferior to a mere novice? From now on, no one shall refer to him as Master Uncle. The head of the Martial Monk Institute glared at the little monk, nearly frightening him to tears. Before long, the group entered the miscellaneous courtyard, cautiously standing outside Su Qin's room. "You may leave now." The head of the Martial Monk Institute gestured to the little monk. "Yes," the little monk replied, looking dejected as he hurried away. After the little monk departed, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Master Huiwen and the heads of the various halls exchanged glances, their expressions tense, uncertain whether to speak. The door before them appeared as fragile as mere parchment to each of them. Yet at this moment, it loomed like an insurmountable chasm, elevated and separating the realms of the divine and the mortal. Without the consent of the presence within, even if Master Yuan and the others possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare to rashly push the door open, just as Master Yuan and the hall leaders hesitated on whether to announce their presence. A calm and unhurried voice resonated in everyone's ears. You may all enter. Chapter 64. The Buddha's Reincarnation and the 9 Yang skill come in. Everyone. This voice seemed to emanate from all directions, resonating in the ears of Abbot Yuan and the various heads of the institutes. What is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Abbot Yuan's eyes. Although he was certain that the voice originated from the room before him, he could not ascertain its source. The other heads of the institutes shared his bewilderment. They exchanged glances and, as if embarking on a pilgrimage, cautiously pushed open the door and entered. The room was modestly decorated, typical of the individual accommodations afforded to disciples who had been at Shaolin Temple for over a decade. As a grand institution of martial arts, Shaolin Temple occupied a vast expanse of land, rendering concerns about inadequate housing utterly unfounded. Upon entering, Abbot Yuan and the heads of the institutes instinctively raised their gazes towards Su Qin, who was seated cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, Su Qin's aura was subdued, as if he had completely merged into the void. Had it not been for Abbot Yuan witnessing it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe that a person still occupied the space before him. We pay our respects to the Venerable One. Abbot Yuan and several heads of the institutes bowed slightly, speaking in hushed tones. The term Venerable One is a title of reverence bestowed by Shaolin's monks upon those who have attained the state of Arhat. In the Buddhist context, it carries various meanings, primarily conveying the essence of Saint and Great Sage. Please rise, Su Qin said, looking down at the respectfully bowed Abbot Yuan and the heads of the institutes. He had anticipated this scene since his actions outside the Great Hero Hall, and thus felt no surprise at this moment. Once they stood, Abbot Yuan and the heads of the institutes remained in a daze, unsure of how to articulate their next words. If you have any questions, you may ask them now, Su Qin remarked, surveying the apprehensive faces before him with a soft sigh. He sensed that if he did not initiate the conversation, they would remain frozen in place indefinitely. Exchanging glances, the heads of the institutes gathered their courage. Finally, the head of the Arhat Institute stepped forward, hesitantly inquiring, May I ask, Venerable One, 10 years ago, when my misguided disciple was swayed by demonic thoughts, was it you who intervened and ended his life? A decade prior, the prodigy Xinxing from the Arhat Institute had succumbed to the influence of evil martial artists, becoming a vessel for demonic intent, with aspirations to obliterate Shaolin Temple. It was said that he was ultimately deterred by a falling leaf, and his body was later discovered outside the temple. Though Abbot Yuan and the other heads had speculated that a revered monk from the past had intervened, this had never been confirmed. It was I, Su Qin replied softly. Xinxing had been ensnared by the demonic thoughts of the evil Buddha, his mind twisted beyond redemption. In a certain sense, Xinxing was no longer himself. He had morphed into an avatar of demonic intent. The only course of action left for Su Qin was to eliminate him. Thank you, Venerable One, for punishing that wretched disciple of mine. With the head of the Arhat Institute breaking the ice, the other heads and Abbot Yuan found their courage. Voicing their own lingering doubts, queries about the demise of the bloodthirsty demon outside the demon suppression tower, as well as the disturbances surrounding the sealed forbidden area in the back mountain, among others. Now he has entered the realm of Arhat, rendering him invincible on this continent. At least as long as matters of secrecy remain unaddressed, he is disinclined to weave falsehoods about other issues. Half an hour later, during this time, the old gentleman exhibited an insatiable curiosity, posing myriad questions, had it not been for the 2 decades of shared meals. Su Qin would have long since urged them to depart. Upon hearing this, Abbot Yuan and the various heads of the institutes, not daring to defy the master's orders, immediately bowed and took their leave. Indeed, Su Qin had alleviated many of their doubts, addressing a plethora of queries, particularly those related to martial arts cultivation. Both Abbot Yuan and the institute heads garnered significant insights from this half-hour exchange. At the Dharma Institute, after Abbot Yuan and the heads of the institutes departed from the auxiliary courtyard, they congregated here. The learned master was truly omniscient, his knowledge seemingly boundless. The head of the Dharma Institute, with a countenance full of contemplation, gazed towards the auxiliary courtyard with profound reverence. Just moments prior, The institute heads and Abbot Huiwen had posed a barrage of inquiries encompassing inner strength, external skills, body refinement, spirit cultivation, and ultimate techniques. Truly, they left no stone unturned. This was nothing short of astonishing. It is important to note that even among martial artists, stamina is finite. Throughout the millennia of Shaolin Temple's legacy, aside from the Bodhidharma who mastered numerous esoteric arts, even other revered individuals who attained the Arhat fruit were merely adept in specific areas. None could rival Su Qin's comprehensive mastery over all inquiries. The other institute heads, upon reflecting on these revelations, nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, they too harbored this sentiment. Perhaps that esteemed master was not of this mundane realm. At that moment, Abbot Huiwen's gaze flickered, and he abruptly spoke. Do you recall the events that transpired 20 years ago at the Arhat Hall? As soon as Abbot Huiwen uttered these words, the heads of the institutes were taken aback. 20 years prior, a golden Buddha apparition had manifested outside the Arhat Hall, leading them to believe it was a divine revelation from the Buddha. I recall that esteemed master also joined Shaolin Temple 20 years ago, Abbot Huiwen continued, pausing momentarily, seemingly striving to temper his emotions. Perhaps that revered master is the reincarnation of a certain Buddha, and upon his arrival at our Shaolin Temple, it drew the attention of the Buddha, resulting in this divine manifestation. Reincarnation of a Buddha? The remaining institute heads were left in stunned silence. While the Arhat masters indeed transcend ordinary beings, they ultimately exist within the realm of humanity. However, a Buddha is a transcendent being beyond this world. Yet, as they pondered, the heads of the institutes began to consider that Abbot Huiwen's hypothesis might well hold merit. After all, Su Qin had only been with Shaolin Temple for 20 years. In that brief span, he had transformed from an ordinary individual, not even a ninth-grade practitioner, into the formidable Arhat master. A feat that would be incredulous to anyone who did not believe in the notion of a Buddha's reincarnation. Very well. This matter is a closely guarded secret of our Shaolin Temple. We must keep it within our ranks and not allow it to spread. Abbot Huiwen scanned the heads of the institutes and declared, Indeed, rest assured, Master, we understand the gravity of this situation. The heads of the institutes affirmed in unison, having steadied their minds. Meanwhile, Su Qin sat cross-legged, diligently attuning himself to his inner strength. In the stillness of the night, beneath the luminous full moon, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing outside the scripture pavilion. He was able to sign in. Gazing at the pavilion, Su Qin, despite having entered the realm of Arhat, would not forsake the daily opportunity to check in. System, allow me to sign in. Su Qin silently implored. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the Technique 9 Sun's Divine Art. Chapter 65. The World Shakes. Why is Heaven Unjust? The 9 Yang Divine Skill? Su Qin's heart leaped with joy. The 9 Yang Divine Skill is one of the foremost martial arts secrets of the Shaolin Temple, reputed to grant the practitioner a body akin to the Great Sun, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas when mastered to perfection. Alas, like the supreme skill of the Buddha's palm, the 9 Yang Divine Skill had also been lost for centuries. However, the loss of the 9 Yang Divine Skill is not akin to the complete disappearance of the Buddha's palm. The latter vanished entirely with the passing of the last Arhat of the Shaolin Temple, leaving no trace whatsoever in the world, save for the forbidden grounds of the temple. In contrast, the 9 Yang Divine Skill drifted into the secular martial world from Shaolin. It is said that the esteemed Zhang Jinren of Wudong Mountain owes his current accomplishments to a fragment of the 9 Yang Divine Skill he acquired in his youth, which allowed him to transform Yin into Yang and establish Tai Chi, thus commanding respect across the realm. Quite remarkable. Su Qin sensed the profundity of the 9 Yang Divine Skill within his mind and nodded slightly. At his current level, he could discern that the 9 Yang Divine Skill is an extraordinary art that directly approaches the Arhat realm, though it still pales in comparison to the Buddha's palm. It stands on par with the foundational techniques of the demonic sect. In the ensuing days, Su Qin returned to his usual routine. The only distinction was that he was no longer required to sweep the floors and perform menial tasks. Ever since his prowess was revealed, Abbot Huiwen and several heads of the temple treated him with utmost reverence, almost as if he were a revered ancestor, and dared not allow him to continue with such chores. Su Qin had no objections to this, now that he had just entered the Arhat realm. He needed ample time to acclimate to his surging power and solidify his standing. As for the daily check-ins, he would naturally attend to them in the dead of night when no one was around. The check-in system is Su Qin's greatest secret, one he would never allow anyone to discover. Time flowed slowly. The news of the Demon Lord's demise and the fall of the demonic sect spread across the Tang Kingdom and the world like a tempest. After emerging, the Demon Lord did not immediately ascend Mount Shaoshi. Instead, he first swept through the righteous sects within the Tang's borders. During this time, the Demon Lord's supreme mastery had long been acknowledged by the world. Indeed, some venerable figures in the martial realm speculated that the Demon Lord was not merely an ordinary pinnacle master, but rather one who had undergone at least 2 transformations of mastery. However, no one anticipated that such a formidable figure, intent on dominating the world, would meet his end at the Shaolin Temple, in the Grand Palace of the Tang Dynasty. Within a certain austere and frigid hall, an elderly man clad in a dragon robe perused a report in his hands. A martial myth of the martial world? A figure from the Shaolin Temple had emerged, slaying the Demon Lord? The man in the dragon robe was none other than the Emperor of Tang. His brow furrowed as if pondering an enigma. Zhao Gonggong, the Emperor softly uttered, setting down the report. Your Majesty. A eunuch clad in purple appeared silently at the Emperor's side, bowing respectfully. Do you believe this news to be true? The Emperor inquired, gazing intently at Zhao Gonggong. Although intelligence reports indicated that the Demon Lord, in his final moments, roared the words, "You are a legend of the martial realm," the exact circumstances remain uncertain, and the Emperor of Tang could not ascertain the truth based solely on this information. After all, this was not a trivial matter, but rather concerned a figure who towered over the realm of martial arts. The esteemed eunuch Zhao, clad in purple robes, bowed slightly, his demeanor humble. Alas, what a pity. The Emperor sighed softly. My time is running short. In fact, had it not been for eunuch Zhao sacrificing part of his own cultivation to extend the Emperor's life, he would have succumbed to old age years ago. Yet even so, the Emperor could hardly last for a few more years. How is His Highness's recent progress? Can he take charge of the greater affairs? The Emperor inquired, massaging his temples. That would be most excellent. I would consider it fulfilling my promise to his mother. The Emperor's voice gradually dwindling. Eunuch Zhao bowed his head, remaining silent. Your Majesty, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Eunuch Zhao hesitated before speaking. What is it? The Emperor furrowed his brow. This matter nearly incited fury among the esteemed tutors of Master Li. You see, it is well known that the Tang dynasty places great emphasis on lineage. As a member of the royal family, to lack multiple wives would be a source of ridicule. Oh? A smile appeared on the Emperor's face. This young man truly resembles my younger self. Upon reflecting, the Emperor continued nonchalantly. Since he is unwilling to marry another, let him be. I have adhered to conventions my entire life. How could I expect him to be timid as well? As you command, Eunuch Zhao responded, slowly retreating into the shadows. In the Mongol Empire, on the boundless grasslands, a tall figure gazed deeply into the vast sky. Should a certain esteemed master from the Central Plains appear, he would undoubtedly recognize this imposing figure as the supreme national master of the Mongol Empire. With his singular strength, he upheld the entire empire, all the while casting a watchful eye over the Central Plains. Even the ruler of the Mongol Empire must show deference in the presence of this master. In the eyes of the Mongol citizens, the master held a status akin to that of a deity. Just then, a shadow approached, bowing respectfully while presenting a piece of parchment. Master. The figure addressed him with utmost reverence. The tall man casually took the paper, reading it at a glance. After a prolonged silence, the parchment disintegrated silently into dust. With a gentle sigh, the tall man murmured, How favored the heavens are towards the Central Plains. The figure standing nearby could not help but speak. With the master present, surely humanity can triumph over destiny. At Shaolin Temple, Su Qin sat cross-legged in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain. After entering the Arhat realm, his progress and strength had noticeably slowed. Su Qin opened his eyes, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Before attaining the Arhat status, he had sensed a daily enhancement in his abilities. Aside from the final years required for the transformation of his body, spirit, and internal energy, he had consistently crossed significant thresholds every few years. Yet now, Su Qin finds himself acutely aware of the arduous nature of martial cultivation. It must be due to my overwhelming strength at present, rendering any ordinary progress virtually imperceptible, Su Qin contemplated silently. It is akin to possessing 10 coins. A sudden increment of 1 coin would undoubtedly be immediately noticed. However, if one possesses 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 coins, an additional coin would likely go unnoticed. This is the predicament Su Qin currently faces. He has become exceedingly powerful. Upon attaining the Arhat fruit of enlightenment, Su Qin not only harnesses his own strength but also commands the very forces of this realm. Chapter 66. The essence of the Tao is depleting. Li wields a flying dagger. Third update. Alas. It appears that the path of martial cultivation relies fundamentally on one's own efforts. One must tread steadily. Without the allure of shortcuts, Su Qin mused with a hint of melancholy as a thought crossed his mind, and a vial of jade-white elixir materialized before him. As soon as the vial appeared, the surrounding ambient energy of the universe trembled faintly. When Su Qin uncorked the vial and poured the pure, transparent elixir into his palm, the boundless energies of heaven and earth surged into a fervent frenzy. Su Qin furrowed his brow and expanded his consciousness. In an instant, the tumultuous energies were subdued, and tranquility enveloped the area once more. The glazed golden elixir. Su Qin gazed at the colorless, pure, transparent potion in his grasp, murmuring softly. The glazed golden elixir is a legendary concoction from the Shaolin Temple, crafted solely by those revered as Arhats. Even so, an Arhat must expend immense time and effort to successfully forge a single glazed golden elixir, often drawing upon their very essence to achieve its creation. Typically, unless under extraordinary circumstances, no Arhat would willingly attempt to create a glazed golden elixir, for the endeavor is deemed utterly unworthy. Over the millennia of Shaolin's existence, no more than 10 glazed golden elixirs have ever been produced. However, the difficulty of concocting the glazed golden elixir stems primarily from its formidable effects. Even an Arhat, upon consuming one, could forego decades of arduous training enduring its efficacy. They would find it considerably easier to comprehend the universe and manipulate the vast energies of heaven and earth. It seems I must utilize it sparingly. Su Qin contemplated the glazed golden elixir in his hand, his thoughts swirling. After dedicating 20 years at the Shaolin Temple, he had acquired merely a few hundred glazed golden elixirs, and each consumed meant one less in his possession. Gulp. Su Qin swallowed the glazed golden elixir whole. Unlike the grand elixir, which dissolves instantly upon ingestion, the glazed golden elixir was remarkably solid, gradually sinking into Su Qin's abdomen and slowly releasing its potent properties. What is this? Su Qin felt his previously stagnant strength begin to ascend once more. Furthermore, he noticed that after consuming the glazed golden elixir, his control over the energies of heaven and earth became markedly more effortless. Prior to its consumption, he could only manipulate the energies within a radius of several miles. Now, however, he sensed that this range had nearly doubled. What does this imply? It is well understood that battles among Arhats transcend the individual, equating to a confrontation between realms themselves. Thus, the significance of the extent of one's control over the forces of nature cannot be overstated. This glazed golden elixir not only spared Su Qin decades of toil but also propelled his strength to nearly double during its active duration. The effects are likely to last for 1 to 2 months. Su Qin assessed the situation in his mind, feeling quite pleased. Although his cultivation speed post-consumption of the glazed golden elixir still did not match that of his peak at the 9th rank of martial arts, it far surpassed that of other Arhats or legendary figures of the martial world. Time flowed gently onward. In order to secure a sufficient supply of glazed golden elixirs, Su Qin would typically sign in at the Bodhi courtyard. However, this was not an absolute rule. There were occasions when he would also sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower or the Scripture Repository. On this particular day, as Su Qin passed by the Demon Suppression Tower, he suddenly halted. It had been quite some time since he last signed in here. A thought crossed his mind. Although the items obtained from signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower were predominantly related to demons, there was always a chance of acquiring something valuable. With this in mind, Su Qin silently intoned, "System, sign in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the Demon Suppression Seal. Notice, the spiritual essence of this place is about to be depleted, and it will soon become a location that cannot be signed in again." 2 cold, mechanical announcements echoed in Su Qin's ears. A location that could not be signed in again. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. Was the spiritual essence running low? His thoughts raced, and he sighed softly. In truth, Su Qin had long anticipated this day. From the very first day he activated the system, he understood that the frequency of sign-ins depended on the abundance of spiritual essence at the location. The more spiritual essence there was, the more opportunities for sign-ins. Yet, no matter how plentiful the essence, there would inevitably come a day of depletion. This was true for the Demon Suppression Tower, the Scripture Repository, and likely the Bodhi courtyard as well in the future. It was indeed lamentable. With a heavy heart, Su Qin turned away. Although the techniques and treasures from signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower were largely of no use to him, the loss of a place to reap benefits was regrettable. The Demon Suppression Seal? Su Qin focused his mind within the system's space. In a certain corner of this space, a small, square seal floated before him. This seal was entirely black, its surface faintly stained with traces of blood. Beyond that, Su Qin sensed an overwhelming force of suppression emanating from this small seal. It could subdue all demons in the world. He had a feeling that if the demon lord were still alive, merely gazing upon this small seal would reduce his power by 90%. This blood-stained seal was truly a nemesis to the demonic path. Indeed, it was splendid. Su Qin felt an immense satisfaction. Although the demon lord was dead and the demonic sect had nearly perished, Su Qin was aware from the beast's skin that there might still exist a martial myth of the demonic sect in the boundless depths of the ocean beyond the continent. Now that he had acquired this small seal, his confidence surged. In the following days, aside from signing in, Su Qin spent nearly all his time in the forbidden area of the back mountain. The efficacy of the glazed golden elixir lasted between 1 to 2 months, and Su Qin made it a habit to consume a new elixir before the previous one's effects wore off. According to the ancient texts left by the Shaolin Temple, the realm of the Arhat was divided by 9 heavens. The initial stage of the Arhat realm was the first heaven of Arhat, followed by the second heaven, third heaven, and so forth, up to the 9th heaven. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his mind racing through the various cultivation levels of the Arhat realm. The same could be said for the martial legends of the world. 9 centuries ago, Tu'a was already a formidable Arhat, employing the Rulai Divine Palm merely to suppress the demon Buddha. This indicates that the strength of the demon Buddha surpasses that of Tu'a Arhat, Su Qin speculated. Meanwhile, within an inn, a storyteller was passionately narrating. It is said that the demon lord, possessing unimaginable power, led the elite of the demon sect to assault the Shaolin Temple, intent on annihilating this millennia-old sanctuary. At that moment, a revered Arhat emerged from within the temple, and with a mere gesture, the demonic entities were reduced to ashes. The patrons listened with rapt attention, captivated by the tale. The news of the demon lord's demise at the hands of Shaolin had spread far and wide, accompanied by a flurry of rumors. Some claimed that an Arhat from centuries past was stationed within the temple, while others spoke of a passing martial arts legend who had intervened to vanquish the demon lord. In a secluded corner of the inn, a man clad in white, marked by a faint insignia of a flying dagger on his brow, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Shaolin Temple. An Arhat? Chapter 67. The desire to ascend to Shaolin. 9 days have crossed the sky. Is it possible that Shaolin Temple harbors a revered Arhat? The man clad in white, with a faint mark of a flying dagger upon his brow, furrowed his brow slightly. Should a knowledgeable figure from the martial world be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that this white-clad gentleman is the current heir of the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger. The phrase never misses has resounded throughout the world, instilling trepidation even among the most formidable grandmasters of the martial arts community. Surely, he cannot be a revered Arhat. It is likely merely a rumor circulating within the martial circles. After a moment of contemplation, the white-clad man shook his head. It is essential to understand that both revered Arhats and legendary figures of martial arts are exceedingly rare, emerging only once in several eras. If Shaolin Temple truly had a revered Arhat in residence, how could it be that the outside world has spread tales of their lack of a grandmaster, nearly causing them to fall from the ranks of the great martial sects? Nonetheless, the demise of the demon lord is a fact. With the prowess of the demon lord, it would be almost impossible for him to escape the clutches of a grandmaster at the pinnacle of their craft. The white-clad man stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He is not a fool. Even if he does not believe that Shaolin Temple has a revered Arhat, he does not regard it as a soft target. However, does this not align perfectly with my desires? A grandmaster at the pinnacle of their craft, if I could perceive their spirit, would undoubtedly exert sufficient pressure upon me to take that final leap. A flicker of fervor suddenly ignited in the depths of his gaze. The white-clad man harbors no intention of provoking the grandmaster from Shaolin Temple. A grandmaster at the pinnacle possesses a body, consciousness, and internal energy that have all undergone a complete transformation, rendering them incomparably formidable, far beyond what he can withstand. His intent is merely to draw strength from the other spirit, using it to compel himself to transcend his limits. Throughout history, each heir of the Flying Dagger has exhibited distinct personalities. Some are approachable, others refined, some harbor a deep-seated animosity towards evil, while others pursue the ultimate limits of martial arts. This white-clad man has dedicated his life to the relentless pursuit of martial excellence. Each generation of Flying Dagger heirs masters the unparalleled technique of the Flying Dagger. This technique differs significantly from the majority of martial arts in the world. The art of the flying dagger is a spiritual secret. In simple terms, to block a dagger thrown by the air, reliance on mere internal power and physical prowess is futile. One must possess a sufficiently powerful spirit. If one spirit can withstand it, one lives. If not, one perishes. Thus, it is generally accepted that martial artists below the pinnacle stand no chance against the air of the flying dagger. Their demise is inevitable. As for grandmasters at the pinnacle, only those who have begun to cultivate their own spirit may have a chance to withstand the attack. Yet, this is not absolute. It ultimately depends on the strength of the air's own spirit. Of course, the art of the flying dagger is not without its flaws. In one-on-one combat, the air can instantaneously eliminate any martial artist below the grandmaster level. However, when confronted with a siege, the air may find themselves at a disadvantage, as they can only unleash a single dagger strike within a short span of time. After that, they become effectively incapacitated. Since his birth, the man clad in white has wielded his blade 9 times, each strike resulting in the demise of a formidable warrior, the most powerful of whom was a first-grade grandmaster from the southern Ming kingdom. Through these 9 strikes, the white-clad man has been continuously honing his divine essence, almost on the verge of transformation, ready to crystallize his spiritual consciousness. Regrettably, this final step, though seemingly simple, is akin to a chasm of insurmountable depth. Without sufficient external stimulation and the pressure exerted by powerful warriors' divine presence, the heir of the flying daggers cannot complete this last leap. Unfortunately, the courtier Zhao from the Tang royal palace seems to have gathered his divine consciousness, yet entry into the palace is utterly beyond his reach. The white-clad man sighed. However, while the palace may be inaccessible, the Shaolin Temple remains within my grasp. A spark of determination ignited within him. Though the Shaolin Temple stands as a bastion of martial arts, it does not prohibit pilgrims from entering to worship the Buddha. The white-clad man could easily masquerade as a pilgrim and stealthily infiltrate the temple. Once inside, he would be able to perceive the divine essence of all nearby beings through the mastery of his flying daggers. Should that first-grade grandmaster still be within the temple, he would be unable to evade the white-clad man's awareness. At the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin completed his daily attendance, his gaze shifting slightly toward the temple's exterior. Since the demise of the demon lord, the area surrounding the temple has become rife with hidden spies. And even the daily pilgrims who enter to worship the Buddha may include disguised warriors. Although Su Qin is fully aware of this spectacle, he is disinclined to intervene. As long as they do not disturb him, he leaves the rest to the abbot and his disciples. It is said that when the 9-yang divine skill reaches its pinnacle, one can embody the great sun, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Today seems to be an opportune moment to test this. With a thought, Su Qin contemplated the 9-yang divine skill, which is inherently a Buddhist practice. By cultivating this skill, he indirectly affirms his connection with its founder. Upon entering the Arhat realm, one must assimilate the teachings of myriad schools to validate one's own essence. Outside the Arhat Hall, the man in white transformed into a seemingly inconspicuous pilgrim, unobtrusively retreating to a corner. Coming to a halt, he surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. In a moment, by employing his mastery of flying daggers, he could observe the divine essence of others. As long as the duration was brief, even a first-grade grandmaster would remain oblivious. The white-clad man steadied his mind, silently affirming his ability to withstand the divine presence of a first-grade grandmaster. As the heir of the flying daggers in this generation, he is exceptionally adept at matters of the divine. Provided he does not act recklessly in observing the essence of a martial arts legend, he should encounter no significant issues. With this thought, the white-clad man gently closed his eyes, raising his right hand to touch the flying dagger mark upon his brow. Buzz! In the next instant, he felt his spirit soar to unprecedented heights, faintly perceiving countless points of light surrounding him. Were these the divine essences of the numerous disciples and pilgrims at the Shaolin Temple? The white-clad man did not dwell on these. Instead, he continued to extend his consciousness, exploring in all directions. This is not it. Neither is that. The man in white furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If this continued, he would surely surpass his limits. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, his thoughts drifted to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of Shaolin Temple. In the next moment, the man in white beheld an unforgettable scene. Within his perceptual range, 9 colossal suns suddenly emerged, radiating intense heat. The 9 suns hung in the sky, their brilliance piercing through the darkness and incinerating the void. Wherever the 9 suns traversed, all life was extinguished, leaving a desolate silence in their wake. This The man in white felt his very essence begin to crumble, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his eyes bleeding, a profound terror etched upon his face. Chapter 68. Entering the void. The green lantern and the ancient Buddha, the man in white, trembled all over, kneeling on the ground, as the flying dagger mark on his forehead began to collapse ominously. It is essential to understand that the inheritors of the flying dagger lineage do not cultivate inner strength or physical prowess. Their focus lies solely on the nurturing of the spirit. Of course, the absence of inner strength and physical training does not imply that these inheritors are entirely ignorant of martial arts. Rather, their formidable spirit renders their physical capabilities negligible. It is precisely this extremity that has forged the terrifying prowess of each generation's flying dagger inheritor. Yet at this moment, the flying dagger mark, which embodies the entirety of the white-clad man's spirit, commenced its catastrophic disintegration. How utterly inconceivable! Perhaps a true master of the highest order could slay the man in white, but annihilating his spirit was an impossibility. The spirit not only represents the man's spiritual cultivation but also symbolizes his unwavering belief. The physical body may perish, but the conviction is not so easily extinguished. What is this? The flying dagger inheritor's eyes bled. He had merely extended his perception through the flying dagger's supreme technique, barely approaching the sacred grounds of the rear mountain. And from a distance, he had caught a fleeting glimpse. How could the spirit of the man in white withstand such an overwhelming force? It crumbled instantaneously, even leading to an inexplicable backlash that struck his physical form. How could there exist such a vast and unfathomable spirit in this world? The voice of the man in white trembled uncontrollably. Typically, the spirit of an ordinary person resembles mere flecks of light, while that of a warrior may be slightly more substantial. Yet, even the spirit of a first-rate grandmaster merely equates to a fireball. However, what the man in white sensed from the depths of the rear mountain's sacred grounds was akin to the profound void, encompassing and embracing all. Meanwhile, in the rear mountain's sacred grounds, Su Qin, who was silently practicing the Nine Suns' divine art, opened his eyes. Is someone watching me? Su Qin raised an eyebrow. During his meditation, he had faintly sensed a gaze upon him. It was not so much a gaze as it was akin to an ant inadvertently glancing at you from a great distance. Had he not attained to Arhat realm? Su Qin might have overlooked it, for the intrusion was exceedingly subtle. However, after achieving the fruit of Arhat, his mastery over himself and the external world reached an extraordinary pinnacle, allowing him to easily pinpoint this fleeting observation. How intriguing! Su Qin rose and took a step forward. In an instant, he departed from the rear mountain's sacred grounds and arrived at a secluded corner of Shaolin Temple. Before him knelt the trembling man in white, quaking with fear. So, this is the inheritor of the flying dagger lineage of this generation? With just a glance, Su Qin grasped the entirety of the situation. Though he had seldom ventured beyond the confines of Shaolin Temple, he had heard tales of the flying dagger inheritor. Having resided in Shaolin for over 20 years, he had frequently encountered such accounts in the scriptures. According to the records of the revered monks throughout the ages, the flying dagger technique mastered by the inheritor is a pure spiritual secret art. Similar to the demonic differentiation and parasitic techniques or the path of heart-concealing magic in the celestial demon strategy, the collapse of divine essence renders one a mere husk. Even if they survive, Su Qin's thoughts surged, leading him to a conclusion. At this moment, he began to comprehend why the man in white had met such a fate. It was simply a matter of overestimating his own capabilities, attempting to glimpse into Su Qin's divine. Alas, Su Qin's divine had long since coalesced into divine consciousness, and with the attainment of the Arhat fruit position, its power had multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, at that time, Su Qin was in the forbidden area of the rear mountain, channeling the Nine Yang divine art. The essence of Nine Yang permeated and reflected upon his divinity, making it impossible for the man in white to glimpse it. I have seen the revered Arhat. The man in white, upon witnessing Su Qin's sudden appearance, felt an indistinct resonance with the aura emanating from him, akin to that of the rear mountain's forbidden ground, and spoke with a bitter tone. At this moment, he was painfully aware that indeed there was a revered Arhat residing within the Shaolin Temple. Had he known this earlier, no matter how confident or arrogant he might have been, he would never have dared to attempt to pry into the mind of an Arhat. What a pity! Su Qin gazed at the man in white and shook his head slightly. He had no intention of offering salvation. The man's demise was entirely of his own making, and he bore no blame upon anyone else. Soon after, the Shaolin Temple discovered the man in white. Abbot Huiwen recognized him as the current heir of the Flying Knife lineage. Abbot, I have disturbed your esteemed temple's revered one, and I am guilty of 1,000 deaths. I humbly request your mercy, and I am willing to spend my life in companionship with the ancient lamp and Buddha," the man in white said, his gaze lowered and voice solemn. Before arriving at Shaolin Temple, he had pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. But upon catching a glimpse of the ice-cold figure in the forbidden area, he realized the vastness of the universe. No matter how ardently he sought the ultimate martial path, it paled in comparison to the being in the rear mountain, akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly unattainable. The backlash on his physical body, coupled with the collapse of his mental state, left the man in white disheartened, nurturing thoughts of retreating into the monastery to conclude his remaining days. "Benefactor, you must ponder this carefully." Abbot Huiwen exchanged glances with several arriving heads of the academy and spoke slowly. Although the man in white had essentially become a shell of his former self, he was still the heir of the flying knife lineage, possessing insights and perspectives far surpassing ordinary martial artists. Should he truly take refuge in Shaolin Temple, it would undoubtedly enrich the temple's profound heritage. "Abbot, I have already made my decision." The man in white sighed internally, his tone resolute. "In that case, I shall personally shave your head," Abbot Huiwen replied. His hands joined in prayer as he recited a Buddhist chant. As time flowed by and the years stretched on, Su Qin, aside from his daily practices, immersed himself in relentless cultivation and comprehension. Ever since he learned of the existence of martial legends beyond the continent, deep within the boundless ocean, the thirst for power surged anew within him. Whether it be the revered Arhat or the legendary figure of the martial world, the pursuit of greater strength and the desire to enter realms of the unimaginable require not only the cultivation of oneself, but also a profound understanding of the universe. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his gaze becoming increasingly luminous. Chapter 69, The Shaolin Temple's Buddha Child, the abbot's intention to recommend regrettably. The cultivation within the realm of Arhat differs entirely from the 9 ranks of martial arts. After such a lengthy period, I have yet to breach the bottleneck of the second heaven. Su Qin sat cross-legged, unable to suppress his musings on the arduous nature of cultivation. However, he felt a sense of proximity. With the consumption of several dozen Little Li golden pills, he would likely step into the second heaven. Su Qin speculated within himself. The Little Li golden pill not only provides a vast potency for Su Qin to absorb at all times, but also enables him to remain in a state of sudden enlightenment, allowing for a deeper comprehension of the cosmos and mastery over it. It takes me 1 to 2 months to digest a single Little Li golden pill. If I require dozens, that would amount to around 100 months, less than 10 years? Su Qin silently calculated, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Spending a decade to reach the Arhat realm of the second heaven could be considered quite standard. Neither too fast nor too slow. Should the revered Arhats of Shaolin or the legendary figures of the martial world become aware of Su Qin's current thoughts, they might very well be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. It is known that for both revered Arhats and martial legends, to ascend from the first to the second heaven without fortuitous opportunities, an arduous dedication of at least 100 years, or even several centuries, is required. Many martial legends, facing the end of their 500-year lifespan, still find themselves trapped in the first heaven. Yet Su Qin, 10 years in the first heaven, and he dares to think it not fast enough. Subsequently, Su Qin returned to his usual routine, signing in, cultivating, signing in, cultivating. And so the cycle continued. Perhaps for some, such a life might seem exceedingly monotonous, even maddeningly lonely. Yet in Su Qin's heart, it was a source of immense enjoyment. The myriad worldly pursuits, power, beauty, wealth, are but fleeting illusions. What could possibly be more gratifying than the daily sensation of growing stronger? While Su Qin immersed himself in his routine of signing in and cultivating, the Shaolin Temple returned to tranquility. Following the news of the demise of the Demon Lord, many in the martial world sought to pay their respects to Su Qin. Su Qin had long instructed Abbot Huiwen that unless matters pertain to the life or death of the Shaolin Temple, he should not be disturbed. As time flowed gently by, the day for Shaolin Temple to recruit disciples arrived. As a prominent sect of martial arts, Shaolin Temple must maintain its number of disciples each year at a certain level to ensure the continuity of its legacy. The number cannot be too high, nor too low. In excess would dilute the resources available for martial cultivation. After all, whether from the Bodhi Courtyard or other halls, the annual supply of elixirs and martial resources is finite. With too many disciples, the resources available to each would diminish, potentially overshadowing some talents. Conversely, the number cannot be too few. A lack of disciples could lead to a dire situation in the future, resulting in a lack of succession. For any martial sect, A failure in succession is a truly dreadful consequence, resulting in decline at best, or a complete severance of legacy at worst. Throughout history, numerous esteemed martial sects like Shaolin Temple have faded into obscurity due to such failures in succession. The Dharma Courtyard. The esteemed Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of various institutes gathered at this location. Among them stood a child, seemingly in his early teens. This young boy emanated a peculiar aura, reminiscent of a low, melodic chant, strikingly extraordinary. Of course, this unique presence was imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Only those martial artists of the upper three realms, whose physical forms had begun to embody the cleansing essence of the heavens and earth, could faintly sense it. This child is indeed fated to have a connection with Buddhism. The head of the Damo Institute scrutinized the child with a gaze filled with wonder. Despite having never been exposed to any Buddhist practices, the boy exhibited such remarkable phenomena, a rarity that occurs only once in several centuries. Indeed, upon first sight, I too was initially incredulous. The head of the Discipline Institute nodded, redirecting his focus to the child. Given the potential he has displayed, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, his future achievements will undoubtedly reach at least the esteemed rank of a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, none of the other institute heads dared to refute his assertion. Even Abbot Huiyuan remained silent, clearly in agreement. The head of the Discipline Institute's assessment was exceptionally high. To conclude that a mere 10-year-old would achieve no less than the rank of grandmaster in the future? This signifies an alarming level of potential. Although Abbot Huiyuan is currently a grandmaster himself, with commendable talent, even he would not have dared to claim certainty at the age of 10 regarding his future as a grandmaster. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, elevating to the rank of grandmaster is contingent not only upon innate talent, but also on the opportunities that arise, the refinement of one's character, and, equally important, fortune. Yet now, the several institute heads and Abbot Huiyuan had determined, solely based on the child's exhibited potential, that he would ascend to the rank of grandmaster. One can only imagine the esteemed position this boy holds in the abbot's heart. You may leave now. Noticing the child's pale complexion, Abbot Huiyuan quickly understood that the boy was frightened and instructed his disciples to take him away to rest. Very well. Now, speak your thoughts. Abbot Huiyuan shifted his gaze towards the other institute heads. They exchanged glances, and finally, the head of the Martial Monk Institute cleared his throat softly. Abbot, although my Martial Monk Institute has many disciples, few possess the potential to become exceptional. Perhaps it would be best for my institute to take him in. Nonsense. Before the head of the Martial Monk Institute could finish, he was interrupted by the head of the Arhat Institute. Each year, nearly half of the new disciples join your Martial Monk Institute. In contrast, my Arhat Institute is truly in a dire situation. The head of the Arhat Institute paused, then looked toward Abbot Huiyuan, tentatively suggesting, however, if my Arhat Institute were to take him in. My Discipline Institute is also in need of new members. Abbot Huiyuan found the competitive banter among the institute heads somewhat amusing. Enough of this. Abbot Huiyuan waved his hand. None of you are qualified to take in that child. He surveyed the crowd and added, nor am I. The heads of the various academies were momentarily perplexed. If none of them were deemed qualified, then who truly was? Only the head of the Damo Academy. With a contemplative glimmer in his eyes, cautiously inquired, Abbot, do you mean to suggest that we should request the esteemed one to accept? Indeed. Abbot Huiyuan nodded slightly. The other academy heads were taken aback by this revelation, yet they found it to be entirely reasonable, given the extraordinary talents exhibited by the child. They were at a loss as to how to mentor and guide him, even if he were to become their disciple. The following day, Abbot Huiyuan escorted the young boy step by step towards the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Abbot, where are we headed? The child blinked, his face a portrait of confusion. Where are we going? Abbot Huiyuan paused, contemplating in silence for a moment, his gaze filled with an inexplicable reverence. I am taking you to meet the true Buddha. Chapter 70, The 9 Styles of the Divine Palm. I alone am supreme. Third update. The true essence of Buddhism. The child nodded, half comprehending, hesitant to utter another word. For reasons unknown, he sensed the gravity enveloping the abbot, alongside the imminent encounter with a transcendent presence. Once we enter, speak not loudly. Maintain reverence, and conceal any emotions. The abbot who cautioned the child. In his view, the child, being merely in his early teens, could falter in the presence of the revered one. And should that happen, who would bear the consequences of such a misstep? The child, displaying remarkable maturity, committed the abbot's words to memory. Soon, they arrived at the threshold of the forbidden grounds on the back mountain. Disciple who seeks an audience with the revered one. the abbot announced, bowing deeply. After a brief moment, a calm voice resonated in his ear. Enter. With a jolt of clarity, the abbot led the child into the sanctum of the forbidden grounds. Inside the sacred Buddhist mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his eyes opening to gaze upon Hu Wn. Do you wish for me to accept him as a disciple? Su Qin's gaze shifted slightly towards the child, who shrank back, unwilling to meet his eyes. Without needing further elaboration from Hu Wn, Su Qin discerned the purpose of the visit. Indeed, Hu Wn responded promptly. This child possesses an exceptionally rare talent, destined for Buddhism. Should I and several other heads of the temple take him under our wing, his potential would surely be squandered. His aptitude is indeed remarkable. He inherently possesses a Buddha heart. In the depths of Su Qin's eyes, an enigmatic vortex stirred, as if it could penetrate the essence of all things. It was the Eye of Truth. Since his ascension to the realm of Arhat, the Eye of Truth had undergone transformations, enabling a more profound grasp of the cosmic energies. Under such divine scrutiny, the child's essence appeared before Su Qin as if it were an open book, every detail laid bare. A Buddha heart? Hu Wn's pupils constricted. Within the Buddhist tradition, the Buddha heart is an intangible yet genuine entity. Disciples endowed with a Buddha heart, regardless of their practice of Buddhist techniques or comprehension of scriptures, experience a remarkable affinity, advancing at an extraordinary pace. Over the millennia, the Shaolin Temple has witnessed a mere 10 disciples endowed with a Buddha heart. The ultimate achievements of these 10 have invariably reached the pinnacle of mastery, with 3 attaining complete perfection. Hu Wn had considered the child's talent to be formidable. Yet he was unprepared for the revelation of the child's Buddha heart. It is known that those who possess a Buddha heart are typically at least top-tier grandmasters. Not merely the first-tier grandmasters that Hu Wn and his peers had presumed. The disparity between a top-tier grandmaster and a first-tier grandmaster, while both classified within the same realm, is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Does he have a Dharma name? Su Qin inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Hu Wn suppressed his astonishment and quickly replied, "This child is orphaned and has endured a tragic fate. I have given him the Dharma name Su-N-K." Su-N-K? Su Qin smiled softly. "I shall remember this." Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and softly spoke. Indeed. Master Huiyuan once again bowed respectfully as he escorted Xuanku away from the secluded area of the back mountain. It was only after Master Huiyuan had completely departed that Su Qin sighed. "What a pity," he lamented. "It is a fractured Buddha heart." Su Qin shook his head slightly and continued. "From the very first moment, I discerned that Xuanku's Buddha heart was incomplete. Had it been a flawless Buddha heart, resplendent and replete, it would have been impossible for Master Huiyuan and the other heads to perceive any anomaly. The true possessor of a Buddha heart, unless they are among the pinnacle of first-grade cultivators or are revered arhats and legends of the martial world, would remain undetected by others. Only when the possessor of the Buddha heart accumulates their power and soars to greatness will they be recognized by the world." Of course, Su Qin held little interest in the Buddha heart, let alone the fact that Xuanku's Buddha heart was flawed. Even if it were whole, what difference would it make? Throughout the millennia of Shaolin Temple, the 10 individuals who possessed a Buddha heart achieved no more than the pinnacle of first-grade perfection, perhaps in the early stages of cultivation. Even within the first-grade realm, the Buddha heart possessors would exhibit astonishing speed, almost miraculous. Yet, to take that final leap and attain the Arhat fruit position, relying solely on the Buddha heart is insufficient. Indeed, at the pinnacle of the first-grade realm, when one is on the verge of grasping the subtle threads of the universe, the Buddha heart could even hinder progress. This explains why none of the 10 Buddha heart possessors throughout history ever attained the Arhat fruit. Thus, the Buddha heart can be both a boon and a bane. Following this, Su Qin immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The 9-yang divine skill, which he had acquired from his previous signing in, had reached its zenith, allowing him to generate 9 distinct forms of supreme yang energy. Raising his right hand, 9 strands of pure yang energy, meticulously refined from the 9-yang divine skill, continuously intertwined and collided between his fingers. At this moment, should Su Qin inadvertently release these 9 energies, the entirety of Shaolin Temple would likely be reduced to ashes. If only I could sign in and acquire another scripture of equal renown to the 9-yang divine skill, the 9-yin manual. Then, if I could fuse the 9 forms of supreme yang energy with the 9 forms of supreme yin energy from the 9-yin manual, would the interplay of yin and yang not significantly enhance my physical form? Su Qin pondered deeply. Over a decade prior, Su Qin had already tasted the sweetness of success through the Indestructible Body Technique and the Lunar Body Refinement Technique. At that time, The harmonious interplay of these two methods had elevated Su Qin's physical form to an entirely new realm. Moreover, his lifespan had been doubled as a result, an outcome beyond imagination. In this moment, as Su Qin sensed the 9 forms of supreme yang energy, far surpassing the indestructible body technique, his mind raced with contemplation. He was acutely aware that forging the physical body through the forces of yin and yang bore immense risks. While they indeed nurture one another, they simultaneously counteract each other. Without the true eye to observe and grasp the ultimate subtleties, the likelihood of his body exploding would far exceed that of refining it. This is also the reason why the supreme masters of today can only choose between the paths of Taiyin Wujia or Taiyang Wujia for the transformation of their physical forms. It is not merely a matter of their unwillingness to embrace the yin-yang interplay. Rather, it stems from their trepidation. The 9-yin manual. Su Qin's thoughts surged, culminating in a soft sigh. The 9-yin manual is not a skill of Shaolin Temple, and with the current depletion of the magical essence within the demon suppression tower, rendering continued enrollment impossible, Su Qin did not harbor any illusions about being able to sign in at Shaolin Temple for this scripture, which is renowned alongside the 9 yang divine art. Ah, indeed. Su Qin's mind stirred as he felt the golden body of the Buddha, pointing to the heavens and touching the earth, within the ancestral aperture of his brow. Chapter 71. The Buddha's Blessing Upon My Head. The path concludes with the Tathagata, Part 4. The Rulai Divine Palm was the martial art obtained by Su Qin during his first sign-in. Reputed to be the most formidable technique of the Shaolin Temple, personally imparted by the Buddha. Simultaneously, it stood as the pinnacle of the countless secret scriptures and martial arts acquired by Su Qin over more than 20 years of signing in. Given that the Tua Arhat could suppress demons and Buddhas with the Rulai Divine Palm, it should be within my current capabilities to wield this technique as well. As Su Qin's thoughts raced, a tremendous surge of divine consciousness began to flow into his brow's ancestral aperture. Buzz. Su Qin found himself enveloped in a vast void, dreamlike and profoundly luminous. Before him stood a colossal golden Buddha, fingers pointed to the heavens and feet touching the earth, exuding an aura of Zen that permeated the expanse. In heaven and earth, I alone am exalted. With a thunderous sound, the golden Buddha within Su Qin's mind seemed to manifest countless profound characters and myriad aphorisms, resonating with continuous Zen sounds that trembled his very spirit. Ultimately, it coalesced back into a golden-bodied Buddha, still elevated, gazing down upon all sentient beings. At that moment, Su Qin felt a piercing pain in his mind, instinctively withdrawing from the brow's ancestral aperture. What is this? Opening his eyes, Su Qin was struck with astonishment. In that fleeting instant, he had gleaned some information regarding the Rulai Divine Palm. The technique comprises 9 forms, each independent yet mutually reliant, devoid of hierarchies. At this moment, Su Qin had mastered the first form, I alone am exalted. This form embodies the essence of annihilating power, one that can only be wielded by a formidable Arhat. Su Qin sensed that should he truly execute this form, it would undoubtedly obliterate everything in its path. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. No matter how powerful the Rulai Divine Palm may be, its efficacy is contingent upon the user's inherent strength. If Su Qin possessed the true prowess of the Buddha, executing the first form I alone am exalted would indeed render him unparalleled across the heavens and realms. Yet, presently, Su Qin was merely a novice Arhat at the first level, even should he unleash this form. He could at most sweep aside adversaries of his tier and engage those above him. The notion of soaring to celestial heights, truly standing alongside deities and enlightened beings, was utterly unattainable. The illusion of his ability to annihilate all stemmed from the moment he received the inheritance of the Rulai Divine Palm. Subconsciously placing himself in the perspective of the golden-bodied Buddha within the brow's ancestral aperture. With my current strength, can I only comprehend the first form of the Rulai Divine Palm? Su Qin gently rubbed his brow, pondering silently. When his divine consciousness had immersed itself in the ancestral aperture, he had barely grasped the first form before being forced to retreat due to the intense pain in his mind. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The first form, I alone am exalted, would provide him with ample material for profound contemplation for a long time to come. Su Qin felt no disappointment. Rather, his anticipation grew. After all, the entirety of the Rulai Divine Palm's inheritance resided with the golden-bodied Buddha in the ancestral aperture, waiting patiently for Su Qin's strength to reach the required level for its teachings. Naturally, he harbored no other emotions. The Rulai Divine Palm's elevation was simply too grand. Su Qin contemplated for a moment, feeling a profound sense of introspection. Initially, he believed that the Rulai Divine Palm was a martial art of the Arhat level. However, it has now become evident that Arhat merely represents the most basic threshold for wielding the Rulai Divine Palm. 900 years ago, the Arhat Hall subdued the demon Buddha with a technique from the Rulai Divine Palm, which should not be the first stance, only I am supreme. Su Qin's gaze swept across the Buddhist mountain, his thoughts searching. The 9 stances of the Rulai Divine Palm are independent yet interdependent, devoid of distinctions and hierarchy. Each stance possesses its unique strengths. Some excel in destruction, others in suppression, and yet others in defense. Su Qin surmised that the technique employed by the Arhat Hall to subdue the demon Buddha leaned towards suppression. Otherwise, had it been akin to the destructive nature of the first stance, only I am supreme, the demon Buddha would have been utterly vanquished long before. Unable to persist for 9 centuries. During his last visit to reinforce the seal, the demon Buddha had uttered the phrase true intent of Rulai, likely referring to the golden-bodied Buddha residing in the center of his brow. Su Qin pondered silently. Over the years, he had perused countless ancient texts from the Shaolin Temple, thus gaining an understanding of the true essence of Rulai. If the Rulai Divine Palm had tangible traces throughout Shaolin's millennia of history, then the true intent of Rulai exists solely in legend. In simple terms, the 9 stances of the Rulai Divine Palm are distinct. No entity can master all 9 simultaneously. However, possessing the true intent of Rulai changes everything, as it serves as the overarching principle governing the 9 stances of the Rulai Divine Palm. After inheriting the first stance of the Rulai Divine Palm, Su Qin's life returned to its previous rhythm. His days were filled with daily attendance, cultivation, and deepening his understanding of the first stance. Life felt particularly fulfilling. The essence of the scriptures in the Bodhi Institute should be dwindling now. Once the essence is exhausted, he would likely depart from the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's gaze remained tranquil, lost in thought. It seemed he ought to leave some legacy for the Shaolin Temple. With a soft sigh, Su Qin reflected on his 2 decades at the Shaolin Temple. He could not disregard the kindness of the temple that had provided him with meals during this time. What should he leave behind? Su Qin fell into contemplation. This question had crossed his mind long before he stepped into the realm of Arhat. Back then, he realized that if the future disciples of the Shaolin Temple were inadequate, any legacy left would be meaningless. The temple had seen Arhats in its history. Many revered Arhats had left behind a measure of legacy before their passing. Yet, while such legacies might endure for a time, they would inevitably fade over decades or centuries. Since material possessions proved futile, he should perhaps leave a person for the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin extended his consciousness, sweeping across the entire Shaolin Temple, ultimately enveloping the Dharma Institute. Within the Dharma Institute, Abbot Huiwen and several heads of the institute were engaged in conversation with Xuanku. Last time, Abbot Huiwen personally brought Xuanku to seek an audience with Su Qin, hoping that Su Qin would accept Xuanku as his disciple. The Buddhist heart was incomplete, but could it not be restored? Su Qin rose slowly, taking a step forward, exiting the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. At the Damo Institute, the head of the martial monks inquired, "What did the abbot say?" After a moment of silence, Abbot Huiwen spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, the other heads fell into silence. Although the esteemed one did not outright refuse, it seemed he held little interest in taking on disciples. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such contemplation. What a pity for Xuanku's exceptional talents. The head of the Discipline Institute shook his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Xuanku, having overheard the conversation between Abbot Huiwen and the other heads, lowered his head, as if he had committed a grave error. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the other heads concluded that Xuanku would not become a disciple of that esteemed one, a gentle hum resonated through the air. A faint Buddhist light began to emanate, accompanied by continuous sounds of Zen, as golden lotuses bloomed, resembling exquisite glass, untouched by the dust of the world. Before the astonished gazes of Abbot Huiwen and the others, a figure gradually approached, enveloped in layers of luminous Buddhist light, seemingly distant yet near, with golden lotuses blossoming beneath each step. The profound and dignified sounds of Zen cascaded from above, as if the Buddha himself had descended to guide all beings. With each step, the figure moved closer to Xuanku, raising a long and powerful right hand to gently rest upon Xuanku's forehead. The Buddha blesses my crown. At the end of the path, I behold the Tathagata. Chapter 72, completing the Buddha's heart within the Dharmakaya Hall. The aura of Buddha radiated abundantly, with golden lotuses blooming in profusion. Su Qin stepped forward, raising his right hand, his long and powerful fingers gently resting upon the forehead of Xuanku. The Buddha's heart, though incomplete, was largely a consequence of innate factors. Yet, regardless of its imperfections. A portion of its essence remained, offering a potential for restoration. Indeed, it is likely that only Su Qin possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Even the revered Arhats of Shaolin Temple, or the legendary figures of the martial world, would find it exceedingly difficult to restore the Buddha's heart so effortlessly. The true eye perceives the myriad energies of the universe, and naturally, the Buddha's heart is encompassed within it, coupled with Su Qin's formidable strength. The convergence of these two forces allows for such an extraordinary occurrence. Respected Master, the young monk Xian-Ku widened his eyes in astonishment. As Su Qin's fingers touched his forehead, he felt a warm, comforting sensation. Moreover, Xian-Ku sensed his heartbeat quickening, his entire being aflame with vitality, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Master, the abbot Huiyuan and the heads of the various halls were initially taken aback, but soon realized the significance of the moment, bowing respectfully to Su Qin. Within the confines of Shaolin Temple, only the esteemed figure standing aloft in the clouds could enter the Dharmakaya hall so quietly and incite such a phenomenon. Though the abbot and the hall leaders were curious about Su Qin's purpose, they surmised it must relate to Xian-Ku. As time flowed gently, the light of Buddha permeated the space, seemingly eternal. The abbot and the hall leaders waited with utmost reverence, displaying no signs of impatience. In truth, even though the aura did not target them, they still derived some benefits from being enveloped in the Buddha's light. After half an hour, Su Qin had utilized his own Arhat's inner strength to complete the fragmented Buddha's heart of the young monk Xian-Ku, and had also facilitated a rejuvenating transformation through the I Ching. For Su Qin, Xian-Ku represented the legacy he wished to leave within Shaolin Temple, and thus he took special care. Should the martial practitioners of the world become aware that a mere teenager like Xian-Ku had undergone an I Ching transformation by an Arhat, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. It is known that both Arhats and legendary martial figures, after experiencing their ultimate transcendence, have ascended to a higher realm. The transformative power of an Arhat's I Ching could allow Xian-Ku to surpass most martial practitioners even before embarking on his path of cultivation. Should any issues arise in the future, you may seek me out in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Su Qin uttered these words before turning to depart. As the Buddha's light dissipated and the golden lotuses melted away, the Dharmakaya hall returned to its serene state. It was not until long after Su Qin's departure that the abbot Huiyuan and the hall leaders dared to speak. Abbot, do you think the master has accepted Xian-Ku as his disciple? The head of the monastic hall could not contain his curiosity. Although Su Qin had not explicitly stated his intention to take on a disciple, the allowance for Xian-Ku to venture to the forbidden grounds implied a tacit recognition. The thoughts of the Venerable One are not something we can merely speculate upon. Master Huiyuan gently shook his head. Yet a sense of curiosity arose within him. But does the Venerable One have a particular purpose for coming this time? As he pondered this, Master Huiyuan's gaze shifted to the already slumbering Xuanku. At last, Master Huiyuan discerned something amiss. The current state of Xuanku lacked the extraordinary phenomena that had previously manifested. It seemed as if everything had returned to a state of tranquility. A return to simplicity. This is indeed a return to simplicity, Master Huiyuan murmured in astonishment. The other heads of the temple shared the same incredulous expression. At this moment, even if they were unaware of what Su Qin had done to Xuanku, they instinctively recognized it as a fortuitous development. In the grand tapestry of the world, a tree that stands tall in the forest will inevitably be beset by the winds. Had Xuanku continued to exhibit the previous anomalies, no matter how exceptional his talents, he would have eventually faced calamity. Yet now, everything lay concealed within, neither overly hot nor cold, but rather soaring towards the heavens. In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his internal energy flowing steadily within, continuously permeating every sinew and flesh, tirelessly refining his physical form. The internal energy of the Arhat realm had undergone a fundamental transformation compared to that of the 9th rank in martial arts. Su Qin opened his eyes, meticulously attuning to all that resided within him. If the internal energy of a first-grade grandmaster could be likened to flowing water, then the transcendent internal energy of a peak first-grade grandmaster resembled wood. Thus, the internal energy of the Arhat Venerable could be described as tempered steel. A single strand of Arhat internal energy is sufficient to annihilate a multitude of first-grade grandmasters. The two are not even on the same plane. Or perhaps, the internal energy of the Arhat realm should no longer be referred to as internal energy, but rather as true essence or true power. Su Qin mused silently. Indeed, the internal energy of the Arhat realm is entirely distinct from that of the 9th rank in martial arts. To continue using the same terminology would be somewhat misleading. The effects of the Little Li golden pill had nearly worn off. With a thought, another vial of the Little Li golden pill materialized in Su Qin's hand. Instantly, the elemental energies of heaven and earth began to subtly seethe and converge, only to be swiftly subdued by Su Qin's mental focus. Gulp. Su Qin swallowed the Little Li golden pill directly. Moreover, through his daily sign-ins, Su Qin had acquired several additional Little Li golden pills, effectively achieving a state of balance, with a surplus remaining. As the translucent, colorless Little Li golden pill entered his abdomen, a tremendous surge of medicinal potency began to emanate, continuously coalescing into true essence that flowed through his limbs and bones. With Su Qin's relentless cultivation, his strength steadily yet resolutely advanced towards a higher realm. Each day was spent in signing in, practicing, and comprehending the first form of the Buddha's divine palm, I alone am supreme. Additionally, on occasion, Su Qin would offer guidance to Xuanku. It must be said that with the completion of his Buddha heart, Xuanku's comprehension was nothing short of remarkable. Any martial arts or Buddhist text he encountered seemed to be grasped effortlessly, learned almost instantaneously. 3 years swiftly passed. During this period, the Shaolin Temple remained unchanged, still enveloped in the light of ancient lamps in the presence of the Buddha. The only difference was that Xuanku had ascended to the 7th rank of martial artist. This indeed brought a sense of satisfaction to Su Qin. In his early years, it took him over 2 months to attain the rank of a 7th-grade martial artist, a feat that could be deemed commendable. However, while time drifted slowly at the Shaolin Temple, the outside world was rife with turmoil. The youngest disciple of the Zhangzhenren from the Wudong Mountain descended with his sword, eager to challenge the heroes of the realm. The Mongol Empire's national master led a 1,000,000-strong army to obliterate a small nation. Furthermore, within the Tang dynasty's imperial palace, the emperor decreed the elevation of Prince Li Sheng to the position of crown prince, igniting a storm of astonishment throughout the court. Chapter 73. Sign-in. The Sutra of Amitabha from the past. The aging Tang emperor's decline is no longer a secret. Were it not for the suppression by the formidable eunuch in purple, the court would have descended into chaos by now. Nonetheless, several princes continue to engage in both overt and covert struggles, while the noble officials harbor divergent thoughts. Even the regional princes are placing bets in support of various princes. Initially, it was widely assumed that the Tang emperor would ultimately designate one of the several illustrious princes present in the court as the crown prince. After all, among the emperor's numerous offspring, only these few princes possess any capability, while the rest merely indulge in debauchery and await their demise. However, no one anticipated that the Tang emperor would ultimately choose Prince Li Sheng as the crown prince. Prince Li Sheng is a scion of the Tang emperor, raised in the palace only a few years ago. While the ministers and other princes were aware of this fact, none had considered that Li Sheng would ever be honored with the title of crown prince, given his tenuous foundation. At Shaolin Temple, Su Qin's consciousness swept through, inadvertently overhearing disciples discussing the matter of the Tang emperor's newly appointed crown prince. Oh, he has indeed been named crown prince. Su Qin stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Upon first encountering Li Sheng at the Su residence, he discerned that the young prince carried nearly 1/10 of the nation's fortune upon his shoulders. Such a person, provided he remains alive, is destined to ascend to the throne eventually. In the Tang Kingdom, Chang'an City, a thought stirred within Su Qin. The Tang Kingdom has stood for 500 years, yet Chang'an, its capital, has been a historic stronghold for 10 dynasties, boasting a history of several millennia. Over the centuries, while the periphery of Chang'an may have undergone countless renovations, the core imperial city has remained unchanged. The magnificent palaces and ethereal structures within the imperial city have persisted as they were thousands of years ago. In a sense, the imperial city of Chang'an has witnessed the rise and fall of 10 dynasties over millennia. The accumulated Tao essence of Chang'an over these thousands of years is likely comparable to that of Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had never personally visited Chang'an, the mere weight of its history suggested an abundance of Tao essence. It would suffice for Su Qin's cultivation for an extended period. Once the Tao essence of Shaolin Temple is depleted, he shall make a journey to Chang'an. Su Qin's thoughts surged. Speaking of sign-ins, he realized he had yet to utilize today's opportunity. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he vanished from his location, only to reappear outside the Sutra repository, having signed in at the Bodhi courtyard for several times. And with ample Little Li golden pills at his disposal, he decided to sign in at the Sutra repository today. Su Qin silently intoned, "System, initiate sign-in. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. receiving the Sutra of Amitabha from the past. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Su Qin's ears. The Sutra of Amitabha from the past? Su Qin's expression shifted slightly. The Sutra of Amitabha from the past is one of the highest scriptures of Buddhism, ranking alongside the Sutra of the present Tathagata and the Sutra of the future non-birth. The level at which it resides is supremely elevated. Even if it does not quite match the most formidable divine technique, the Tathagata palm, the difference is likely negligible. However, the Shaolin Temple has been established for thousands of years, and even the so-called Patriarch Bodhidharma, who claims to have assimilated numerous supreme arts, has never comprehended the past Amitabha Sutra, let alone anyone else. To a certain extent, the past Amitabha Sutra is simply not intended for mortals to grasp. Su Qin, however, did not anticipate that this time he would sign in and acquire this exalted scripture. Indeed, this was a tremendous gain. For others, even obtaining the original text of the past Amitabha Sutra would be of little consequence, for they would utterly fail to comprehend the profound subtleties contained within. Thus, in the eyes of the vast majority, the past Amitabha Sutra pales in comparison to a volume on Luohan fist, which, with diligent study, even an ordinary individual could begin to grasp within a few months. But what of the past Amitabha Sutra? No matter how gifted or insightful one may be, what use is it if one cannot decipher its meaning? Yet Su Qin is different. The martial arts manuals obtained through the system come with an infusion of knowledge, allowing for automatic entry and mastery. The challenge of the past Amitabha Sutra lies in its very inaccessibility. In other words, what is most difficult about the past Amitabha Sutra is, from Su Qin's perspective, the easiest aspect, just as Su Qin was deep in thought. Myriad insights regarding the past Amitabha Sutra began to surge into his mind. In a moment of clarity, deep within his consciousness, a vision coalesced into the form of an ancient Buddha gazing from a distant past toward the present and the future. Boom! Su Qin's spirit jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. The past Amitabha Sutra is indeed worthy of being the supreme scripture of Buddhism. Su Qin nodded slightly. Even he, a venerable Arhat, could not help but be enraptured by the past Amitabha Sutra. This scripture is a mental discipline, a method for circulating true essence. With a mere thought, Su Qin's true essence began to circulate along a unique path. Prior to acquiring the past Amitabha Sutra, the mental discipline he practiced was the great Arhat divine art. This art, suited for the level of an Arhat, significantly accelerated Su Qin's cultivation speed and enhanced his perception and mastery over the universe. It could be said that the great Arhat divine art is a pinnacle technique at the Arhat level. Yet, now endowed with the past Amitabha Sutra, which far surpasses the great Arhat divine art, Su Qin naturally replaced it without hesitation. Inhale, exhale. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the true essence within him swiftly began to circulate, following the method of the past Amitabha Sutra. As the past Amitabha Sutra commenced its operation, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted within the secluded area of the rear mountain, tenfold greater than before. With countless strands of heavenly and earthly essence coalescing into a massive funnel, surging violently into Su Qin's body, time flowed gently. The tempest of spiritual energy converging in the rear mountain did not dissipate. Rather, it gradually spread toward the entire Shaolin Temple. In an instant, the skies above Shaolin Temple seemed to form a tempest, grand and overwhelming, obscuring all. What is that? The disciples of Shaolin Temple looked up in awe, their mouths agape. They had all been engrossed in their own pursuits, some in cultivation and others in labor, when suddenly the world transformed dramatically. An infinite and boundless essence of the universe converged, enveloping everything. Abbot Huiwen and the heads of various academies gathered without hesitation. The essence fell like rain, a phenomenon that occurred only when the esteemed ones experienced significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. Abbot Huiwen's expression grew grave as he murmured to himself. The heads of the academies exchanged glances, swallowing hard. To them, the revered ones were akin to celestial beings, standing almost at the pinnacle of existence. They could hardly fathom what it would mean if these revered ones were to continue their breakthroughs. Meanwhile, amidst the animated discussions among the disciples of Shaolin Temple, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, Su Qin, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 74. The Tang Imperial Palace, the Shock of Eunuch Zhao. Little did he anticipate the terrifying consumption and absorption of vital energy from the Sutra of Amitabha. Su Qin's expression was one of astonishment. Having practiced the Sutra of Amitabha for merely half an hour, he felt a surge in strength equivalent to 10 days of arduous training. The Little Li Golden Dan had also diminished in size. Su Qin seemed to sense something and murmured softly to himself. Typically, a single Little Li Golden Dan could sustain Su Qin's absorption for a month to 2 months. The medicinal potency embedded within it was immense, and even for Su Qin, a revered Arhat, time was required to digest and assimilate it. Yet just moments ago, as Su Qin channeled the Sutra of Amitabha, he discovered that the Little Li Golden Dan within his lower abdomen was dissolving at a terrifying pace. Indeed, at this rate, within a year at most, I shall ascend to the second heaven of Arhat. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Without the Sutra of Amitabha, even with the assistance of the Little Li Golden Dan, it would have taken him nearly a decade to achieve a breakthrough. However, now, the time required had been reduced by more than tenfold. This was primarily due to the nature of the breakthrough at the Arhat level, which involved not merely the accumulation of energy but also a profound comprehension of the universe. Otherwise, Su Qin's pace of advancement would have been even swifter. According to legend, those who thoroughly grasped the Sutra of Amitabha, the Sutra of the present Tathagata, and the Sutra of the future non-birth will truly attain immense freedom and boundless bliss. Su Qin's expression subtly reflected yearning. Alas, while the benefits of practicing the Sutra of Amitabha were indeed plentiful, the consumption of the Little Li Golden Dan was far too rapid. Su Qin pondered within. Originally, a complete Little Li Golden Dan could sustain him for a month to 2 months, but now, he would likely require a second Little Li Golden Dan within a week. Has there been some commotion outside? Su Qin's thoughts stirred, and a formidable consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire Shaolin Temple. Although the vitality storm outside began to gradually dissipate as Su Qin ceased his practice, it was evident that it would not vanish entirely in an instant. Outside the forbidden area of the back mountain, Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of various halls hesitated on whether to enter. The previous disturbance had indeed been quite significant. Even though Abbot Huiyuan surmised from the ancient text within the temple that the remarkable phenomenon was due to Su Qin's breakthrough in practice, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Suddenly, at that moment, a calm voice resonated in the ears of Abbot Huiyuan and the hall leaders. You may all withdraw. Abbot Huiyuan and the hall leaders immediately bowed slightly. Yes. Meanwhile, outside the Tang Imperial Palace, Prince Li Sheng still bore an expression of disbelief. My father has named me the Crown Prince? Prince Li Sheng blinked, utterly bewildered. Although he had known of his royal lineage for several years, he had never dared to dream that one day he could ascend to the position of Crown Prince. What does it mean to be the Crown Prince? In any dynasty, the Crown Prince is the individual second only to the Emperor, destined to ascend to that position upon the Emperor's passing. It can be said that if Li Sheng becomes the Crown Prince, he will become the future master of the Tang Kingdom. Yunya, is this true? Li Sheng gazed at Su Yuan beside him. Several years prior, he had accompanied eunuch Lu to the Imperial Palace, and shortly thereafter, he had brought Su Yuan along. Do not be overly joyful. Becoming the Crown Prince is not necessarily a good thing. Su Yuan shook her head and spoke. Not a good thing. The Prince Li Sheng also regained his composure. He had never even contemplated the possibility of becoming the Crown Prince, let alone others. Most importantly, how would the other princes react to the Tang Emperor's decision to appoint him as Crown Prince? What would the esteemed officials in the court think? It is well known that over the years, Li Sheng's brothers had engaged in both overt and covert struggles for the position of Crown Prince, nearly tearing each other apart. Would they ever allow the title of Crown Prince to fall upon Li Sheng? Furthermore, the esteemed officials had already placed their bets on a certain prince, wagering everything on his ability to inherit the throne. If the position of Crown Prince were to vanish in the end, what would those who had already chosen sides think? Merely contemplating this made Li Sheng's scalp tingle, as he felt ensnared in a deadlock. Do not rush. Since His Majesty has made this decision, there must be a reason behind it. Su Yuan offered some words of comfort. Let us hope so. Li Sheng nodded stiffly. At that moment, a servant hurriedly burst in. Your Highness, someone has arrived from the palace. Someone has arrived from the palace? Prince Li Sheng was momentarily taken aback and immediately replied, Understood. I shall go at once. Soon, Li Sheng, accompanied by Su Yuan, made his way outside. At that moment, the entrance was already surrounded by imperial guards, and a eunuch clad in purple attire stood there with a pleasant smile. Purple? Li Sheng felt a sudden reverberation in his mind. Having been in Chang'an for a considerable period, he certainly understood the significance of purple within the royal palace. It represented the Grand Eunuch, Eunuch Zhao, who held authority second only to the Tang Emperor himself. Under normal circumstances, Eunuch Zhao would serve beside the Tang Emperor and would never venture outside the palace. Yet now, he appeared at the entrance. This thought sent a shiver down Li Sheng's spine. Your Highness, Eunuch Zhao slightly bowed upon seeing Li Sheng emerge. Eunuch Zhao? I am here by the Emperor's decree to escort your highness to the East Palace, Eunuch Zhao said slowly. The East Palace? Li Xing was momentarily surprised and replied, I will tidy up and follow Eunuch Zhao to the East Palace shortly. No need. Eunuch Zhao gently shook his head and said, Your Highness may accompany me to the East Palace immediately. As for your belongings, everything necessary is already prepared there. But Li Xing hesitated. Glancing at Su Yun beside him, he cautiously inquired, Can I go to the East Palace with Yunya? Yunya? Zhao Gonggong shifted his gaze to Su Yun and shook his head, saying, Only the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are permitted to reside in the Eastern Palace. As for others, entry is prohibited. Although Su Yun was the wife of Li Shang, she had not been formally designated as the Crown Princess. After all, even Li Xing himself had only been informed today of his ascension to Crown Prince, leaving no time for the formalities regarding Su Yun's title. You should proceed to the Eastern Palace. I am not in a rush, he said. Observing Li Xing's hesitation, Su Yun whispered urgently, Your Highness, we must leave quickly. The figure before them was none other than the esteemed Zhao Gonggong. Should Li Xing's indecision provoke his displeasure, it could certainly create complications with Emperor Tang. Seeing Li Xing's lack of response, Zhao Gonggong frowned slightly and cast another glance at Su Yun. In that fleeting moment, his gaze caught sight of a jade pendant that hung from her waist. The pendant appeared rather ordinary, yet Su Yun clutched it closely, indicating its significance to her. However, Zhao Gonggong seemed to have discovered something. His attention sharpened, fixating intently on the jade pendant. What is this? He murmured, increasingly agitated as he scrutinized it. His expression shifting to one of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 75. The Dual Heavens, Gratitude to the Reader Lack of Exercise. I'm not fat for the generous reward. Is this a fragment of divine consciousness from a supreme being? Grand Eunuch Zhao's expression was one of utmost gravity as he fixated on the jade pendant hanging from Su Yun's waist. Although the divine essence within the pendant was deeply concealed, Grand Eunuch Zhao, being of the highest caliber, could not be easily deceived if he set his mind to it. Could it be that the commoner woman wed to his highness is backed by a supreme being? The thought struck Zhao as utterly absurd. How rare is a supreme being? Each typically governs a realm, living in ease and comfort. He was aware that the Tang Emperor had hidden Li Xing among the common folk, and even the Lu Gonggong, who had been secretly safeguarding Li Xing, was arranged by Zhao himself. He was intimately familiar with all of Li Xing's experiences, and thus had long been privy to the information regarding the Su family's daughter who married him. Zhao never could have imagined that the seemingly ordinary Su family daughter stood behind a supreme being. Could it be mere coincidence? Did Su Yun just happen upon this jade pendant? Zhao's thoughts raced, ultimately dismissing this notion. There are only so many supreme beings in the world, and even fewer capable of manifesting divine consciousness. As for those willing to divide a fragment of their divine essence to place within a jade pendant, such individuals are nearly non-existent. How could it be that Su Yun fortuitously discovered a pendant linked to a supreme being? Dividing divine consciousness, without the relevant secret arts, would deplete even a supreme being's core essence. Unless the being held a profound regard for the individual, it would be inconceivable for any supreme entity to undertake such an action. In a flash of insight, Grand Eunuch Zhao's mind surged with possibilities. Who could it be? As Zhao contemplated, the prince, Li Xing, turned to him with a reluctant glance towards Su Yun and said, Grand Eunuch Zhao, let us depart. In truth, it is not entirely impossible to negotiate. Zhao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly forced a smile towards Su Yun, saying, Since Miss Su has already wed his highness, becoming the crown princess is merely a matter of time. Therefore, it is only natural for you to move into the Eastern Palace ahead of schedule. With a sidelong glance at the jade pendant at Su Yun's waist, he slightly bowed and added, You too, please follow me. Upon hearing this, both Prince Li Sheng and Su Yun were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why had Grand Eunuch Zhao suddenly changed his mind? Although Li Sheng had not personally interacted with Zhao, he had gleaned from others what manner of man he was. Within the entire palace, aside from the emperor, no one could sway Grand Eunuch Zhao's resolve. Not a prince, nor a minister. However, at that moment, Li Xing and Su Yun exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow Grand Eunuch Zhao. Half a day later, within the Tang Emperor's palace, Your Majesty, the commoner woman wed to his highness holds significant status. Grand Eunuch Zhao inclined his body slightly as he spoke. Subsequently, Eunuch Zhao informed Emperor Tang of the divine consciousness entrusted to Su Yun by a peerless grandmaster. Oh, how intriguing. Indeed, quite fascinating. The emperor's demeanor visibly aged, as he coughed violently while speaking. Witnessing this, Eunuch Zhao's expression shifted slightly. He stepped forward and gently placed his right hand upon the emperor. After a moment, the emperor's complexion improved somewhat, and he waved his hand, asking, "What do you believe the true owner of that jade pendant intends?" "This old servant does not know," replied Eunuch Zhao, pausing briefly before continuing. "However, I believe the true owner of the pendant harbors no ambitions concerning the throne. Its genuine purpose is solely protection, without ulterior motives." Eunuch Zhao spoke slowly. "It is precisely for this reason that he has changed his mind and agreed to let Su Weiyuan reside in the Eastern Palace with Li Xing. After all, when faced with a peerless Grandmaster who has not displayed any malice, it is beneficial to show goodwill. Should the Grandmaster supporting Su Weiyuan choose to back Prince Li Sheng, it would not merely be a matter of residing in the Eastern Palace. Even the future crowning of a queen could be achieved with a mere word. Securing the allegiance of a peerless Grandmaster is worth any cost. I understand. It seems that Li Sheng's fortune exceeds my own during my youth." The emperor leaned slightly against the dragon throne, rubbing his temples in an attempt to regain clarity. Eunuch Zhao stood silently by, refraining from speaking. A profound silence enveloped the palace. After a long while, the emperor spoke slowly. "To speak candidly, how much longer can I survive?" Upon hearing this, Eunuch Zhao's expression changed subtly. After a moment of silence, he responded, 3 years. Even with my utmost efforts, I can only ensure that your majesty lives for 3 more years. 3 years. That should be sufficient time." The emperor's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not truly grasped the implications of his own longevity. At the Shaolin Temple, its only drawback was perhaps the excessive consumption of glazed golden elixirs. It is time. A breakthrough is due. In the secluded area of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged, gradually circulating his inner essence and adjusting his state. After consuming dozens of glazed golden elixirs, Su Qin's cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the first heavenly layer of the Arhat. "Let us begin." With a thought, 20 glazed golden elixirs materialized before him. To ensure a flawless breakthrough, Su Qin spared no expense, preparing to forcibly advance using these 20 elixirs. It is worth noting that a single glazed golden elixir is sufficient for an Arhat to digest over several months combined. The overwhelming potency of 20 could potentially overwhelm an Arhat. Were it not for Su Qin's protection from the Amitabha Sutra, he would not dare to proceed thus. With a gulp, Su Qin swallowed 1 glazed golden elixir and began to circulate the Amitabha Sutra, refining the surging medicinal power. Almost instantaneously, a transformation began anew within Su Qin. As time flowed gently by, Su Qin's aura grew increasingly immense, reminiscent of the boundless void, seemingly infinite. Had it not been for the fact that this place was a forbidden area of the back mountain, safeguarded by the Tua A Arhat's divine palm seal, Su Qin's aura would likely have soared skyward, exerting pressure upon the entire Shaolin Temple. In this manner, Su Qin's true essence surged with fervor, and at a certain moment, it appeared to shatter some form of constraint, elevating him to an entirely new realm. He had finally ascended to the second heaven of Arhat. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. Chapter 76. The discovery of Xian Ku in the forbidden area of the back mountain. After Su Qin experienced his breakthrough, he inhaled sharply, and in that fleeting moment, the surging primordial energy of heaven and earth was drawn into him like a great whale consuming water. A profound hunger enveloped him. Su Qin felt every bone and muscle quivering, ravenously absorbing the influx of celestial energy. Unfortunately, the primordial energy was inherently sparse, insufficient to replenish his body after the breakthrough. Reluctantly, he produced several glazed golden pills. Upon entering his mouth, these pure pills, resembling crystal, transformed into immense medicinal power, dispersing throughout every part of his body. Half an hour later, Su Qin opened his eyes once more. He had not anticipated that entering the second heaven would necessitate a considerable amount of primordial energy to restore his physical form. If it weren't for the ample supply of glazed golden pills I had prepared, I would have had to painstakingly absorb the celestial energy, potentially causing harm to my body. He murmured softly, but that was all in the past. Now, he had truly stepped into the realm of the second heaven. With a shift of thought, Su Qin gazed at his hands and began to sense the changes within. In terms of true essence, it had surged at least 2 to 3-fold. His physical form, while not exhibiting such an exaggerated increase, had nonetheless improved, and his mental clarity had nearly doubled, with a significantly expanded range of influence. After much contemplation, he concluded that he was now at least 5 times stronger than he had been prior to his breakthrough. Su Qin felt immense satisfaction within. A single Arhat is already considered a taboo among taboos, capable of suppressing all malevolent spirits. Yet now, Su Qin was equivalent to 5 Arhats. What an astounding notion! If he so desired, he could sweep across the world, effortlessly dismissing the likes of the Tang and Meng Yuan states. First, he needed to stabilize his newfound realm. Su Qin gradually reigned in his thoughts. Stabilizing his realm was not out of fear of a decline. He had fully entered the second heaven. And unless he fell into madness or experienced chaotic true essence, the prospect of a fall from grace was nothing short of laughable. The Buddhist practices were renowned for their deep foundations, especially those derived from the revered Amitabha Sutra. Su Qin sought to stabilize his realm primarily to familiarize himself with the surging power. In the ensuing months, alongside his cultivation, he began to peruse various Buddhist texts. Although he had already explored these scriptures over the past 20 years, having ascended to the Arhat realm now offered a distinctly elevated perspective. During this period, he remained diligent in signing in daily, collecting holy pills, spiritual herbs, and martial arts manuals, all of which he stored in the system space for future use. Time within the system space flowed almost to a standstill, eliminating concerns of the efficacy of the elixir's waning. While reviewing the Buddhist texts, Su Qin occasionally offered guidance to Xian Ku. This young novice, having reached the level of a 7th-rank warrior, was preparing to make a concerted effort to break through into the third realm. However, Su Qin ultimately intervened to halt his progress. The possessor of a Buddha's heart undoubtedly enjoys conveniences and martial arts cultivation that are beyond the imagination of the average person. However, throughout history, every individual blessed with a Buddha's heart has been unable to attain the Arhat fruit position. Rather, it is often those of seemingly ordinary beginnings who ultimately embark upon the path of greatness. The reasons behind this phenomenon are perhaps surmised by Su Qin. This understanding prompted Xian Ku to steadily and methodically experience the nuances of each realm before attempting to break through. On this particular day, as Su Qin pondered how many glazed golden pills he should consume, he suddenly felt a shift in his spirit and turned his gaze toward the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. There stood Xian Ku, cautiously hesitating at the threshold, unsure whether to enter. "Come in." A calm voice resonated in Xian Ku's ear. "Yes, esteemed one." Xian Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he approached Su Qin. Years had passed, and Xian Ku had largely shed his youthful naivety. Coupled with the internal energy cultivated as a 7th-tier warrior, he now resembled an ordinary man. "Esteemed one." Xian Ku respectfully bowed before Su Qin. Since Su Qin had never explicitly stated that he would accept Xian Ku as a disciple, Xian Ku could only address him as esteemed one, much like how Huiyuan refers to the abbot. "Are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" Su Qin inquired, casting a discerning glance at Xian Ku. In truth, even before Xian Ku had entered, Su Qin had a general understanding of his condition. Indeed, Xian Ku replied softly, "I am nearing my limit. Since you can no longer contain it, then break through." Su Qin casually remarked, "Do so here." Su Qin's suggestion for Xian Ku to delay his breakthrough was not due to any inability to succeed. On the contrary, Xian Ku was perilously close to his suppression limit, and failure to break through could be detrimental to his well-being. "Yes," Xian Ku responded, immediately assuming a cross-legged position. In contrast to the spectacular phenomena accompanying Su Qin's breakthroughs, Xian Ku's advancement was utterly silent. This was entirely normal for martial artists. Cultivation below the upper 3 realms primarily involves physical and internal energy refinement, with no connection to the external energies of heaven and earth. As such, no extraordinary manifestations would arise. In less than half an hour, Xian Ku transitioned from a 7th-tier warrior to a 6th-tier warrior. The distinction between 6th and 7th tiers, though only 1 realm apart, represents a significant leap from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms, a bottleneck that has stymied countless martial artists in the world. "Thank you, esteemed one," Xian Ku said respectfully as he rose. "Since you have broken through, you may leave," Su Qin instructed, looking at Xian Ku. "Esteemed one." However, Xian Ku hesitated, appearing torn between speaking and remaining silent. "What is it?" Su Qin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Given his understanding of Xian Ku over the years, he knew that the latter would not speak so hesitantly without significant reason. "Esteemed one, I discovered a stone door beneath a hill near the Demo Institute. The door is intricately carved with mysterious Buddha patterns." Xian Ku paused for a moment before continuing. "This stone door is exceedingly heavy. I simply cannot push it open." The stone door. However, to Su Qin's astonishment, there was no sign of the stone door that Xian Ku spoke of. "Esteemed one, I feel as though something within the stone door is beckoning to me." Xian Ku wore a perplexed expression. Although something within the stone door seemed to draw Xianku in, the inability to open it left him in a state of deep internal conflict. Su Qin remained silent. Chapter 77, The Tua Arhat and the Millennium Bodhi Heart. Intriguing. Su Qin remained impassive, yet his interest was piqued. It is worth noting that he was now a revered Arhat of the second heaven, with his divine consciousness encompassing all, leaving no room for obscurity unless confronted by a being of equal caliber. Could it be that the stone door was the handiwork of a revered Arhat from the illustrious lineage of Shaolin Temple? Su Qin pondered. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Xianku. Firstly, because Xianku lacked the audacity to deceive, and secondly, because the location he spoke of was within the confines of Shaolin Temple itself, allowing Su Qin to verify it in an instant if he so desired. It appeared that there were indeed some secrets within Shaolin Temple that eluded his knowledge. Su Qin mused quietly. As a bastion of martial arts with a legacy spanning millennia, Shaolin Temple had produced numerous revered Arhats. Without a foundation of depth, Su Qin would not have been convinced. Respected one, I speak the truth. Xianku, noticing Su Qin's prolonged silence, assumed his incredulity and grew anxious. Upon hearing this, Su Qin smiled lightly and replied, I understand now. Lead the way, and I shall accompany you to take a look. Su Qin was indeed curious to discover which revered Arhat had left behind the stone door. Before long, under Xianku's guidance, Su Qin arrived before the stone door. Could it truly be here? Su Qin glanced around. They stood at the rear of a hill, overgrown with grass and foliage, a place rarely visited by disciples. The stone door that Xianku mentioned was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. This is. Su Qin carefully attuned his senses. A celestial grand formation? His eyes narrowed slightly. Both revered Arhats and legendary figures of the martial world had transcended the confines of the 9 ranks of martial arts. Their cultivation extended beyond the self, leaning more towards the comprehension of the universe. The celestial grand formation was a manifestation of the insights gleaned by revered Arhats from the cosmos. Celestial grand formations are varied. Some are designed for suppression, like the one within the demon suppression tower, while others are aimed at vanquishing foes, and some are meant for concealment. The celestial grand formation on this stone door belonged to the latter category. It was precisely this formation that temporarily obscured Su Qin's divine consciousness. Respected one. It is here, Xianku whispered, pointing at the stone door. I understand. Su Qin stepped forward, positioning himself before the stone door. What lies beyond? A peculiar whirlpool seemed to swirl within Su Qin's pupils. Knowing that a celestial grand formation was present, he refrained from probing further with his divine consciousness. With a thunderous rumble, Su Qin raised his right hand and gently pressed against the stone door. Instantly, it felt as if he had activated a mechanism. The entire stone door began to retreat slowly, revealing a dark, cavernous entrance. Respected one. Xianku gazed on in awe, witnessing the stone door obeying Su Qin's touch. Something he himself could not achieve even with all his strength. Su Qin remained silent, unfazed as he advanced towards the entrance. Through the lens of reality, Su Qin was assured that nothing within the entrance posed a threat to him. He steadily made his way down the stone steps leading into the depths. Meanwhile, Xianku obediently remained outside, refraining from entering and causing any disturbance. Before long, Su Qin reached the conclusion of the stone staircase and entered a remarkably spacious chamber. The room was adorned with numerous bookshelves, which housed a plethora of Buddhist scriptures. However, the overwhelming majority of these texts had succumbed to decay, leaving only a scant few, painstakingly preserved on special tree bark. This chamber had evidently existed for over a millennium. As Su Qin pondered these thoughts, he advanced deeper into the room. Soon, he arrived at the far end, where he beheld a monk clad in a golden robe, quietly seated in a meditative posture. The monk exuded no aura, clearly having entered eternal rest long ago. Was he the Tua Arhat? Upon closer inspection of the golden-robed monk, Su Qin's expression subtly shifted. The Tua Arhat was the last revered Arhat of Shaolin Temple, and his image was indeed enshrined there for future disciples to venerate. In truth, not only the Tua Arhat but also other revered Arhats throughout Shaolin's history were similarly honored. 9 centuries prior, the Tua Arhat. Su Qin's thoughts raced. Numerous legends surrounded the Tua Arhat within Shaolin Temple. As the final Arhat, he hastened to his demise before reaching 400 years in order to suppress the demonic Buddha, leading to the loss of the Rulai Divine Palm. It was no wonder that he did not witness the Tua Arhat's physical remains in the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. They were, in fact, here. Su Qin's mind swirled with contemplation. Although he was unaware of why the Tuo Arhat chose to attain enlightenment in this chamber rather than the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas, such details now seemed inconsequential. Could this ancient site, having existed for millennia, harbor Dao Yun that would allow me to sign in? A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Qin. He realized he had yet to utilize his signing opportunity for the day, and thus he silently intoned, "System, allow me to sign in." Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the Millennium Bodhi Heart. The Millennium Bodhi Heart? Su Qin's expression brightened. The Bodhi Heart was a sacred relic of the Buddhist tradition, immensely valuable. Over the course of several millennia, only a handful of Bodhi Hearts had emerged from Shaolin Temple, rendering them even rarer than the revered Arhats themselves. Even an ordinary Bodhi Heart could enable a first-tier Grandmaster to attain clarity and insight, significantly reducing the likelihood of succumbing to demonic temptations, let alone a Millennium Bodhi Heart. Had Abbot Hui when possessed a Bodhi Heart during his breakthrough over a decade ago, even if he had ultimately failed, he would not have fallen into madness. As for the Millennium Bodhi Heart, records from Shaolin's ancient texts suggested that such treasures were merely the stuff of legend, with no one able to confirm their existence in the world. Indeed, this is splendid. Su Qin nodded slightly. Upon signing in, I obtained a Millennium Bodhi Heart. Even if Su Qin were to turn and depart now, it would still be a bountiful harvest. Glancing at the suddenly appeared pale golden Millennium Bodhi Heart in the system space, Su Qin steadied his mind and redirected his gaze towards the Tuo Arhat. As a revered Arhat, his physical form remains formidable, capable of preserving his appearance even after the passage of a millennium. Su Qin cast a fleeting glance at the Tuo Arhat, but his attention quickly shifted to a stone wall before the Arhat. Merely by casting a glance at the stone wall, Su Qin's expression changed dramatically, as though he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Chapter 78. The Secret of Mofo. I, Tuo, am guilty. I, Tuo, am the eternal sinner of Shaolin Temple. The beginning of the stone wall bears this line of blood-red characters, suffused with an endless sense of remorse. This stone wall stands before the Tuo Arhat, and the bloodied inscription evidently originates from his own hand. It seems that prior to his nirvana, Tuo Arhat endured profound inner turmoil, ultimately carving these words into stone. Guilty. Tuo Arhat is a revered figure of Shaolin Temple, even if he allowed the Rulai Divine Palm to be lost to time. It was in the effort to suppress the mofo. Thus, it is difficult to label him as guilty. Su Qin's thoughts raced, and he quickly glanced beneath the stone wall. He sensed that what he was about to witness was likely the greatest secret from the era of Tuo Arhat, 9 centuries ago at Shaolin Temple. After a brief moment, Su Qin had comprehended the entirety of the blood inscription. According to the account of Tuo Arhat, he attained the Arhat fruit at the age of 150, becoming invincible in the world. During his travels, he took on a disciple whose talent was astonishingly formidable, even surpassing the youthful prowess of Tuo Arhat himself. This thrilled Tuo Arhat, who saw a glimmer of hope for the continuation of Shaolin's legacy. It is crucial to note that even an Arhat can only safeguard Shaolin Temple for 5 centuries. After 500 years, the inevitable end arrives, and the Arhat must also attain nirvana. However, the disciple whom Tuo Arhat accepted instilled in him a vision of hope, a possibility of transcending the Arhat realm. Indeed, this disciple underwent 3 transformations over the course of several decades, achieving the pinnacle of mastery before even reaching the age of 100, thereby attaining the Arhat fruit. Such terrifying talent to attain the Arhat fruit at 100 years of age. Yet, a turn of events unfolded. After achieving the Arhat fruit, this disciple's temperament drastically changed, ultimately leading to a confrontation with Tuo Arhat himself. In the end, this disciple transformed into the mofo, seeking to annihilate Shaolin Temple. Upon grasping this, Su Qin fell into silence. Although he had learned from ancient texts of Shaolin Temple that the mofo, who nearly caused the temple's lineage to be severed 9 centuries ago, was a disciple of Shaolin, he never anticipated that the mofo was not only a disciple but also the direct disciple of Tuo Arhat himself. Tuo Arhat is the revered Arhat of contemporary Shaolin Temple, holding an exalted status. As the direct disciple of Tuo Arhat, the mofo likely stood second only to him within the temple. No wonder Tuo Arhat felt guilt. The mofo, who almost led to the temple's destruction, was indeed a disciple he had painstakingly nurtured. Su Qin sighed softly. At last, he comprehended why Tuo Arhat chose to attain nirvana in this place rather than in the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. It was perhaps due to a deep sense of remorse towards the ancestors of Shaolin Temple. He could also surmise the events that followed. Realizing that he had not only failed to cultivate the next generation of Arhat masters at the Shaolin Temple, but had instead inadvertently fostered a great demon that would bring calamity upon the world, Arhat resolutely chose to suppress the demon Buddha. Little did he anticipate that the demon Buddha, having only stepped into the Arhat realm for a few decades, possessed strength that nearly matched his own. The demon Buddha's ability to effortlessly shift between demonic energy and Buddha power was formidable enough to subtly overpower Arhat. This revelation steeled Arhat's resolve. He understood that no matter the cost, the demon Buddha must be subdued. For if he allowed the demon Buddha to grow unchecked for several more decades, who could possibly restrain him? Ultimately, Arhat sacrificed a century of his lifespan to unleash a powerful Buddha palm technique, successfully suppressing the demon Buddha. Recognizing that his own time was limited, Arhat hastily chose this location to attain nirvana. Alas, it was unfortunate. Su Qin shook his head slightly, glancing at the two wooden boxes placed before Arhat. Inside the boxes lay the Buddhist techniques that Arhat had practiced, along with a Bodhi heart. Su Qin held these items in little esteem. After signing in at the Shaolin Temple for 20 years, he had acquired countless Buddhist techniques. Ranging from supreme skills like the Buddha palm to ordinary practices, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was an ocean of knowledge. As for the Bodhi heart, had Su Qin not recently obtained a millennium-old Bodhi heart, he might have regarded this one with more interest. However, at this moment, the Millennium Bodhi heart resided in his system space. In comparison, the one before him was akin to a mere pebble by the roadside, utterly insignificant. At last, he understood the origins of the demon Buddha. It was, in fact, the sole disciple of Arhat. Su Qin cast a glance at Arhat, who had passed into nirvana 9 centuries ago, feeling a twinge of complexity within. Perhaps at that time, Arhat had never contemplated that he would one day cultivate a demon Buddha with his own hands. Time to depart. With a flicker of thought, the two wooden boxes before Arhat fell into Su Qin's hands. While he found these items unworthy, Xian Ku could find them useful. As Su Qin's thoughts swirled, he turned and exited the secret chamber. As for the of Arhat and nirvana, Su Qin had no intention of disturbing it. Firstly, because choosing to attain nirvana here was the wish of Arhat. Secondly, Arhat had inadvertently nurtured a demon Buddha that nearly led to the destruction of the Shaolin Temple. Even if unintentional, a mistake is still a mistake. Outside the stone door, Xian Ku widened his eyes, fixated on the entrance. Why had the master not yet emerged? Anxiety clouded Xian Ku's face. Although he believed in the master's omnipotence, the prolonged absence was certainly troubling. Just then, faint footsteps resonated from within the stone door. Moments later, Su Qin's figure emerged languidly. Master. Xian Ku trotted over to Su Qin, cautiously glancing into the depths of the stone chamber. Under the gaze of Xian Ku, the stone door began to gradually obscure the entrance, restoring everything to its original state. There would be no need to return to this place again. Su Qin cast a glance at Xian Ku and directly tossed the wooden box containing the Bodhi heart into his hands. This is for your use. After acquiring the Millennium Bodhi heart, the ordinary Bodhi hearts had essentially lost their allure for Su Qin. Even a myriad of Bodhi hearts could not compare to a single Millennium Bodhi heart. What was considered immensely precious by others appeared to Su Qin as inconsequential as mere stones. Should anyone inquire, simply state that it was given by me. With these words, Su Qin vanished from the spot. Chapter 79, The Unsealing of the Enigma, The Emergence of the Demonic Buddha. In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged, contemplating the ancient Bodhi seed. With a mere thought, a pale golden Bodhi seed, adorned with mysterious patterns, materialized before him. Upon its appearance, Su Qin felt enveloped by a profound aura that illuminated his consciousness. Under this influence, he experienced a remarkable increase in the velocity of his thoughts, rendering him exceptionally alert and rational. Even the flow of his inner Arhat essence became extraordinarily smooth. Truly, it was the legendary Bodhi seed of a millennium. Su Qin marveled at its presence. Earlier, before the Dharma body of the Arhat, he had encountered a similar Bodhi seed. However, the one possessed by the Arhat only granted him a fleeting moment of clarity, offering no further benefits. In stark contrast, this Millennium Bodhi seed was incomparable, almost as if the former held no value at all. After toying with the ancient seed for a while, his gaze shifted to the entirety of the forbidden grounds. The demonic Buddha. Su Qin sighed softly. 9 centuries prior, it could be said that the Shaolin Temple was at its zenith. In that very era, Both the Arhat Hall and the demonic Buddha emerged as formidable figures, a sect boasting 2 Arhats. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, regrettably, this prosperity did not endure long, and the temple soon fell into decline. For 900 years, despite the demonic Buddha's suppression, it would manifest a fragment of malevolent thought every century, ensnaring the disciples of Shaolin and giving rise to successors of the demonic Buddha, thereby depleting the temple's foundation. Otherwise, even with the hasty passing of Arhat Hall and the abrupt loss of the supreme skill, the Tathagata Palm, it was unfathomable that after 9 centuries, the Shaolin Temple would not witness the birth of a single Arhat master. It was on the brink of being ousted from its esteemed position in the martial arts realm. According to the information left by Arhat Hall on the stone wall, although the demonic Buddha's strength surpassed his own, it was limited. Perhaps at most at the 2nd level of Arhat? Su Qin pondered slowly. Having been suppressed for 9 centuries, the demonic Buddha, in its struggle for survival, had abandoned its physical form, existing now only as a thought. Its power had likely diminished beyond the Arhat tier. Rising to his feet, Su Qin resolved to confront the demonic Buddha once and for all. A decade earlier, in pursuit of a certain goal, he had stealthily ventured into the forbidden grounds of the back mountain and even encountered the demonic Buddha. At that time, the demonic Buddha had disguised itself as a revered monk, attempting to ensnare Su Qin in a plot to seize his corporeal form and escape its seal. Unbeknownst to the demonic Buddha, however, the golden Buddha residing within Su Qin's brow could effortlessly command the sealing power of the Tathagata Palm within the forbidden grounds. Consequently, rather than escaping its confinement, the demonic Buddha found itself further suppressed, with Su Qin fortifying the seal entirely. Although the demonic Buddha had been recontained, as long as it drew breath, it remained a lingering threat. Su Qin's thoughts ebbed and flowed. Su Qin had also signed in to acquire the art of demonic thought divergence and parasitism. Understanding that even if the demon Buddha relinquished his corporeal form and persisted in a state of demonic thought, he could only endure for a maximum of a millennium. Should this state continue, the demonic thought would inevitably decay. This implies that even if Su Qin were to remain indifferent at present, in no more than a century, the demon Buddha would gradually perish under the suppression of the seal. Yet, Su Qin remained unconvinced. Given that the demon Buddha had managed to develop the art of demonic thought divergence, which granted him a lifespan far exceeding that of an Arhat, could he not conceive another secret technique to prolong his existence? While ordinary individuals might not pose a threat, someone of the demon Buddha's formidable talent could, as long as he remained alive, potentially break free from numerous constraints and soar to greatness in the future. Such a prodigious figure, Su Qin believed, must be dealt with personally to ensure peace of mind. 9 centuries prior, the Arhat Hall was unable to vanquish the demon Buddha and was compelled to resort to suppression. However, 900 years later, Su Qin was not the same Tua Arhat. With a thought, Su Qin connected with the golden-bodied Buddha residing in his brow's ancestral aperture, thereby exerting control over the sealing power of the entire rear mountain's forbidden area. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted. The rear mountain's forbidden area began to tremble. Taking this area as the epicenter, the entire Shaolin Temple quaked in response. The seal of the rear mountain's forbidden area had been established by the Arhat Hall utilizing the Buddha's divine palm, thereby suppressing the demon Buddha along with the entire Shaolin Temple. To unseal, it would inevitably create a tremendous disturbance. What has transpired? Why such vibrations? Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of the various halls exchanged alarmed glances, simultaneously directing their gazes toward the rear mountain. Is it the rear mountain's forbidden area? The head of the discipline hall's expression turned grave. It is crucial to recognize that the rear mountain's forbidden area holds the demon Buddha in check. Should any mishap occur, it would spell disaster for the entire Shaolin Temple. The other hall heads also grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in distress. What is there to panic about? The Venerable is also in the rear mountain's forbidden area. Regardless of what transpires, with the Venerable present, our Shaolin Temple will assuredly weather the storm. Observing the changing expressions of the hall heads, Abbot Huiyuan promptly admonished them. Upon hearing his words, the hall heads instantly regained their composure. Indeed, what were they concerned about? With a Venerable stationed in the rear mountain's forbidden area, even if the demon Buddha were to escape, how significant would it be? Within the rear mountain's forbidden area, as the seal continued to weaken, an entrance imbued with a pitch-black demonic radiance emerged. Billowing demonic energy flickered within the entrance, gradually spreading in all directions. Ha 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 ha. I have finally emerged. After 900 years, I have finally returned. A terrifying voice resonated from the depths of the dark entrance, brimming with overwhelming ecstasy. Following this, an ethereal demonic figure stepped forth, raising its right hand to touch the air, as if savoring something. In the next moment, the illusory demonic figure lifted its gaze towards Su Qin. "Ah, it is you, little monk." The ethereal figure smiled, revealing a hint of cruelty. "You dare to release me. It seems you are quite confident." The ethereal figure gazed at Su Qin with palpable curiosity, expressing sympathy. "Although I am unaware of how you possess the true essence of Buddha, you shall soon comprehend what true despair entails in the face of an insurmountable disparity in strength." The words of the spectral entity were imbued with formidable confidence. Indeed, the true essence of Buddha is unfathomable, yet it necessitates sufficient power to harness. At your tender age, having ascended to the first rank, you exhibit remarkable potential. As the ethereal figure spoke, it scrutinized Su Qin intently. However, in the next moment, the apparition appeared to discern something, its expression shifting dramatically. "No, this cannot be. You are not merely of the first rank. You are a revered Arhat?" The eyes of the spectral figure widened in terror, its face a mask of dread. Chapter 80. A seal that covers the heavens. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The illusory demon was engulfed in tumultuous waves of disbelief. How rare is the Arhat Venerable, even with his exceptional innate talents. It took him a century to barely step into this realm. This was only made possible because the Arhat Ta expended great resources to guide him, even sacrificing his own essence to shape his form. It was the combination of his own terrifying innate gifts and the unparalleled external conditions that enabled the illusory demon to reach the Arhat stage after 100 years. But what of Su Qin? The illusory demon was acutely aware that in this generation, the Shaolin Temple had no Arhat Venerable to oversee it. Indeed, since the passing of Arhat Tua 9 centuries ago, the temple had not birthed another Arhat Venerable. This meant that Su Qin's achievement as an Arhat Venerable was entirely his own doing. Upon reflecting on this, the illusory demon felt an involuntary chill run through his being. 10 years prior, when Su Qin was reinforcing the seal, the illusory demon was certain that Su Qin's bone age did not exceed 30 years. Now he might be at most 40. A 40-year-old Arhat Venerable? The illusory demon felt a prickling fear at the nape of his neck. Now, having been suppressed for 9 centuries, having abandoned his corporeal form to exist in a demonic thought state, his strength had undoubtedly plummeted. If Su Qin were still at the first rank, the illusory demon would have been confident in resolving the situation, at the very least managing to retreat unscathed. However, facing an Arhat Venerable, "Master, let us speak civilly. Since you have released me, it is evident you have a need for my abilities. Just tell me what you require, and I shall comply." The illusory demon dared not continue referring to himself as this esteemed one, contemplating a temporary submission in hopes of preserving his own life before addressing anything else. "That won't be necessary." Su Qin, disinterested in further dialogue, focused his thoughts. Instantly, a square seal materialized in the void. This seal, entirely black, appeared as if forged from the depths of a pitch-black abyss, with traces of blood still lingering on its edges. It was the Demon Suppression Seal, the final treasure obtained from the Demon Suppression Tower of the Shaolin Temple, renowned as the nemesis of all demonic paths. With a rumble, the Demon Suppression Seal manifested, expanding exponentially, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the sky, and gradually descending towards the illusory demon. "What is this?" A profound terror flickered in the illusory demon's gaze. The moment the seal appeared, he sensed his own power being suppressed by a fraction. And as the seal grew closer, the weight of this suppression intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable, as if the very heavens were collapsing. "Ah!" The illusory demon roared in fury, unleashing a myriad of life-preserving secret techniques in a desperate attempt to thwart the descent of the Demon Suppression Seal. Yet, alas, mere moments later, under the overwhelming force of the seal, the illusory demon was utterly shattered, and even the cave entrance from which he emerged was reduced to dust by the seal's might. This tool proves to be quite convenient. Su Qin glanced at the restored state of the Demon Suppression Seal, feeling a sense of satisfaction. While he could have dealt with the demonic Buddhist without resorting to the seal, employing it meant that Su Qin need not even lift a finger. Undoubtedly, the suppression of the demonic Buddha for 9 centuries has left it significantly weakened, yet the power of the Demon Suppression Seal, which restrains the malevolent arts throughout the realm, is indeed remarkable. With the complete fall of the demonic Buddha, the sealing force of the Tathagata's divine palm, which remains in the forbidden grounds of the back mountains, has naturally been absorbed by Su Qin, the pure land within the palm. Su Qin slowly attuned himself to the sealing force, a contemplative expression gracing his countenance. 9 centuries ago, the Arhat Hall had subdued the demonic Buddha using the third form of the Tathagata's divine palm, pure land within the palm. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Master Yuan and the various heads of the academies widened their eyes in disbelief. The aura of the demonic Buddha had vanished completely. The head of the discipline academy murmured softly, filled with incredulity. The expressions of the other academy heads, including Master Yuan, mirrored a similar astonishment. Just moments prior, they had sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy emanating from the forbidden grounds, one that was reminiscent of the aura of the demonic Buddha's disciple from over a decade ago. At the instant that overwhelming demonic energy manifested, both Master Yuan and the academy heads were taken aback, for they realized it could very well be the sealed demonic Buddha breaking free. However, before Master Yuan and the others could utter a word, the aura that symbolized the demonic Buddha dissipated entirely. The calamity of the demonic Buddha had been utterly resolved. The head of the Warrior Monk Academy found it hard to believe. Ever since the emergence of the demonic Buddha 9 centuries ago, which nearly led to the annihilation of Shaolin Temple, it had been subdued by Arhat Hall. Yet the periodic resurgence of the demonic Buddha's disciples every century had continuously eroded the temple, akin to a parasite. This generation of Shaolin Temple had not produced even a single first-grade grandmaster, which was significantly linked to the demonic Buddha's disciples. Yet now, if Master Yuan and the other heads were correct, the demonic Buddha that had been sealed within the forbidden grounds had completely vanished. With the demonic Buddha's disappearance, the disciples born of its essence would naturally cease to exist. In essence, from this day forth, Shaolin Temple would no longer have to endure a great calamity every century. It was the revered one who intervened. Master Yuan gazed toward the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, his eyes filled with profound reverence. The other heads of the academies, their expressions solemn, likewise regarded the back mountain's forbidden grounds with immense respect. They could scarcely recall how many times Su Qin had aided Shaolin Temple. Without him, it might have long since perished. Su Qin had repeatedly come to the rescue of Shaolin Temple, and now he had eradicated the threat of the demonic Buddha, rendering his contributions akin to a rebirth for the temple. How could Master Yuan and the other heads not feel awe? In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged. The resolution of the demonic Buddha's issue, while a monumental favor to Master Yuan and the other heads, as well as to the entirety of Shaolin Temple, was, in Su Qin's eyes, merely a trifling matter, hardly worth consideration. In fact, he found it somewhat tedious. The demonic Buddha, sealed for 9 centuries, had posed no pressure upon him whatsoever. Su Qin had not even lifted a finger, relying solely on the demon suppression seal to resolve the situation. Subsequently, Su Qin returned to his usual tranquil existence. Apart from his daily check-ins and the occasional guidance to Xianku, he devoted himself predominantly to cultivation. It must be said that, with the acquisition of the 1,000-year-old Bodhi heart, Su Qin's comprehension of the universe has progressed at an astonishing pace. Coupled with the previous refinement of the primordial energy of the universe through the Amitabha Sutra, alongside an ample supply of Little Li gold elixirs, his martial prowess has been escalating at a rate nearly rivaling that of his ascent to the 9th rank of martial arts. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, Su Qin gradually opened his eyes. Having finally reached the pinnacle of the second heaven, a smile graced his face. Chapter 81. Continued breakthrough. The cultivation at the level of Arhat is indeed arduous. It took me an entire year to achieve the consummation of the second heaven. Su Qin sighed softly, a hint of sentimentality crossing his expression. At this moment, the true essence within Su Qin surged like a mighty river, continuously flowing through his being, while his vital energy resembled an endless ocean. At this stage of martial arts, he had transcended the realm of humanity. With a mere gesture, he could effortlessly obliterate cities and drain oceans. Having reached the pinnacle of the second heaven, it was time to contemplate a breakthrough. Su Qin pondered quietly. The disparities between the 9 levels of Arhat are far greater than those within the 9 ranks of martial arts. However, there was no need to rush. Patience was paramount. Su Qin's thoughts took flight, and he refrained from hastily choosing to advance. In contrast to the training at the 9 ranks of martial arts, the Arhat stage involved mastering the forces of heaven and earth, demanding far greater caution. During the 9 ranks of martial arts, Any issues that arose could be mitigated by his formidable physique. Yet, in the realm of Arhat, should any misstep occur, the repercussions for Su Qin would be significant. Under these circumstances, even though he considered himself at the apex of the second heaven, with no further advancements to seek, he still required time for quiet recuperation and state adjustment. Unlike those ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespans, Su Qin had over 700 years ahead of him. There was no urgency. 3 months later, Su Qin had successfully refined his state to its optimum. He was ready to break through. Enlightenment struck him as he sat cross-legged in the forbidden area of the back mountain. In an instant, the surging true essence began to circulate in accordance with the Amitabha Sutra. A tempest of elemental energy erupted from the back mountain, expanding and radiating outward. Instantly, a storm of vital energy reappeared above the Shaolin Temple. However, the disciples of the temple had grown accustomed to such occurrences and did not react with alarm. The Venerable One is broken through again. Even the heads of the various halls, despite their usual detachment, felt a flicker of astonishment within their hearts. Was it not recorded in ancient texts that the cultivation of Arhat venerables was as challenging as ascending to the heavens? How was it that for Su Qin, the process of breaking through seemed as effortless as eating and drinking? In the forbidden area of the back mountain, as the boundless elemental energy surged towards Su Qin, he consumed one luminous golden pill after another, as if they were mere candies. His breakthrough gradually approached its conclusion. Moments later, he achieved the third heaven. With a joyful expression, Su Qin opened his eyes. This breakthrough, like the previous ones, was devoid of any tumult or unexpected events. The sensation of this newfound power. Su Qin took a deep breath. After reaching the pinnacle of the second heaven, his strength had more than doubled compared to when he first entered that realm. He could distinctly feel the immense power within him, as if he could shatter the void before him. Yet, Su Qin was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion born of his explosive increase in strength. Not even the most formidable ninth heaven Arhat could breach the fabric of reality. Upon breaking through to the triple heaven Arhat realm, Su Qin felt no sense of complacency. He remained devoted to his cultivation day after day. During this time, the abbot officially declared Xian Ku as the bodhisattva of this generation at the Shaolin Temple. Among the younger generation of the temple, no one voiced any dissent regarding this title. Over the years, they had witnessed Xian Ku steadily ascend to the status of a mid-level warrior, earning their genuine respect. It is worth noting that even among those of the Jin lineage, who are one generation above Xian, most linger in the lower realms, let alone those of the Xian lineage. Aside from Xian Ku, the other disciples of the Xian lineage were mostly honing their skills between the 9th and 8th ranks. Not a single one could claim even the 7th rank. Moreover, Xian Ku frequently received guidance from the esteemed figure within the forbidden area of the back mountain. In the entirety of Shaolin Temple, no one doubted Xian Ku's worthiness to be the bodhisattva. On this particular day, Xian Ku arrived at the forbidden area of the back mountain, seeking an audience with Su Qin. Esteemed Master, I am prepared to descend the mountain and engage with the world in a month, Xian Ku respectfully stated before Su Qin. To descend into the world? Su Qin appraised Xian Ku with a smile. Indeed, Xian Ku earnestly replied. The sutras record that the mundane world harbors great temptations and substantial risks. But only by experiencing the secular world can one traverse the sea of suffering and reach the other shore. This is your decision, as long as you have resolved it. Pursue it, Su Qin remarked, shaking his head dismissively. In truth, even if Xian Ku chose not to descend immediately, in a few years, Su Qin would still encourage him to do so. What underpins Shaolin Temple's status as a preeminent martial arts institution in the world? Is it the sutras? The teachings of Buddhism? Such notions are laughable. Shaolin Temple stands as the foremost of the 4 Buddhist temples, relying solely on strength. Were it not for their formidable might, Shaolin would have faced extermination numerous times over. To enhance strength, merely engaging in arduous training is insufficient. It is even more crucial to venture forth, to travel, and to validate one's skills against those of warriors across the realm. This is precisely why each generation of Shaolin disciples is sent down the mountain, to propagate the temple's renown and to sharpen the skills of its disciples. This practice is not exclusive to Shaolin. It is a common approach among the great sects throughout the world. For instance, several years ago, the youngest direct disciple of the Jinwu lineage from Wudong Mountain descended the mountain, challenging the world's heroes with his sword. Thank you, esteemed master. I shall take my leave. Su Qin gestured with his hand, indicating for Xian Ku to depart. Yes, Xian Ku respectfully exited the forbidden area of the back mountain. In the deep of night, with a full moon hanging high, the opportunity for signing in refreshed. Su Qin's figure flickered as he appeared outside the Bodhi courtyard. The Bodhi courtyard is the site of alchemical production within Shaolin Temple, regarded as one of its most vital locations, where numerous patrolling monks oversee day and night. However, with Su Qin's prowess, even passing directly before these patrolling monks would go unnoticed. System, sign in. Su Qin stood before the Bodhi courtyard, silently invoking the command. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, receiving 9 transformations Poseidon. 9 transformations Poseidon. Su Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 9 transformations Bodhisattva pill, akin to the glazed golden pill, is a sacred elixir of the Arhat level. However, the potency of the 9 transformations Bodhisattva pill far surpasses that of the glazed golden pill by several multiples. If the glazed golden pill resembles a gently flowing stream, the 9 transformations Bodhisattva pill is akin to a surging river. This elucidates why Su Qin has been consuming the glazed golden pill for many years instead of the 9 transformations Bodhisattva pill. His previous physical form was unable to withstand the ferocious potency of the latter. Now that I have ascended to the 3rd heaven, might I dare to attempt the 9 transformations Bodhisattva pill? This thought flickered through Su Qin's mind. Chapter 82. Xian Ku enters the world. Gratitude to the reader Jian Liren Piao Miao for the generous rewards. Outside the Bodhi courtyard, Su Qin's thoughts were tumultuous. Never mind. At this juncture, the Little Li golden pill is the most suitable for me. Should I recklessly consume the 9 turns Poseidon, I could indeed manage to absorb it. Yet a considerable portion of its medicinal properties would inevitably be wasted, which would be imprudent. Su Qin shook his head. It is worth noting that the 9 turns Poseidon he currently possesses is even fewer than the Little Li golden pills, totaling less than 500. According to the ancient texts of the Shaolin Temple, a qualitative transformation occurs as one ascends from the 1st to the 3rd level of Arhat. And the 4th level heralds a significant change. At that time, it would not be too late to take the 9 turns Poseidon. As time flowed slowly by. A month later, Xian Ku came to bid farewell to Su Qin in the forbidden area of the back mountain before descending into the world. Master, I am leaving today. Xian Ku appeared somewhat despondent, although he had long since prepared himself. It was only at this moment that he realized how vibrant and endearing every blade of grass and tree in Shaolin Temple truly was. However, entering the world for cultivation was an obligation that Xian Ku, as a disciple of Shaolin, had to fulfill. While other disciples might evade this responsibility, Xian Ku could not avoid it. I have taught you for so many years. As a parting gift, allow me to present you with a small token. Su Qin sat cross-legged and raised his right hand to produce a palm-sized, exquisite wooden sword. The sword appeared rather ordinary, seemingly carved from the most common type of wood found in Shaolin Temple. Thank you, Master. Xian Ku was quite fond of the wooden sword, which he wore around his neck, proudly displayed on his chest. Go forth. Su Qin waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Xian Ku respectfully exited the forbidden area of the back mountain. So many years have passed. Su Qin mused softly. The young monk from over a decade ago was now poised to descend into the world, ready to stand on his own. With that wooden sword in hand, he should encounter little peril, Su Qin thought casually. The palm-sized wooden sword gifted to Xian Ku was indeed a mere trinket carved by Su Qin. However, within the sword lay a strand of sword intent left by Su Qin. This sword intent, rooted in the principles of the Dharma sword technique, would activate should Xian Ku find himself in a life-threatening situation. With Su Qin's current prowess, if the sword intent were truly triggered, while it might not vanquish a martial arts legend, it could certainly dispatch any first-tier grandmaster with ease. After all, Xian Ku was embarking on a journey of cultivation, not a quest for demise. Should he truly face any peril, it was unlikely that he would be allowed to perish. Nevertheless, Su Qin did not believe Xian Ku would encounter any life-threatening dangers. As the Shaolin Temple stands as a grand pillar of martial arts, and Xian Ku is the current bodhisattva, once he steps into the world, various sects and powers would invariably extend some measure of respect. Even those with a less favorable view of the Shaolin Temple would not harbor thoughts of killing Xian Ku. After all, what would be the consequence of slaying Xian Ku? Aside from completely inciting the ire of a martial arts institution of such magnitude, what benefit could possibly arise? After leaving the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Xian Ku walked directly out of Shaolin Temple. Outside the temple, the sky was vast and the earth expansive. As Xian Ku journeyed, he encountered injustices and intervened to provide aid. When he came across those who had met untimely deaths, he recited sutras to guide their souls. The disciples he met were largely akin to him, seeking to refine themselves through worldly experiences. Among them was Zhang Xiao, the youngest direct disciple of Zhang Jinren from the true martial lineage of Wudong Mountain. In addition to Zhang Xiao, there were disciples from various esteemed martial sects, all hailing from righteous paths, and their endeavors in the world were similarly characterized by chivalry and justice. Little monk, I have heard rumors that a Luohan has appeared in your Shaolin Temple. Is this true? Zhang Xiao, clad in a Taoist robe, asked with a hint of boredom. His carefree nature rendered him unfazed by anyone except Zhang Jinren. Namo Amitba. Before entering the world, Abbot Huiyuan had instructed Xian Ku to refrain from disclosing any information regarding Su Qian. Zhang Xiao, you should cease teasing the little monk, a nearby maiden admonished, casting a disapproving glance at him. Hee. Lu Rumei, are you defending the little monk because you have taken a liking to him? Zhang Xiao jested. You, the maiden, named Lu Rumei, unsheathed her long sword and aimed to strike at Zhang Xiao. A subtle wave of sword energy sliced through the air. Zhang Xiao swiftly evaded, retreating a few steps. You crazy woman, do you truly dare to make a move? The onlookers did not intervene. Rather, they appeared entertained by the spectacle. They were all disciples of reputable sects, and their actions were measured. Neither Zhang Xiao nor Lu Rumei intended to engage in a serious confrontation. It was merely a playful test of each other's prowess. Meanwhile, within a secluded manor, several figures stood silently. The atmosphere was charged, indicating that they were formidable martial artists. At the forefront was a hawkish-nosed man, his presence commanding and overwhelming, clearly a master of the first rank. Master, we have confirmed that Zhang Xiao, the direct disciple of Zhang Jinren from Wudong Mountain, will pass through here tomorrow. A man in black reported as he knelt before the hawkish-nosed figure. Is this true? The hawkish-nosed man's eyes gleamed with interest as he inquired. Excellent. Truly excellent. He laughed maniacally, his expression growing ever more sinister. Zhang Jinren, 30 years ago, you took the life of my son, leaving my lineage in ruins. Now, I shall slay your youngest disciple to honor my son's spirit in the heavens. Each of the others in the room lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the hawkish-nosed man. Master, if we kill Zhang Xiao, what if Zhang Jinren seeks vengeance? One figure standing beside him ventured to ask. Hiki. The hawkish-nosed man shook his head dismissively. Fear not. In other locations, where many eyes abound, I would indeed hesitate to strike down Zhang Xiao. However, at this location, the man with the hooked nose remarked, a smile gracing his face, killing Zhang Xiao here will go unnoticed by anyone else. The man with the hooked nose exuded an air of confidence. With his esteemed mastery as a first-rate grandmaster, had he truly desired to eliminate Zhang Xiao without hesitation, he would have done so long ago. The reason he had bided his time until now was to await an opportunity that was utterly foolproof. At this moment, he had finally arrived at that pivotal juncture. Chapter 83. 1,000 miles away, a wooden sword slays the Grand Master. The following day, Xian Ku and disciples from various sects traversed a desolate wilderness, pausing before a mountain villa. Shall we enter and rest for a while? Someone suggested, unable to contain their weariness. Most of them were mid-level martial artists. Although they possessed internal energy to shield themselves, true unbroken vigilance was an impossible feat very well. Zhang Xiao replied after scanning the villa and confirming its safety. Wait a moment, Xian Ku interjected suddenly. We should refrain from resting here. After a brief silence, he elaborated. I can't quite explain it, but I felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding while observing this villa, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. He recognized it as a warning from his Buddhist heart. Not resting here? Zhang Xiao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What do you mean? I do not know. I merely sense danger in this villa, Xian Ku responded, shaking his head. The profundity of the warning from his Buddhist heart eluded him, leaving him only with his instinctual feelings. Danger? In that case, let us not linger and depart immediately. Zhang Xiao pondered briefly before making the decision. The others, while slightly discontented, held their tongues. As martial artists, they could endure some fatigue. However, just as Xian Ku and the others were about to leave, a sinister voice echoed, Hee, since you have arrived. Did you think you could leave without consulting me? A hawk-nosed man slowly approached. At the moment he appeared, dozens of figures clad in black silently surrounded Xian Ku and his companions. This is troublesome. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened. At that moment, he realized they had unwittingly fallen into a trap. May I ask who you are? Zhang Xiao boldly declared. My master is the renowned Zhang Jinren of Wudong. The hawk-nosed man elicited a sense of extreme danger for Zhang Xiao. Though he could not gauge the man's strength, it was evident that he was far superior. In such circumstances, Zhang Xiao opted for directness, revealing his identity rather than contemplating a challenge. Upon hearing his words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that the formidable reputation of Zhang Zhenren would compel their captors to release them. However, the hawk-nosed man showed no sign of trepidation at the mention of Zhang Zhenren. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Zhenren? We specifically target disciples of Zhang Zhenren. With a maniacal laugh, he commanded, "Seize them all." Instantly, the black-clad figures charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, an old Taoist priest clad in robes emerged, grasping Zhang Zhao's shoulder in an attempt to flee. "Master Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon encountering the aged Taoist, Zhang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, yet elated. This venerable figure was his granduncle, a second-tier master from Wudong Mountain. Zhang Zhao himself had not anticipated the serendipity of meeting his granduncle in such a place. "Haha, I've spotted you long ago." A man with a hawkish nose sneered from a distance, raising his right hand and pressing it towards the Taoist. Buzz. A surge of force sliced through the air, landing effortlessly upon the Taoist. The Taoist's complexion turned crimson as he spat out blood, staggering backward, nearly collapsing onto the ground. "You must be Zhang Zhao's guardian, am I correct?" The hawkish-nosed man inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Taoist. "With Zhang Zhao's stature, it is inconceivable that he would descend into the world without protection." The reason the hawkish-nosed man had refrained from attacking earlier was to await the emergence of these individuals. "And you all, step forward." His eyes shifted to the others. "Excuse me, may I inquire about your identity? If my memory serves me right, we are not acquainted." A figure emerged from the shadows, regarding the hawkish-nosed man with a somber tone. "Indeed, we are strangers," the hawkish-nosed man replied, a glimmer of coldness crossing his face. "However, since you are here, prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, the aura of a first-tier grandmaster erupted violently. The concealed, upper-tier martial artists, who had been safeguarding their disciple, were taken aback, being sent flying and crashing to the ground with tremendous force. An effortless victory, the hawkish-nosed man scoffed. For him, suppressing these guardians was as simple as quenching one's thirst. Witnessing this scene, the disciples from various sects felt a chilling dread enveloping them. They could scarcely believe that their elders had failed to withstand even a single strike from the hawkish-nosed man. "Flee. Run as far as you can." At that moment, the venerable Taoist from Wudong Mountain bellowed fiercely. Upon hearing these words, everyone regained their clarity. Indeed, the priority now was not to remain stationary, but to escape alive. "Run?" A hint of derision appeared on the hawkish-nosed man's face. "Do you think these disciples, who are not even upper tier, can escape from a first-tier grandmaster like me? We must leave." Zhang Zhao discreetly retreated beside Xian Ku, speaking swiftly. "My granduncle just informed me that he will activate a secret technique to hold that man off for a while, giving us the chance to flee. Then we shall run together," Lu Rumei stammered. Coming from a noble background, she had never encountered such terror and felt fortunate to still be standing. "Agreed." Xian Ku nodded. In that moment of peril, Xian Ku felt an unprecedented clarity. Just as Xian Ku finished speaking, the Wudong Taoist's aura surged dramatically as he charged towards the hawkish-nosed man. "A forbidden secret technique?" The man with the hooked nose shook his head and stepped forward, appearing beside the old priest, delivering a sudden and forceful blow. Boom! The old priest's complexion turned as pale as paper, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. This. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened considerably, while Lu Rumei nearby trembled in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. They never anticipated that the old priest, having invoked a secret technique, would still be so feeble. "I shall not indulge you any longer," the hook-nosed man said. Impatience etched across his face as he reached out with his right hand, seizing Zhang Zhao. "Do not worry. You shall not perish so easily. I will ensure you experience the utmost tortures of this world before sending you off." The man's gaze towards Zhang Zhao was imbued with a profound cruelty. All hope was lost. Zhang Zhao's face turned ashen at that moment. His internal energy was sealed by the hook-nosed man, rendering him incapable of even taking his own life. "As for you, I bear you no grudge. Yet you have witnessed things that you should not have." The hook-nosed man shifted his gaze towards Xian Ku and his companions, lifting his left hand as a terrifying force surged forth, intent on reducing them to mere pulp. What to do? What to do? The other disciples were already paralyzed with fear, instinctively fleeing in all directions. If their elders from the upper three realms had fallen here, what hope did they have? Lu Rumei, too, was pale with fright, frozen in place behind Xian Ku, awaiting death with closed eyes. "Xian Ku, little monk. I never imagined I would meet my end alongside you," Lu Rumei murmured to herself. As death approached, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. "Namo Amitabha. If I do not enter hell, who will?" Xian Ku stepped forward, charging at the hook-nosed man. Though he knew death was certain, he clearly chose to stand rather than kneel before it. "You little ball donkey, you possess quite a bit of courage," the hook-nosed man remarked, shaking his head slightly. "Yet it is a pity, before me, no amount of bravery holds any significance." The man's expression turned cold, and with a press of his left hand, an overwhelming pressure engulfed the scene. Boom. Xian Ku felt as though struck by lightning, his consciousness beginning to blur. Am I about to die? Scenes flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on the side of Su Qin, seated cross-legged in the forbidden area of the back mountain. At last, he had seen his master one final time. Just as Xian Ku prepared to embrace death, the small wooden sword, which had hung quietly around his neck, began to tremble silently. Crack! The wooden sword, defying the absence of wind, floated in midair, its tip pointing upwards as it slowly descended towards the hooked-nosed man. What is that? The hooked-nosed man, a grandmaster of the highest order, immediately noticed the small wooden sword at Xian Ku's neck. This is not good. A sense of imminent danger surged within him, prompting him to retreat violently. However, at that moment, the palm-sized wooden sword resting upon Xian Ku's neck had already descended. With a swift motion, an ethereal sword intent coalesced from the void, cleaving downwards towards the hawk-nosed man. The brilliance of this strike defies description. In an instant, this sword intent traversed a distance of over 100 meters, effortlessly slicing through the protective inner strength surrounding the hawk-nosed man, cleaving him in two. The residual sword intent swept through, penetrating the estate behind the hawk-nosed man. A thunderous roar echoed as a smooth, mirror-like fissure suddenly appeared in the center of the vast estate, expanding relentlessly, causing the entire structure to be severed in twain. What is this? All who witnessed the scene stood frozen in place, their minds rendered blank. Chapter 84, Shock This. The multitude of disciples, initially poised to scatter in panic, were rendered speechless at the sight before them. They could scarcely have imagined that the hawkish-nosed man, who had effortlessly subdued numerous martial artists of the upper three realms, could be so easily cleaved in twain. The sword light just now. The elderly Taoist from Wudong Mountain, having just regained consciousness from his stupor, beheld that obliterating sword light. Beneath its radiance, the void, the heavens, and the very essence of life seemed to be severed, all worldly matters dimmed in its presence. Even if my senior brother were to intervene directly, it would be inconceivable for him to unleash such a strike. The Wudong elder murmured, his expression vacant, as if he were still ensnared by the brilliance of that sword light. I am still alive? Zhang Xiao tumbled to the ground with a thud, yet experienced no pain, only an overwhelming joy. The malevolence emanating from the hawkish-nosed man had nearly consumed him, and Zhang Xiao did not need to think twice to know that if he had truly fallen into the hands of that man, he would have been trapped in a fate worse than death. He had narrowly avoided the caress of that sword light. Zhang Xiao felt a shiver of dread. Unlike the others who beheld the sword light from a distance, he had been grasped by the hawkish-nosed man and had witnessed the oncoming sword light up close. Judging by the power demonstrated by that sword light, he knew without a doubt that had it grazed him even slightly, his fate would have been no different from that of the hawkish-nosed man. Is the master dead? The black-clad subordinates of the hawkish-nosed man trembled, their faces etched with terror. What should we do now? The group of black-clad men exchanged glances, and a sense of retreat began to take root in their hearts. With the hawkish-nosed man no longer at the helm, their strength had diminished significantly. It was not only improbable to encircle and slay this group of martial sect disciples. They could very well find themselves facing a deadly counterattack. We must flee. In an instant, these black-clad men reached a consensus. Had the hawkish-nosed man still been alive, they would have dared not defy the orders of a master of the first rank. But with his body now cold, if they did not depart at this moment, when would they? Should that sword light return, they would undoubtedly meet their demise here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, these black-clad men vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the disciples of the sect paid no heed to their retreat. Their gazes were wholly fixated on Xian Ku. What is this? Xian Ku appeared equally bewildered. He had been bracing himself for death. Given the prowess of the hawkish-nosed man, dispatching a mid-three-realm martial artist like himself would have been a trivial task. Is this the wooden sword bestowed upon me by the Venerable One? Xian Ku cast his eyes down upon the wooden sword still hanging around his neck. At this moment, the sword had reverted to its ordinary state, though faint, nearly imperceptible cracks began to emerge along its edges. At the moment when Xian Ku was lost in thought, the other disciples from various sects cautiously approached, stopping 10 meters away, their curious gazes fixed upon Xian Ku, their expressions betraying a desire to speak, yet held back by hesitation. Just then, Zhang Xiao, having regained his composure, walked over and, unable to resist, directed a question towards Xian Ku. As soon as the words left his mouth, the eyes of numerous disciples brightened, their ears perked up, eager to hear what Xian Ku would say. Xian Ku blinked, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a low reprimand rang out. Zhang Xiao, refrain from asking what you should not. The elder Taoist from Wudong Mountain hurried towards them, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Xiao. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, the old Taoist bowed deeply to Xian Ku, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention. Wudong Mountain shall forever remember this favor, and should any need arise in the future, we will surely repay it. The old Taoist's words were sincere. His gratitude was not solely directed at Xian Ku, but rather aimed at the formidable presence that had unleashed the sword light moments before. Being a second-tier master and having spent years by the side of the esteemed Zhang Zhenren of Wudong Mountain, the old Taoist discernment was leagues beyond that of a young disciple like Zhang Xiao. Just by witnessing that sword light, he could ascertain the truth behind the rumors in the martial world, that the Shaolin Temple had indeed produced a genuine Arhat, who, aside from the exalted Arhat, could wield such a sword light that resonated with all living beings. The elders of the other sects, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, and promptly bowed deeply towards Xian Ku, or more accurately, to the exquisite wooden sword that hung around Xian Ku's neck. Particularly, the old Taoist from Wudong Mountain, at this moment, was acutely aware that the hawk-nosed man had aimed his ire at Zhang Xiao. As for the other disciples, they were perhaps unwittingly implicated by their association with Wudong. With Wudong's reputation resounding throughout the world and the esteemed Zhang Zhenren standing atop the pinnacle of martial mastery, how could the old Taoist not feel anger at the near calamity they had just faced? Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of Shaolin Temple, as the exquisite wooden sword, no larger than a palm, that hung from Xian Ku's neck unleashed its strike, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in a certain direction. Has the sword intent been activated? A contemplative look flickered in Su Qin's eyes. The wooden sword he had gifted to Xian Ku contained a strand of sword intent forged by the Dharma sword technique. This sword intent, left by Su Qin, would resonate with him regardless of the distance, allowing him to sense its activation. Has Xian Ku encountered a life-threatening situation? Su Qin's expression remained unchanged as he pondered silently. Only in the face of insurmountable power would Xian Ku trigger the sword intent within the wooden sword. The crisis must have been averted. After a moment of deep reflection, Su Qin softly murmured to himself. The sword intent he had inscribed within the wooden sword could unleash 3 strikes. Having sensed the first strike, he became fully immersed, realizing that Xian Ku was likely safe at this juncture. Otherwise, the lingering sword intent within the wooden sword will inevitably strike out the remaining 2 strikes, refusing to simply fade away. Chapter 85. The Great Formation of Heaven and Earth. Gratitude to the Friend Buddha gives birth to all things for their generous rewards. However, what could possibly endanger Xian Ku to such a perilous extent? Su Qin felt a flicker of curiosity within. While others might remain oblivious, Su Qin, as a revered Arhat, perceived all matters of the Shaolin Temple under his divine consciousness, as if observing the intricate patterns of a palm. It was precisely at the moment Xian Ku departed from the temple to embark on his worldly cultivation that the head of the Dharma Institute mysteriously vanished from Shaolin as well. Clearly, the head of the Dharma Institute was covertly assigned by Abbot Huiyuan to follow and protect Xian Ku. One must recognize that, apart from Abbot Huiyuan, the only first-grade grandmaster in the temple, there were merely 2 second-grade masters remaining. Designating one to safeguard Xian Ku represented an extraordinary level of importance placed upon him. In truth, had Abbot Huiyuan not been unable to leave his post, overseeing Shaolin, he would have personally wished to protect Xian Ku due to the latter's immense significance to the temple. Nevertheless, even with a second-grade master discreetly guarding him, Xian Ku still managed to evoke the sword intent from within the wooden sword. This piqued Su Qin's interest. Yet, although somewhat intrigued, Su Qin did not allow it to overly concern him. Regrettably, whether it be sword intent or divine consciousness, all originated from me. Should the day arrive when I fall, these essences would dissipate like roots severed from their source. Su Qin sighed softly. This also elucidated why, despite Shaolin having produced numerous revered Arhats over thousands of years, it remained in a state of decline in this generation, perhaps while the Arhats were alive. Shaolin's prestige was formidable, and none dared to provoke it, but once an Arhat ascended to nirvana, the situation shifted drastically. Ultimately, regardless of what transpires, one's own strength remains paramount. Su Qin reflected. If only I were sufficiently powerful, as enduring as the Buddha, imperishable and eternal. Then what in this world could possibly challenge me? Contemplating this, Su Qin immersed himself once more in his cultivation. Since stepping into the third heaven, his progress had noticeably slowed, yet this slowing was relative when compared to the 9th rank of martial arts. When juxtaposed with the revered Arhats of Shaolin's past, or the legendary heroes of the martial world, Su Qin's cultivation pace was still astonishingly rapid. Inhale, exhale. As Su Qin breathed, the vital energy of the entire sacred grounds reverberated in harmony with his rhythm. Time flowed steadily. A day later, at the Dharma Institute, Abbot Huiwen convened once more with the heads of the various institutes. A letter from Huiju arrived, reporting that Xian Ku had been ambushed by a first-grade grandmaster during his travels. Abbot Huiwen turned to the institute heads, his voice grave. Huiju, the head of the Dharma Institute, belonged to the same Hui lineage as Abbot Huiwen. Though the other disciples might be unaware, the heads present were well informed. This was the culmination of discussions among the various institute heads and Abbot Huiwen. Although Shaolin Temple is renowned as the supreme authority in the martial arts world, ordinary forces would never dare to provoke it. Yet, as the saying goes, it is better to be cautious than to be complacent. With the potential of Xian Ku and the guidance of Su Qin, it is not to say that he will certainly attain the Arhat fruit position, but at the very least, he could reach the heights of the Master of Mongolian Yuan, comparable to the esteemed Zhang Zhenren of Wudong. Such a prodigy, appearing only once in centuries, how could Shaolin Temple not have contingency plans? However, the heads of various halls never anticipated that despite their extensive preparations, Xian Ku would still encounter peril in the world of cultivation. Which first-rate grandmaster would dare to strike down a disciple of Shaolin Temple? The head of the warrior monks hall rose in fury. The expressions of the other hall heads were equally grim. In their eyes, facing an assault from a first-rate grandmaster, Xian Ku should have had no chance of survival. After all, no matter how great the potential, time is required for it to mature. Rest assured, Xian Ku is unharmed, the Abbot Huiwen remarked, surveying the surroundings. Unharmed. The hall heads widened their eyes in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom how Xian Ku, at the level of the third realm, could possibly have preserved his life against a first-rate grandmaster. It was the venerable one who, before departing, bestowed upon Xian Ku a wooden sword. It was this very sword that unleashed a formidable sword intent, claiming the life of that first-rate grandmaster. A smile graced the face of Abbot Huiwen. A wooden sword? Slaying a grandmaster? The hall heads exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. They were well aware of Su Qin's formidable prowess against him. Even a first-rate grandmaster or an accomplished one would be rendered insignificant. Yet they had not anticipated that Su Qin, with merely a wooden sword from a great distance, could slay a first-rate grandmaster. Is this still human? The Arhat Venerable is indeed invincible, yet a first-rate grandmaster is not to be trifled with. After a lengthy silence, the head of the discipline hall murmured, his gaze filled with profound reverence. It is time to sign in. Su Qin strolled leisurely to the scripture repository, his thoughts in a whirl. System, sign in, Su Qin silently intoned. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the formation diagram gathering Yuan Pure Land. A formation diagram? Gathering Yuan Pure Land? Su Qin's eyes gleamed as he instantly comprehended the significance of this sign-in reward. It must be a type of grand formation. Su Qin mused to himself. Upon entering the realm of the Arhat Venerable or the legends of the martial world, one could perceive the heavens and earth, mastering their powers. Some Arhat Venerables even devised grand formations from this understanding. These formations serve various purposes. Some lean towards concealment, others towards suppression, and yet others towards healing. For instance, the Demon Suppression Tower of Shaolin Temple and the Stone Gate at the resting place of the Ta Arhat are both guarded by such formations. Over the past 2 decades, Su Qin had signed in for numerous formation diagrams. The Gathering Yuan Pure Land must also be a type of grand formation. As Su Qin pondered, all knowledge concerning Gathering Yuan Pure Land surged into his mind. After a brief moment, suddenly, Su Qin opened his eyes wide, astonished to find himself within the grand array that converges the essence of heaven and earth. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. This was the first time he had acquired such a celestial formation. It is essential to note that in martial arts cultivation, below the third realm, one is relatively independent of the vital energies of the cosmos. However, upon reaching the third realm and beyond, the necessity of purifying the physical body with the essence of heaven and earth becomes evident, thus revealing the paramount importance of this energy. The denser the celestial essence, the greater the benefits for martial practitioners. In fact, Even an ordinary individual who remains in an area rich with this energy for an extended period would find themselves free from ailments and enjoying prolonged life. As the Shaolin Temple stands as a revered bastion of martial arts, having produced the esteemed Arhat, it is naturally situated in a locale abundant with the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, while this vital energy is more than sufficient for the average martial artist, it pales in comparison to the needs of someone like Su Qin, a practitioner of the third realm and an Arhat. Chapter 86. Enlightenment. Outside the Sutra repository, Su Qin continuously attuned himself to the gathering Yuan Pure Land formation. However, the establishment of this grand array necessitated 999 jade stones. Su Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Regardless of the type of celestial formation, a medium is required for its configuration, and gathering Yuan Pure Land is no exception. 999 jade stones. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qin resolved to have Abbot Huiwen gather these materials. As the eminent Shaolin Temple, a bastion of martial prowess with thousands of disciples, acquiring the 999 jade stones Su Qin required would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Time passed slowly. The tasks delegated by Su Qin immediately garnered the attention of Abbot Huiwen and the heads of various halls. It is worth noting that this was Su Qin's first request for their assistance, and how could Abbot Huiwen and the others afford to be negligent? The return of Xian Ku naturally stirred some commotion within the Shaolin Temple. After meeting Xian Ku, including Abbot Huiwen, the heads of the halls summoned him to the forbidden area of the back mountain to seek an audience with Su Qin. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, greetings, esteemed one, Xian Ku respectfully addressed Su Qin. If it were not for the wooden sword bestowed by the esteemed one during this foray into the world, Xian Ku would likely have perished at the hands of that first-grade grandmaster. It can be said that Su Qin not only imparted the teachings to Xian Ku but also granted him the gift of life. Do you harbor doubts? Su Qin merely cast a glance at Xian Ku and indicated meaningfully. Perhaps Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the halls could not perceive anything amiss. But under Su Qin's keen awareness, he observed meticulously. Even though it was not as profound as the Buddhist ability of mind reading, there was little that Xian Ku could conceal. Esteemed one. After a moment of hesitation, Xian Ku bowed his head and confessed, disciple indeed has uncertainties. Speak of them, Su Qin urged, taking a rare second look at Xian Ku before continuing slowly. Disciple is uncertain whether such behavior is right or wrong. If it is wrong, why has no one sought to amend it? Xian Ku raised his gaze towards Su Qin, his tone laden with deep perplexity. Right or wrong? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face as he replied. The myriad phenomena of the mortal realm and the five aggregates are all veiled, governed by the laws of nature. There exists no absolute right or wrong. Much like wolves devouring sheep and sheep grazing on grass, you are neither a wolf nor a sheep, not directly involved. Your insistence on right or wrong is merely a manifestation of your own thoughts. Su Qin's words resonated within Xian Ku like the booming of a great bell, each syllable reverberating in his heart, as though jolting him out of his doubts. There is no distinction between right and wrong. It is merely a matter of thought. Xian Ku's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had glimpsed the truth, his entire being suddenly becoming clearer. Thank you, esteemed one, for illuminating the path for your disciple. Xian Ku once again bowed deeply to Su Qin, his demeanor reverent. Depart now, Su Qin gestured with his hand. Yes, Xian Ku bowed and withdrew. So young yet pondering such matters, why must one delve into philosophy? Su Qin shook his head. If one were an ordinary individual, even the most esteemed monks might find themselves at a loss when confronted by Xian Ku. Yet who is Su Qin? Having lived two lives, the myriad philosophies of his previous existence are indelibly etched in his mind. How could he possibly be stumped by Xian Ku? Nevertheless, this experience has liberated him from all burdens, allowing him to aspire to enter the realm of the Grandmaster before the age of 40. Su Qin pondered deeply, contemplating the significance of becoming a Grandmaster at 40. While he would still be incomparable to Su Qin, such an achievement would place him among the elite of the realm, and with sufficient fortune, he might even approach the threshold of Arhat. Of course, even if all goes smoothly, for Xian Ku to reach the Arhat pinnacle would still be a matter of 1 or 2 centuries. Given Su Qin's current pace of cultivation, in 1 or 200 years, he would not only transcend the Arhat level but also attain the invincible 9th heaven Arhat realm. He silently hoped that he could grow as much as possible before his essence ran out in the scripture pavilion and Bodhi courtyard. Su Qin mused, wondering if his younger sister was faring well in Chang'an. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of Chang'an, a sudden thought striking him. However, upon his arrival, he would discover that the entire Su family had relocated to Chang'an. Yet, Upon learning this, Su Qin felt no substantial worry for their safety. Chang'an is the seat of the Tang Emperor, and with Prince Li Xing there, how could the Su family possibly encounter misfortune? Moreover, Li Sheng has already been proclaimed the crown prince by the Tang Emperor. As long as the emperor lives, the Su family can rest easy. Furthermore, his younger sister wears the jade pendant he gifted her, which conceals a fragment of his divine consciousness. Through this essence, while Su Qin may not grasp every detail of her experiences, he can ascertain her general well-being. It is essential to note that divine consciousness differs fundamentally from sword intent or blade intent. Both sword and blade intents are mere extensions of Su Qin's power, whereas divine consciousness is a manifestation of his very essence. To put it simply, while the sword intent contained in the wooden sword he gifted Xin Ku may erupt, Su Qin can only confirm that it has indeed manifested. He remains oblivious to the reasons behind its eruption or the adversaries faced by Xin Ku. Divine consciousness, however, operates differently. If the divine consciousness within the jade pendant worn by Sui Weiyun were to unleash its power, even from afar, Su Qin would still sense the prevailing circumstances surrounding her. Over the years, through the connection with the pendant, Su Qin has grown increasingly certain of Su Yuan's safety, both physically and mentally. There is also the matter of cultivating further. Beyond the continent, in the depths of the boundless ocean, unknown martial legends still exist. Despite having reached the third heaven and commanding this continent, my current strength is not yet invincible on a global scale. There remain formidable opponents of similar rank. Su Qin steadied his mind, swallowed a glazed golden pill, and slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, within Chang'an, in a lavish palace, revelry and music filled the air. At the highest seat within the palace, a man clad in resplendent robes sat, his expression dark and brooding, evidently suppressing a tempest of fury. Moments later, he pondered the true intentions of his father. How could he possibly confer the title of crown prince upon that illegitimate offspring? The nobleman slammed his palm onto the table, his anger palpable. Chapter 87, Pure Land, Gratitude to the Reader, Lack of Exercise. I am not a fatty for the generous rewards. As soon as the man in the brocade robe finished speaking, all the singing maidens who were performing fell to their knees, their faces etched with fear, unwilling to raise their heads. Your Highness, tread carefully. A middle-aged man, resembling a strategist, hurriedly approached and whispered. The decree to confer the title of Crown Prince is a sacred command from His Majesty himself, followed by the dispatch of eunuch Zhao to bring the young prince to the Eastern Palace. This indicates His Majesty's determination. The strategist quickly added, If Your Highness's words reach His Majesty's ears, or eunuch Zhao's. Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad man, known as Prince Chun, changed his expression. He glanced at the terrified maidens kneeling before him, and his demeanor gradually calmed. Take them away, he commanded. Yes. Instantly, dozens of armored soldiers emerged from the shadows, dragging the anxious maidens away. What should I do now? Allow that illegitimate child to ascend the throne? Prince Chen clenched his fists, his face a mask of unwillingness. Over the years, as Emperor Tang aged, his conflicts with the other princes had intensified. Nevertheless, Prince Chen had accepted his fate, for he believed he still had a chance to occupy that esteemed position. However, with the emperor's recent proclamation of the crown prince, their previous rivalries seemed utterly absurd. If it had been another prince designated as crown prince, Prince Chen would have felt resentment, but not to the extent he currently did. Yet, Li Xing. In Prince Chen's eyes, Li Xing was merely a wild child who had emerged from the shadows, already enjoying the privileges of royalty, and now dared to aspire to the imperial throne? Do not panic, Your Highness. The middle-aged strategist glanced around before lowering his voice. It is still too early to discuss the throne. Oh, Prince Chen's eyes brightened as he focused on the strategist. What do you propose, Your Highness? The strategist spoke with a knowing look. The emperor is aging. Even with eunuch Zhao's protection, many matters may not unfold entirely according to his wishes. Upon hearing this, Prince Chen's eyes narrowed. You are correct. A smile appeared on Prince Chen's face as he gazed at the strategist. Father Emperor, he is aging. Shaolin Temple. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, Su Qin sat cross-legged, gazing at the thousands of exquisite jade stones laid before him. These jade stones, translucent and invaluable, would undoubtedly cause a stir if placed in the outside world. Yet, at this moment, they appeared as mere stones before Su Qin. The efficiency of Shaolin Temple is indeed commendable, Su Qin mused. He had instructed Abbot Huiwen to gather jade stones yesterday, and today, these stones had already appeared, significantly exceeding the count of 999. With the jade stones assembled, it was time to commence the arrangement of the grand celestial formation. Su Qin's thoughts surged as everything regarding the gathering of essence and pure land formation flowed slowly through his mind. Despite being thoroughly trained, Su Qin remained acutely aware that, even with his familiarity, the first attempt at setting up the formation required utmost caution. Any misstep could render the precious jade stones utterly wasted. As time passed, Su Qin meticulously embedded each jade stone into designated locations within the forbidden area of the rear mountain, eventually using his spiritual consciousness to manipulate the surrounding elemental energies. This was the crux of the celestial formation. Whether it was the jade or any other medium, they served merely as aids. The true determinant of the formation's success lay in the vigor of the practitioner's spiritual consciousness. Generally, only those at the level of Arhat or legendary martial artists possess the potency to harness the forces of nature. With the continuous guidance of Su Qin's spiritual consciousness, the jade stones embedded throughout the rear mountain's forbidden area began to emit a soft, radiant glow. Subsequently, an endless tide of elemental energy surged toward him from all directions. Instantly, the 999 jade stones shimmered once more, drawing in the elemental energies from a vast radius. Almost visibly, the elemental energy coalesced into mist, swirling around the rear mountain and gradually spreading outward in all directions. At that moment, all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple widened their eyes, instinctively gazing toward the forbidden area of the rear mountain. "Look, it seems like mist is rising from the rear mountain," one disciple exclaimed loudly. Over the years, although unusual sounds had often emanated from the forbidden area, they were usually fleeting gatherings of elemental energy that dissipated quickly. However, the ethereal mist that lingered now was a sight they had never witnessed before. What is happening? Why is there mist on the rear mountain? Some disciples, driven by curiosity, unconsciously drew closer to the rear mountain. Wait, this mist seems peculiar. One disciple inhaled a faint trace of the mist, and his expression changed slightly. The mist he inhaled was merely a diluted essence drifting out from the forbidden area, yet even so, he felt a chilling and refreshing aura enveloping him, exceedingly pleasant. "I feel it too. This mist is truly remarkable. I sense my injuries from training are beginning to heal. Could it be that this mist is indeed infused with celestial energy?" The other disciples, astonished, engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the disciples' incredulity, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the various halls were engulfed in profound astonishment. "This mist, is it formed from the gathering of elemental energies?" The head of the martial monks' hall stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. As seasoned practitioners at least in the upper three realms, they understood well the benefits of elemental energy on martial artists after having experienced its cleansing effects on their bodies. The other hall heads exchanged glances, their faces equally etched with shock. After a moment, the head of the discipline hall could not contain himself and spoke up. At this moment, the mist enveloping the back mountain stirred with great intensity. Even though they were aware that Su Qin preferred to remain undisturbed, they felt compelled to approach with trepidation. The back mountain was a forbidden zone. Su Qin sat in a meditative posture. If the vital energy outside the mountain merely coalesced into mist, here, it was on the verge of becoming tangible. In such an environment, Su Qin felt the flow of his true essence accelerating significantly. It is no wonder that many revered arhats and martial legends delight in contemplating these grand formations of heaven and earth. The benefits are indeed profound. Su Qin sensed every fiber of his being rejoicing in exuberance. Suddenly, at that moment, his gaze shifted towards the entrance of the forbidden zone. Have they also arrived? Under the influence of his consciousness, Su Qin discerned that Abbot Huiwen and several heads of the academy stood hesitantly outside the forbidden zone, uncertain whether to enter. "Please, do come in." Just as Abbot Huiwen and the other heads exchanged glances, pausing at the threshold, a tranquil voice resonated in their ears. "The esteemed one has granted us permission to enter." The head of the Martial Monks Academy's expression brightened, and he cautiously stepped into the forbidden zone. Abbot Huiwen and the other heads followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper, they increasingly felt the profound richness of the vital energy permeating the air. Eventually, they reached the heart of the forbidden zone, where they beheld Su Qin seated in meditation, surrounded by swirling white mist, breathing rhythmically, embodying an ethereal presence akin to a deity. "We pay our respects, esteemed one." Abbot Huiwen and the others bowed deeply. Chapter 88. Yuze Rise. Everyone. With these words from Su Qin, Master Huiwen and the heads of the various halls straightened their backs slightly. However, even so, they kept their heads bowed, unable to meet Su Qin's gaze. "Esteemed one, may I inquire about the mist in the back mountains?" Master Huiwen cautiously formulated his words, probing for answers. In his heart, The young monk seated before him was no longer merely a disciple of the Jin generation from the Shaolin Temple. He had ascended to the status of a revered Arhat, a reincarnation of the Buddha, destined to transcend the limits of the world. Mist? It's merely a trifle I conjured. Su Qin replied nonchalantly. The mist in Master Huiwen's eyes was merely an extraordinary phenomenon resulting from the condensation of the world's vital energy. It was entirely different from true clouds and fog. A trifle. The heads of the various halls exchanged glances, feeling as if they were caught in a dream. They had quietly inhaled some of the mist outside the forbidden area in the back mountains and could distinctly sense its beneficial effects on themselves. Particularly the head of the Arhat Hall, who had spent much of his youth focusing on external martial skills, had developed some hidden injuries within his body. These injuries, having accumulated over time, might not pose an immediate threat, but when the head of the Arhat Hall's vitality eventually waned, they would surely manifest. The head of the Arhat Hall was quite troubled by this, yet felt powerless. These hidden injuries were deeply ingrained. Unless he advanced to the first grade and underwent a transformation of his physical form, they would be virtually impossible to eradicate. However, after inhaling a few breaths of the mist from the back mountains, he surprisingly felt the hidden injuries within him gradually improving. Yet, to Su Qin, this mist, akin to a celestial elixir for the others, seemed trivial, as if it were nothing of consequence. This left the heads of the various halls in deep contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words. They were all practitioners of the upper three realms, subjected daily to the cleansing of the world's vital energy. And they recognized that the mist was indeed a product of the condensation of this energy. Yet, recognizing it was one thing. But to truly see and even inhale it was an experience that invoked profound disbelief. Since you are here, there are a few matters to discuss. Su Qin glanced at Master Huiwen and the heads of the halls and spoke calmly. Each day, some mist will disperse beyond the forbidden area in the back mountains, and you may select some disciples to absorb it at their discretion. Once the gathering vitality Pure Land array is set, it will continuously draw upon the vital energy of the surrounding area for dozens of miles. This vital energy, compressed through the array, takes on a tangible form. Yet a negligible portion still escapes beyond the array, manifesting as the mist seen by the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. In comparison to the genuine vital energy gathered by the gathering vitality Pure Land, this mist is vastly inferior, belonging to an entirely different realm. However, for the disciples of the middle three realms and even the heads of the upper three realms at Shaolin Temple, it holds significant benefits, nourishing the body, enhancing cultivation, and more. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Su Qin reminded Master Huiwen and others of this matter, regardless of his indifference towards the ephemeral mist. Even if Su Qin remained silent, the vapor would inevitably dissipate into the cosmos. Rather than let it linger, he found it more prudent to assist the disciples of Shaolin Temple. However, what Su Qin did not anticipate was the profound impact his words would stir within the hearts of Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the various halls. It is crucial to understand that this mist is not akin to certain elixirs that vanish once consumed. According to their speculation, this vapor could continuously regenerate. What was absorbed today would reappear tomorrow. What does this signify? It signifies that this is an inexhaustible treasure trove. Thank you, esteemed master. Abbot Huiwen and the hall leaders deeply bowed in gratitude towards Su Qin. At that moment, their hearts were filled solely with appreciation. Everyone may leave, Su Qin spoke. As the newly formed Gathering Yuan Pure Land formation had yet to be fully explored before he was approached by Abbot Huiwen and the others. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, it was only natural for him to bid them farewell. Understood, the hall leaders respectfully retreated. What a pity. Su Qin mused silently. A formation that gathers the essence of heaven and earth is vastly different from formations designed for concealment or suppression. The latter need only cover a minuscule area, where the fluctuations of the cosmos are minimal and do not require constant adjustment, thus allowing them to endure over time. Especially for concealment formations, which can last for millennia. Take, for instance, the secret chamber where the Arhat Tuae attained nirvana, only to be discovered by Su Qin 900 years later. Remarkably, even after 9 centuries, the formation remained undetectable by Su Qin's divine consciousness. However, the Gathering Yuan Pure Land formation is not of the same ilk. Once the essence of heaven and earth undergoes any change, the formation must also adapt accordingly, or it will gradually become ineffective. As he pondered, Su Qin closed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Abbot Huiwen and the hall leaders exited the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Even if this mist only sustains for 50 years, It could ensure the prosperity of our Shaolin Temple for 300 years. Abbot Huiyuan sighed deeply, his voice barely above a whisper. 50 years? 300 years of prosperity? The other hall leaders gasped in disbelief, looking at Abbot Huiyuan with astonishment. They had already overestimated the influence of the mist on Shaolin Temple. Yet the abbot's words suggested its significance far surpassed their imagination. Do you not believe me? Abbot Huiyuan glanced at the hall leaders, shaking his head as he continued. I have just calculated. Under this mist, within 10 years, the martial artists of our temple in the upper 3 realms could double, and within 20 years, at least 2 first-grade grandmasters will emerge. After 50 years, the number of grandmasters in our temple could reach 8 to 10. With such a multitude of grandmasters stationed, the number of formidable warriors birthed within our temple will only increase. If this continues, the prospect of 300 years of prosperity may even be an understatement. Abbot Huiyuan spoke slowly, while the other hall leaders listened in awe, utterly speechless, especially when they heard that 50 years after the Shaolin Temple, the number of first-tier grandmasters would reach 8 to 10. It was truly hard to believe. These are first-tier grandmasters. In today's world, perhaps only various nations can boast such a multitude of grandmasters. Chapter 89. The eternal loss of the scripture depository. As Master Huiyuan articulated the effects of the mist from the back mountain, the heads of the various halls were struck by a profound astonishment. Initially, they instinctively questioned Master Huiyuan, but upon reflection, his reasoning appeared remarkably sound. With the aid of the mist from the back mountain, it was indeed highly probable that, barring any significant upheaval over the next 50 years, the Shaolin Temple could potentially cultivate 8 to 10 first-grade grandmasters. Otherwise, the mist of today might dissipate. The head of the Dharma Hall glanced at his fellow hall leaders, still ensnared in their astonishment, and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the other leaders awakened from their reverie. It was not only the disciples who needed to absorb this mist, they too required its nurturing, particularly for the heads of the Arhat Hall and the Martial Monk Hall, who were already at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. The mist presented an opportune moment to make a decisive leap into the 2nd rank. With this realization, enthusiasm ignited within them all. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, half a day later, Su Qin sat cross-legged, as the boundless aura of mist surged into his being like a great dragon. With each breath, it felt as if a primordial divine beast was inhaling and exhaling, countless wisps of aura swirling into a vortex, all being drawn into him. The results were promising. At this moment, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, his expression one of satisfaction. The surrounding aura of heaven and earth here was nearly 100 times denser than in other locations, allowing Su Qin to significantly enhance his cultivation speed. Coupled with the inexhaustible supply of the Little Li golden elixir, Su Qin's strength was, in a certain sense, perpetually advancing. However, the challenge of fully breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer was proving more arduous than he had anticipated. Su Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Even in such a conducive environment for cultivation, he still could not discern the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, as if this realm possessed no upper limit. Perhaps my own strength is insufficient. If I were a 9th layer Arhat, with my vast divine consciousness, I could envelop the gathering essence pure land formation over 1,000 or even 10,000 miles. Then, gathering the aura of heaven and earth from such an expanse would surely rival that of a celestial abode. With a leisurely sigh, Su Qin considered the gathering essence pure land formation, which also varied in tiers. The lowest tier could encompass a radius of several miles, while the next would extend to several tens of miles, and beyond that, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of miles. If an Arhat at the threshold of their realm were to employ the gathering essence pure land, they would at most be able to gather the aura within a few miles. However, having reached the 3rd layer, Su Qin's divine consciousness far surpassed that of a 1st layer Arhat, allowing him to establish the gathering essence pure land at the 2nd tier, covering an area of several tens of miles. Regrettably, the gathering essence pure land formations could not be superimposed. Otherwise, he would have liked to set up several more. Su Qin shook his head. Nevertheless, it was already sufficient for now. At the very least, my cultivation speed undoubtedly surpasses that of the esteemed Arhats of the Shaolin Temple throughout history. In fact, since ancient times, it is likely that no martial arts legend has possessed conditions akin to mine. Su Qin nodded slightly, exhibiting a sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that throughout the ages, while some martial legends may have benefited from formations that gather the essence of heaven and earth, such as the gathering Yuan Pure Land, it is improbable that any would be willing to consume the precious Little Li golden elixir continuously. Moreover, Su Qin possesses the revered Sutra from the past, enabling him to refine the essence of heaven and earth in a nearly limitless manner. It is prudent to focus on cultivation rather than aiming too high. Su Qin closed his eyes once more, channeling the Umabba Sutra within him. In the stillness of the night, beneath the high-hanging full moon, Su Qin ceased his cultivation. It was time to sign in. With a flicker of thought, he exited the forbidden area of the back mountain and arrived before the scripture pavilion. System, sign in, Su Qin silently commanded. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the supreme divine art of the bead of calming demons. Notice, the Tao essence here will soon be depleted, becoming a place of no further sign-ins. Two chilling, mechanical announcements echoed in Su Qin's ears. The supreme divine art of the bead of calming demons? A place of no further sign-ins? Su Qin raised his gaze to the scripture pavilion, his thoughts intricately woven. Since Su Qin joined the Shaolin Temple nearly 30 years ago, he had signed in countless times before the scripture pavilion. Yet now, the longtime companion of Su Qin, the scripture pavilion, had finally been fully drawn upon. Its Tao essence exhausted, and he could no longer sign in. Although he had previously been alerted by the depletion of Tao essence in the Demon Suppression Tower. Even an ancient monastery like the Shaolin Temple, with a legacy spanning thousands of years, did not possess an endless supply of Tao essence. However, when the day of reckoning finally arrived, Su Qin was overwhelmed with emotion. With the Tao essence of the scripture pavilion gone, the Bodhi courtyard would likely follow suit. Su Qin contemplated silently. Though the Bodhi courtyard is a sacred site of the Shaolin Temple, its Tao essence should not exceed that of the scripture pavilion by much. Furthermore, with Su Qin no longer signing in at the scripture pavilion, it is likely that all future sign-in opportunities will be utilized at the Bodhi courtyard. Even if the Bodhi courtyard possesses abundant Tao essence, it cannot withstand Su Qin's daily visits. Once the Bodhi courtyard becomes unavailable for sign-ins, it will be time to depart. Su Qin's thoughts surged. Though he had spent nearly 30 years at the Shaolin Temple, he felt no burden regarding his departure. This was primarily because Su Qin believed he had contributed sufficiently to the temple. Not only had he assisted Xian Ku in completing his Buddhist heart, but he had also frequently guided him, preventing him from taking countless detours, effectively cultivating a future first-rate master for the Shaolin Temple. In addition, Su Qin had established the Gathering Yuan Pure Land formation in the forbidden area of the back mountain. This formation, which gathers the essence of heaven and earth, could sustain itself for 20 years even without Su Qin's maintenance, gradually declining after 20 years until it ultimately became a ruined formation a century later. This does not account for the numerous times Su Qin had covertly intervened, aiding the Shaolin Temple in overcoming countless life and death crises. The debts of gratitude have been settled. The cycle of cause and effect has been resolved. As Su Qin contemplated, fragments of the supreme divine skill of the calming pearl surged into his mind. After a brief moment, Su Qin opened his eyes. Indeed, he nodded slightly. The supreme divine skill of the calming pearl is a purely offensive technique, capable of utilizing one's true essence to 24 calming pearls, thereby suppressing all malevolent spirits and demons. Over 1,000 years ago, a revered Arhat of Shaolin once employed this skill to vanquish a legendary figure from the demonic sect in the martial world. Although such legendary figures are rarely seen across several eras, both the martial legends and Arhat masters typically possess lifespans of 500 years, far exceeding the length of a single era. Thus, if fortune favors one, it is often possible to witness multiple martial legends coexisting within a single lifetime. Of course, should luck be unfriendly, it might take several eras to witness the emergence of a single martial legend. Su Qin raised his right hand, following the operational method of the supreme divine skill of the calming pearl to a calming pearl. This calming pearl whirled around, exuding a faint yet unsettling aura. Su Qin carefully attuned himself to it and felt a measure of satisfaction. In terms of potency, this divine skill could likely rank within the top 200 among the myriad of techniques he had acquired over the years, making it a rare treasure indeed. Chapter 90. The true being descends the mountain. Time swiftly passes. Although the supreme magic of the Dingzhu subduing demons is indeed a remarkable martial art, Su Qin did not invest much thought into it. After all, he understood that regardless of the martial skills, they are fundamentally reliant upon one's own cultivation. As time flowed gently, Su Qin returned to his tranquil and protracted days of existence. He engaged in signing in, practicing, and contemplating the essence of the universe, occasionally offering guidance to Xian Ku. However, Su Qin merely provided slight pointers to Xian Ku without determining the path he should take in the future. In the realm of martial cultivation, particularly when one reaches the pinnacle of a first-grade grandmaster, the essence of life and death is intertwined. Each first-grade grandmaster must carve their own path to achieve personal transformation and attain the apex of their potential. Xian Ku, possessing a Buddha-like heart and innate wisdom, would remain unaffected even by a consummate first-grade martial artist. Yet, Su Qin was different. As a revered Arhat of the third heaven, every action he took would leave an indelible impact on Xian Ku. While these influences might benefit Xian Ku, they could equally bear adverse consequences. Thus, Su Qin chose to remain hands-off, only offering guidance in moments of Xian Ku's uncertainty, allowing his development to unfold naturally. As Su Qin immersed himself once more in his cultivation, significant changes began to manifest among the multitude of disciples at Shaolin Temple. The mist enveloping the back mountain thickened. Every disciple who had been in the temple for over a decade could approach the vicinity of the back mountain to practice, enshrouded in mist. Even those martial artists of the lower realms, who had never encountered the essence of the heavens and earth, could feel their physical bodies being nourished and gradually strengthened. One day, what are you discussing? Zhenji approached and casually inquired. At that moment, Zhenji was still somewhat astonished by the remarkable effects of the mist pervading the back mountain. As a disciple of the Zhen lineage, having been in the temple for decades, he naturally qualified to train near the forbidden area of the back mountain. Initially, Zhenji was skeptical, questioning the utility of the mist. Yet, he subtly sensed that his vitality was once again surging. How astonishing was this? Previously, Zhenji had been in a state where his vitality was beginning to wane. Without any unforeseen circumstances, his future prowess would not show any advancement, and his achievements in this lifetime would remain stagnant. However, he now felt an unexpected resurgence in his vitality. That mist, the image of the all-encompassing mist in the forbidden area of the back mountain resurfaced in Zhenji's mind, while Zhenji was lost in contemplation. A few nearby disciples, who had been conversing quietly, quickly looked up and addressed him. Senior Brother Zhenji. Senior Brother Zhenji. We were discussing the esteemed master of the back mountain. One disciple glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice with profound reverence. Esteemed master? Zhenji furrowed his brow, gazing at the disciples. Is the esteemed master someone you can casually discuss? Senior Brother Zhenji, we absolutely mean no disrespect to the esteemed master. We are simply curious about what kind of person the master truly is. See, you do not dare to speak freely. Zhenji cast a glance at several disciples, shaking his head as he remarked, the nature of the revered one is beyond your comprehension. All you need to remember is that the heights to which the revered one ascends are realms unfathomable to mere mortals. Meanwhile, at Wudong Mountain, numerous disciples congregated before an ancient hall. Many had embarked on journeys across the land, traversing thousands of miles from Wudong. Yet, at this moment, they stood united, as if awaiting something significant. Is our master about to emerge from seclusion? A trembling voice among the disciples whispered, gazing longingly at the distant ancient hall. That is what our elder has suggested. Another disciple replied with a furrowed brow. But why is our master emerging from seclusion now? The second disciple turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiao, solemnly inquiring. Zhang Zhenren, who had maintained his influence over the world without leaving Wudong for decades, puzzled the disciple as to why he would announce his emergence at this particular moment. After a brief pause, Zhang Xiao continued. Perhaps our master has learned of recent events and wishes to emerge to seek vengeance on my behalf. Unlikely, the first disciple interjected, shaking his head. Our master's seclusion is for the purpose of transcending the supreme path. Ordinary matters cannot possibly disturb him. Upon hearing this, the other disciples nodded in agreement. While Zhang Zhenren was known for his protective nature, Zhang Xiao had not encountered any significant troubles. Thus, it was inconceivable that Zhang Zhenren would emerge for such trivial matters. As the Wudong disciples awaited, a soft creak resonated as the ancient hall's door was quietly pushed open. A man clad in a Taoist robe, with rugged features, slowly emerged. His skin resembled jade, and his eyes were clear and ageless, moving with meticulous grace, exuding an unusual charm. Upon his appearance, the disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, We humbly welcome our master from seclusion. We humbly welcome our ancestor from seclusion. Their voices echoed like thunder, resonating for miles. After a moment, Zhang Zhenren surveyed the surroundings and instructed, You may rise. At that moment, this man, renowned for his dominance over the contemporary world, bore no trace of martial prowess. Appearing as an ordinary person, Master, have you achieved a breakthrough? One disciple could not help but inquire. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they fixed their gaze intently on Zhang Zhenren. If he had indeed taken that significant step, Wudong would continue to exert its influence over the world for another 3 centuries. Breakthrough? Zhang Zhenren chuckled softly, shaking his head. The path of myth is fraught with difficulty. Even if I were to meditate in seclusion for another century, I would not achieve it. Then, what is the purpose of your emergence? The cautious disciple ventured to ask. To descend the mountain, Zhang Jinren replied, lifting his gaze toward the direction of Shaolin Temple, and softly stated, to seek the way. Chapter 91. Seeking an audience with the master descending the mountain to seek the Tao. Master Zhang's tone was calm and unperturbed. Yet a hint of anticipation surfaced as he uttered the phrase seek the Tao. Seek the Tao? The disciples of Wudong Mountain exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend. To them, Master Zhang epitomized the very essence of the Tao. Why would one need to descend the mountain in pursuit of it? Only a select few, including Zhang Xiao, exhibited a slight change in expression, as if a realization dawned upon them. If the rumors circulating in the martial world suggested that the Shaolin Temple was under the protection of a revered Arhat, most martial artists regarded such claims with skepticism. However, after witnessing the events that transpired upon descending the mountain, Zhang Xiao and his companions understood that the Arhat indeed existed. Who else could, armed with merely an ordinary wooden sword, slay a first-grade grandmaster from a distance of over 1,000 miles? Master Zhang's decision to emerge from seclusion was likely influenced by this knowledge. Should I fail to return after this descent, Wudong shall remain closed for 20 years. Forbidding any pursuit of vengeance, Master Zhang declared, his gaze distant, as he walked step by step down the mountain, under the watchful eyes of his disciples. At the Shaolin Temple, Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of various halls were elated. In the brief span of mere months, 3 disciples training in the vicinity of the forbidden area had ascended to the upper 3 realms. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. It is worth noting that even in a prestigious martial arts institution like Shaolin, an upper 3-realm martial artist could serve as a hall leader. In the past, it would have taken at least a decade or 2 for Shaolin to produce 3 upper 3-realm practitioners. Yet now, it had been accomplished in mere months. A feat that could not help but fill Abbot Huiyuan and the hall leaders with joy. The greater the number of upper 3-realm warriors, the higher the likelihood of producing second-grade grandmasters and first-grade grandmasters. Once the number of these grandmasters reaches a certain threshold, they, in turn, can guide numerous promising disciples, creating a virtuous cycle that would further strengthen the Shaolin Temple. Let us not become complacent, the head of the Dharma Hall spoke slowly. These 3 upper 3-realm disciples are the result of our temple's past efforts. They were all at the pinnacle of the 4th grade, merely a step away from the upper 3 realms. It is only due to the recent boost provided by the mist that they achieved their breakthroughs. However, it will be impossible to replicate such rapid ascensions in the near future. Upon hearing these words, the other hall leaders, who had been lost in their jubilation, quickly regained their composure. Abbot Huiyuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the head of the Dharma Hall statement. While he too had felt joy, he was aware of this reality. The rapid emergence of 3 upper 3-realm disciples in just a few months was primarily attributed to prior accumulations. If they wished to achieve similar success in the future, it would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Abbot, I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. The head of the warrior hall could no longer contain himself and spoke up. A breakthrough? Abbot Huiyuan turned sharply to the head of the warrior hall, his expression one of surprise. It was known that the head of the warrior hall was a 3rd-grade martial artist. Should he achieve a breakthrough, he would ascend to the rank of a 2nd-grade grandmaster. In the present day, the Shaolin Temple boasts only one esteemed abbot, Hu Wn, and 2 second-tier leaders, with the addition of another second-tier head for the Martial Monks Academy significantly enriching the temple's heritage. Just as Abbot Hu Wn and the heads of various academies were basking in this joyful prospect, a disciple of the Shaolin Temple hurriedly entered. Abbot, heads of the academies, there is someone seeking an audience outside. The disciple gasped, breathless. Seeking an audience? Abbot Hu Wn furrowed his brow slightly. Who is it? He claims to be from Wudong Mountain, with the surname Zhang. What? The pupils of the academy heads contracted in disbelief. Wudong Mountain? The surname Zhang? Regardless of how implausible it seemed, each head instinctively thought of the revered Zhang Jinren from Wudong Mountain. Let us go and see. Abbot Hu Wn's expression turned serious as he immediately rose and made his way outside the Shaolin Temple. The other heads exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Soon, Abbot Hu Wn and the heads of the academies arrived outside the temple, where they found a man clad in a Taoist robe, his features rugged and unrefined, standing quietly. Indeed, it was Zhang Jinren. A sense of astonishment washed over the academy heads, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. They never imagined that the eminent Zhang Jinren from Wudong Mountain would be standing right before them at the Shaolin Temple. Zhang Jinren, Abbot Hu Wn inhaled deeply. stepping forward to inquire earnestly. Though he was a first-tier grandmaster, he felt diminutive in the presence of Zhang Zhenren, a paragon of martial prowess revered worldwide for decades. Abbot. Zhang Zhenren's gaze was calm and gentle as he regarded Hu Wn, offering a slight nod. I am curious to know the purpose of your visit to our Shaolin Temple, Hu Wn asked forthrightly, eschewing any pretense. In my youth, I traversed the martial world and was fortunate to witness a portion of your temple's nine-yang divine art. As he spoke, Zhang Zhenren extended his right hand, producing a scroll. I have no means to repay your kindness, so I present this Tai Chi Heart Sutra, which I once shared with your temple. The mention of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra left Abbot Hu Wn and the academy heads utterly speechless. This text was the culmination of Zhang Zhenren's lifelong efforts. And even among the many disciples of Wudong Mountain, few had mastered it. Yet now, Zhang Zhenren claimed to have shared the Tai Chi Heart Sutra with Shaolin Temple. Since the nine-yang divine art has already circulated through the martial world, its possession by anyone else is of no concern to our temple. Abbot Hu Wn's thoughts raced, and he unequivocally declined the offer of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. While the sutra was indeed remarkable, it adhered to Taoist principles, which would be of little use to the Shaolin Temple. Moreover, the fact that Zhang Zhenren was offering such a significant gift indicated that he likely harbored greater intentions. Furthermore, Zhang Zhenren's eyes suddenly gleamed with an unusual light. I have come to seek an audience with your esteemed venerable. Seeking to meet the venerable? Abbot Hu Wn's expression shifted. It seemed Zhang Zhenren had arrived too late, as the venerable had long declared that he would not meet with anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Wn spoke slowly. It is of no concern. I am willing to wait. Zhang Zhenren, indeed, exuded an extraordinary nonchalance. Meanwhile, Master Huiwen furrowed his brow in deep concern. If a figure as formidable as Zhang Zhenren were to obstruct the entrance, would it not be a significant loss of face for Shaolin Temple? You are aware that our temple is safeguarded by a revered master. Are you not apprehensive of the consequences should that master choose to intervene? Master Huiwen's words bore an unmistakable hint of warning. To inquire in the morning and succumb by evening would be acceptable. A smile graced Zhang Zhenren's face as he replied, if only I could have the honor of meeting the revered master, what would it matter if I offered my life to you? His gaze was clear, his demeanor earnest. Master Huiwen regarded Zhang Zhenren with a solemn expression. In that case, Shaolin Temple shall have the opportunity to experience the essence of your Tai Chi. He began to channel his inner strength, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Zhang Zhenren. The desire to meet the revered master was understandable, yet, given the master's esteemed position, access was not granted so easily. If everyone were allowed to meet the master, what of the master's dignity? What of the temple's prestige? At that moment, as tension mounted between Master Huiwen and the heads of the various halls, a poignant sigh echoed through the air, resonating with an air of compassion and vastness, as if time itself were fleeting. Both Master Huiwen and the hall leaders were taken aback, instinctively turning their gaze toward the back mountain. Zhang Zhenren followed suit, lifting his gaze toward the same direction. However, what he beheld was an indelible scene etched into his memory. The once tranquil and secluded back mountain suddenly loomed large, filling his entire field of vision. At the pinnacle of all sights, a figure sat cross-legged, radiating an aura of sanctity, compassion, solemnity, and purity. As if the Buddha himself resided in the heart of a pure land, unparalleled in majesty. What was this? Zhang Zhenren's spirit trembled, his vision blurred, and his thoughts began to spiral. Chapter 92. A limited perspective. The Buddhist light radiated gently, permeating the surroundings. In this moment, Zhang Zhenren felt as though he were a mere insect, gazing up at an omnipotent deity, supreme, magnificent, and unmatched. Suddenly, a wave of darkness enveloped his thoughts, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Thank you, revered one. The Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the various academies managed to respond, bowing deeply towards the direction of the back mountain. After a brief moment, the extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipated. The power of the revered one is increasingly unfathomable, Abbot Huiwen sighed, reflecting on the situation. To date, Abbot Huiwen had witnessed Su Qin's intervention twice. The first was when the demon lord attacked the Shaolin Temple, and the second was during Zhang Zhenren's audience today. If the initial display of Su Qin's strength had felt as vast as the heavens and earth, suppressing all in its wake, then now, Abbot Huiwen sensed an infinite void, encompassing and embracing all. While the heavens and earth may be grand, they are ultimately finite. The void, however, is boundless. Of course, Su Qin's interventions were not limited to these two instances. as he had also intruded into the Damo Academy to rescue the deluded Abbot Huiyuan and assisted in completing the Buddhist heart of Xianku. Yet, in the eyes of Abbot Huiyuan, these acts did not constitute true interventions. Indeed, the other academy heads murmured in agreement. Yet, the sheer magnitude of Su Qin's radiant presence and the extraordinary phenomena were reminiscent of the abilities attributed to deities. Were it not for the revered one's intervention, we might not have been able to contend with Zhang Jinren. The head of the Martial Monk Academy remarked softly. Although the Shaolin Temple had significantly strengthened its foundation, boasting 2 second-tier martial artists and the esteemed Abbot Huiyuan himself, along with thousands of disciples, it would be an insurmountable challenge to withstand Zhang Jinren's might. Should he unleash his full power, the devastation wrought by a mere gesture would be profoundly alarming. The reason the supreme first-tier grandmasters command such reverence across the realm, surpassing their first-tier peers, lies in their absolute strength. After all, what emboldened the demon lord to assault Mount Shaoshi years ago and threaten the annihilation of the Shaolin Temple? The academy heads exchanged glances, feeling an immense sense of relief. Just then, the head of the Discipline Academy seemed to have realized something and could not help but inquire. Abbot, how shall we handle Zhang Jinren? As soon as the words left his lips, the other heads, along with Abbot Huiyuan, turned their attention to the collapsed Zhang Jinren. The head of the Damo Academy, steeling himself, cautiously approached and inspected him, stating, "He is not dead, merely unconscious." The academy heads exchanged glances, feeling the situation had grown somewhat complicated. After a lengthy pause, Abbot Huiyuan spoke slowly. "Indeed, I concur." The other heads nodded slightly in agreement. In their view, had Su Qin harbored any intent to kill, Zhang Jinren would have surely met his demise long before, rather than merely falling into unconsciousness at this moment. Since Zhang Jinren survived, it indicates that the revered master had shown restraint. Under such circumstances, Abbot Huiyuan and the heads of various institutes naturally aligned themselves with Su Qin's intentions. Very well, Abbot Huiyuan promptly made a decision. In the sacred grounds of the back mountain, Zhang Jinren, Su Qin sat cross-legged, a flicker of emotion passing through his deep-set eyes. Once, Zhang Jinren was a figure he could only look up to, and even that was a distant aspiration. Have I truly grown this formidable? Su Qin pondered silently, his thoughts surging. The once unattainable Zhang Jinren, now unable to withstand even the slightest trace of his aura, succumbed to unconsciousness. However, in terms of combat prowess, Zhang Jinren was slightly superior to the demon lord. Su Qin compared the two and concluded that Zhang Jinren held the upper hand. In truth, both Zhang Jinren and the demon lord were consummate masters who had undergone 2 transformations, luminaries in any era. Yet, unfortunately, they encountered Su Qin. Nonetheless, Zhang Jinren's path of Tai Chi was intriguing. Should fortune favor him in the future, a 3rd transformation leading to the pinnacle of mastery could very well be within reach. Su Qin speculated. Su Qin's appraisal of Zhang Jinren was already exceedingly high. It is worth noting that, thus far, he believed only Xianku had the potential for a 3rd transformation, attaining the ultimate state of mastery. This belief stemmed from Xianku's possession of a complete Buddhist heart, often guided by Su Qin, a revered Arhat. The fact that Zhang Jinren had come this far through his own efforts was remarkable. As for whether Zhang Jinren could advance further, Su Qin could not ascertain. Each Arhat or martial legend transcends through unique means, and grasping the elusive currents of fate is inherently unpredictable. At Wudong Mountain, Zhang Jinren was not delivered by the disciples of Shaolin Temple. He had already awakened from his stupor midway through the journey. Throughout the trip, scenes from his encounter at Shaolin flashed through his mind, particularly the final moment, the figure that resembled a true deity. Soon, many disciples of Wudong Mountain spotted Zhang Jinren and were filled with joy, gathering around him with expressions of concern. "Master, are you all right?" One disciple could not help but inquire. Zhang Jinren's demeanor seemed somewhat off. He appeared dazed, as if still enveloped in a profound emotion. "I am fine. How could I possibly be in trouble?" Zhang Jinren shook his head, managing a bittersweet smile. In truth, he had emerged from the mountain unscathed, without even a scratch, yet only he understood that he would likely never escape the shadow of that seemingly divine figure. "Master, what did you encounter at Shaolin Temple?" Zhang Xiao squeezed to the forefront, cautiously asking. Before departing, Master Zhang left behind a cryptic remark about descending the mountain in search of enlightenment, leaving many disciples of Wudong Mountain bewildered. However, Zhang Xiao speculated that Master Zhang was most likely heading to Shaolin Temple to seek an audience with the venerable elder. What revelations awaited at Shaolin Temple? Master Zhang murmured softly, a hint of derision creeping onto his face. The old Taoist has always believed that even a true legend of the martial arts realm would require several moves to defeat or kill me. Yet now, Master Zheng slowly raised his gaze, deeply contemplating the direction of Shaolin Temple. It appears I have been merely a frog in a well. Limited in my perspective. Chapter 93. The supreme perfection of the triple heavens. The essence of Dao Yun has been exhausted. In the secluded rear mountains of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin sits cross-legged, enveloped in a shroud of mist that blankets the entire area. This mist emanates from the gathering Yuan Pure Land formation, releasing a modicum of primordial energy. To Su Qin, it is inconsequential, yet to the multitude of disciples at Shaolin, it represents a sacred sanctuary for cultivation. The attainment of the supreme perfection of the triple heavens draws near. As Su Qin slowly opens his eyes, a flicker of joy dances across his face. It is said that upon reaching the fourth heaven after the triple, a transformative shift occurs. He contemplates this while stroking his chin, lost in thought. Within the 9 ranks of martial arts, every 3 ranks delineate the lower, middle, and upper realms. This classification is not merely hierarchical, it signifies a profound transformation among practitioners of different realms. For instance, below the upper 3 realms, martial artists need only refine their physical bodies and inner strength. However, to ascend to the upper 3 realms, one must dissolve the barriers between their body and the cosmos, allowing the primordial energies of heaven and earth to wash over them. This step is pivotal, and countless 4th-rank warriors have faltered at this threshold. Yet, it is precisely this process that permits a true entry into the upper realms, mirroring the transition from the 3rd to the 4th heaven of the Arhat. I had presumed that achieving the supreme perfection of the triple heavens would require several years. But with the convergence of primordial energy through the grand formation and the supply of Little Li golden elixirs, alongside the energy refinement from the Amitabha Sutra, the process has accelerated remarkably. Su Qin's thoughts ebb and flow. One cannot deny the considerable assistance provided by the gathering Yuan Pure Land formation, which has significantly shortened his accumulation time. Therefore, he resolved to directly attain the supreme perfection of the triple heavens. Determining to proceed, Su Qin understands that this ascent does not constitute a monumental breakthrough. As long as he remains cautious, danger should be minimal. Furthermore, with the protective essence of the 1,000-year Bodhi heart surrounding him, unless he acts recklessly, the likelihood of unforeseen events occurring is virtually non-existent. As Su Qin immerses himself once more in his cultivation, a booming resonance fills the air. The boundless primordial energy of the surrounding heavens and earth begins to converge upon him. For the rear mountain sanctum has amassed an abundance of celestial energy over dozens of miles, thanks to the gathering Yuan Pure Land formation. Time flows languidly, and days pass in the blink of an eye. During this span, apart from his daily excursions for sign-ins, Su Qin remains wholly absorbed in his practice. With each inhalation and exhalation of primordial energy, his aura grows increasingly harmonious and translucent, as though merging with the surrounding void. Will the esteemed one encounter any difficulties? Murmurs Xian Ku, standing outside the rear mountain sanctum. He is unconcerned with offering guidance. Rather, he fears for the esteemed one's well-being. Although in Xian Ku's eyes, Su Qin has become indistinguishable from a true deity who could foresee the unforeseen. As Xian Ku hesitates on whether to enter, a profound stillness envelopes the entire rear mountain sanctum. Immediately thereafter, the boundless mist receded entirely, converging into a specific location deep within the rear mountains. Xian Ku was momentarily taken aback. As a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, he was well aware that this so-called mist was a manifestation of the primordial energy of heaven and earth. According to Xian Ku's understanding, since the mist had first appeared outside the forbidden area of the rear mountains, there had never been a day when it completely vanished. Could it be that something truly amiss had befallen the esteemed one? Xian Ku's expression shifted. Just then, the sound of light footsteps echoed softly. Instinctively, Xian Ku glanced up to see Su Qin stepping outward, one deliberate step at a time. The esteemed one. Xian Ku felt an overwhelming surge of joy and quickly approached. Bowing deeply, "Please rise," Su Qin replied without even glancing at Xian Ku, his voice calm and detached. At this moment, an unending flow of true essence surged within Su Qin, seemingly boundless, constantly ascending and condensing. At last, he had achieved the consummate state of the 3rd heavenly layer. Su Qin sighed inwardly and turned his gaze to Xian Ku. "Do you have any doubts regarding your recent cultivation?" Su Qin paused for a moment before continuing. "From now on, should I not be present at the Shaolin Temple, you must rely on yourself for everything." Upon hearing these words, Xianku's previously joyful expression froze. Esteemed one, are you leaving the Shaolin Temple? Xianku summoned his courage to inquire after a brief silence. Su Qin looked skyward and replied slowly, naturally. Might the esteemed one take me along? Xianku exclaimed eagerly, I would do anything for you. Why would you follow me if I depart? Su Qin shook his head gently, responding, I have my own path to traverse, and you have yours. Moreover, we shall not be strangers forever. When you attain the Arhat fruit position in the future, you may come find me. A smile graced Su Qin's face as he regarded Xianku. If Xianku were to truly possess the fortune and resolve to transcend the fate of those who have held the Buddha's heart throughout the ages and step into the realm of the Arhat, Su Qin would not mind accepting him as a disciple. Yes, esteemed one, I will strive diligently, Xianku declared earnestly, his fist clenched tightly. Observing Xianku's expression, Su Qin smiled, took a step forward, and vanished from sight. When Su Qin reappeared, he found himself before the scripture repository. Outside the repository, numerous disciples of the Shaolin Temple moved in and out, yet they all seemed to subconsciously disregard Su Qin, as if he were non-existent. Su Qin gently entered the scripture repository, taking a brief tour of the first floor, while inwardly murmuring, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Receiving 9 transformation Poseidon 100. Notice, the Tao essence here will soon be exhausted, rendering it a location for non-repeatable sign-ins. Indeed, the Tao essence had been depleted. Su Qin reflected silently. In truth, before signing in today, Su Qin had already sensed that this might very well be the last opportunity for him to do so. Within the hallowed halls of the Shaolin Temple, the scripture depository and the Bodhi courtyard should not differ significantly in their essence. However, the spiritual reservoir of the scripture depository has long been depleted, and even the Bodhi courtyard, though it retains a modicum, cannot sustain itself for long. Nevertheless, the last sign-in rewarded him with 109 turns Bodhi pills, an amount that undoubtedly surpasses the rewards of several hundred previous sign-ins. As Su Qin's thoughts shifted, he immersed himself in the system space, where he beheld an unexpected bounty of 109 turns Bodhi pills nestled in the corner, instantly uplifting his spirits. It is noteworthy that despite Su Qin's nearly 3 decades of diligent accumulation, he had only managed to amass around 609 turns Bodhi pills, a sum painstakingly saved through frugality. Thus, the sudden influx of an additional 100 brought him immense joy. Chapter 94 Departure Indeed, 109 turn Bodhi pills. Even if I consume one daily, they will suffice for nearly half a year. Su Qin nodded slightly. The potency of the 9-turn Bodhi pill surpasses that of the Little Li golden pill. Even at this moment, Su Qin would require 10 to 15 days to fully assimilate a single 9-turn Bodhi pill. Should he truly begin to take them, these 100 pills would sustain him for several years. It appears that places like the Sutra repository, Bodhi courtyard, and Demon suppression tower, which allow for repeated sign-ins, have a high probability of yielding valuable items during the final sign-in. A contemplative glimmer danced in Su Qin's eyes. For instance, at the last sign-in at the Demon Suppression Tower, he acquired the Demon Suppression Seal, capable of restraining the practitioners of demonic arts across the world. Even beings as formidable as the Demon Buddha were reduced to nothingness under the seal's suppression. Undoubtedly, the Demon Buddha had been suppressed for over 900 years, significantly weakening its power, but one cannot disregard the might of the Demon Suppression Seal. Furthermore, during his last sign-in at the Sutra repository, Su Qin obtained the supreme skill of the Dazzling Pearl to subdue demons. This martial art belongs to the offensive category, capable of condensing 24 dazzling pearls to subdue formidable foes, ranking among the top 200 of the numerous skills he has acquired. It is time to depart. At the Dharma Institute, Abbot Huiwen and the heads of various institutes were engaged in a discussion regarding Buddhist scriptures and martial arts. This has always been their practice, ensuring they do not become stagnant. The head of the Warrior Monk Institute wore a broad smile. He had just broken through his bottleneck and officially entered the second-grade master realm. Currently, our Shaolin Temple boasts 3 second-grade masters and 1 first-grade master, a stature that does not pale even among the great martial sects of the world, remarked the head of the Arhat Institute. In contrast to the arduous circumstances of decades past, the current heads of the institutes felt as if they were living a dream. This is all thanks to the Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen sighed with a hint of reverence. Indeed, were it not for the Venerable One, our Shaolin Temple would likely have long since perished. The other heads nodded in agreement. Perhaps the newly initiated disciples of Shaolin were unaware, But as the elders who had survived through the decades, they understood all too well the magnitude of the Venerable One's assistance to the temple. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the heads were about to continue their conversation, a calm and serene voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. "All of you, come to the back mountain." A surge of surprise coursed through Abbot Huiwen's heart. "It is the Venerable One. The Venerable One beckons us to the back mountain." The heads of the institutes exchanged glances, a flicker of curiosity crossing their faces. It was unprecedented for the Venerable One to personally summon them to the back mountain. In the past, even when the Venerable One sought them, it was typically only one individual who was notified. Upon this realization, even the usually fiery-tempered head of the Warrior Monk Institute sensed something amiss. There is no need to overthink it. Since the Venerable One has summoned us, we shall proceed. Abbot Huiwen shook his head gently, rising slowly as he made his way towards the back mountain. The heads of the various halls exchanged glances upon hearing these words, all following Master Huiwen closely. Soon, Master Huiwen and several other hall leaders stood before Su Qin. "Greetings, Venerable One," Master Huiwen said, bowing slightly in reverence. The other hall leaders echoed his sentiment. "Please rise," Su Qin gestured casually. "I have summoned you all for a matter of significance." With a calm gaze, Su Qin continued. "Today, I shall depart from Shaolin Temple to explore the world." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Master Huiwen and the hall leaders instantly froze. "There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made," Su Qin stated, looking at them. "Understood," Master Huiwen and the hall leaders replied, their demeanor somber. After all, for the Arhat, wandering the world was also a form of cultivation. To obstruct him would be tantamount to disrupting the Venerable One's path. A transgression no one dared to bear. "After my departure, no one is to enter this place." Su Qin paused briefly before elaborating. "This grand formation can be established at my whim, provided there are sufficient materials. The reason I prohibit others from entering is that the concentration of vital energy here is exceedingly high. Any martial artist below the Arhat level would likely be overwhelmed and burst from the sheer force of the abundant celestial energy." Indeed, Master Huiwen and the hall leaders nodded. The rear mountain was a secluded retreat for the Venerable One. Even without Su Qin's reminder, they would have deemed it a forbidden zone. At that moment, the head of the warrior monks could not contain his curiosity and asked a question that arose genuinely, devoid of ulterior motives. "Very well, you may all leave," Su Qin concluded, slowly closing his eyes. His call to Master Huiwen and the hall leaders was merely to inform them. For he had spent nearly 30 years at Shaolin Temple. Should he truly depart, it would not be done in silence. "Understood." Master Huiwen and the hall leaders deeply bowed to Su Qin before turning to exit the forbidden area of the rear mountain. All that needed to be said had been said, and all that required doing had been done. It was time to leave. Su Qin touched his brow, reflecting quietly. For Shaolin Temple, or any illustrious martial arts sect, the most vital aspect has always been its people, not merely the inheritance of divine skills. For instance, despite the vast collection of techniques in the Sutra repository, without Su Qin, this generation would lack even a single first-grade grandmaster. Half a day later, Su Qin silently left Shaolin Temple. Outside the temple, the sky was vast and boundless. With each step, he traversed hundreds of meters, leisurely making his way in a particular direction. "Haha. After being confined for so long, I returned to nature." With each step he took, his hair grew thick and dark. Within just a few paces, it cascaded over his shoulders. His eyes sparkled, and his skin gleamed like jade, completely unlike the austere demeanor of a traditional monk. Whether as an Arhat or a legendary figure in the martial world, even reattaching severed limbs was within his capabilities, let alone regrowing hair. Chang'an, the ancient capital of 10 dynasties, boasts a rich heritage. Its profound essence surpasses that of the Shaolin Temple and should serve as my next destination for exploration. Coincidentally, the Su family is currently residing there as well. Su Qin paused for a moment, contemplating, before hastening towards Chang'an. Chapter 95, The Fireworks of Chang'an. Into this volume, in the city of Chang'an, atop the stargazing tower, the Emperor of Tang hosted a grand banquet for his ministers, indulging in fine wine while reveling in the splendid display of fireworks illuminating the night sky. Among the attendees were numerous princes, including the crowned princely Sheng. The Emperor gazed skyward, murmuring softly to himself. The ministers, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily rose to their feet and knelt, unable to meet his gaze. The Emperor surveyed the gathering, a hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. "You all speak truthfully. I merely express my sentiments. Yin Yang. I fear my father's health has worsened. The crown prince Li Sheng discreetly remarked to Su Yueyun, stealing a glance at the emperor. Upon hearing this, Su Yueyun's countenance shifted slightly, and she admonished him softly, such words must not be spoken in public. With a gentle sigh, Li Sheng acknowledged the wisdom of her counsel. He was acutely aware of the implications, while the court echoed praises of the emperor's longevity. He harbored the unsettling belief that the emperor's condition was deteriorating. Should this sentiment reach the ears of those with ulterior motives, it could severely jeopardize his position as crown prince. Yet, his concern for the emperor's well-being was sincere. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he sensed the emperor's genuine affection toward him and understood that the elevation to crown prince was a heartfelt intention to pass the throne to him. How could he, then, bear to deceive the emperor publicly, as his courtiers did, proclaiming his everlasting vitality? The emperor perceives far more clearly than you realize, Su Yueyun whispered after a moment of contemplation. In the court, the distinction between loyalty and pretense is evident to him. Focus on your own affairs and strive to secure your position as crown prince. As for other matters, do not dwell on them, for your concern would bear no fruit. Casting a glance around, she lowered her voice further and continued hastily. Since her and Li Sheng's ascendance to the Eastern Palace, the emperor often visited them. Although their conversations were sparse, she discerned that this elderly figure, teetering on the brink of death, possessed an acute awareness of the court's dynamics, seeing through the facade more clearly than anyone else. Soon, the emperor appeared to lose interest and hastily concluded the gathering. Very well, Li Sheng acquiesced. I shall take my leave to avoid disturbing you. Demonstrating keen awareness, he departed, and once they parted ways, Su Yueyun made her way to the Su residence. Since her elevation to crown princess, the Su family had ascended to royal kinship, receiving a splendid estate as a reward from the emperor, the very estate that now served as the Su residence. Alighting from her jade palanquin, Su Yueyun approached the Su household. Her mother stood with a beaming smile, and the two brothers waved warmly in greeting. The group quickly settled down, preparing to dine and converse. Little sister, how splendid it must have been to witness the fireworks from the stargazing tower at the emperor's behest. Su Qinghao, the eldest brother, remarked with admiration. The stargazing tower was renowned as the tallest edifice in Chang'an, said to offer a panoramic view of the entire city, capturing all its beauty in one's sight. Beautiful? Su Yueyun shook her head and remarked, I believe that enjoying the fireworks here is the most beautiful experience. Su Shimin shot a glare at Su Qinghao. Father, it's nothing, Su Yueyun said with a faint smile. By the way, little sister, at that moment, Su Qingyu, the second brother of the Su family, inquired curiously, do you truly cherish that jade pendant? It seems rather ordinary to me. He cast a glance at the jade pendant hanging from Su Yueyun's waist. His expression filled with confusion. To him, that pendant appeared exceedingly commonplace, worth no more than 10 coins. It seemed implausible that Su Yueyun, as the crown princess, would regard it as a treasured possession, let alone as merely a daughter of the Su family. This jade pendant. Su Yueyun glanced down at it and shook her head, saying, I cannot explain why I am fond of it. From the moment I laid eyes on it, I felt an irresistible urge to wear it. Pausing momentarily, she continued, I feel that as long as I wear this pendant, I shall remain safe and joyful. Her words elicited a look of helplessness from Su Qingyu. Little sister, you have been deceived. There are no jade pendants in this world that can guarantee safety and joy. Just as Su Qingyu was about to elaborate, he noticed Su Shimin glaring at him fiercely, causing him to retract his head in fear and refrain from further speech. The family engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal. This proposal clearly received the approval of most, and the Su family made their way out of the Su residence, arriving at the marketplace. They admired the fireworks that burst forth beneath the night sky while observing the vendors calling out their wares by the roadside. If only third brother could be here. Su Yueyun's thoughts seemed to have taken a melancholic turn. Earlier, I had persuaded the prefect to request assistance from the Shaolin Temple, but then it was rumored that a certain Arhat had emerged from there. Su Shimin sighed softly and spoke, originally, with Su Yueyun becoming the crown princess. Our family had secured a connection to the imperial family. I had been planning to extricate Su Qin from the Shaolin Temple. Initially, the prefect assured me that everything would proceed smoothly. However, after a distinguished figure resembling an Arhat emerged from the temple and vanquished the demon lord assaulting Mount Shaoshi, the prefect ceased to mention the matter. Despite his dissatisfaction, Su Shimin found himself powerless, for as a martial artist, he understood the significance of an Arhat. At this moment, even the emperor of the Tang dynasty would hesitate to issue commands to the Shaolin Temple, let alone a mere prefect. There will always be a way in the future. Su Yuan managed to force a smile. Just then, while walking, she suddenly slipped, losing her balance. Overwhelmed by her low spirits, she momentarily forgot to adjust her strength and was on the verge of falling. Yuner. Su Shimin immediately sensed the anomaly and rushed forward to support Su Yuan. However, a tall figure approached and, remarkably, reached out to catch Su Yuan before Su Shimin could. Watch where you are walking, the figure admonished. A slender figure approached, backlit, rendering it impossible for Su Yuan or the other members of the Su family to discern its true appearance. After steadying Su Yuan, the figure began to move away, heading in the opposite direction of the Su family. Su Yuan instinctively wished to express her gratitude. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. An overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within her, as if it were rooted deep within her very bloodline. Wait a moment. Su Yuan suddenly turned and called out to the retreating silhouette. The Su family members, including Su Shimin, shared her bewilderment as they gazed at the slender figure. The figure paused, seemingly in hesitation, before gradually turning around. Beneath the starry sky, fireworks erupted in a breathtaking display. The slender figure turned fully, illuminated by the starlight, and offered a smile to Su Yuan and the others. Little sister, it has been a long time. End of Volume 1, Chapter 96, Departing for 30 Years. Yet returning as a youth. In the city of Chang'an, the fireworks continued to bloom endlessly. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze tranquil, a smile gracing his lips as he looked upon Su Yuan and the rest of the Su family. The primary purpose of his visit to Chang'an was undoubtedly to seek a new and suitable place for his endeavors, with a secondary desire to reunite with his family. Who are you? Su Yuan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she regarded the man before her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity yet unable to place him. When Su Qin had entered the Shaolin Temple, Su Yuan was merely 3 years old. Nearly 30 years had passed, and her childhood memories had long since faded. You are Chino? Su Shimin asked, his voice trembling. Unlike Su Yuan, Su Shimin recognized Su Qin immediately. At the time Su Qin had joined the temple, he had still been a mere 10 years old, his features having matured somewhat. Even after nearly 30 years, Su Shimin could still see the shadow of that 10-year-old boy in the man before him. Chino, is that you, third brother? Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu exchanged incredulous glances. It is I, Su Qin replied calmly. It truly is our third brother. When did you arrive in Chang'an? The two brothers rushed to Su Qin, examining him from head to toe, a mix of astonishment and joy on their faces. Su Shimin stepped forward, gazing at Su Qin in disbelief. Upon hearing his words, Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu regarded Su Qin with equal curiosity. I have spent nearly 30 years in the Shaolin Temple. I simply wish to leave, Su Qin stated serenely. Simply wish to leave? Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu exchanged bewildered looks, finding it hard to comprehend. The Shaolin Temple was a prestigious institution of martial arts, rumored to be under the protection of revered monks. How could such a formidable establishment allow a disciple to depart so easily? Su Shimin's expression shifted, ultimately leading him to ask solemnly. This was the very concern that plagued him, fear that Su Qin had strayed onto a dark path. It was crucial to note that given the Shaolin Temple's current stature, if Su Qin had indeed committed a grave mistake there, who could possibly safeguard him? Father, if I truly had erred, would I have been able to leave the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Su Shimin's demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, he had been overly anxious. The Shaolin Temple was not a place one could leave without the abbot's permission. Ha ha ha. Su Shimin's mood lifted. Little Qin, how did you know our family had moved to Chang'an? Su Qinghao inquired curiously. Ah, I see, Su Shimin nodded slightly. The migration of the Su family from Songzhou was hardly a secret. Any passerby could have easily inquired and found out. Little Qin, our family has truly risen. Can you guess who my little sister has married? The Crown Prince. Our Su family is now akin to royal kin, Su Qingyu remarked with pride. Eager to share this news with Su Qin, third brother, Su Yuan interjected, her youthful face also radiant with joy. Thus, the group engaged in conversation for a while, with Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu posing various questions. After this conversation, there remained no doubt among the crowd regarding Su Qin's identity. While it might be a mere coincidence for two individuals in the world to bear a striking resemblance, it was evident that Su Qin possessed an intimate understanding of the affairs of the Su family. There were even matters that, had Su Qin not brought them up, the brothers Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu would have utterly forgotten. Third brother, How is it that after all these years, you appear so remarkably youthful? Su Yuan gazed at Su Qin with a hint of envy. It was noteworthy that Su Qin had been sent to Shaolin Temple at the tender age of 10. And now, nearly 30 years had passed. At this stage in life, one would typically expect Su Qin to have entered middle age, bearing the marks of experience. Yet, he radiated vitality, with bright eyes, long, dark hair, and skin as smooth as jade, more vibrant than even those in their 20s. The other members of the Su family also noticed this peculiarity and expressed their astonishment. Perhaps the serene environment of the Shaolin Temple, with its flickering lamps and ancient Buddha, could indeed delay the ravages of time? Su Qin pondered this notion. While the Arhat master could maintain eternal youth, it was conceivable that a common person, by distancing themselves from worldly strife, could achieve longevity as well. It is likely so, sighed Su Shimen. Su Qin's reasoning was undoubtedly sound. Yet how many people could forsake all worldly pleasures to embrace such a life of seclusion? Shao Qin, I have heard that an Arhat has emerged from Shaolin Temple. Given your lengthy stay, have you encountered him? Su Qinghao suddenly recalled something and inquired with keen interest. For them, the Arhat master was a mythical figure, akin to folklore. And without Su Qin, they would hardly have dared to mention him. Upon hearing this, Su Shimen's eyes brightened. Qiner, have you met this Arhat master? What manner of person is he? He lowered his voice significantly, as though fearing that the Arhat master far away in the Shaolin Temple might overhear their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qin replied earnestly, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about him. He is much like myself. Su Qinghao took a while to process this. Finally managing to retort, Shao Qin, you certainly have a knack for jest. The other members of the Su family chuckled softly, believing that Su Qin must not have encountered the Arhat master at all. Qiner, refrain from such remarks in the future. The Arhat master of the Buddhist order possesses formidable strength. Who knows when he might come to learn of your words? Su Shimen's expression turned solemn as he cautioned Su Qin. After a brief hesitation, Su Shimen posed a question. Given the current standing of the Su family, Su Qin could live a comfortable life without lifting a finger. However, as a martial artist by birth, both Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu had enlisted in the military at an early age. Shao Qin, you should join the military as well. I can introduce you to the general, Su Qinghao promptly suggested. This is not advisable. Shao Qin lacks the aptitude for martial arts, should he truly join the military. With Su Qin's delicate demeanor, he would undoubtedly become a target for bullying. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Might I suggest to His Highness that my elder brother be appointed to a position within the palace? The prince is currently in need of manpower, and my brother could serve as a strategist in the Eastern Palace. Rest assured, it would merely be a nominal role, requiring little actual involvement. The words of Su Yuan elicited nods of agreement from her brothers, Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu. The prince's strategist undoubtedly enjoyed a commendable salary, far superior to that of a mere foot soldier in the army. Qiner, what is your opinion? Su Shimen inquired, feeling relatively satisfied, as he turned his gaze towards Su Qin, seeking his thoughts. Regardless of the decision, it was essential to consider Su Qin's wishes. The Su family had no desire to impose. The imperial palace. Su Qin slightly lifted his gaze, directing it toward the direction of the imperial city. Chapter 97. The Abundant Palace. In the end, Su Qin acquiesced to Su Yuan's proposal. His purpose for visiting Chang'an City was to seek a new signing location. And upon surveying the entirety of the city, it became evident that only within the imperial palace could one find an abundance of Tao essence. After all, as a city that has served as the capital for 10 dynasties, Chang'an has endured thousands of years, with its outer walls having been reconstructed innumerable times. Only the imperial city has remained intact to this day. Although with Su Qin's current prowess, infiltrating the palace would be as effortless as eating and drinking unless a martial arts legend were stationed there. Having a means to conceal his identity would still be advantageous, allowing Su Qin the liberty to enter and exit the palace at will. Naturally, the crown prince Li Sheng readily agreed. After all, since Su Qin was Su Yuan's elder brother, he was effectively Li Sheng's brother-in-law, and it would be remiss to deny a family member a favor. The following day, Su Qin officially moved into the Eastern Palace. To appease his brother-in-law, the crown prince assigned Su Qin to the Right Spring Pavilion within the Eastern Palace. Truly, as a city that has seen 10 dynasties, it is nearly flawless in both layout and other aspects. Standing atop the Right Spring Pavilion, Su Qin gazed out at the entire imperial city, nodding slightly in appreciation. In contrast to the profound history of Shaolin Temple, the palace exuded a different kind of majesty and dominance. with every corner radiating the supremacy of imperial authority. Let this not be a disappointment. As time flowed slowly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Qin explored various sections of the palace. As he had anticipated, the palace indeed provided opportunities for him to sign in. To his delight, the number of signing locations within the palace far exceeded those at Shaolin Temple. At Shaolin, he could only repeatedly sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower, the Sutra Repository, and the Bodhi Courtyard. However, within the palace, there were at least 5 places where Su Qin could continuously sign in. The term at least was used because the palace was vast, and there were numerous areas he had yet to explore. Thus far, Su Qin had signed in at places such as the Longevity Hall, the Stargazing Tower, the Taiji Hall, the White Jade Square, and the Altar of State. For instance, in the Longevity Hall, Su Qin signed in a volume titled Longevity Method. This text, a Taoist masterpiece, is reputed to cultivate qi for longevity and prolong life. Every few centuries, tales emerge of fortunate individuals who acquire the longevity method, gaining entry into its teachings and extending their lives by decades or even centuries. Regrettably, the threshold for entering the longevity method is exceedingly high, requiring a rare constitution known as the near-path physique. It is precisely this rarity that allows one to closely grasp the profound unity of heaven and man within the longevity method, achieving Tao and thus immortality. However, how rare is the near-path physique? It is said that among 1,000,000, there may be none, making it scarcer than even the most exceptional grandmaster. In other words, even if others were to obtain the longevity method, they would likely be unable to gain entry. But Su Qin is different. With a systematic indoctrination, the so-called threshold for entering the longevity technique can be completely disregarded. On the very night of acquiring the longevity technique, Su Qin had already stepped into its realm. In the following month, leveraging his own Arhat-level prowess, he swiftly cultivated the longevity technique to great perfection, extending his lifespan by 200 years. 200 years of lifespan. Su Qin's expression was filled with joy. With an additional 800 years from his original Arhat status, provided no unforeseen events occur, Su Qin could live for a full 1,000 years. A millennium. Su Qin contemplated with a sense of wonder. Even the Tang dynasty has only lasted a little over 500 years. Su Qin alone equates to 2 Tang dynasties. Quite remarkable indeed. Su Qin felt immense satisfaction. The only regret was that the entry threshold for the longevity technique was too high, making it impossible to popularize. Even though Su Qin had mastered it, he could not impart this Taoist art to others. Besides signing in at the Longevity Hall for the longevity technique, Su Qin also signed in outside the Star Observation Tower to acquire the Star Attraction Technique. The Star Attraction Technique can harness the powers of countless stars for one's own use, whether for combat or self-defense. However, it demands a high level of proficiency from its user, requiring at least a pinnacle of condensed spiritual consciousness to qualify for cultivation. Moreover, even those at the pinnacle can only attract a few stars at most, yielding limited effects. It bears a remarkable similarity to the Dark Moon Body Refining Technique. Su Qin stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Dark Moon Body Refining Technique gathers the power of the Dark Moon, while the Star Attraction Technique draws upon the power of the stars. While others may perceive the moon and the stars as entirely different entities, Su Qin understood that even the moon, or the sun overhead, is merely one of the myriad stars. Their distinction lies solely in their relative distances. Furthermore, Su Qin also signed in at the White Jade Square to obtain the White Jade True Body, and outside the state altar in the Imperial Palace to acquire innate spiritual liquid, among other things. The White Jade True Body is a body refining technique akin to the indestructible diamond skill of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin had little interest in it, as even if he were to cultivate the White Jade True Body to its ultimate perfection, it would not enhance his current physical form. However, the innate spiritual liquid from the state altar brought Su Qin prolonged delight. The innate spiritual liquid is a miraculous substance born from the heavens and earth, extremely rare. Typically, only Arhat-level beings or legendary martial heroes, with an abundance of luck, might find a drop or two. Its effects are notably pronounced, as it can significantly accelerate the cultivation progress of those at the Arhat level. After acquiring the innate spiritual liquid, Su Qin eagerly consumed a drop, resulting in an instantaneous surge in power. Had he not managed to suppress himself, waiting for complete assurance before breaking through, he might have already attempted to reach the 4th level of Arhat status. A single drop of the primordial essence is roughly equivalent to 10 Little Li golden elixirs, and it requires no time for absorption. Su Qin was astounded by this revelation. It is important to note that even with the past refinement of the Amitabha Sutra, Su Qin needed several days to fully absorb each Little Li golden elixir. The enhancement he experienced in such a brief moment was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, one must venture out more frequently. If he were to remain confined within the Shaolin Temple, when would he ever acquire such treasures? A smile involuntarily graced Su Qin's face. Chapter 98. Life is short. One must not become complacent, nor can one afford to be idle. There remain many unvisited places within the imperial palace. Su Qin collected his thoughts, pondering silently. Despite his capabilities allowing him to traverse the palace swiftly, the opportunity to sign in occurs only once each day, necessitating a meticulous approach. Calculating the time required, it seemed that it would take approximately 6 months to sign in at every location within the palace. Su Qin contemplated this in his mind. On this particular day, Su Yuan invited Su Qin to join her and Crown Prince Li Xing for a meal. Su Qin did not decline, as he had already utilized his signing opportunity for the day and had no pressing matters at hand. Soon, he arrived at the Arhat Hall, the designated residence of the Crown Prince within the Eastern Palace. Upon his arrival, Li Xing and Su Yuan had been waiting for some time. "Third brother, come here quickly." Li Xing beckoned to Su Qin, displaying no semblance of the Crown Prince's authority, instead exuding warmth akin to that of a true family member. "How have you been adapting to life in the palace?" Su Yuan inquired with genuine concern after Su Qin took his seat. Although everything in the palace was splendid, it was overly oppressive and cold, which was precisely why the two brothers, Su Qinghao and Su Qingyu, preferred enlisting in the military. For those who cherished vibrancy and liveliness, serving in the palace felt no different than imprisonment. This was the reason behind Su Yuan's question. "How have I been?" Su Qin's mind briefly flitted through various treasures such as the innate spiritual liquid, the longevity technique, the white jade true body, and the stellar attraction technique before he nodded earnestly. "Very well. As long as you are accustomed, third brother," Li Xing replied with a slight nod and a smile. "I was just discussing with Sister Yun whether you could adjust to palace life." Upon saying this, he tapped his head and quickly added, "Hurry and eat. Today's meal has been meticulously prepared by the imperial chefs, a rare treat indeed." Su Qin held no particular expectations regarding the meal. Ever since achieving the Arhat fruit position, he had reached a state where he required no sustenance to replenish his energy. However, the absence of necessity did not preclude him from partaking in food. At that moment, a palace maid hurriedly entered. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Xing's expression shifted subtly. "Father has come?" He prepared to rise to welcome him. The Emperor Tang strode in with purpose, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I merely came to take a look." "At your command." Li Xing quickly offered a seat to Emperor Tang before taking a position to the side. "This young man is..." Emperor Tang's gaze shifted to Su Qin. "Ah, a member of the Su family." Emperor Tang nodded, refraining from further inquiry. However, as Su Qin met the Emperor's gaze, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He distinctly sensed that Emperor Tang's vitality was perilously depleted. Logically, even a martial artist of the highest tier should have perished under such circumstances. Could it be him? Su Qin's gaze swept over a eunuch clad in purple, who had been standing respectfully beside the Emperor Tang. With his discerning eye, Su Qin instantly recognized this eunuch as a first-class grandmaster, possessing unparalleled inner strength and consciousness that had undergone a remarkable transformation. However, alas, Su Qin merely cast a fleeting glance at the purple-clad eunuch before turning his attention elsewhere. While this eunuch had indeed completed the metamorphosis of both body and mind, the imperfection of his physique rendered him incapable of achieving a complete bodily transformation in his lifetime. If there existed even a slight possibility for the Demon Lord or Zhang Zhenren to attain the pinnacle of first-class mastery, this purple-clad eunuch had irrevocably severed any hope of such an achievement. The life exchange secret technique. Su Qin opened his true eye, instantly comprehending why the Emperor Tang could still survive despite his depleted vitality. In essence, the Emperor was not consuming his own life force, but rather that of the purple-clad eunuch. From a certain perspective, the longer the Emperor lived, the shorter the remaining lifespan of the eunuch became. Recognizing this, Su Qin regarded the eunuch with newfound respect. Even among the closest of kin, the ability to exchange life for life is a rarity. Not to mention that with the eunuch's formidable strength, no one could compel him to employ such a technique. Yet, it bore no significance. Su Qin gently shook his head. This life exchange technique was exceedingly intricate and incurred tremendous costs. For every year the Emperor lived, the eunuch's vitality would diminish by 3 to 5 years. Furthermore, Su Qin discerned that even if the eunuch willingly sacrificed his own life force to prolong the emperor's existence, the emperor's time was still limited. Just as Su Qin pondered this, the emperor had taken his seat. Indeed, this wine is quite rare, the emperor remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepared to take a sip. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Prince Li Sheng, feeling anxious, immediately urged caution. Take care of my health? Is my body not well? The emperor set down his cup, furrowing his brow as he turned to Su Qin, who had been silent beside him. You are Unerus' elder brother. What say you about my health? Su Qin raised his gaze to the emperor, nodding before shaking his head. Oh, what do you mean by that? The emperor inquired with keen interest. Do you truly wish to know? Su Qin replied nonchalantly. Naturally. The emperor affirmed with a nod. After a brief silence, Su Qin spoke. Your days are numbered. At this proclamation, the entire Chang'an Hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Even Prince Li Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Qin, unable to fathom that he had the audacity to utter such words in the presence of the emperor. Your Majesty, he speaks without intention. Prince Li Sheng was about to plead on Su Qin's behalf when suddenly, the emperor erupted into laughter. Ha ha, how amusing. It is indeed amusing. A hint of derision appeared on the face of the Emperor of Tang. Who would have thought that the words that no one among the courtiers dared to utter would be spoken by a mere youth? The emperor chuckled for a moment, but after a few coughs, his mood noticeably darkened. Come forth. As soon as the emperor's words fell, a young eunuch stepped forward, standing respectfully to the side. For your courage in speaking candidly, you shall be rewarded. The emperor cast a deep glance at Su Qin before rising and departing from the Chang'an Hall. As you command. The Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Weiyun exchanged glances, left momentarily speechless. Chapter 99. Borrowing your domain. A word of gratitude from the Hall of Eternal Grace. The Crown Prince, Li Sheng, blinked in astonishment. Initially, upon hearing Su Qin declare that the emperor's time was drawing near, he had braced himself for the emperor's wrath. Yet, to his utter disbelief, the emperor did not express anger. Instead, he bestowed rewards. This was simply inconceivable to the Crown Prince. Su Weiyun, struggling to emerge from her shock, inquired. Did you truly mean that the emperor? Having spent considerable time at the Shaolin Temple, she had acquired some medical knowledge. Su Qin casually offered an excuse, stating that the emperor's pallor indeed suggested his impending demise. Upon hearing this, Su Weiyun instinctively exchanged glances with Li Sheng, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. They were so absorbed that they failed to notice Su Qin's choice of words, referring to the emperor as Tang Huang rather than Your Majesty. The term Your Majesty is a respectful address from a subordinate to a superior, implying submission, while Tang Huang conveys a sense of equality or even indifference. Upon exiting the Hall of Eternal Grace, Su Qin ambled along the palace paths. The emperor was indeed an intriguing figure. He reflected on the 100 taels of gold and the heirloom jade pendant bestowed upon him. Yet the thought